Chapter 1. The Ominous Dream Foretelling. In the study of Barren Castle, located in the Storm Territory, Nalante lay sprawled across his desk. Drenched in perspiration, his tightly shut eyelids trembled incessantly, accompanied by the unsettling sound of his grinding teeth, clearly indicating that his current dream was anything but pleasant. Nalante suddenly opened his eyes wide, his body rigid as he sat upright, his gaze darting around in terror. Upon realizing his surroundings, he gradually relaxed his tense muscles, though a lingering sense of dread remained. Another immersive nightmare. Is it possible that my method of traversing worlds is flawed? Having transmigrated into the body of a lord endowed with the title of nobility, one would assume this to be an auspicious start, yet within a mere week, he had suffered two remarkably vivid nightmares, filling Nalante with profound unease. This was a fantastical world set in a medieval backdrop, populated by noble knights and ferocious magical beasts. Even more fantastical was the occurrence of a miraculous meteor shower every week. The meteor shower brought fortune to this realm, but also heralded peril. The fortune stemmed from the fact that the meteors often contained precious treasures. However, the peril lay in the fact that the meteor shower could just as easily unleash terrifying dark creatures. These dark beings were malevolent, bloodthirsty, and formidable. Their emergence signified disaster. Regrettably, the territory, now under Nalante's stewardship, frequently endured assaults from these dark entities, earning it the grim moniker of the Land of Misfortune. The original owner of this body had perished after learning of his assignment to the Land of Misfortune, succumbing to a fever brought on by sheer fright on the journey here. Knock, knock, knock. My lord. A dull knocking echoed from outside the study. Enter, Nalante commanded. My lord, I bear good news. Under your sagacious command, Captain Quick has successfully vanquished a skeletal warrior and a skeletal archer this night. The meteor shower has spared our territory from any loss. The castle steward, Thomas, hurried in, his face alight with joy. What? Nalante stiffened, the news striking his ears with an unsettling resonance. The nightmare is indeed a reality? 7 days prior, Nalante had experienced his first nightmare, foretelling the descent of 2 meteors bearing dark creatures upon his territory. The vividness of that dream had compelled him to send out soldiers, albeit with a lingering skepticism. Yet now, reality confirmed that the nightmare was a portent destined to manifest upon his land. If that were the case, then the second nightmare he had just endured while slumped over his desk would also come to fruition. In the second nightmare, the forthcoming meteor shower was prophesied to bring forth an astonishing 30 dark creatures, including a hellhound and a headless knight. With this thought, Nalante slowly lowered his head, gazing at the parchment sprawled on his desk. On the 5th day of the second month, the meteor shower unleashed 24 dark creatures upon the Storm Territory, comprising 12 skeletal warriors, 10 skeletal archers, and 2 hellhounds that night. Barren Castle was breached, and none within were spared. The Baron met his demise. In May of the same year, Baron Bond took over the lordship of Storm Territory that month. The meteor shower struck again, bringing 10 skeletal warriors, 10 skeletal archers, and 1 hellhound. Barren Castle fell, and Baron Bond perished. In October of the same year, Baron Peter assumed control of Storm Territory. The meteor shower heralded the arrival of 31 dark creatures, resulting in Baron Peter's death. In July of the following year, Baron Doc took over the lordship of Storm Territory, and he too fell. With these harrowing precedents glaringly evident, Nalante felt as though death's scythe hovered ominously above his neck. He might soon become the 5th lord to meet his end in the Storm Territory. What should I do? Should I flee the territory immediately? But what of the common folk? If they perish, then not only will I lose my title and land, but I may also face punishment from the Earl. A fortnight ago, Earl Tulip had issued a sudden decree. He summoned all second sons of his vassals, bestowing upon them titles of knighthood and plots of land. Should these second sons achieve notable accomplishments within 3 years, the most distinguished among them would be granted a hereditary baron title and the opportunity to wed the Earl's sole heir, Miss Stella, the flower of Tulip. For those without inheritance rights, this was akin to a windfall from the heavens, and the original owner was among those struck by this fortune. Yet, It was evident that Nalante now faced a choice between survival and relinquishing his newfound fortune. Oh heavens! Is there no way to achieve a harmonious resolution? Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest. First Nightmare Prophecy. The system has been successfully bound, and the weekly lottery function is now operational. Quest rewards have been issued. 1 energy point. Ding! Main quest. Second Nightmare Prophecy has been released. Please prepare to fulfill the task. The reward for the second task is 5 energy points. Current completion rate 0.28. Suddenly, a series of chimes resonated in his mind, causing Nalante to momentarily freeze. Is this a standard feature for traversers? Could this second Nightmare Prophecy refer to the one he just experienced? In that moment, Nalante was torn between weeping and rejoicing. After all, he possessed merely 11 formal soldiers under his command, while the system expected him to eliminate 28 dark creatures. I can only wait and see how effective the system proves to be otherwise. I am surely doomed. Upon binding the system, Nalante noticed a panel materializing on his retina and, with a despondent expression, began to inspect it. The system panel was quite straightforward, currently offering only 2 functions, the Lucky Maiden Compendium and a search function. The Lucky Maiden Compendium was a tome capable of identifying lucky maidens when a host encountered one. The compendium would automatically record her and issue an alert. Lucky maiden? I have no recollection of such a being. This world seems to be rife only with unlucky maidens. Nalante mused, puzzled. The original memories indeed lacked any information about lucky maidens, while the concept of an unlucky maiden was well known throughout the realm. Since he could not fathom it, Nalante decided to set it aside for the moment and turned his attention to the next function. Search function consumes 1 energy point to activate the search for elemental sprites within the territory. Can it truly search for elemental sprites? Nalante's arms trembled with excitement. Elemental sprites were the precious treasures brought forth by the meteor showers. They were diminutive creatures composed of elemental energy, somewhat akin to the mining sprites from his previous life in Warcraft, but these sprites were smaller, more colorful, and even more adorable. Currently, 4 types of sprites were known. Green sprites could enrich the soil, enhancing crop yields. Purple sprites could randomly elevate the quality of a specific plant in the soil. Yellow sprites could cause the land to randomly harbor certain minerals. Blue sprites could transform the land into a preferred habitat for certain creatures. These 4 types of sprites encompassed all the essential elements needed for the territory's development. Trading such sprites would yield a substantial fortune. Yet, acquiring these invaluable sprites posed significant challenges, as their appearance during meteor showers was exceedingly rare, and locating them after they landed was immensely difficult. If a sprite was not discovered and bound by a master contract within 24 hours of landing, it would awaken and vanish from existence. With the advent of the search function, Nalante realized he would no longer have to fret over finding sprites. This evening heralds the meteor shower. If I can locate a single sprite, perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope for storm territory. Each sprite is worth hundreds of gold coins, and I could then hire soldiers from other nobles. A flicker of hope ignited within Nalante. Making him restless, he promptly clicked the search button with a heart full of trepidation. Ding! 1 energy point consumed. Search function activated. Searching in progress. It must yield results. It must yield results. As the sole energy point was deducted, a radar-like circular frame materialized on the system panel, while Nalante silently prayed as he observed the radar. Ding! Congratulations, host. An elemental sprite has been located within the territory. Soon, a small red dot illuminated the search radar, accompanied by the system's notification sound, confirming that an elemental sprite had indeed fallen upon his territory that night. Ha! There truly is one. Nalante could no longer contain his elation, bouncing up from his spot. My lord, Thomas, the steward, who had been waiting quietly, was startled by Nalante's sudden outburst. I had forgotten the steward was still here. My apologies, Steward Thomas. The news you brought is simply too exhilarating, and I couldn't help but get carried away. Nalante quickly regained the solemn and composed demeanor expected of a lord. I would not dare. Although Thomas was tempted to comment on his lord's slow reaction, he restrained the impolite thought. Thomas, go prepare the horses, I must venture out. Yes, esteemed lord. Thomas assumed his lord intended to inspect the battlefield and promptly set about making arrangements. Before long, Thomas brought one of the castle's 3 horses into the courtyard. Chapter 2. The Purple Sprite. As the grand castle gates creaked open, Nalente rode forth alone on horseback, swiftly heading eastward. Such solitary excursions were not in accordance with the noble code, alas. His sole contingent of guards had already been dispatched to May Village. However, fortune favored him, for the location of the elemental sprite was not far from May Village, and safety was unlikely to be a significant concern. Guided by the radar's miniature map, Nalente arrived at the vicinity of the red dot within a mere 10 minutes, only 50 meters to go. He thought the system's radar map was quite remarkable. As Nalente approached his target, the map magnified, allowing him to discern the sprite's precise location. Securing his steed by the roadside, he grasped a torch in one hand and unsheathed his longsword with the other. Descending from the dirt path, he cleaved through the obstructive thicket, and soon a small clearing emerged before him. At the center of this clearing lay a small pit, approximately half a meter in diameter, from which wisps of steam were rising. I found it! Nalente exclaimed joyfully. As he strode forward, within the pit rested a meteorite, slightly reddened, and roughly the size of 2 fists. He gently tapped the meteorite with his sword. Crack! Crack! With a few crisp sounds, the meteorite's outer shell shattered, revealing the precious and wondrous elemental sprite nestled within. The sprite emanated a soft purple glow, its rotund body adorned with merely a pair of tiny eyes and a small mouth. A purple sprite indeed. Nalente marveled. The little sprite remained in slumber as he carefully retrieved it, sheathing his sword. Though it radiated light, the sprite's body was not hot to the touch. Rather, it felt pleasantly warm and soft. Nalente swiftly produced a small porcelain vial from his cloak, pouring a pinch of powdered essence onto his fingertip before extending it towards the sprite's mouth. This powder, derived from the magical tulip, was one of the elemental sprite's most cherished delicacies. As Nalente brought his finger close to the sprite, its eyes still closed, the little creature instinctively opened its mouth, extending its tongue to taste. Indeed, what a glutton! It can sense the deliciousness even in slumber. Nalente chuckled inwardly. Smacking its tiny lips, the sprite savored the essence, and without hesitation, it opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 petite incisors, before biting down firmly onto Nalente's fingertip. Ouch! He gasped, stifling his pain as he watched the powdered essence mixed with his blood being devoured by the sprite. Buzz! Upon consuming the blood, a sudden surge of intense purple light erupted from the sprite, radiating like waves in the surrounding air, and gradually, the little creature opened its eyes. Migu! Migu! Upon opening its eyes, the sprite gazed up at Nalente with its large, glistening orbs. In that moment, Nalente felt a warm and affectionate mental resonance, symbolizing the spiritual bond that had formed between them. Though the sprite could not articulate words, it conveyed its emotions through this psychic connection. How could I possibly part with such a kindred spirit? Nalente pondered, gazing at the sprite, feeling a twinge of reluctance to exchange it for gold coins. Yet, he was acutely aware that without gold, how could he address the impending crisis in just a week's time? Burn her! Burn her! Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside the woods. What is happening? Why are the serfs making such a ruckus in the wild at this hour? Nalente furrowed his brow, hastily tucking the purple sprite into his cloak and retracing his steps along the dirt path. As he returned to the path, he spotted a throng of people, torches in hand, advancing from over 100 meters away. Burn her! It is this harbinger of doom who has summoned the dark creatures of the night. If she is not put to death, she will soon bring calamity upon us. Yes, burn her. Let the Lord himself set her ablaze. Is she truly the harbinger of doom? Nalente finally discerned the situation amidst the cries. The harbinger of doom is a figure that both kings and nobles, as well as commoners and serfs, dread and shun. For the harbinger of doom brings misfortune and disaster to all those around her. Typically, after a meteor shower, 3 outcomes may occur. The first is that the meteor shower yields naught but ordinary meteorites. The second is that it conceals elemental sprites, leading those who find them to great fortune. The third, however, is fatal. It harbors terrifying dark creatures. This harbinger of doom, for reasons unknown, acts as a summoner of dark entities. As long as she remains within a 3-mile radius, the falling meteors are sure to be accompanied by dark creatures, often in numbers sufficient to threaten entire territories. It is easy to imagine the feelings of the lords and the thoughts of the commoners when the harbinger of doom appears nearby. In such circumstances, an ironclad rule emerges. The harbinger of doom must die. Once she is present, she must be delivered immediately to the pyre. Who? At that moment, the crowd ahead also recognized Nalanter's figure. And at the forefront stood his captain of guards. It is I. Nalanter replied solemnly as he mounted his steed, that my lord. What brings you out here alone at this late hour? Hearing Nalanter's voice, Captain Quake was taken aback and quickly approached. I heard that 2 dark creatures have appeared in May Village, so I came to investigate the matter. My lord, the harbinger of doom has been discovered in May Village. Perhaps the dark creatures tonight were summoned by her. Captain Quake responded respectfully. Take me to see her. At once, my lord. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord. Quake, holding a torch, led Nalanter toward the crowd, as he announced their presence. The serfs promptly knelt, offering their respects. Rise. Nalanter commanded the serfs that, my lord, this girl is the harbinger of doom found in May Village. Her name is Vivian. Seizing the moment, Captain Quake had already brought a bound girl to Nalanter's horse. The harbinger of doom appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age. She was small and emaciated, with a gaunt expression, dressed only in a patched linen gown, barefoot at such a tender age. A girl in a previous life would be a sheltered flower, with a bright future ahead, but in this world, she was about to be led to the pyre. Quake, how did you ascertain that she is the harbinger of doom? Nalanter scrutinized her for a moment before inquiring. Generally, upon awakening, the harbinger of doom exhibits noticeable physical changes, yet due to some loss of the original host's memories during her soul's transmigration, Nalanter failed to perceive any anomalies at first. My lord, it is her eyes, Quake answered without hesitation, then scolded the harbinger of doom, saying, Lift your head, let the Lord see your eyes. The frail girl trembled and slowly raised her head. Nalanter then indeed observed that the girl's brown irises were encircled by a ring of golden patterns. In a previous life, one might mistake it for a fashionable girl's colored contacts, but here it served as compelling evidence of the girl's identity as the harbinger of doom. My lord, shall we take her back to May Village for disposal now? Otherwise, delaying might bring misfortune upon the territory, as the natives of this world. Neither the serfs nor Captain Quake harbored any sympathy for the harbinger of doom, for she is the source of calamity. And Quake's notion of disposal entailed sending her to the pyre to banish the doomed back to hell. Ding! Discovery of the lucky girl. The system's catalog automatically records her, detailed information for the host to review. However, at that moment, a prompt resonated in Nalanter's mind. Lucky girl. Nalanter was taken aback and promptly opened the system for further examination. Dark creatures are bloodthirsty and formidable beings. Each appearance heralds a bloody disaster. However, the Creator is fair. Where there is darkness, there is also light, and the light manifests in the powerful lucky girl. They possess various miraculous talents and are the key to countering dark creatures. Upon opening the system's catalog, Nalanter was astonished by the transformation of the catalog into an ancient and exquisite tome, with the first page revealing incredulous information. To verify this revelation, Nalanter turned to the next page. Lucky girl. Vivian, semi-awakened. Specialty. Archery unique talents. Precise perception. Fatal strike. She is a formidable archer. On the day she becomes a master marksman, even the frostbone dragon will tremble before her. She is also an exceptional general. In her initial awakened state, the archers under her command can master archery within a week, and they will permanently gain a 10% talent in precise perception. Note, in the initial awakened state, the maximum number of students taught at one time is 10. Increasing the awakening level will raise this number. This lucky girl remains in a semi-awakened state, rendering her talents unusable, and she can be sensed by dark creatures. However, an elixir may facilitate her initial awakening. Initial awakening elixir formula. 1 portion of yam flour, 1 portion of white bellflower, 2 portions of silver weft grass. Chapter 3. The Harbinger of Doom. The Harbinger of Doom possesses extraordinary talents. Nalanter's eyes widened in disbelief. This was merely a change of identity, yet could upend the entire continent's perception. My lord. Should we not take this Harbinger of Doom to May Village for disposal? No. Nalanter frowned in contemplation, rejecting Captain Quake's suggestion. Perhaps this girl is the key to resolving the impending invasion of dark creatures in a week. Quake was taken aback. Not only him, but the surrounding serfs were also stunned. Observing their expressions, Nalanter realized that he alone comprehended the true nature of the Harbinger of Doom, and they would surely be unable to grasp it. Thus, he altered his statement. Let us first take her back to the castle. I am tired today, and we shall deal with her on another occasion. The truth cannot be disclosed, at least not before this many people. For the consequences of such a revelation could be dire. Very well, my lord. Though difficult to understand, Captain Quake, as a subordinate, did not hesitate to begin executing the order. Wait, my lord, you cannot do this. However, at that moment, a voice of dissent arose from the back of the crowd. The crowd parted, revealing a middle-aged man in a silk gown riding forward on a true warhorse, instantly overshadowing Nalanter's humble steed. Civil Officer Anthony, greetings, my lord. Riding the warhorse, surpassing Nalanter's presence, was none other than the civil officer of the Storm Territory. According to protocol, as the Lord of Storm Territory, Nalanter wielded the power of life and death within his domain, and no one should dare defy his will. Yet the issue arose from the fact that Nalanter had only acquired his title and territory by participating in the Count's performance evaluation. Upon arriving at Storm Territory, apart from his own steed, all his possessions and subordinates were assigned by the Count, including the steward and the meager guard he had. The guard and steward had been bestowed upon Nalanter, destined to follow him for life, thus remaining loyal. However, this civil officer Anthony was different. He would only stay in Storm Territory for 3 years, tasked with overseeing the territory's development and reporting monthly performances. Hence, Anthony was still essentially under the Count's authority, and, as an honorable knight, he bore no fear of Nalanter. Anthony, do you have any objections? Nalanter's voice immediately turned cold. That scoundrel, Anthony, was not a good man. He had been deliberately sent by Viscount Alding to vex him that in just 2 days since arriving in the territory. Anthony had caused him no small amount of trouble. As for Viscount Alding, he was the younger brother of the Count, and it was entirely his doing that Nalanter had been assigned to this land of misfortune. Furthermore, under the pretext of the Storm Territory being too perilous, Viscount Alding had secretly dispatched 5 guards to Anthony, which only emboldened him further in Nalanter's presence. My lord, the daughter of misfortune will bring disaster to the territory. You would abandon the entire populace of Storm Territory to peril simply because you are fatigued? Do you not understand that the longer the daughter of misfortune exists, the greater the danger? Anthony's words struck at the very heart of the matter, instantly unsettling the serfs who were already filled with dread at the thought of dark creatures. While it was generally accepted that incinerating the daughter of misfortune before the meteor shower could prevent the arrival of dark creatures, there have been instances, albeit rare, where dark creatures still invaded despite her demise. People were acutely aware that the swifter the daughter of misfortune was dealt with, the better, but that was not the end. Anthony continued with his sardonic tone. Additionally, my lord, you have been in the territory for over 2 days, yet you have not even surveyed the land. How could you possibly be fatigued? Indeed, how could the lord, who had not even inspected the Storm Territory and remained in the castle, claim to be tired? For a moment, the serfs dared to entertain such questions in their minds. Lord Nalanter has been incapacitated by fever from exhaustion during his journey here, only regaining a modicum of strength by noon today. Please remember your place. Who is the true Lord of Storm Territory? At that moment, Captain Quake stepped forward to immediately counter Anthony's remarks. Although Captain Quake expressed great reluctance about being assigned to the Land of Misfortune, serving as a guard captain under a lord was still an opportunity, and he hoped that his lord would ascend to greatness, ideally becoming a hereditary noble, thus elevating their own status. Quake, you are but a mere guard captain without a title, should you dare to disrespect me again. I will lodge a complaint against you with the noble council in Tulip City. Anthony coldly threatened, looking down on Quake's commoner status. Enough, Anthony. This is my storm territory, and all matters within it are at my discretion. Including you. Nalante's sharp rebuke reverberated throughout the hall, his gaze toward Anthony growing icy. Just then, perhaps sensing Nalante's fury, the little purple sprite, which had been quietly nestled in his arms, suddenly stirred and poked half of its head out from his collar, curiously surveying its surroundings with its big, watery eyes. What is that? Is that a sprite? A purple sprite? I have never seen one before. How beautiful! The sprite emitted a soft glow, instantly becoming the focal point in the darkness, eliciting gasps of astonishment from both the serfs and the guards. Even a child of 3 or 4 would be aware of the existence of elemental sprites, as lords often posted bounties in their territories for those who could capture one, offering gold coins as rewards. A single gold coin in this world held value akin to 10,000 yuan in the past, enough to provide a peasant family with a prosperous life. Faced with such temptation, it was impossible for the serfs to remain indifferent. How could he have forgotten about the little creature? This was the perfect opportunity to wager against Anthony's words, seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd. Nalante suddenly had a brilliant idea. Anthony, you question why I am fatigued? This is the reason for my exhaustion. The purple sprite I just found. And do you know what sprites represent? They symbolize luck, the favor of the god of glory upon me. Hence I am not concerned about misfortune befalling storm territory. Nalante's tone turned aggressive, leaving Anthony momentarily speechless. Elemental sprites were notoriously hard to find. Their discovery indeed signified fortune. Have you nothing more to say? Anthony, the civil officer, I hereby command you to vanish from my sight at once, or I shall not hesitate to exercise my lordly rights, even if it incurs the count's wrath. Anthony's expression shifted as he grappled with the sudden boldness of the formerly timid baron's son, ultimately turning to his 5 guards and saying, "Let us depart." With that, Anthony slinked away from the crowd. Quake, disperse the serfs and escort this girl back to the castle. Nalante's tone softened at last. Yes, my lord, Quake replied, his heart brimming with joy. It was indeed a splendid beginning that their lord had acquired an elemental sprite merely a day after arriving in the territory. Soon, under the soldiers' guidance, those serfs who had seen a sprite for the first time returned to May village, their hearts content. My lord, you have returned. Upon Nalante's arrival at the castle with Quake and the others, Thomas, having received the news, was already waiting with a servant bearing a copper basin. He swiftly took hold of the reins of the horse, and as Nalante dismounted, Thomas promptly handed him a damp towel to wipe his face and hands. After enjoying the attentive service of his steward, Nalante finally spoke. Thomas, bring that girl to the inner fortress, have her wash up, and then send her to my chamber. Yes, my lord. Thomas glanced at Vivian, who had kept her head down throughout, failing to recognize her identity as the daughter of misfortune. Nor was he surprised by the lord's request to have a girl cleaned up before being sent to his chamber. Such occurrences were not uncommon among nobles. Their nocturnal activities often bore such plainness and monotony. My lord, I shall take my leave to attend to the night watch. Watching Thomas lead the daughter of misfortune into the inner fortress, Quake considered advising him, but ultimately refrained, his gaze filled with a complex mixture of emotions directed at his lord. Along the way, they had assumed their lord was simply suffering from a fever due to excessive fright. Now, it appeared otherwise, as few nobles possessed the audacity to have the daughter of misfortune spend the night in their chambers without considerable boldness. But go ahead. Nalante, oblivious to the fact that he had come to be regarded as a devil of lust in the eyes of his subordinates, dismissed himself and entered the inner fortress. Chapter 4. Vivian, upon entering the inner fortress, Nalante made his way directly to the storage room on the first floor. The system had already provided the formula for Vivian's initial awakening. Unfortunately, the ingredients required for this basic awakening were quite common and readily available within the castle. If he could successfully facilitate Vivian's initial awakening, there might be hope to counter the impending invasion of dark creatures in a week's time. With the necessary ingredients in hand, Nalante proceeded to the empty kitchen. A few minutes later, he had simply brewed the potion and disposed of the residue before returning to his chamber. The girl had yet to arrive. So taking advantage of the moment, he decided to investigate the system's lottery feature. The search function and the Lucky Maiden's illustration had revealed the system's vast capabilities, and he was now eager to explore the effects of the lottery feature. System, I wish to draw. The lottery system is now active. You currently have one opportunity to draw. Please initiate the lottery button. As Nalante's words fell, a large spinning wheel materialized before his eyes, adorned with an array of peculiar fruits. Enhancement fruit. Consuming it can improve physical strength. Agility fruit. Consuming it can increase agility. Intelligence fruit. Consuming it can enhance cognitive abilities. Such wondrous items. Nalante's eyes widened in amazement. This world possessed fighting spirit. But regrettably, the original host was a natural weakling, incapable of cultivating even a fighting spirit seed by the age of 16. The fruits before him might just change that situation. Without hesitation, Nalante clicked the button to start the lottery. The lottery commenced, and the pointer on the wheel began to spin rapidly. Ding! Congratulations, the host has drawn one enhancement fruit. It has been stored in the system panel. Please collect it at your convenience. Haha, splendid! Nalante exclaimed, overjoyed. Increasing agility was not an immediate concern for him. What was crucial was the fruit that could enhance his frail physique. Only by possessing sufficient fighting spirit could he survive more securely in this perilous world. Once the lottery wheel vanished, Nalante immediately retrieved the enhancement fruit. It was a golden fruit, roughly the size of a lychee, and as soon as he produced it from the system panel, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. May its effects be as excellent as its appearance. The golden fruit exuded a fragrance, so tantalizing that it made Nalante's fingers twitch with anticipation. In the next moment, he unhesitatingly popped the enhanced fruit into his mouth. Oh, was this sensation truly so delightful? As the fruit entered his mouth, Nalante's eyes widened in astonishment. The moment he bit into the fruit, it transformed into a warm current that flowed into his belly, spreading throughout his body, bringing an indescribable comfort. This warmth persisted for over a minute before gradually dissipating, and astonishingly, the enhanced fruit had vanished without a trace of skin or pit. It was truly delicious and miraculous. However, he was left pondering its effects. Nalante felt a subtle anticipation for the results, and thus he approached the bedside, drawing forth his longsword. The surge of strength was undeniable, enhanced by at least more than double. Holding the longsword with a single hand, Nalante gasped in amazement. This sword was a classic Western two-handed broadsword, weighing approximately 2 kilograms. In the past, if he had attempted to hold this sword aloft with one hand, his arm would have trembled uncontrollably. Yet at this moment, it felt as light as a wooden sword. He then executed a thrust, a horizontal slash, and a diagonal cut, while swinging the long sword continuously in the spacious bedroom. Nalante confirmed that the augmentation of his strength was not an illusion. His power now surpassed that of an average adult by a noticeable margin. Knock, knock, knock. My lord, the female serf you requested has completed her washing. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the bedroom. What does he mean by the female serf I requested? Upon hearing the knock, 2 lines of annoyance formed on Nalante's forehead. The butler had a way with words that was rather lacking, bordering on slanderous to his noble image. However, as a magnanimous lord, addressing the matter of the cursed girl was of utmost importance. Come in. Nalante calmly sheathed his sword. The door creaked open, and butler Thomas entered, respectfully guiding the freshly washed Vivian into the bedroom. My lord, is there anything else I can assist you with? Upon bringing in the girl, Thomas, fully aware that his master had important matters at hand, was ready to take his leave. It's quite all right, Butler Thomas, you may take your rest. Nalante realized that the butler might have genuinely misinterpreted the situation. Nonetheless, it was akin to mud falling into one's pants, whether it was excrement or not. There was no possibility of clarification. Yes, my lord. I wish you a pleasant evening. Thomas bowed discreetly, carefully closing the bedroom door. In that fleeting moment of closing, there was a glimmer of something unusual in his gaze directed towards his lord. Come here. After Thomas departed, Vivian, now dressed in maid attire, appeared somewhat flustered, standing rooted to the spot. Nalante, noticing her unease, gently gestured towards the sofa beside him and spoke softly. Please, take a seat, please. My lord, Vivian, trembling with trepidation, approached but did not dare to sit on the sofa. Instead, she knelt on the ground. Nalante was about to stop her but restrained himself. The rigid class hierarchy had deeply ingrained itself in the hearts of all in this world. For a serf, kneeling in the Lord's bedroom was likely the only way she could feel secure. "Ah, yes, your name, Vivian?" Nalante inquired. "Ah, yes, my lord," Vivian replied, her head bowed, her voice barely audible. "Do you have any other family members?" "I have a younger sister." Vivian was not a native of Stormhold. She had been exiled here 2 years prior. The reason being that her sister awakened as a cursed girl and was reported by their father for a reward, leading to her being sent to the stake. Since the cursed girl trait had a certain probability of being inherited, Vivian and her sister were dispatched to Stormhold. This land of misfortune would be their final refuge. After her response, Vivian suddenly recalled something and nervously continued. "My lord, although I am a cursed girl, it has nothing to do with my sister. She will certainly not bring misfortune upon the land. Please do not hold it against her. I am willing to serve you diligently and even take the stake in her stead." Nalante was taken aback. His initial intention was merely to engage in small talk to alleviate Vivian's anxiety. But it seemed to have the opposite effect. "Why do you think I would harm your sister?" Upon hearing the question, Vivian trembled slightly, then cautiously raised her gaze to observe Nalante, and upon seeing his friendly demeanor, she carefully replied, "My lord, 3 years ago." Vivian recounted the tale. It turned out that due to a series of dark creature invasions that had claimed the lives of the lords, the last lord to take office issued a cruel decree to eliminate all female relatives of cursed girls in the territory, regardless of whether they had awakened or not. Following this command, dozens of girls perished within Stormhold at that time. Vivian and her sister had only been exiled here a year later, allowing them to escape the massacre. Yet this incident had instilled profound fear in all subsequent girls. Nalante frowned. Such a brutal command was unimaginable for him as a time traveler. However, the lord from 3 years prior was likely Baron Doc, who had already met his demise at the hands of dark creatures, a fitting end for him. "Vivian, look at me." Nalante understood that in order to win over this girl, he needed to dispel the fear that resided within her. Otherwise, the cruel actions of Baron Doc might lead these girls to project his image onto himself. After all, in the eyes of serfs, all nobles were the same, and he too was a noble. Hearing the unyielding tone in Nalante's voice, Vivian trembled and slowly raised her head. That moment, Vivian had cleaned herself up. Her face was free of grime, and in the bright candlelight of the bedroom, Nalante discovered that Vivian was indeed a beautiful girl. Her fair complexion was a rarity among serfs, complemented by a delicate nose and bright, large eyes. Were it not for her frail physique, she would undoubtedly be more enchanting than most noble ladies in Tulip City. "Vivian, I will not send you to the stake, nor will I harm your sister." Nalante gazed intently into Vivian's eyes, earnestly promising her, "Not send me to the stake." Confusion flickered in Vivian's eyes. If a cursed girl were to remain alive, wouldn't she bring misfortune to the territory? Sensing her bewilderment, Nalante placed his hands gently on her shoulders, then softly lifted her, setting her upon the sofa. "Not only will I spare your life, but I also intend to appoint you as the captain of the guards," Nalante declared, shocking Vivian even further. "Captain of the guards?" Vivian was momentarily stunned. Not only was she spared from the stake, but she was also to be made captain of the guards. Vivian pondered whether her lord was perhaps a bit deranged or simply playing a prank on her. Of course, she suspected the latter was far more likely. "Indeed, Vivian, do you trust your lord's words?" "I do, my lord." Though her heart was filled with disbelief, she instinctively nodded, for the one before her was indeed her lord. "Excellent. Now drink this bowl of soup." Nalante, paying no mind to whether Vivian truly believed him or not, picked up the prepared basic awakening potion and presented it to her, regardless of her current skepticism. The truth would be revealed by tomorrow. "Yes, my lord." Vivian dared not refuse. She accepted the porcelain bowl and drank it down. After consuming the potion, it seemed to take effect rapidly, and Vivian soon leaned softly against the sofa, drifting into slumber. Nalante carefully laid her down on the sofa and covered her with a blanket. Having completed everything, he returned to his own bed, for the words of Quake from earlier had not been spoken, and the days of high fever during the journey had left him feeling utterly exhausted. Chapter 5. captain of the guards the following morning. The gentle sunlight streamed through the window, causing Vivian's eyelashes to flutter as she began to awaken. The sleep she had last night was sweeter than ever. The softness beneath her was unlike anything she had experienced, and the faint fragrance in the room was a luxury she had never known, having only dwelled in dark, damp hovels. Suddenly, Vivian became aware of her surroundings and swiftly opened her eyes, realizing she had forgotten that she was in the Lord's bedroom. Sitting up hastily, she discovered a pristine woolen blanket draped over her. Quickly lifting it, she checked her attire, relieved to find everything in order. However, her expression dimmed once more. As the daughter of misfortune, it was evident that the Lord had cleaned her up and brought her to his chamber. Yet he had not. This implied that his words from the previous night were surely false. Vivian was not afraid of death. Her only concern was for her 12-year-old sister. She recalled how her heartless father had abandoned them, forcing her sister to forage for wild vegetables and fruits alongside her, never once shedding tears from hunger, instead always putting on a brave face to cheer her up. "Little sister, it is I who have wronged you. You must live well," Vivian silently prayed, wishing that if the divine despised her, all misfortune should befall her instead, so that her sister could survive with luck. "You're awake." Just as Vivian pondered whether to leave the bedroom or remain where she was, a gentle voice emanated from the doorway. It was the handsome and kind Lord, my Lord. Vivian hurriedly leapt from the sofa, kneeling barefoot on the ground. "Rise," Nalantar softly commanded, then added, "Vivian, look who has come." "Sister," just as Vivian was engulfed in confusion. A voice she recognized all too well echoed from the entrance. "Lilia." She looked up to see her sister Lilia, standing at the threshold, clad in a brand-new maid's uniform. Vivian's face lit up with surprise, as she had thought she might never see her sister again. "Sister, the Lord has said I can come to the castle to be a maid. He promised me a daily salary of 10 copper coins." "What? A maid?" Vivian exclaimed in disbelief. Being a maid in the castle was a prestigious position, and how could the kin of the daughter of misfortune possibly attain such an honor? She turned her gaze towards Nalantar. Nalantar smiled and nodded. "From now on, you shall be my captain of guards, and your sister will serve as a maid in the castle. This way, you can serve me with greater peace of mind." "Vivian, do you agree?" I agree. Thank you, my lord." Vivian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, finally understanding that the Lord word from the previous night were indeed genuine. Yet she hesitated. "But my lord, I do not know how to fight." "Do not fret, for you will soon discover your abilities." The system chimed in with a side quest. "Assist the fortunate daughter Vivian in understanding her capabilities." System reward. Information about the second fairy. Such an operation exists? The system had issued another task. However, this side quest was essentially a bonus for Nalantar, as he had intended for Vivian to showcase her abilities all along. The prospect of acquiring information about a second fairy delighted Nalantar. "Vivian, you need not worry. Soon you will know what powers you possess. Now, let us go, for the servants in the castle have begun serving meals. Hurry, eat, and afterward I shall officially appoint you as captain of the guards." "Yes, my lord," Vivian replied nervously. Following this, Nalantar guided the two sisters to the first floor, where he entrusted them to Butler Thomas. In this world, commoners were forbidden from sitting at the noble's long table in the castle dining hall. Those who dared would be executed for contempt against the nobility, a rule that nobles were also compelled to remember. Seated at the 6-meter-long table, Nalantar enjoyed what could be considered the most sumptuous breakfast in the Stormhold, a piece of white bread and a slice of roasted ham. Just as he was about to finish, the castle's male servant entered, accompanied by Captain Quake. "Is everything in order?" Nalantar inquired of Quake, taking a white towel from the servant to wipe his hands before speaking leisurely. "Yes, my lord. I have brought the 10 young serfs you requested, 4 of whom have experience as hunters, while the others are the strongest youths from the territory." "Excellent." Nalantar nodded, noting that these 10 young serfs would serve as the recruits for his second guard unit. The plan to form this second unit had been set in motion on the first day he arrived in the territory, aimed at countering Anthony. After all, Anthony had 5 guards of his own, and Nalantar needed to assemble a force of 20 to effectively suppress him. With that, Nalantar picked up a delicate mass from the edge of the long table and exited the dining hall. In the castle courtyard, Vivian had finished her breakfast and was watching as Thomas instructed Lilia on how to be a proper maid. My lord. Originally smiling softly, Vivian immediately straightened her expression upon seeing Nalantar, respectfully kneeling on the ground. Rise, Vivian. Put on this mask. From now on, whenever you venture outside the castle, wear this mask. This mask had been found in the castle's storeroom, used by nobles during grand balls. The castle had seen 4 baronial families, all of whom had met their demise here, leaving behind many trivial items. These seemingly worthless objects had been overlooked by others, as everyone feared they might carry misfortune, thus inadvertently benefiting Nalantar. Yes, my lord, Vivian understood that if she were to step outside the castle, she would undoubtedly frighten all who recognized her. She obediently took the mask and donned it upon her face. Ah, no wonder the nobles favor this style. As Vivian secured the mask, Nalantar was taken aback by its exquisite craftsmanship. The mask, intricately designed to cover only the area around the eyes, was made of delicately perforated copper. The ornate patterns were breathtaking, and instead of feeling stifling, it exuded an air of nobility. Combined with Vivian's rare fair skin among the serfs, it created an image that danced between temptation and grace. A thrilling interplay of allure. Greetings, my lord. Outside the castle, 10 ragged youths, aged 18 or 19, knelt in unison, raising their voices in salutation. Their faces betrayed their barely contained excitement. Being a direct guard of the Lord was the most prestigious profession within the territory, offering not only generous compensation and high status, but also the opportunity to remain close to the Lord. To be chosen by Quake was akin to winning the grand prize in a lottery for them. Do you all know what you are about to do? Yes, my lord. Very well. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, you are officially the subordinates of me, Nalantar Barik, the guards of Stormhold. Thank you. My lord, we pledge our lives and loyalty to you. Upon hearing Nalantar's proclamation, all the youths erupted in excitement, pouring their energy into their vows of fealty. From this moment onward, their allegiance to Nalantar symbolized their chance to break free from the shackles of serfdom. If fortune favored them, through valor and strength, they might even become commoners or be granted a plot of land. Though only a handful among 100 might achieve such a fate, the prospect alone provided hope, explaining the unwavering loyalty of the guards serving lesser nobles. Excellent. Now, let us meet your captain. Vivian, come here. As Nalantar's voice resonated, a wave of astonishment swept through the castle entrance. Not only were the serf youths taken aback, but even Quake and the other guards wore expressions of disbelief. My lord, you have appointed Vivian as captain of the guards? That seems inappropriate. Quake immediately voiced his concerns. What nonsense! If the lord merely wished to alleviate his distress with the daughter of misfortune, that would be one thing, but to make her captain of the guards is utterly ludicrous. Quake felt it necessary to remind his lord for the safety of the territory and his own leader. What is inappropriate about it? My lord, Vivian is the daughter of misfortune, and her abilities. Quake responded under pressure. Quake, 2 days ago, I had a dream in which the god of glory revealed to me that the daughter of misfortune does not bring misfortune, but rather luck. Nalantar had anticipated this moment and prepared his explanation, knowing that in this primitive world, theology could be regarded as truth. Quake and the others exchanged glances, perhaps questioning the validity of a dream as proof of anything. However, I must inform you that, aside from matters concerning the daughter of misfortune, the Purple Sprite I discovered last night was also an inspiration bestowed upon me by the God of Glory in my dreams. Thus, it is evident that the God of Glory has favored me. Nalantar, as a Night Lord, it is my honor to abide by the will of the God of Glory. Now, do you understand? Indeed, my lord. Although still filled with doubt, upon invoking the name of the God of Glory, and with the Purple Sprite as corroboration, Quake and the others dared not voice their skepticism any longer. In this world, the favor of the God of Glory is akin to auspicious omens from ancient times. One may choose not to believe in such signs, but to declare them false in the presence of the Emperor would undoubtedly lead to one's ruin. Excellent. Since you comprehend, let us hasten to meet your new captain. Nalantar nodded with satisfaction. He did not require Quake and the others to fully believe. He merely needed to guide them gently to avoid inciting strong resistance. after which he could use the Lord's authority to quash any dissent, for this is a realm where the Lord wields absolute power. Presenting Captain Vivian, the 10 newly recruited peasant soldiers had no voice in the matter. Upon hearing the command, they promptly paid their respects to Vivian. "Greetings to you all." Faced with the salutations of the 10 youths, Vivian found herself somewhat flustered, awkwardly returning their bow, and then gazed expectantly at Nalante. "Did you not just question why Vivian is fit to be the captain of the guards? Allow me to have her demonstrate her capabilities to you now." Nalante stepped forward, taking a longbow from the hands of a guard beside Quake, and handed it to Vivian. "Vivian, shoot an arrow for them to witness. Target that wild fruit upon the tree." Nalante pointed towards a fruit tree not far from the castle, which, due to prolonged neglect, had sprouted several small trees, one of which, standing over 2 meters tall, bore more than 10 bright red wild fruits. "Yes, my lord, but I cannot shoot arrows." Vivian instinctively accepted the longbow, only to realize moments later that she lacked the skill to shoot. Quake and the other guards exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mixture of confusion and disbelief at the absurdity of the situation unfolding before them. "No, Vivian, you can shoot. This is a gift from the God of Glory. You simply have yet to familiarize yourself with it. Allow me to guide you through the process." Nalante, unfazed, calmly approached Vivian from behind, pressing against her back and taking hold of her hands. "Grip the bow tightly with your left hand, place your right hand on the arrow, and raise the bow towards the target. Draw the bow, aim, and release." With Nalante's hands guiding her, Vivian finally completed her first shot. However, the result was less than ideal, even somewhat embarrassing. The arrow sluggishly sprung from the bow, veering off course after a few meters before falling to the ground, lacking any force whatsoever. Witnessing this, Quake and the others lowered their heads, their faces flushed with concern that they might burst into laughter and incur the Lord's wrath. How does it feel? Unbeknownst to them, Vivian, who had previously been oblivious to archery, was experiencing a transformation at that moment. Just as the arrow was released, a peculiar sensation surged within her heart. This feeling, seemingly from nowhere, suddenly made her feel a sense of familiarity with the longbow in her hands. "I feel it." "My lord," Vivian inexplicably nodded vigorously. "Excellent. Now, it is your turn." Nalante smiled encouragingly. Although such behavior might seem disrespectful towards the Lord, Quake mused silently. "Should Vivian manage to hit the target, I'll gladly swallow that longbow." The fruit tree lay over 50 meters away, and even Quake, as the captain of the guards, could not guarantee success in hitting such a small target. Inhaling, exhaling, inhaling again, and holding her breath, Vivian slowly nocked a new arrow, raising the bow to aim at the target. Unbeknownst to her, her breathing rhythm began to synchronize with the act of aiming, achieving the optimal breath control that only seasoned archers possess. Now, holding her breath, golden patterns flickered in Vivian's eyes, and in that instant, she precisely seized the moment to release the arrow. Whoosh! With a sharp whistle, the arrow sped forth. How is this possible? Quake's eyes widened in disbelief. The sound of the arrow's flight signified its swift departure. Do not underestimate this, as it requires the finesse of a skilled archer. A slight tremor in the wrist could diminish the arrow's force, or even prevent it from flying at all. Thud! Remarkably, it struck true. Quake was left even more astonished as the arrow, under the gaze of all present, struck the fruit over 50 meters away, piercing it and continuing on to land several meters beyond in the dirt. Whoosh! At that moment, a second whistle echoed through the air. Vivian had involuntarily released a second arrow. The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. By the gods, this cannot be real, for the second arrow emitted a faint red glow as it soared forth. Boom! Upon striking the distant fruit, it erupted into a cloud of pulp. This fighting spirit. The daughter of misfortune is indeed a title knight. Quake's voice trembled as he gazed incredulously at his lord. Truly, she is deserving of her title as the daughter of fortune. Her innate talent is no less than that of a warrior. Amidst the astonishment, only Nalante retained his composure. Vivian, of course, did not possess fighting spirit. The remarkable damage she had just inflicted stemmed solely from her extraordinary gift. However, in the face of Quake and the others' confusion, Nalante chose not to clarify, allowing them to mistakenly perceive Vivian as a title knight. In this realm, possessing fighting spirit signifies an extraordinary existence. Whether peasant or serf, those who awaken it are sought after by the nobility, ascending to a higher status. Thus, individuals with fighting spirit are commonly referred to as title knights. The distinctions of bronze knights, silver knights, and golden knights correspond to levels of fighting spirit. According to Nalante's estimations, although Vivian had yet to awaken fighting spirit, her prowess was already approaching that of a novice bronze knight. Chapter 7. True Submission, my lord. I apologize, I instinctively released the second arrow. Vivian, having emerged from her mystical experience, felt somewhat uneasy as she noticed the strange expressions on Quake and the others' faces. After all, she had been but a destitute peasant girl just yesterday. Even now, possessing extraordinary power, Vivian felt a sense of disorientation. You performed admirably, Vivian. Do you now understand why I appointed you as captain of the guards? Nalante spoke gently, offering her encouragement that, "My lord, I understand." Vivian nodded, responding softly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Task reward information. A sprite will descend during the next meteor shower. At that moment, a system notification resonated in Nalante's mind. Another sprite is about to appear. Nalante was elated, for in other baronial territories, merely 1 or 2 sprites appearing in a year would be considered fortunate. Yet here, sprites have been manifesting for 2 consecutive weeks. Truly a land of luck. Suppressing his excitement, Nalante then surveyed his surroundings. And what of you, my lord? We too have come to understand. Not only did they acknowledge Vivian's remarkable archery skills, but her identity as a title knight left no room for further doubt. Quake, having just emerged from his astonishment, stepped forward and knelt before Nalante. "My lord, Quake acknowledges his error. Please, punish me. A title knight." Despite Vivian's seemingly delicate demeanor, Quake understood that once she grasped combat techniques, he would stand no chance against her. Even 5 of him would be insufficient. Simultaneously, the fact that the daughter of misfortune possessed fighting spirit compelled Quake to believe in his lord's earlier assertions. Perhaps this truly was a revelation from the god of glory, for how else could such an event transpire? Quake, I am not a tyrannical lord. I shall not punish you for your loyalty and sense of responsibility. Rise. Nalante nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, my lord. I shall remain eternally loyal to you. In this moment, Quake was profoundly moved, having truly recognized his lord from the depths of his heart. Although he had been unwaveringly loyal in the past few days, that had been more a mechanical and command-driven obedience. Now, however, his lord had not only exhibited wisdom and tolerance, but had also garnered the favor of the god of glory as a subordinate. How could he not devote himself wholeheartedly to such a leader? He swore an oath of fealty unto death. Not just Quake, but the other 10 guards assigned by the Count also genuinely acknowledged their lord in the same manner. Very well. Rise. From this day forth, as long as you exert your utmost effort, you shall one day take pride in this decision. Nalante expressed his satisfaction, pleased that not only had he resolved the matter concerning Vivian, but he had also genuinely won over these guards. Yes, my lord. Quake and the others responded eagerly, their eyes shining with excitement. Indeed, as the saying goes, when one person ascends, even their dogs and chickens rise with them. Should Nalante one day become an hereditary baron or even a viscount, he would possess the right to confer titles upon vassals, and they would have the opportunity to earn military merit and become minor noble lords themselves. Excellent. However, regarding today's events, it is imperative that this information remains confidential. Therefore, all of you must maintain strict discretion and refrain from divulging a single word. Do you understand? At that moment, Nalante's expression turned serious. Understood, my lord. Good. Quake, now distribute the longbows to the new guards. Nalante commanded. Before turning to Vivian, as the captain, I entrust their training to you. After speaking, lest Vivian be uncertain about how to instruct them, Nalante added, all you need to do is ensure they practice archery diligently, making certain that no one slacks off. Nalante was focused on teaching the 10 peasants of the second squad to master archery. In preparation for an impending invasion by dark creatures a week hence to AS for other tactical skills. Those could be addressed after the crisis had passed, at which point Nalante had a wealth of military training techniques from his past life and from online sources. Quake, Has the inventory of the castle's armory been completed? Nalantar inquired while riding along the dirt path of the storm territory to him. Why, Lord, the inventory is complete. There are 5 usable long swords within the castle, and 12 longbows that can be assembled. Per your command, 11 of those longbows have already been distributed to the 2nd Guard Squad, but we only have a little over 50 usable arrows. Additionally, over 200 arrowheads require the purchase of intact shafts before they can be utilized. More than 100, that's rather insufficient. Much like the masquerade masks, the castle still held many weapons, but most were either discarded or damaged, leaving very few that were usable. Nalantar was not particularly worried about the longswords. What he truly lacked were arrows, whether for practice or to confront the dark creatures. Clearly, 5 arrows per person would be woefully inadequate for a serious battle. It seemed he would have to procure more from the neighboring territory, lamenting his paltry 10 gold coins. I hope you can be resourceful and bring me some surprises. Nalantar suppressed his bitterness, redirecting his attention to the Purple Sprite in his hand. With Vivian's presence, Nalantar decided against selling the Purple Sprite, as it was exceedingly precious. No noble would part with such a treasure unless absolutely necessary. The Purple Sprite's purpose was to enhance the quality of crops in a given area, that, if fortune smiled upon them, and it could elevate the quality of a fruit-bearing plant, they would gain access to potion fruits, which significantly improved the physical constitution of knights and were highly sought after. Even if luck was slightly lacking, the enhancement of a plant that suited the sprite's preferences would still be quite favorable. The tulip family had become affluent precisely due to their possession of the tulip potion flower. However, the exact nature of the miraculous plant they would obtain depended on chance, as it was the sprite that would make the selection. There's a response. At that moment, Nalantar suddenly felt the sprite emanating a joyful mental wave, indicating that it had found a plant to its liking. Go forth, little one. Nalantar promptly tossed the sprite ahead, and it floated 10 centimeters above the ground, beginning to move forward. Everyone, follow. Nalantar spurred his horse, increasing its speed. Chapter 8. The Swordwood Grove. This is the Swordwood Grove. Nalantar's face lit up with joy as they halted their horses at the edge of a forest outside May Village. The swordwood tree, with a straight and smooth appearance akin to a bamboo pole, could grow to a height of 7 to 8 meters when mature, with the thickest stem not exceeding 7 centimeters. Its drawback was that swordwood was hollow and lacked sufficient hardness, which limited its uses primarily to the crafting of sword sheaths, hence the origin of its name. However, nothing is absolute. Under certain circumstances, swordwood could transform into a rare and valuable timber, particularly when enhanced by a sprite. Once a sprite had elevated its quality, the material of the swordwood would become exceptionally hard and resilient, making it difficult to sever even with iron tools. At this point, swordwood could be utilized as a spear or lance without any processing, and its lightweight nature rendered it a natural weapon. Even immature swordwood could serve as high-quality arrow shafts, holding value comparable to potion fruits. As Nalantar reveled in his discovery, the Purple Sprite's luminescence intensified, radiating outward in rippling waves as these purple rays swept across the swordwood trees. They absorbed the light, causing the bark to gleam with luster. Just as I thought. We've struck gold, Nalantar exclaimed with delight. My lord, it truly is a swordwood grove. Quake and the others, having run to catch up, stared in astonishment at the sight of the swordwood forest. Congratulations, my lord. The god of glory has favored you. Quake was at a loss for words to express his admiration for their lord. This was incredible luck. While swordwood was widely distributed throughout the kingdom, very few were chosen by purple sprites to become potion plants in the entire Countess territory. Only the Count possessed a grove of these magical swordwood trees. Each magical swordwood tree was worth a silver coin, and generally, a sprite could affect the plants within a 1-acre radius, given that there were at least 300 to 400 swordwood trees in that area. It was equivalent to 300 to 400 silver coins. As Nalantar conversed with Quake, the Purple Sprite had already retracted its luminescence and dove into the grove, selecting the sturdiest and tallest swordwood tree to circle around. Seeing this, Nalantar approached a slender swordwood tree and drew his longsword. Clang! With a metallic clash, the slender swordwood tree was severed, leaving only a shallow dent on the sharp blade. Such hardness and resilience can still be called wood? Truly, this is a fantastical world. Nalantar marveled inwardly. Quake, from now on, assigned 2 guards to safeguard this swordwood grove, but we must ensure the safety of the swordwood sprite. After confirming the quality of the swordwood, Nalantar began issuing orders. Generally, wild beasts and magical creatures would not attack sprites, but Nalantar still needed to be vigilant against dark creatures and humans, especially with Anthony present in the territory. By the way, didn't you mention that there were over 200 arrowheads in the castle? In the coming days, have the guards used these slender swordwood trees to craft arrows at night? Yes, my lord. With arrowheads and wooden shafts, the crafting of arrows required little skill, and Quake and the guards would be more than capable. Having given his instructions and leaving 2 guards behind, Nalantar returned to the castle. From this point forward, the sprite would coexist with the swordwood, and ordinarily, Nalantar would not take it away again. The sprite residing alongside its symbiotic plant would not only continue to enhance the newly sprouted swordwood trees, but also possessed a chance to undergo a transformation and evolution. The elemental sprite exists in 3 states: sprite, great sprite, and angel sprite. The diminutive fairies typically possess a lifespan of approximately 10 years, exerting their influence over crops within an area of 1 acre. However, should they be fortunate enough to undergo a transformation into greater fairies, their lifespan can extend to a century, with their effective range expanding to 10 acres if they ascend further to become angelic fairies. Their longevity may reach 300 to 400 years, and their area of effect could encompass 100 acres. It can be asserted that while small fairies are indeed precious, the benefits they confer upon a territory are ephemeral. In contrast, greater fairies and angelic fairies embody the very essence of a noble lineage's heritage. For instance, the swordwood small fairy, upon successfully transforming, even if merely into a greater fairy, would ensure a steady and substantial income for the Nalan family over the next century. Naturally, the metamorphosis of small fairies is largely contingent upon luck. It is said that the odds are akin to 1 in 100, that although daily feeding of magical potion powder can enhance the probability to a certain extent, it also incurs considerable expenses, akin to purchasing a lottery ticket. Upon returning to the castle, Nalan arrived at the rear garden, preparing to commence his cultivation of combat energy. The original owner's inability to attain the rank of titled knight was primarily due to his naturally frail physique. However, thanks to the strengthening fruit, Nalan's constitution now surpassed that of an average adult male. Flame combat energy technique. Nalan slowly retrieved a slender tome from his bosom, though this combat energy manual contained only a few pages. Its worth was no less than 300 gold coins, equivalent to over 3 million in his previous life, making it a treasured secret of the Berlick family. After perusing the contents of the manual, Nalan began to meditate and cultivate according to its instructions. The cultivation of combat energy consists of 2 essential elements. The first is to temper the body to enhance physical strength. The second is to meditate and absorb the elemental energies of combat from the heavens and earth, guiding them into the body, ultimately forming a seed of combat energy within. Once this seed is established, one becomes a true titled knight. Clearing his mind and closing his eyes, Nalan expanded his perception and swiftly found himself in a wondrous state. Within his awareness, the surroundings were not shrouded in darkness, but rather illuminated by numerous luminous points of varying colors. These are the very reasons this fantastical world could harness combat energy. Nalan focused his attention on the red points among the elements. These red points represented fire attribute combat energy, which Nalan needed to guide into his body, accumulating it to a sufficient level to form the seed of combat energy. Since his arrival in this world, Nalan had attempted this numerous times, but each time he sought to draw in the fire attribute combat energy, he encountered difficulties, as his body's narrow meridians could not accommodate a substantial amount of energy, rendering him incapable of forming the seed. The meridians could be likened to balloons. When a balloon is small, even a slight amount of energy can cause a blockage, and forcing more in could lead to excruciating pain or even a rupture, posing a life-threatening risk. However, Nalan's meridians had now expanded to twice their previous width, ample enough to allow for the formation of the combat energy seed. Everything was in place. Only the final impetus was needed. Nalan's expression brightened with excitement. All he needed to do now was continuously absorb the fire attribute combat energy from the surroundings, accumulating it until he could form the seed and thereby become a titled knight. Chapter 9. Are you referring to combat energy? Due to the grave crisis posed by the invasion of dark creatures, Nayland spent the following days primarily within the castle, preparing for battle. Matters concerning the territory and the populace would have to be addressed after the imminent life and death crisis was resolved. A week swiftly passed. The castle's dining hall, measuring over 80 square meters, presented a rectangular shape, exuding a sense of spaciousness and tranquility. Its only drawback was the lack of sufficient decorations. Only an old copper chandelier hung from above, failing to reflect the lord's wealth at this moment. Nayland sat alone at the long table, dining with a knife and fork. Lord, Captain Vivian reports that the small holes you instructed to be excavated have been completed, and Captain Quake has also invited Lord Anthony. Steward Thomas briskly entered the dining hall. Indeed, it is about time. Nayland nodded in acknowledgement. Boom! 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 Just then, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the sky, accompanied by flashes of light that followed the detonations. It has begun, Nayland murmured, setting down his knife and fork. The greatest crisis facing Stormhold was about to manifest with tonight's meteor shower. Thomas, remember, do not open the castle gates without my command. Nayland stood, reiterating his instructions to Thomas. Yes, my lord. Upon receiving acknowledgement, Nayland grasped the long sword at his waist and exited the dining hall. Tonight, Nayland was fully armed, clad in chainmail and leather armor for double protection. With a small round shield on his left wrist and a helmet atop his head, coupled with the long sword at his waist, this standard battle attire weighed at least 20 pounds. In the past, wearing such equipment would have burdened him. But now he walked with steadiness and ease, for just last night, Nayland had finally gathered enough fire attribute combat energy to implant a seed within himself, thus becoming a powerful and extraordinary titled knight. Greetings, my lord! Greetings, my lord! As Nayland stepped outside the castle, Quake and Vivian were already waiting with the guards. The sight of Nayland fully armored surprised everyone. Meanwhile, Anthony's unease grew at the sight. Had he not been outside the castle at that moment, he would have certainly mounted his steed and fled. That my lord, may I inquire why you summoned me so late? Anthony asked cautiously. Anthony, tonight is the night of the meteors. I merely invited you to the castle to witness the celestial display. Nayland replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Anthony's countenance darkened, suspecting Nayland was mocking him. My apologies, my lord, as the civil officer. My duties are quite demanding. Since there is no pressing matter for me here, I shall take my leave. With that, Anthony turned to depart. Wait, my lord, a large meteor shower is heading directly towards us. Suddenly, one of the guards cried out. Everyone turned their gaze skyward in shock. Although they had seen meteor showers before, this was a weekly occurrence, and while it instilled some tension, they remained composed. However, the situation was different now. Among the meteors, there were indeed 20 to 30 falling directly towards them. We're doomed. We're doomed. The guards turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. The only one who remained composed was Nayland, fully aware of how many creatures would invade that night and the impact points, which were less than 200 meters from the castle. Is this the Land of Misfortune? We've only been here a little over a week and already face such a wave of dark creatures. Anthony trembled as he gazed at the descending meteor shower, recalling the fates of previous lords and why, Lord, it is dangerous here. We must return to the castle. Quake and the others urged, ready to escort Nayland back. No, Quake. The experiences of 4 previous lords have shown us that hiding in this dilapidated castle against dark creatures offers no chance of survival, Nayland declared, his gaze sweeping over the group before he unsheathed his long sword with a resounding clang. Thus, our only opportunity tonight lies in striking down the dark creatures while they are still weak upon landing. After the dark creatures descend, whether due to impact or other factors, they typically experience a 5-minute period of vulnerability. During this time, their strength is significantly diminished, and this is Nayland's sole opportunity to eradicate the dark creatures invading tonight. Boom! 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 As Nayland raised his sword high, the meteor shower began to crash to the ground in rapid succession, the thunderous sounds resonating in every heart. Are you mad, Nayland? You would charge in a battle with just 10 guards and 10 peasants without even proper armor. Anthony stared at Nolan as though he were deranged. Nolan, I care not for your purpose here in Stormhold, but for the sake of survival, I implore you to heed my command. You need not participate in the battle, but I must temporarily requisition 5 of your guards. Nolan finally revealed the reason for summoning Anthony. Though Anthony may not be worth much, his 5 guards hail from the Earl's retinue, well-trained and fully equipped with weapons and armor. Impossible. I will not accompany you on this mad venture. 20 to 30 dark creatures. Barely a true baron could withstand such odds, let alone you, a lord without combat energy. Moreover, your retinue of peasants barely totals 20. This is nothing short of seeking death. As he spoke, Anthony prepared to mount his steed. Anthony, do you truly believe you can escape now? Look ahead. The path has been entirely obstructed by the creatures of darkness. Nalantar had long anticipated that this individual would not easily submit, which is why he had summoned him to the castle's gates in advance. Indeed, as Anthony gazed toward the castle's exterior, he saw that the recently fallen meteorite had completely blocked their exit. Nalantar's castle was not situated on flat land, but rather atop a solitary hill. The noble who originally constructed this fortress had excavated the earth and stone surrounding the hill, leaving only a gentle slope of just over 10 meters wide as a passageway in front of the castle. Thus, even in the absence of a moat, the steep cliff walls, with a drop of over 30 meters, rendered it impossible for enemies to mount an assault from all sides. Similarly, Nalantar and his companions could only descend from the castle via this gentle slope. Spanning 40 to 50 meters, the creatures of darkness had begun to emerge slowly from the meteorite crater. Should Anthony attempt to flee, he would likely find himself surrounded by them, in Nalantar's estimation. Under such circumstances, Anthony would surely relent. However, Nalantar had underestimated Anthony's fear of death, or perhaps he had misjudged the limits of Anthony's character. With no hope of escape in sight, Anthony devised a cunning plan. Intending to turn the idea towards Nalantar's guards, are you truly willing to perish alongside that madman, Nalantar? Allow me to enlighten you. The creatures of darkness are terrifying beyond measure. Not only will they launch an offensive, but even the dilapidated gates of this castle, which have never been repaired, will not withstand their assault. This crumbling fortress has already fallen 4 times. Therefore, the opportunity to survive lies solely in fleeing together now. Come with me. Let us charge forth together. Here, Anthony aimed to incite Nalantar's guards to flee alongside him. Only by rushing into the fray of the creatures of darkness would he be able to escape safely on horseback. Anthony, you are courting death. Nalantar was taken aback by Anthony's audacity, and as time slipped away, his patience visibly waned. Is it not so? Consider why so many creatures of darkness have descended upon us. Could it not be due to your lordship's failure to eliminate that harbinger of doom? Unfazed by Nalantar's threats, Anthony hid behind his 5 guards, continuing to incite rebellion. Anthony, I shall ask you one final time. Will you heed my command? Nalantar was truly incensed. Should Anthony continue his tirade, he risked jeopardizing his own plans. You shall not. Nalantar, you 5 protect me, and let us flee together. If we do not escape now, it will be too late. Do not perish alongside such a worthless lord. Were it not for the recent decree from the Earl, he would merely be a pitiful baron's son, lacking even the ability to wield energy, that if you wish to court death, then I shall oblige you. Nalantar ceased his words, and in the next moment, a radiant crimson aura enveloped him as he charged directly at the 5 guards before Anthony. Possessing martial energy, Nalantar was no match for the 5 guards, who were instantly sent reeling. Nalantar's figure swiftly closed the distance to Anthony. Wah! How could you? Puff! Without granting Anthony any chance to react, a long sword pierced his chest before his astonished gaze. You speak of martial energy? Apologies, but I have already attained the rank of knight. Chapter 10. The blood oath silence. As Nalantar's long sword embedded itself in Anthony's body, a brief stillness enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the gurgling of blood spilling from Anthony's mouth. Akin to a battered bellows gasping for breath, the onlookers were not only shocked by Nalantar's sudden assault on Anthony, but also astonished that he had become a knight. Protect the Lord. Moments later, Quake and the others drew their swords and rushed to Nalantar's side, while Vivian trained her longbow on Anthony's 5 guards. Although these 5 guard would not stand a chance against Nalantar. Quake and the others' reactions pleased him greatly. Even Vivian's performance was commendable. Raising a hand to signal Quake and the others to remain calm, Nalantar then addressed the 5 guards. Now, I present you with a choice. Death or allegiance to me. In such a critical juncture, Nalantar had little time to squander. He needed to resolve this matter swiftly. My lord, this may not be prudent. After all, Anthony was a noble. Quake immediately cautioned that in this world, nobles could slay commoners or serfs. But killing another noble was an unforgivable crime. Even if a noble were guilty, only the noble council had the authority to pass judgment, should Nalantar kill Anthony, and word reach the noble council. The consequences could range from the loss of his title to an eye for an eye. Quake, I am aware. Nalantar gestured for Quake to remain silent. He understood the repercussions of killing a noble. Yet these were extraordinary times. Preserving these 5 guards would significantly increase their chances of survival against the creatures of darkness later that night. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to you. Lord Nalantar, the 5 guards, now thoroughly frightened, exchanged glances and, without hesitation, knelt before him. They had merely been sent by Alding to protect Anthony and had not sworn allegiance to him. So with Anthony's demise, they held no grudge against Nalantar. Moreover, in their current predicament, voicing any dissent could very well lead to their own demise. Excellent. Now, each of you shall stab Anthony once, and I will accept your loyalty. Furthermore, I shall find a way to bring your families from Tulip City. Thank you, my lord. The guards rose and looked upon Anthony, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Nalantar, you are doomed today. Even if you escape death, Alding will avenge me. Anthony's bloodshot eyes glared at Nalantar with intense malice. Why are you not acting? Puff, puff, puff. Urged by the command, the guards steel their resolve and simultaneously plunge their swords into Anthony. Ugh! Anthony finally exhausted his last breath, his body collapsing into a pool of blood. Only after Anthony's life had slipped away did Nalantar retract his gaze. Initially, he had no intention of killing him. As the consequences of such an act were diffy upon witnessing Nalantar's fearless advance and his effortless dispatch of a skeletal soldier, the guards, who had previously harbored a flicker of trepidation, felt their morale surge dramatically. With a thunderous shout, they charged into battle against the skeletal foe. However, do not be deceived into thinking that shattering a skeleton's bones with a shield is a simple task. Bolstered by the aura of death, the bones of a skeletal soldier are considerably harder than those of an ordinary human. Without sufficient explosive power, an ordinary person would find it exceedingly difficult to replicate Nalantar's strike. Typically, it requires 2 well-trained guards to contend with a single skeletal soldier. Such is the nature of extraordinary strength. Had I been in my previous life, I might have even found myself wearing my underwear inside out. Nalantar reveled in the unprecedented power bestowed upon him by his fighting spirit. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted to his left, accompanied by 2 dull thuds. Hellhound! Nalantar was taken aback and turned to follow the sound. The source of the growl was one of the most troublesome dark creatures of the night, the Hellhound. Dark creatures are categorized by rank. First to 3rd tier are considered low-level dark beings, with the skeletal soldier being the lowest rank, while the Hellhound is classified as a 2nd-tier creature. The previous thuds were the sounds of 2 guards being flung aside by the Hellhound. Though their round shields were now in tatters, they were fortunate to have survived the encounter and were shakily rising to their feet. Stand back. I shall confront this Hellhound, Nalantar bellowed, swiftly advancing towards the creature. At this moment, the Hellhound had not yet fully regained its mobility, and Nalantar knew he must act swiftly. Otherwise, once it recovered, it could easily match a novice bronze knight in combat. The Hellhound, the size of a calf, was covered in dark red veins, exuding a fearsome aura. Upon seeing Nalantar charge towards it, it bared its teeth and revealed its sharp fangs. Chapter 11. The fierce battle with the headless knight advanced fighting spirit. As he ran, Nalantar shouted, the fighting spirit on his sword flaring into a faint crimson glow. With the sword suffused in this energy, he swung it directly at the Hellhound. The Hellhound, undeterred by Nalantar's fierce approach, leaped into the air, propelled by its powerful hind legs, and lunged toward him, its foul breath mingling with the scent of blood. Die. Though it was his first battle for survival, the overwhelming sense of power from his fighting spirit steeled Nalante's resolve. Just as the hellhound was about to pounce upon him, he altered his sword's strike into a thrust, aiming for the creature mid-air. With a piercing sound, the sword, enveloped in fighting spirit, plunged into the hellhound's body. Roar! The blade sank deep, and the hellhound howled in pain. Yet to Nalante's astonishment, the strike did not incapacitate it. Rather, it seemed to provoke its ferocity. The hellhound twisted its body, its sharp front claws swiping toward Nalante's face. Such vitality! Nalante, momentarily stunned, had no time for further contemplation and instinctively raised the small round shield on his left wrist to block. The impact resounded as he was sent sprawling several meters away. When he finally regained his bearings and looked at his left arm, he found the round shield utterly destroyed, its metal and wood splintered across the ground. With a fearsome roar, the hellhound, undeterred by its injury, lunged once more at Nalante. Just as he rose to his feet, Nalante's attention was drawn to the sword still embedded in the creature's neck, prompting him to make a daring decision. The original owner of this body was far from a true failure. Rather, his capacity for learning and comprehension was commendable. Thanks to the combat techniques he had previously acquired, Nalante could hardly be considered a novice in battle. "Be careful, my lord!" Quick and the others, catching sight of Nalante's peril, cried out in alarm. However, just when they feared for their lord's safety, Nalante executed a swift crouch, narrowly evading the hellhound's attack, and in a split second grasped the hilt of the sword lodged in the creature's throat. With a swift motion, akin to tearing open a sack, the hellhound's lower abdomen was cut open. Thud, as the hellhound crashed to the ground. Unable to stand, it fell heavily, defeated. That my lord is magnificent. The guards, witnessing the scene, could finally comprehend the magnitude of their lord's prowess and erupted into cheers. "Focus on the battle," Nalante admonished, his expression stern. A moment's distraction could prove fatal. The guards, chastened, refocused on their foes. Yet, with the formidable Vivian and her team of 10 archers providing cover, their fight that night was far from perilous. In fact, it was considerably easier than they had anticipated. After silencing his men, Nalante approached the hellhound, still writhing on the ground. With a thrust, he drove his sword into the creature's eye, finally putting an end to its relentless defiance. Phew! It is no wonder that people fear dark creatures. They possess not only immense power and fearlessness in the face of death, but also an alarming vitality. Now, the hellhound had only utilized a fraction of its strength, given a few more minutes to recover. Nalante feared he would truly be no match for IT. IT was little wonder that previous barons had met with total annihilation. Clop, clop. Before Nalante could fully exhale in relief, the sound of pounding hooves reached his ears. His expression shifted to one of grave concern. The most troublesome adversary of the night had arrived. The Headless Knight, the strongest of the second-tier dark creatures, was clad in heavy iron armor, devoid of the greatest weakness, ahead. It was akin to an armored canister. Before long, the silhouette of the Headless Knight emerged into Nalante's view. Dressed in thick knightly armor and mounted on a warhorse that towered over 2 meters. It wielded a massive, double-bladed axe, weighing dozens of pounds. This was a formidably intimidating sight, even for a novice bronze knight, let alone for a mid-tier one. That the guards, who had initially been emboldened, now trembled in fear at the sight of the Headless Knight. "Hey, headless fiend, I am here." Yet, armed with foreknowledge of impending doom, Nalante had made ample preparations for this most formidable boss. The Headless Knight, sensing Nalante's challenge and the fighting spirit emanating from him, charged forth without hesitation. Goodness, how swift! Despite his mental preparations, the sheer speed of the Headless Knight's charge took Nalante by surprise, prompting him to turn and flee without a second thought. "Do not follow me. Continue the fight." In his retreat, Nalante warned his men, concerned for their safety. Clop, clop. He dashed toward the open fields, evading the deadly knight's pursuit. That, of course, his legs could not outpace the full-speed charge of the warhorse. And as they entered the open fields, the Headless Knight's speed intensified, narrowing the gap between them 0.5 meters for meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, In the next moment, the heavy axe of the headless knight was raised high, glinting coldly in the moonlight, and it descended toward the back of Nayland T's head. It's close. Hearing the sound of the axe slicing through the air above him, Nayland T's heart raced, and goosebumps prickled his skin. Now, in that critical moment, Nayland T let out a mighty roar and dove to the ground. Creak! The headless knight's axe narrowly grazed Nayland T's helmet, the sound of metal scraping echoing in his ears. Down! Nayland T's reckless gamble was not without reason. At that very moment, the warhorse beneath the headless knight suddenly stumbled, its front hooves losing balance due to an unseen force, causing the beast to roll heavily onto the ground. Now, let us see how you swagger. Nayland T sprang to his feet, swiftly approaching the toppled headless knight. It turned out that Nayland T had instructed Vivian and the others to dig a series of pits for horses before darkness fell. Although the headless knight was a dark creature, it was not a ghost. Thus, the pits were equally effective against it. Advance Fighting Spirit Strike. Nayland T quickly arrived before the headless knight and swung his sword with all his might. Clang! The headless knight's formidable strength was evident, as Nayland T's swift attack was deflected by the raised axe. However, Nayland T had anticipated this. Instead of halting his momentum, he exerted all his force into a kick directed at the axe's handle. Clang! The headless knight had been crouched on the ground, and with a powerful kick from Nayland T, its form stumbled backward, toppling over. Now, perish! At the very moment the Death Knight fell to the ground, Nayland T disregarded his own appearance and lunged onto its body, directing his long sword towards the only unarmored part of its neck. He then pressed down forcefully. With a sickening thud, the sword plunged directly into the chest cavity of the headless knight. The headless knight, devoid of a skull, could not emit a sound. However, his deathly steed let out a mournful whinny, and soon the aura of death began to dissipate from its body. Merely 3 to 5 seconds later, both the headless knight and his steed had turned to dust, leaving no flesh behind. At last, it is resolved. Once he confirmed the demise of the headless knight, Nayland T lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath. Having vanquished the hellhound and the headless knight tonight had completely drained his energy. Chapter 12. The Blue Pixie. With the hellhound and headless knight defeated, the threat posed by the dark creatures diminished significantly. After resting on the ground for a moment, Nayland T rejoined the fray. Minutes later, all skeletal soldiers had been reduced to heaps of bones scattered across the battlefield. Oh, victory! We have triumphed. We have vanquished the dark creatures. With the demise of the skeletal soldiers, the guards could no longer contain their jubilant cheers. Although Quake's guards had previously been on battlefields, those skirmishes had been against humans, fundamentally different from facing the fearless skeletal warriors. Humans inherently fear death and pain, whereas dark creatures, as long as they can move, will fight without relent, even willing to perish alongside their foes. Thus, when battling dark creatures, the guards fought under immense psychological burdens. You all performed admirably tonight. Observing that none of his subordinates were seriously injured or killed, Nayland T felt a surge of joy. Our Lord is magnificent. Our Lord is magnificent. Upon hearing Nayland T's praise, the guards immediately altered their cheers. For tonight, their Lord was undoubtedly the most formidable and radiant figure. It was rare for a mere junior bronze knight to single-handedly slay both a hellhound and a headless knight, even in the entire duchy. Most importantly, they had eradicated a large wave of dark creatures without suffering a single casualty, a feat unprecedented and worthy of lifelong bragging rights. Excellent. You have also demonstrated your bravery and loyalty to me. To reward you, I will host a celebratory feast for you in the castle shortly. There will be an abundance of black bread and meat soup, in response to the cheers of his subordinates. Nayland T smiled and promised them a reward. Indeed, after the battle, the exhilarating rush of adrenaline and the pounding heartbeat were intoxicating, a feeling utterly novel for someone who had been an ordinary person in his past life. Oh, my heavens! Unlimited meat soup! Thank you, my lord, for your generosity. Thank you, my lord, for your generosity. We vow to serve you unto death. The guards cheered even louder, for meat was a rare delicacy for them, particularly for the 10 newly joined archers, who had not tasted meat for over half a year as serfs. Their lord's promise of unlimited meat soup was a reward no less valuable than a bounty of coins. All right, hurry up and clean the battlefield. Only once it is tidy can you enjoy your meat soup. Nalantar waved his hand, instructing the crowd. Subsequently, the guards busily resumed their tasks. My lord, this armor and weapons seemed to be enchanted equipment. In no time, Quake hurried over, cradling the headless knight's armor, his face filled with envy. Enchanted armor. Nalantar immediately shifted his attention to the armor and indeed spotted intricate silver runes beneath the grime on the chest piece. What luck! Nalantar swiftly took hold of the armor, and upon contact he discovered it to be astonishingly lightweight, at least 2/3 lighter than the standard iron armor of the same specifications. Of course, this remarkable lightness was not due to inferior craftsmanship. On the contrary, this armor was significantly superior to ordinary iron armor, and the true reason lay in the silver runes inscribed upon it. The origins of dark creatures remain a mystery, but one thing is certain. They undoubtedly hailed from a more illustrious civilization, as their weapon-forging techniques far surpass those of this continent. For instance, this enchanted armor alone, with its surface silver patterns, can lighten its weight, defying all known principles. These runes not only lighten armor, but also enhance the sharpness and durability of weapons. Yet, the reason behind the rune's extraordinary effects remains unknown. Such a piece of armor could easily fetch at least 10 gold coins if sold. Nalantar couldn't help but feel elated at this unexpected bounty. Naturally, if the armor fit him, he had no intention of selling it. It seems dark creatures are not entirely devoid of value. It's akin to having a delivery service. If more such deliveries were to come, wouldn't I become wealthy in the future? Nalantar mused to himself. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the second main quest, Nightmarish Prognostication. You have eliminated 28 dark creatures. Reward: 5 energy points have been issued. Ding! The third main quest, Nightmarish Prognostication, has been issued. Please check it yourself. The next moment, Nalantar suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. His body stiffened, and his expression froze. What? 168 dark creatures? System, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. If possible, Nalantar would rather not receive this delivery. In response to his pleas, the system remained unheeding, instead displaying a segment of imagery on his retina, showcasing the next Nightmarish Prognostication, which this time could be viewed even without sleeping. Suppressing his urge to curse, Nalantar began watching the third Nightmarish Prognostication: 0.5 Hellhounds, 10 second-tier Headless Knights, and 1 third-tier Death Knight. The next invasion will occur in 3 months. There is still time to prepare. Otherwise, if they come next week, I shan't participate. Whatever the Countess's daughter or the territory, let others play. After a moment, having finished viewing the third Nightmarish Prognostication, Nalantar was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Half an hour later, in the castle's courtyard, the guards gathered around several large outdoor wooden tables, their eyes gleaming as they watched the servants bring forth large cauldrons of meat soup. The soup was not merely broth. Beneath the surface lay generous chunks of bone and meat. The aromatic scent wafting through the air made the guards continuously swallow. All right, my brave warriors, feast to your heart's content. Whatever you can eat tonight, consider it your reward. With black bread and meat soup ready, Nalantar noticed the guard's eyes nearly falling into the pot and decided to stop delaying. Thank you, my lord, for your generosity. The guards cheered in unison, then scrambled to seize spoons, creating an uproar of shouts and laughter in the courtyard. Seeing such a wild scene unfold within the castle, Butler Thomas raised an eyebrow but refrained from commenting, recognizing it as a celebratory feast. Observing the guards indulging in their meal, Nalantar smiled and prepared to ride off alone to attend to another important matter that night, when Vivian approached him. My lord, are you preparing to leave the castle? Vivian, why aren't you eating? They might finish everything. Although Nalantar was the most dazzling figure of the night, Vivian had also performed commendably, having single-handedly slain 12 skeletal soldiers. Otherwise, only 6 of the guards would have been lightly injured. Why, lord, I'm not hungry, Vivian replied softly, pausing momentarily before gathering her courage to speak. My lord, I'm sorry. I brought misfortune, should I not? Vivian recalled the dark creature's invasion that night and the words of Sir Anthony, feeling that everything tonight was her fault. Seeing Vivian's demeanor, Nalantar felt a pang of sympathy. She had come to protect humanity and had achieved great merit tonight. Yet in this moment, she was consumed by self-doubt. Vivian, I have told you, I received a revelation from the God of glory. You do not bring misfortune, but rather fortune. Do you understand? Vivian hesitated, but under Nalanter's deep gaze, she nodded and replied, I believe in my Lord. Excellent. So do not entertain such thoughts anymore. Vivian, mount up and accompany me outside. Nalanter nodded in satisfaction, mounting his steed and extending a hand to Vivian. Yes, my lord. Vivian did not hesitate. Her fair hands gently rested upon Nalante, who then effortlessly positioned her securely before him. Once settled, feeling the warmth radiating from the lord's back, a faint blush appeared on Vivian's porcelain face. Giddy up, Nalante, oblivious to Vivian's reaction, lightly tapped the horse's flanks, urging it to gallop forth through the castle gates. The guards, witnessing this scene, exchanged knowing smirks that hinted at unspeakable thoughts, for with their lord now a knight of renown, even 10 of them would scarcely pose a threat. Nalante's intention in escorting Vivian away from the castle was far from the guard's imaginings. He aimed directly for an open space situated 2 miles from the castle. The rewards for a side quest had informed him of the impending arrival of a small sprite in the storm territory that very night. A detail he was keen to remember. Having expended a modicum of energy points, he pinpointed the sprite's landing site. Soon, he and Vivian discovered a meteorite crater in the clearing. My lord, is that the sprite? Vivian exclaimed, her eyes wide with incredulity as she beheld the blue sprite nestled within the crater. Indeed, it was a blue sprite. Nalante's astonishment matched Vivian's. Typically, sprites encountered were predominantly green, yet he had twice encountered sprites of a different hue, an occurrence that would surely invoke envy in other lords. The blue sprite possessed the ability to transform the land into a habitat favored by certain creatures, thus attracting them to reside there. Do not underestimate the value of this ability in a world where resources are scarce. Procuring meat is a formidable challenge, primarily reliant on hunting. However, with the presence of a blue sprite, it was akin to acquiring a free farm, one that required no feeding or financial investment in offspring. As long as they were not entirely exterminated, they would reproduce autonomously, continuously providing the territory with sustenance that, of course, the type of creatures attracted would depend on chance. It could be birds, horses, or anything else conceivable. My lord, congratulations on the favor of the God of glory. As Nalante gently lifted the still sleeping sprite from the crater, Vivian sincerely offered her congratulations. Though acquire 2 sprites within a mere fortnight was nothing short of divine favor from the God of glory. Chapter 13. Inspecting the territory the following morning, within the castle's dining hall, Nalante savored a hearty breakfast of white bread and smoked bacon. Although the absence of a dedicated chef rendered the bacon somewhat lacking in flavor and the bread a tad abrasive, it was undeniable that enjoying such fare daily was a significant stroke of luck in this world. My lord, the caravan is fully prepared and ready to depart at your command. As breakfast neared its conclusion, Butler Thomas entered the dining hall to report. Then let us set forth. With the greatest crisis temporarily averted, the next step was to devise a strategy for the development of his territory. The first course of action was to survey the land and gain an understanding of the storm territory. Despite its reputation as the Land of Misfortune, it was, after all, a legitimate baronial domain, comparable in size to a township in his former life. Greetings, my lord. In the courtyard, Vivian and Quake, each accompanied by 5 subordinates, had been awaiting his arrival. Nalante acknowledged them with a nod before mounting his steed. Today he did not ride the ordinary mare Little Flower, but rather a true warhorse bequeathed by Anthony. The warhorse was entirely white, standing an impressive height of 2 meters, destined to become the Lord's exclusive mount. As for Anthony, his remains had been taken for cremation, with the official narrative being that he had fallen victim to dark creatures. Soon, Nalante would dispatch someone to return to Tulip Castle. This morning, the villagers of May had risen late, for the previous night had witnessed a meteor shower, and they had seen a deluge of meteors fall upon the territory. Consequently, the serfs had fled with their families to the nearby woods for safety, only to find, to their surprise, that the anticipated dark creatures had not appeared. It was not until the latter part of the night that the puzzled serfs began to trickle back home. After consuming a few bites of the hard black bread, softened in hot water, They prepared to venture out to work the fields. However, upon stepping outside, they were met with the sight of a grand procession approaching the village entrance. At the forefront was a majestic steed, upon which sat a young man clad in a silk gown, followed by a carriage and a dozen guards. "Noble lord." Upon seeing this, the serfs instinctively retreated inside, while those already on the path hastily ducked into narrow alleys. "Is this truly the largest village in my territory?" Nalante pondered as he surveyed the dismal state of May village. The filthy, muddy streets reeked with a horrendous stench, and the dilapidated thatched cottages appeared on the verge of collapse. Such squalor was scarcely seen even in the most impoverished regions of Africa in his previous life. The only redeeming feature was the village's main thoroughfare, which was quite wide. However, despite its width, the ground was littered with excrement, and the foul odor was unmistakable to anyone who ventured near. Sanitation conditions must be improved. Nalante silently resolved. Appalled by the prevailing unsanitary practices of this world, he made a mental note of the situation as the procession continued on, finally catching sight of the serfs. Yet, upon witnessing them scurrying away like startled groundhogs, he felt a sense of exasperation. It was entirely understandable for the serfs to fear the nobility, for they had long been subjected to oppression by their lords, and this fear had become a natural response. "Noble Lord Nalante is surveying his territory. You should hasten to pay your respects." Quake, unable to contain himself any longer, called out sharply to the serfs. With Quake's commanding voice, the serfs timidly emerged from their homes, kneeling before Nalante in submission. "We have the honor of meeting the noble lord." The attire of these serfs was remarkably similar, consisting of tattered linen tunics, with most of them going barefoot, while a few young men sported worn-out straw sandals. "Rise." Nalante offered a warm smile, striving to present himself as approachable. The serfs, upon receiving permission, lowered their heads and stood. Quake then pointed toward the carriage and spoke again. "Have you seen the two skeletons in the carriage? These were the formidable dark creatures that attacked the storm territory last night. They were a headless knight and a hellhound. Noble Lord Nalante personally engaged them in battle to protect you. The grace of the divine now envelopes you. The storm territory shall no longer be a land of misfortune, but under the great leadership of noble Lord Nalante, it shall transform into a prosperous and stable haven. Rejoice, citizens of the storm territory. From this day forth, you shall have protection." These words have been specially crafted by Thomas for Nalante's territorial inspection. It was a common practice among noble lords to showcase their achievements as a means of governing and pacifying their subjects. Upon hearing the proclamation, the serfs could not help but lift their gazes at awe. "So those are indeed the bones of dark creatures. No wonder we encountered none last night. This noble lord is truly impressive. I believe Baron Dork was slain by a hellhound. Indeed, this noble lord is remarkable." As the remains in the carriage came into view, the serfs finally understood why they had seen a meteor shower but had not encountered any dark creatures. In that moment, they forgot their fear and began to murmur amongst themselves. Each time dark creatures invaded, it was not the noble lord who suffered the most, but rather the serfs themselves. The storm territory once boasted a population of over 10,000. Yet repeated invasions had decimated their numbers to nearly a tenth, which explained their excitement. Listening to the praises of their lord echoing through the crowd, Quake felt a sense of satisfaction and continued. "These two skeletons are not the entirety of our triumph. In addition to the Death Knight and Hellhound, under noble Lord Nalante's leadership, the Guard Squad also vanquished 26 skeleton soldiers, whose remains are now piled outside the castle for your viewing pleasure. Long live noble lord." "Thank you, noble lord." Upon hearing these words, the serfs once again knelt in gratitude. Such a tried-and-true tactic truly works wonders. Observing the shift in the serfs' demeanor, Nalante could not help but commend the effectiveness of this approach. "Very well, my loyal subjects. I now grant you leave. You may return to your fields or venture outside the castle to view the skeleton soldier's remains." With a wave of his hand, Nalante signaled for the serfs to disperse. "Thank you, noble lord." Subsequently, the serfs dispersed like birds and beasts, with some returning to their homes while others headed towards the castle. As the serfs scattered, Nalanter and his entourage pressed onward. Vivian, Do you have any knowledge of the population of May Village? Demographics are an essential factor for development. Although May Village appeared dilapidated, Nalater found solace in its considerable size. That I apologize, my lord, but I too am unaware of the exact number of inhabitants in May Village. However, I believe it must be around 1,000. I have heard that long ago. May Village was a small town. Vivian replied respectfully, "Oh, it was once a small town, was it? Then let us summon the village chief." Nalater nodded. Originally, it was customary for all villagers to gather in advance to await the Lord's arrival during his first inspection of the territory, a suggestion made by Thomas the previous night. However, Nalater dismissed this notion, deeming such formalities unnecessary. It was far more beneficial for the serfs to toil in their fields. Shortly thereafter, a guard was dispatched to locate the village chief, while Nalater arrived at the heart of May Village, where a spacious square awaited him. Upon witnessing the square, Nalater became convinced that May Village had indeed been a small town, as the 5 to 6 meter wide streets and the square were characteristic features of such a place. After 5 or 6 minutes, the village chief was brought forth. However, the chief's entrance was more audacious than Nalater's. He appeared reclining. The humble villager pays respects to the Lord. What is the meaning of this? Nalater wondered, observing the village chief struggling to rise and prepare for 8BOWMY Lord. He is likely too weak from hunger, Vivian interjected. How could a chief of a village, whose serfs have not starved, be reduced to such a state? Nalater's confusion deepened that a few days ago, Lord Anthony mentioned that the Lord had commanded a grain tax. The chief sought to plead for a postponement until the next quarter, as the count had already collected taxes from the previous season. Ultimately, Lord Anthony confiscated all the grain and forbade the villagers from lending him any, Vivian continued, her voice faltering towards the end. This explained why the serfs and guards were reticent. The grain requisition order issued by the Lord had led to this predicament that to voice their grievances could imply a lack of respect for the Lord. And should the Lord take offense, they could very well find themselves hanging in the village square. Only Vivian, through her recent interactions, understood that her Lord was not tyrannical, which allowed her to speak cautiously. Chapter 14. Triple price discrepancy. This rascal. I have not erred in my judgment. Nalater felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, for he had never issued such an order. This grain requisition must have been a secret decree from Anthony. Had he not already dealt with Anthony, Nalater would have sought him out once more for retribution. Vivian, provide him with some food, but not too much, just enough to sustain him, Nalater commanded, glancing at the nearly lifeless village chief. Soon, the guards assisted in feeding him a small portion of food along with water. After a brief respite, the chief's countenance improved slightly, and he immediately knelt, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. For your generosity, I acknowledge my errors and beseech you to spare my life. Rise. What is your name?" Nalater gestured dismissively. "Your grace, I am called Peter Pigu," he replied. Coughing slightly, Nalater found the surname amusing. Almost absurd, though such naming conventions were common among serfs. Noble families held elegant surnames, while serfs or commoners dared not adopt them. Names like Tulip or Barrack were exclusively reserved for the aristocracy. As for serfs, they were left with crude names such as Stick, Stone, or even Dung. Nalater proceeded to inquire further about the details of Anthony's grain requisition. Initially, he intended to reclaim the confiscated grain. But according to Peter Pigu, it had already been transported to the neighboring Count Quint's domain. Although Count Quint was one of Nalater's closest noble neighbors, it was still a territory under the dominion of Count Blackiron and the sole place where the citizens of Stormhold could procure living necessities. By sending the grain there, Anthony had evidently exchanged it for monetary gain. "Damn it!" Nalater exclaimed in exasperation. From Peter, he learned that Anthony's plundering had been thorough. May Village, with its population of over 1,000, now had enough remaining grain to last just a month. However, to achieve another bountiful harvest would require at least 3 to 4 months, 1,000 inhabitants, and only enough sustenance for 1 month. Nalater inhaled deeply, recognizing the gravity of the predicament. Ding! A system-side quest notification resonated in his mind. The serfs of Stormhold are your private property, as their lord. You cannot stand idly by while they starve. You must devise a mean for the serfs to survive the next 4 months until the next harvest. Quest reward. The emergence of the second lucky maiden, just as Nalantar was engulfed in worry. The system's voice echoed in his thoughts. The second lucky maiden? Nalantar paused, the arrival of this quest somewhat alleviating his ire. He had already witnessed Vivian's capabilities and eagerly anticipated the arrival of the second lucky maiden, making him quite receptive to this new task. Where is Anthony's residence? Suppressing his thoughts, Nalantar began addressing matters at hand. He had yet to instruct anyone to collect Anthony's belongings, but now it seemed imperative to raid his home. To your grace, is that building? Peter Pigu pointed to the only 2-story stone structure adjacent to the square. Nalantar then noticed that it was indeed the sole stone house in May Village. Despite its exterior being overrun with moss, it was the most solid and luxurious structure in the village. 200 pounds of coarse wheat flour, 10 pounds of fine wheat flour, 50 pounds of smoked meat, 1 barrel of wheat beer, and 2 pounds of monster meat at a complete set of silver tableware, 5 gold coins, 30 silver coins, and a number of copper coins. As Nalantar observed the guards unloading the various items from the stone house, his expression grew increasingly grim. The rascal Anthony was living more lavishly than he was. That monster meat cost a gold coin per pound. In the memories of his predecessor, he had only tasted monster meat once. During his 16th birthday celebration, when his barren father had procured it specially, my lord, aside from a carriage in the backyard, everything from the stone house has been removed, reported Quake and Vivian. Very well. Send 5 men to deliver these items back to the castle and hand them over to Thomas. Nalantar nodded, setting down the silver ladle in his hand. He was now certain that this set of silver tableware was genuine. A far cry from the plated imitation in his castle. This silverware alone was worth at least 5 gold coins. The total value of all the items extracted from the stone house amounted to approximately 15 gold coins. In this world, the monetary system revolved around precious metals. 1 gold coin equaled 100 silver coins, 1 silver coin equaled 100 copper coins, and 1 gold coin had the purchasing power equivalent to 10,000 in his past life. It was undeniable that while Anthony had engaged in unscrupulous dealings, the spoils had inadvertently benefited him, and the triggering of the system task was a silver lining. After all, it was not in Nalantar's nature to impose such heavy burdens on his serfs. Before long, Quake arranged for 5 guards to transport all the items back to the castle. Vivian, give Peter a silver coin so he can purchase some food. Nalantar had gathered a general understanding of May Village's situation and realized that further inspections were necessary. Thank you, my lord, for your generosity, Peter Pigu exclaimed, deeply moved, as he knelt and bowed repeatedly. Vivian, do you know the price of wheat per pound? Once again on the road, Nalantar began to contemplate how to fulfill the task assigned by the system. To prevent the serfs from starving, purchasing grain was his sole option. The food stores in his castle were limited, as he had only brought enough supply to fill a single cart, sufficient for the guards and himself for just over a month. My lord, if we purchase from Count Quint's domain, it will cost 30 copper coins per pound. Is it truly that expensive? Nalantar was taken aback. 30 copper coins equated to 30 units of currency. Even with limited knowledge of this world's pricing, he found it exorbitant. Noticing Nalantar's bewilderment, Vivian continued, My lord, Count Quint imposes taxes on all goods traded with the serfs of Stormhold, whether buying or selling. There's a 3-fold price discrepancy. Otherwise, he forbids us from trading in Count Quint's territory. If we were to purchase from other territories within Count Tulip's domain, it should be 10 copper coins per pound. Chapter 15. The Sea a Treasure? Such a thing exists. Nalan furrowed his brow. 3 times the price is simply ruthless, especially since one must pay taxes when purchasing goods. This was something Nalan had never encountered before. If it were a matter of selling goods, taxation would be understandable, as it serves to protect local industries. Each count's domain operates in this manner. Naturally, Nalan could also vaguely discern the reason behind Count Quint's actions, which was the firm belief that the villagers had no alternative places to buy from. The Storm territory lies in the southeasternmost part of the Tulip Count's domain. To reach other territories on foot would take at least a day and a night, with dense jungles and wild beasts along the way, making it exceedingly perilous. In contrast, a journey to Baron Kunt's estate only requires half a day, turning it into the only place where the serfs can procure their daily necessities. I could send soldiers to other noble territories to purchase grain, but the issue is that other nobles may not be willing to sell such large quantities. Feeding over 1,000 mouths for months equates to tens of thousands of pounds. Moreover, this would be a significant expense, completely exhausting my initial capital of 10 gold coins. Nalante pondered as he walked. After continuing down the rugged dirt path for over an hour, the group finally approached the next village. As they rounded a patch of low trees, the view suddenly opened up, revealing an endless expanse of azure coastline. Is this the sea? My territory is right next to the coastline. Inhaling the salty sea breeze, Nalante found himself momentarily stunned. Even the horses came to a halt at "My lord, what is the matter?" Vivian and the others inquired, noticing Nalante's abrupt stop. Vivian, is the storm territory adjacent to the sea? Indeed, my lord, beyond the storm territory lies the boundless ocean. Vivian nodded, her expression one of perplexity. This truly was unexpected. The ocean, a synonym for treasure. Vivian, what is the name of that village ahead? After receiving a confirming answer, Nalante temporarily suppressed his excitement and turned to look at the cluster of houses near the shore. That must be the second village of the storm territory, my lord. That village is called Misfortune Village. Why such a name? Nalante frowned. My lord, the villagers there are all those exiled to the storm territory. Because they are all relatives of the daughter of Misfortune, the residents of May Village have gathered them all here. Thus the name Misfortune Village. Such a thing actually exists. Nalante had thought that only outsiders would have a strong sense of discrimination against the relatives of the daughter of Misfortune. But to his surprise, it also existed within his own territory. By the way, Vivian, how were you allowed to live in May Village? Nalante suddenly recalled that Vivian had been discovered in May Village. My lord, my parents were tailors, and I can sew simple garments, so the villagers of May allowed me to reside on the outskirts of their village. Vivian replied softly, I apologize, Vivian. Nalante worried that he had touched upon the girl's painful memories. My lord, there is no need to apologize. Because of you, Lillian and I have the life we do now. Vivian responded with a sweet smile, feeling immensely satisfied with her current life. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of Misfortune Village, which was quite small, with only a few dozen dilapidated thatched cottages. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord. Surprisingly, a crowd of villagers had gathered at the entrance of Misfortune Village, and upon seeing Nalante, they all knelt down and offered their salutations. Nalante scanned the crowd and noticed that most were girls, with men making up less than a third. This was because during the exile, only the female relatives of the daughter of Misfortune were forcibly brought to the storm territory, while the male relatives came solely of their own volition. For instance, Vivian's father had abandoned the two sisters and did not come to the storm territory. Please rise. Thank you, my lord. The serfs cautiously got to their feet. Once they stood, Nalante began inquiring about the basic situation of the village. Like tea that moment. The village chief happened to be among the crowd, and upon Nalante's call, he cautiously approached the horse. I am Kenbin Yoshin. Greetings, my lord. A good name. Nalante stifled a chuckle and nodded, then continued, Kenbin Yoshin, where you all gathered here for? My lord, we are preparing to go to the west to the fiery forest to gather wild fruits. Kenbin Yoshin replied carefully. Gathering wild fruits? Is the whole village going? Nalante inquired further. After asking many details, he finally learned the true reason for their gathering. It turned out that this was also a consequence of Anthony's grain requisition. The situation in Misfortune Village was even worse than in May Village. Their village had a scarce labor force, and the grain they produced was already minimal. Most of the time, they had to venture to the west to the fiery forest to gather wild fruits to make up for the shortfall. This time, Anthony had requisitioned nearly all their grain. And to make matters worse, 2 months ago, it seemed that magical beasts had begun to appear in the fiery forest, with several serfs already gone missing while gathering wild fruits. They were now left with no choice but to prepare for the entire village to go together, hoping to look out for one another. If there truly are magical beasts, going together will not help. Nalante shook his head, frowning. Magical beasts are beings that are no less formidable than dark creatures, and are even more terrifying than most dark entities. Not only do magical beasts possess extraordinary strength, but they also possess intelligence. Even a titled knight must tread carefully when encountering them. You are right next to the sea. Why not try fishing instead? Nalante looked towards the coastline, suggesting that the villagers attempt fishing, which would surely be more filling than gathering wild fruits. The serfs seemed taken aback by Nalante's question. Even Vivian looked at her lord with a puzzled expression. There's something wrong? Sea fish should be more nutritious, Nalante remarked, perplexed. Logically speaking, the oceans in this world had surely not been depleted, and calling it a treasure trove of food would not be an exaggeration. My lord, there are sea monsters by the coast. The villagers cannot approach the shoreline to fish unless an army is sent to drive them away and slay them, Vivian quietly explained to Nalante. Chapter 16. Do fish like to watch dance? Sea monsters? Nalante furrowed his brow slightly, as the Barik family did not reside near the coast, and given the extreme inconvenience of transportation in this world, his knowledge of the oceans here was indeed quite limited. Take me to sea. Before long, under Kenbi Nyoshin's guidance, Nalante arrived at the seaside. The coastline of the storm territory was picturesque, featuring not only rocky stretches but also vast expanses of golden sand. At that moment, standing atop a rocky outcrop by the sea, Nalante gazed at the miles of coastline where gold and blue intertwined, his brow furrowing in contemplation. There truly are sea monsters here. Through the appearance of these creatures, Nalante recalled knowledge that had been taught in the Noble Academy but had long been forgotten. The fishmen sea monsters, standing only about 4 to 5 feet tall, were entirely blue and of slender build. These fishmen sea monsters almost occupied the entire beach, frolicking about or searching for shells and crabs in the sand to satiate their hunger. Additionally, there were numerous makeshift shelters constructed from branches and shells scattered across the beach. This is quite troublesome. Now Nalante finally understood why, despite possessing such a golden coastline, the serfs were still going hungry. Although these fishmen sea monsters were somewhat weaker than an adult, their sheer numbers meant that if attacked, they would swarm together to retaliate. Those weaker than them would naturally suffer greatly, but if faced with a stronger enemy, the fishmen knew to escape into the water, behaving like a group of utterly unprincipled ruffians. Have you ever tried using fishing rods to catch fish near these rocks? Nalante shifted his gaze to the low rocky outcrops by the beach. With his current military strength, it would be impossible to drive away these fishmen sea monsters. However, catching fish does not necessarily require going to the beach, although the difficulty would increase with this method. It could still serve as a solution to the food shortage. My lord. In the past, some have tried using small caterpillars or black bread as bait, but once the bait was thrown into the sea, it would almost always be devoured by the fishmen sea monsters. They have a great fondness for land-based food. The serf's response left Nalante utterly disheartened. If even the bait was consumed by the sea monsters, what chance did they have of catching fish? Let us go. Nalante took one last unwilling glance at the vast blue sea before turning to signal everyone to leave. It seemed that the sea could only be developed once they had sufficient strength. Yes, my lord, Quake and the others responded, preparing to escort Nalante away. However, just as Quake turned around, the hilt of his sword reflected a silver glint onto Nalante's face. Nalante squinted at the light, momentarily dazed, and then suddenly froze. Wait, fishing does not necessarily require bait. In a moment of inspiration, Nalante recalled a method from his previous life that allowed one to fish without the need for bait. My lord, what troubles you? Vivian inquired with concern, nearly colliding with the lord's back as she halted abruptly. I've devised a way to fish without bait. Nalante confessed without hesitation. How can one fish without bait? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, questioning if fish could possibly be lured by iron hooks. Kinbi, do you have a fishing rod in your village? Nalante refrained from elaborating further. Indeed, there existed a method of fishing without bait in his previous life. Though he was uncertain if it would be effective in this world, but my lord, we don't have fishing rods in the village, but crafting one is quite simple. That I shall make one at once. Though Kinbi found the lord's assertion somewhat ludicrous, he dared not delay in fulfilling the request. Yes, go ahead and make one. By the way, do you have a small iron spoon? If so, bring it as well. I happen to have one at home. My lord, I shall fetch it immediately. Kinbi responded eagerly, racing off with several villagers in tow. Before long, Kinbi returned, breathless, with a makeshift fishing rod in hand. The rod was a rudimentary construct, a slender branch tied with a brown hemp line, at the end of which was affixed a rather hefty iron hook. Nalante felt a twinge of doubt regarding the rod's efficacy. Yet, with the eyes of both soldiers and serfs upon him, he steeled himself to give it a "Trymy, Lord. This is a ladle," Quimby exclaimed, handing over a small spoon. Though made of iron, the spoon gleamed with a polish that indicated its value, especially in a world where most serfs could only afford wooden utensils. "Rest assured, I shall compensate you for the spoon later." Nalante accepted it, and, before Quimby could react, snapped the spoon in two. "Ah!" Quimby gasped in dismay, but quickly covered his mouth in shock. Ignoring Quimby's distress, Nalante unsheathed his sword, piercing two small holes in the portion of the spoon designed for scooping soup. After securing one hole to the fishing line and attaching the hook to the other, he created a rudimentary lure. This is the simplest form of a shiny bait. I hope that the art of lure fishing proves effective in this strange world. Lure fishing involves using artificial bait to mimic weak or injured creatures, enticing predatory fish to strike. This method requires no actual bait, making it possible to catch carnivorous fish, such as the bass or small grouper from his past life. Nalante had once experienced this firsthand with friends. Successfully catching fish, the shiny silver spoon would reflect strong light, drawing fish towards it. "Let us proceed to the rocks over there." With his rod and bait prepared, Nalante made his way to the shoreline. "Yes, my lord." Although the crowd was puzzled by the lord's fishing strategy, they obediently followed. Nalante advanced to a low rock formation, only a meter above the water's surface, and with a swift motion, cast the silver spoon and hook 8 meters away. In his previous life, lure fishing utilized a spinning reel to cast farther, but such equipment was not at his disposal now. As the silver spoon sank into the water, it twinkled enticingly, immediately drawing a multitude of fish to swirl around it. Success! Nalante's face lit up at the sight. Without hesitation, he began to gently jiggle the rod, making the silver spoon mimic an injured fish, helplessly struggling in the water. Observing this, the soldiers and serfs exchanged anxious glances, wondering if their lord was, in fact, dancing. Did he believe that dancing would compel the fish to bite the iron hook and offer themselves willingly? However, amidst their incredulity, Nalante suddenly let out a surprised cry. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air as the hemp line on the fishing rod went taut. Had he truly hooked a fish? The onlookers gaped as the rod bent into a dramatic arc with a triumphant lift of his arm. Nalante pulled up a sea fish weighing over a pound. Could it be that fish were indeed attracted to his dance? The sight of the lively fish brought doubt to the serfs and guards alike, as they questioned its edibility and whether consuming it might affect their intelligence. "What are you dawdling for?" "Quickly retrieve the fish," Nalante urged his stunned companions. "Yes, my lord." Vivian, closest to Nalante, rushed forward to collect the fish. "My lord, you are remarkable. This fish must be worth at least 30 copper coins." "Is it truly that valuable?" Nalante queried. "Yes, my lord. It is indeed true. The price is consistent with what I observe in the market near Baron Quintet's domain," Vivian confirmed. "Then we may be on the verge of prosperity." Nalante's heart soared at the prospect. If the price of sea fish was genuinely so high, he could resolve the food shortage and even increase the revenue of his territory. Without delay, he cast the line back into the water, eager to ascertain whether the catch was a mere fluke. Once again, the silver spoon drew in fish, and Nalante resumed his rhythmic dance with the rod. "Here we go again. The lord is dancing for the fish once more." The crowd's eyes widened, particularly the serfs, who were captivated by their lord's movements, eager to learn this fishing dance for themselves to catch fish in secret later. "You lot, cease your gawking." Some serfs, unable to contain their curiosity, began mimicking Nalante's motions. Their antics were quickly noticed by Quick, who positioned himself firmly in front of the serfs, sternly admonishing them to avert their gazes. To Quick, this dance was a lucrative skill, a privilege exclusive to their lord, not to be appropriated by serfs without permission. Under Quick's watchful glare, the serfs shrank back, heads bowed. Buzz! Just then, another sound erupted from the front. Nalante had hooked another fish. Indeed, his rod bent dramatically once more as a larger sea fish pulled against the line. "Wow, this one is massive," Nalante exclaimed, feeling a pull far greater than the previous catch. The fish was so powerful that he dared not lift it directly. Instead, he followed it as it swam. Gradually, he found himself being pulled closer to the sandy shore, perilously close to the fisher's territory. Not good. Come here. Nalente, disregarding caution, raised his rod with determination. With a surge of strength, he managed to lift the fish from the water, causing it to leap into the air. What a magnificent catch! The sight of the fish, weighing 7 to 8 pounds, drew gasps from the crowd. Just as the fish was about to be brought ashore, the makeshift rod, crafted from an ordinary branch, finally succumbed to the strain and snapped. No! Get it on land! Quick as a flash, Nalente kicked the fish in its belly, sending it soaring onto the shore, where Quick caught it in his embrace. And my lord is magnificent. The crowd erupted in cheers. Haha, merely a trifle. Nalente felt a swell of pride. Most importantly, he had confirmed that lure fishing was indeed viable in this world. His successful catch was no mere coincidence, though he had hoped to catch more fish to bring back to the castle and diversify their meals. The broken rod curtailed his endeavors. Kinby, my lord, I am here. At that moment, Kinby gazed at his lord with newfound admiration, astonished that he could catch fish through the art of dance. How I wish I could learn such graceful movements. Was Kinby's inner reflection, is there enough grain in your village to last a few more days? My lord, we have enough wheat for just over a week. However, if we were to forage for wild fruits in the fiery forest to the west, we might manage to stretch it a bit further. Kinby replied cautiously, and more foraging for wild fruits. Upon hearing this, Nalente felt a sense of clarity in his heart. However, he firmly dismissed the notion of the serfs risking their safety to venture into the blazing fire forest to gather wild fruits. The sea was abundant with fish, and even in the absence of danger, he would not squander manpower on such endeavors. Kinby, upon hearing Nalente's words, turned pale, fearing that he had forbidden them from foraging the wild fruits on the territory. In this world, every blade of grass and every tree within the domain belonged to the Lord. Should the Lord issue a decree against foraging, even plucking a single blade of grass would be deemed theft against the Lord's property. Generally, no lord would issue such a command. I will craft some fishing rods in the coming days. Your future duty will be to fish, Nalente declared. Huh? Fish? Kinby, with a look of astonishment, responded. What? Are you unwilling? Of course we are willing, Kinby replied, his expression brimming with excitement, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Very well, Nalente nodded, dismissing Kinby. Just as he was about to retrieve something from his bosom, Quake cautiously approached, saying, My lord, are you truly prepared to impart the exquisite technique of dancing while fishing to them? This could potentially reveal our secret technique. What dancing technique? Nalente asked, somewhat perplexed, seeing that his lord did not comprehend. Quake immediately raised his hand and mimicked Nalente's previous movements to entice the fish. This technique, a vein throbbed on Nalente's forehead. Did I truly perform such an embarrassing maneuver while fishing? Quake, go and inform the serfs that not a single word regarding fishing is to be leaked. However, Quake's words served as a reminder to Nalente. Indeed, this method of fishing with artificial bait was a groundbreaking innovation in this world, promising immense economic benefits, and thus must remain confidential. Yes, my lord. Quake understood Nalente's resolve and did not dare to utter another word, promptly heading towards the serfs, followed by a stern warning. Once Quake departed, Nalente retrieved a small creature from his bosom, the Blue Sprite he had acquired the previous night. This little being had reacted the moment Nalente approached the beach. This was not a good omen. Being on the coast, Nalente was deeply concerned that the sprite might choose a habitat in the sea. If there were no sea monsters or fishmen, Nalente would not be overly worried. But now, with the existence of those creatures, even if it attracted precious marine fish, he would have no means to catch them. The sprite's choices were random, and Nalente had no choice but to accept. Go on, little one. With that, Nalente placed the Blue Sprite on the ground. Migu. The little sprite excitedly called out to Nalente before scampering down the sandy beach. Chapter 18. The Flying Fish, Seeking Votes. The sprite was a remarkable entity. Typical creatures or magical beasts did not attack it, so Nalente felt no concern for the Blue Sprite's venture onto the beach. Sure enough, when the Blue Sprite reached the shore, the fishmen and sea monsters merely observed it with curiosity, without any intent to attack or pursue. The Blue Sprite, chirping Migu, Migu soon plunged into the sea. Subsequently, the little creature finally halted over 50 meters from shore, thanks to the crystal-clear waters. Nalante could see a vibrant coral reef beneath. As the Blue Sprite stopped, it began to gather blue light around itself, and when the radiance became blinding, waves of light began to radiate outward. As the blue light swept across the coral, the underwater corals became even more resplendent. In a previous life, this place would likely have transformed into a breathtaking tourist destination, Nalante lamented. Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the surface of the sea. Schools of fish emerged from the deep waters, swimming towards the shallows, leaping joyfully above the surface. Flying fish? As a knight of notable status, Nalante's eyesight was keen. He discerned that the fish were all of the same species. The fish were not large, merely the length of chopsticks, their bodies shimmering with silvery light, and most peculiarly, a pair of pectoral fins resembling bird wings allowed them to glide fleetingly above the water surface. Do you know what kind of fish those are? In his previous life, he had encountered flying fish, but he was unsure whether they were the same as in this world at My Lord. That seems to be the sliding mouth flying fish. Kinby tentatively ventured. Sliding mouth flying fish? Nalante was surprised that someone actually recognized My Lord. The sliding mouth flying fish is not edible. Once, villagers in the hamlet found some of these flying fish on the shore, and they ended up with diarrhea for 3 days, nearly starving to death. Moreover, not even seabirds would consume them for fear of the same fate. Nalante silently mourned for the serf, and for his own coins as well. Clearly, the Blue Sprite had floundered. Even if he could eventually eliminate the fishmen and sea monsters along the coast, these sliding-mouth flying fish would likely hold no economic value. With mixed feelings, Nalante chose not to linger by the sea any longer and, burdened with a heavy heart, led his guards back along the same path. Originally, he had intended to head west to survey the entire storm territory. But since the villagers had mentioned the presence of magical beasts in that direction, he would have to wait until he was fully prepared to continue his inspections. He had ventured out today without even donning his leather armor. Should he encounter a magical beast, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly be compromised without proper gear. Vivian, is there a blacksmith in May Village? The need for fishing was pressing, and the most crucial element for fishing was the artificial bait. Upon returning to the castle, Nalante began to make arrangements. There is, my lord, the village's blacksmith, Fady, operates a forge. Indeed, there is. Nalante's spirits lifted. He immediately instructed Quake, take the spoon and fishhooks I brought back to the blacksmith, and have him craft 100 sets as quickly as possible. Whatever the cost, you can collect it later from Butler Thomas. Additionally, go to the Swordwood Forest and select 30 swordwood logs as thick as a thumb, chop them down, and send them to Misfortune Village to have them fashioned into fishing rods. Nalante understood that the sea fish varied in size. If he attempted to use ordinary branches, he would certainly be unable to catch fish. Yes, my lord, although Nalante had only surveyed a small portion of his territory today. It had consumed the entirety of his morning. Once Quake departed, Thomas arrived to report that lunch was ready. After half a month of consuming bread and smoked meat, he finally had the opportunity to enjoy fresh food. At the long table, savoring the exquisite fish soup, Nalante could not help but moan in delight. After 15 days of eating nothing but smoked meat and bread, even for a true gourmand like him, it had been quite a trial. Now, at long last, he had the chance to rescue his palate. The only downside was the absence of a chef. In the memories of the previous owner, even in the not particularly affluent Baron Andrew's castle, the level of food served met the minimum standards of nobility, with at least 4 or 5 chefs on hand out of course. The low dining standards in Nalante's castle were partly due to the lack of chefs, but also due to the source of ingredients. The common folk had no surplus grain to raise livestock, and Nalante, being new and empty-handed, found that there were no chickens or ducks to be had in his territory. Obtaining even a single egg was an impossibility. He needed to strive diligently to soon live a life of indulgence befitting a lord. Other nobles had spent decades or even centuries managing their fiefs before gradually improving their lives. But Nalante believed that as a transmigrator, he should achieve the same level as other nobles within a year or two at most, particularly since he possessed a golden-fingered My Lord. We have new gold coins entering the treasury today. Allow me to report. Thomas carefully began, holding a ledger. For matters of mundane finance, nobles typically entrusted their management to the castle steward. Whenever there were significant expenditures or income, the steward would report to the noble during mealtime, sparing the noble from expending unnecessary energy on these affairs. Speak. My lord, there were originally 9 gold coins in the castle, 30 silver coins, and 210 copper coins. After adding the wealth you brought back today, the castle now holds 13 gold coins, 39 silver coins, and 350 copper coins. So as a dignified lord, I now possess a total of 13,000 coins. After listening, Nalantar silently pondered. The sum of over 100,000 is truly insignificant for a lord. It is not even sufficient to repair this dilapidated castle. This baron's fortress has been breached by dark creatures several times. Although the structural integrity of the walls remains intact, the furnishings and decorations are severely lacking, necessitating a complete renovation both inside and out. For instance, the corridors and hallways must be adorned with carpets. Otherwise, they would present a stark, bare stone pathway, hardly befitting a noble residence. Furthermore, it is imperative to display artworks or silver and gold utensils within the castle to convey affluence. Otherwise, word may spread, leading to ridicule from other nobles. While Nalantar himself may not be concerned about the dignity of nobility, reputation in this world is not as trivial as it was in his previous life. Where personal preference sufficed, a tarnished reputation can adversely affect future trade relations between Stormhold and other territories, as well as various other matters that lie in this realm. A noble's reputation serves as a business card. If one possesses a renowned or admirable name, they will be greeted with respect and hospitality in any territory. Conversely, if one is notorious or infamous for poverty, it is unlikely they will be able to forge friendships. Merely being regarded with disdain would be a fortunate outcome that in a few days, once he catches some sea fish, he might sell them for money, and later he could also cut down some mature swordwood for profit. Nalantar calculated in his mind. Chapter 19. The colossal sea monster, seeking votes, seeking collections. The pursuit of wealth cannot be rushed. It must unfold naturally. Suddenly, Nalantar recalled something and spoke. Thomas, aside from you, is there anyone else in the castle who can read? Although he was aware of the population in his territory, Nalantar wished to conduct a detailed census, encompassing the familial situations of all serfs, such as their age groups and any particular skills they may possess. This way, he could rely on the populace to manage the affairs of the territory in the future. My lord, it seems there is not, Thomas replied cautiously. Although the 3 male servants in the castle also hailed from Tulip Castle, they were illiterate. Thomas himself had been trained as an elite servant. Such elite servants were scarce in Tulip Castle, numbering perhaps only in the dozens, and they had received training in literacy and arithmetic. Typically, they would serve as aides to the steward of Tulip Castle, specifically tasked with managing estates or other economically beneficial enterprises that, of course, they would occasionally be bestowed upon the count's vassals as rewards. For instance, Nalantar received Thomas, who became an exceptional steward, alleviating Nalantar of the burden of training one anew. None at all. Nalantar fretted, in this world, literacy is considered a mark of high status, and such talents are not easily found. My sister can read. At that moment, a timid voice emerged from the long table. Vivian can read? Yes, my lord. My sister attended school for 2 years. It turned out that before being exiled to Stormhold, Vivian and Lilia lived in Tulip City, where their parents operated a tailor shop, thus affording Vivian the opportunity to attend school for 2 years. Of course, knowing how to read was of little use to Vivian before Nalantar arrived at Stormhold, so no one was aware of her literacy. In fact, Lilia could also read, but she learned through Vivian's guidance, rendering her knowledge rather incomplete. Excellent, Nalantar exclaimed with delight. Vivian truly is a treasure of a girl. He then handed Lilia a piece of white bread. Lilia, go fetch your sister. Yes, my lord. Thank you. Lilia's face brightened with joy upon receiving the bread, and she quickly dashed out of the dining hall. When Vivian arrived in the dining room, Nalantar entrusted her with the task of conducting the population census. He created a detailed form, even more comprehensive than a household registration book from his previous life, which not only needed to record the family member situations, but also their skills and specialties. Upon receiving the order, Vivian promptly took her second guard team to commence the task. After finishing lunch, Nallanter headed straight to his study. System, I wish to draw a lottery. The weekly system lottery was once again available for use. Having been busy the night before, Nallanter now found a moment of leisure to participate in the draw. As he spoke, the lottery wheel materialized in his field of vision. Affinity fruit, charm fruit? Nallanter was surprised to find that the lottery prizes had undergone a change this time. The strength fruit and agility fruit had been replaced by two different types. Let the draw begin. Although somewhat disappointed that the strength fruit did not appear, Nallanter understood that there would be other opportunities in the future. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a charm fruit. Please collect it from the system panel. The original host, though somewhat frail, was quite handsome. Consuming the charm fruit would surely make him the most dashing individual in the future. Nallanter thought to himself, slightly exasperated, but he still retrieved the charm fruit and consumed it. It remained as delicious and delightful as ever. But after consuming it, Nallanter could not perceive any noticeable effects. Even when he gazed into a bronze mirror, he saw only his familiar reflection. If he could not discern any change, it mattered little. In this world, strength is of paramount importance. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days later, Nallanter found himself with ample free time, dedicating his days to practicing his combat aura within the castle. The fishing rods had been completed, but the artificial lures crafted by the blacksmith still required some time. My lord, villager Kinby from Cowdung Village has come to report that a gigantic sea monster has appeared by the seaside. Just as Nallanter was engrossed in his training, Quake entered with a worried expression, accompanied by Thomas. What? A gigantic sea monster. Nallanter was taken aback by the news. Quick, take me to meet Kinby from Cowdung. In the main hall of the castle, Kinby was brought. My lord, that enormous sea monster is entirely gray. Its cries terrifyingly loud, and its size is at least this large, and there are many of them. The slippery flying fish are fleeing from them, and one sea monster has even made it to the shore. Writhing there, Kinby recounted, his eyes filled with trepidation, gesturing emphatically to even walked a large circle around the open space to demonstrate the creature's immense size. What about the villagers? Were there any casualties, my lord? Aside from the one on the coast, the others are still in the sea. I have instructed the villagers to stay away from the shoreline, so there have been no casualties, Kinby replied. Quake, assemble all the guards and prepare to set out. Upon hearing that the sea monster had not wreaked havoc upon the village, Nallanter breathed a sigh of relief. However, such an occurrence necessitated that he, as lord, investigate the matter thoroughly. Yes, my lord. Before long, Quake gathered all 15 swordsman guards. As for Vivian, she had been tasked with conducting the population census, and her archers had already accompanied her. Despite the territory having only over 1,000 inhabitants, managing the registration single-handedly was still a considerable undertaking. Mounting his warhorse and allowing the guards to board their carts, Nallanter and his entourage swiftly made their way to the coastline. Since the guards did not have to walk, they arrived at Doom Village in just over half an hour. The Lord has arrived. The Lord has arrived. As Nallanter and his group reached the entrance of Doom Village, the villagers, still shaken, gathered at the village's entrance. Upon seeing Nallanter, they erupted in cheers, as if they had spotted a savior. Greetings, my lord. Then the serfs knelt in unison. Rise, do not approach the coastline. Kinby, you may accompany us. Yes, my lord. After giving his orders, Nallanter dismounted and led the guards toward the shore. They proceeded cautiously, and within a few minutes, they neared the edge of the beach. My lord, look, that group of sea monsters is still in the water. Not daring to venture too close to the shoreline, as they had previously, Nallanter and his party stood atop a pile of rocks, close enough to observe the situation in the sea. Upon reaching the rocky vantage point, Kinby pointed excitedly toward the near shore. Nallanter and the others followed Kinby's pointing finger. What the hell? Is this the creature that has me on edge? Nallanter rolled his eyes, feeling an impulse to strangle Kinby. Chapter 20. Slicing meat, cursing inwardly. Nallanter moved closer to the shore, wishing to see the sea monster on the beach for a final confirmation. My lord. It's dangerous. Quake and the others were already terrified by the sight of the several large sea monsters in the water. They were all tense and anxious, rushing to dissuade Nallanter as he approached the shore. "That is not a sea monster. It is a type of fish." Nalante found himself at a loss for words as he took several steps forward, and soon he beheld the creature stranded upon the beach, which was mistakenly dubbed a sea monster. In truth, it was merely a whale, its grayish skin and massive form, stretching 17 or 18 meters in length, had led the unacquainted serfs to conjure up images of a terrifying beast from their imaginations. A fish? Such a colossal fish? Quick and his companions exchanged incredulous glances. They had never encountered a fish of such magnitude before. One could surmise that its mouth could easily swallow a cart hole. This creature was a sperm whale, a species of enormous marine mammal, but it posed no threat to humans, feeding solely on smaller fish. How enlightening! "My lord, you are indeed a sagacious and erudite noble." Quick and the others, having heard Nalante's confident assertions, were filled with a mixture of skepticism and belief. They observed that the sperm whale on the beach bore no resemblance to the horrific tentacled monsters described in chivalric tales. Aside from its sheer size, it appeared quite similar to ordinary fish. "My lord, can we eat the sperm whale?" Kinby, having momentarily shaken off his fear, inquired about his most pressing concern in the minds of the serfs. The primary goal remained to satiate their hunger, and the prospect of residing within the whale's belly while feasting on its flesh was an enticing thought. Indeed, Nalante smiled faintly as he watched the sperm whale chase the slippery, flying fish in the water. Although he was unsure why the sperm whale favored such fish, it signified that the Blue Sprite had indeed proven its worth. While whale meat might not be particularly palatable, it was nonetheless sustenance. A single sperm whale, weighing several tons, could provide enough food for over 1,000 people for months. Additionally, the whale oil contained within was an excellent source for lamp fuel, durable and devoid of foul odors. Was this not a fortunate turn of events? Though Nalante currently lacked the means to send the serfs out to hunt whales, this single whale would effectively address the immediate food crisis and enable him to swiftly complete the side quest issued by the system. As for the lure fishing plan, it must continue as well, for it could yield goods to trade with other territories for profit. Kinby, go to the village and instruct all the serfs to bring baskets and tools to the beach. "Yes, my lord." Kinby's face radiated joy, as he had already guessed his lord's intentions. "Quick, my lord, I am here. Bring the guard and follow me." With a grand gesture, Nalante made his way toward the beach. The whale's enormous eyes not only instilled fear in Kinby and the other serfs, but also sent the fishmen sea monsters fleeing to a safe distance, allowing Nalante and his companions to access the beach unimpeded. When they approached, the sperm whale lay lifeless, likely having beached itself the previous night, its last exertions spent in a futile struggle. What a giant! Even the robust Quick appeared diminutive in comparison to the whale. "All soldiers, commence the butchering of the fish. Be swift." "Yes, my lord." Thus began a vigorous operation to dissect the whale. The creature was cut open. Blood flowed freely, yet both Quick and the newly arrived villagers from Misfortune village laughed heartily, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the pristine whale meat, as if they could already smell the savory fish stew. "Hurry, everyone. If the fishmen see monsters encircle us, there won't be any fish left." Kinby urged, straining to transport the hefty meat chunks while internally exclaiming, "This is such exquisite fish meat." With that thought, he felt an invigorating surge of strength. In a mere afternoon, the massive whale, weighing several tons, was reduced to mere portions. Have the fishmen seen monsters grown restless? Nalante mused, observing the fishmen cautiously approaching within 100 meters, signaling that it was time to cease the butchering. Although there remained a portion of whale meat yet to be harvested, they had already secured approximately 10 tons of fish. Sheathing his sword, Nalante approached the water's edge to wash the blood from his hands. What is this? Just as he finished rinsing, a hard object was pushed by the waves to his feet. It was a white-gray object about the size of 3 fists, resembling a stone, yet distinctly not. Could this be ambergris? In an instant, a bold thought struck Nalante's mind: sperm whales and slippery flying fish. He had seen images of ambergris online before, and more importantly, the sperm whale capable of producing ambergris was right here, nearby. Without hesitation, he picked up the suspect hard object, noting that it was lighter than he had anticipated. "Quick, my lord, What is your command? You all shall cut open the stomach of this sperm whale and see if it contains anything resembling what I hold." He raised the suspected piece of ambergris. "Yes, my lord." Quick wasted no time, leading several subordinates to begin slicing open the whale's innards, which were originally deemed waste. "And my lord, we found it, although it's slightly smaller than your piece." Moments later, Quick returned, cradling a grayish-white chunk of ambergris still smeared with whale blood. "Excellent. Huh." Nalante rejoiced, his doubts dispelled. This was undoubtedly ambergris. "Come, the fishmen are beginning to approach." With a commanding shout, Nalante discarded the remains of the whale carcass and ordered a retreat from the beach. Those fishmen are infuriating. There is still so much fish meat left. As they followed Nalante's lead, Kinby and the others expressed their deep-seated animosity toward the fishmen. Yet Nalante felt no regret. The Blue Sprite had settled among the coral reefs, attracting slippery, flying fish, creatures capable of causing gastrointestinal distress in both humans and animals. The presence of these flying fish in turn lured the whales. Nalante surmised that the presence of such a large foreign object as ambergris within the whale's body drew it to pursue and consume slippery flying fish, ultimately expelling the ambergris. If this hypothesis held true, it meant that sperm whales would consistently appear in the vicinity of his storm territory, and more importantly, that ambergris could be continually washed ashore by the waves. Chapter 21. Ambergris. This is indeed ambergris. Nalante took a deep breath to calm his excitement. He feared that his joy might compel him to leap in elation, thereby compromising his noble demeanor. If anything were to be deemed the most precious in this fantastical world, it would undoubtedly be elemental sprites. However, if one were to consider what was most sought after among the nobility, it would certainly be perfume. Whether in his previous life or this one, the aristocracy exhibited an almost obsessive fondness for fragrance in the past. This was primarily due to the Western penchant for body odor, prompting the necessity of perfume to mask such scents. Yet in this world, the existence of combat aura meant that people did not suffer from this issue. The true reason they desired perfume lay in its role in the cultivation of combat aura. Training in combat aura required not only meditation, but also vigorous physical exertion to fortify the body. Such intense exercise might not faze men, but noble women were particularly concerned about their appearance. After their training, they would cleanse themselves and spritz on fragrant perfume to mask their previous dishevelment. Moreover, hygiene was not a priority in this era, with cities often rife with sewage and human waste being indiscriminately discarded onto the streets. Perfume served to purify the air within homes. Even in Nalante's castle, while the odors were not as foul, servants would spray a hint of perfume daily to enhance the ambience of the rooms. Thus, even a lord as financially strained as Nalante was a user of perfume, and one could only imagine the lavish spending of the wealthier, long-established aristocrats. In this technologically primitive world, perfumes were extracted through the most rudimentary methods from plants and flowers, with a captivating fragrance often signifying the rise of a family. Previously, even if perfumes were lucrative, they had little relevance to Nalante. However, that had now changed. He had acquired ambergris. Ambergris was the true king of spices, a top-tier treasure whether used in perfumes or as incense. My lord, what is this? Quick inquired, scrutinizing the damp, oddly scented grayish-white stone in his hand. This is ambergris. Ambergris. Is it dragon saliva? It doesn't smell fragrant at all. Quick's eyes widened in astonishment. Dragons were legendary beings, yet this substance, taken from the whale, bore the name of a fragrance but held no scent whatsoever. Taha. Nalante did not provide an explanation. The ambergris remained in a damp state, emitting an odd aroma. However, once it was dried, a delightful fragrance would waft through the air. Quake, immediately take these 2 pieces of ambergris back to the castle. Additionally, bring the remaining 2 carts from the castle. Yes, my lord. Quake committed all the instructions to memory and swiftly returned to the castle. Meanwhile, Nalante descended to the village of Misfortune with his remaining entourage. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord. At that moment, the villagers of Misfortune gathered at the village entrance, their faces radiant with joy. Beside them were several mounds of whale meat. They all understood that with such a bounty of whale meat bestowed upon them, their recent arduous labor would be rewarded with a hearty feast, allowing them to experience the sensation of being satiated by meat. Kinbi, Kaut Dung. My lord, I am here. You will now instruct all villagers to line up and receive 50 pounds of whale meat each. Nalantar stated calmly that, 50 pounds? Kinbi, Kaut Dung, was taken aback, as were the surrounding serfs. What? Any objections? No objections, no objections. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. Kinbi shook his head vigorously, tears of gratitude streaming down his face as he expressed his thanks to Nalantar. The other serfs mirrored his sentiments, with the frail young women weeping profusely. This was meat, and 50 pounds of it. In the past, other lords would not even consider bestowing meat, and they would be grateful if they were not subjected to the harsh requisitions like those imposed by Anthony a few days prior. However, remember, this meat is being lent to you. You must work for me in return, Nalantar said, nodding with satisfaction. To prevent the serfs from becoming lethargic due to an abundance of food, he felt compelled to alter his phrasing. Yes, my lord. The serfs, devoted to their lord, were indifferent to the notion of borrowing. Their daily toil was solely for the purpose of filling their stomachs. Whether they tilled the fields or labored for their lord was of little consequence. Soon, over 100 villagers from Maize Leaf Village began to queue, each joyfully carrying home their 50 pounds of whale meat. Indeed, though the serfs were frail, cradling the meat felt akin to holding bundles of cash from past life. And they did not perceive the weight as burdensome at all. My lord. The villagers from Maize Leaf Village have arrived. Approximately an hour and a half later, Quake returned, followed by a procession of villagers from Maize Leaf Village. The villagers were unaware of the unfolding events, timidly clutching their 2 pounds of grain as they walked with their heads bowed. Greetings, my lord. The first to arrive was Peter the Boot, after his last audience with the lord. Peter had felt certain that Nalantar was a benevolent nobleman. Thus, upon receiving Quake's message, he diligently ensured that all the serfs brought their grain. Rise. Thank you, my lord. Peter and the other villagers cautiously stood. Is that meat? As they stood up, their peripheral vision caught sight of the mounds of white whale meat behind Nalantar, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. The shock they experienced rivaled that of Kinbi and the others upon witnessing a giant sea monster. Villagers of Maize Leaf, listen well. The great Lord Nalantar has graciously permitted you to exchange 2 pounds of grain for the opportunity to borrow 50 pounds of meat. The guards, having been instructed by Nalantar, began addressing the villagers. What? 50 pounds of meat? The villagers erupted in astonishment, originally believing that the Lord intended to confiscate their 2 pounds of wheat. They never expected to receive meat, and 50 pounds at that. The term borrow was automatically disregarded, just as it was among the villagers of misfortune. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. The serfs, who had barely risen from the ground, once again fell to their knees in gratitude. Subsequently, just as before, each villager from Maize Leaf Village received their 50 pounds of whale meat. Ding! The system side quest has been completed. Reward: the second daughter of misfortune is about to appear. At that moment, Nalantar heard the system notification in his ear. Is that all it takes to complete it? Nalantar was taken aback, initially believing the task would require more time, as typically an adult requires 1 pound of food per day. Yet, the 50 pounds of meat he distributed would hardly suffice for each individual to be fully nourished for 3 to 4 months. However, this was merely Nalantar's habitual perspective. The serfs in this world could not possibly attain the dietary standards of his previous life. Even on a daily basis, they consumed merely half a pound of food, perpetually existing in a state of semi-hunger. Although Nalantar provided only 50 pounds of food, it was meat, significantly more nutritious than the hard black bread. The serfs would simply need to dry the whale meat into jerky, and based on their previous consumption levels, it would be sufficient for over 3 months. Chapter 22. Baron Cunner, my lord. The remaining fish meat has been packed. The whale stranded on the beach weighed at least 20 tons, considered a relatively small sperm whale, from which Nalantar's group had cut approximately 8 to 9 tons of meat throughout the afternoon. After distributing the meat to the serfs, nearly 1,000 pounds of fish meat and several hundred pounds of whale oil remained. Let us depart back to the castle, with a grand gesture. Nalantar signaled for the team to begin their return, while the 3 carts behind were filled to the brim. The whale meat would be sent back for Thomas to arrange drying into jerky, which could later be consumed by the guards. Although most noble guards did not enjoy the luxury of daily meat consumption, Nalantar understood that without sufficient protein intake, it would be impossible to cultivate a formidable fighting force. His territory frequently faced incursions from dark creatures, and he needed to ensure that Quake and the other guards maintained adequate physical conditioning. He planned to commence rigorous training based on methods from his previous life. As night fell completely, Nalantar and his party continued onward, finally arriving at Maze Leaf Village after more than an hour. Vivian. As they passed through the village square, Nalantar spotted Vivian emerging from the stone house. "My lord, why are you out so late?" "My lord, I was just organizing the registry and lost track of time," Vivian explained softly. Nalantar nodded. Thanks to his enhanced vision as a knight, he could discern the fatigue etched on her face, stirring a pang of sympathy in his heart. Although this girl had awakened, her body remained frail due to prolonged malnutrition. "Come up, I shall escort you back." Nalantar extended his hand towards Vivian. "Thank you." "My lord," Vivian's fair complexion flushed slightly, for they were in the presence of many, unlike the previous occasion when everyone had scrambled for meat soup. Moreover, Vivian could not shake the feeling that her lord appeared more handsome tonight. Though he was already striking, her heart raced upon seeing him. "Quake, you all returned to the castle at a steady pace." Once Vivian was securely seated before him, Nalantar instructed. He then urged the horse onward, swiftly carrying Vivian along. As the cool night breeze blew, and she felt the presence of her lord behind her, Vivian could not help but close her eyes slowly. How wonderful it would be if this could last forever. A bashful thought crept into Vivian's mind, but she quickly suppressed it, aware that it was impossible, as she was merely a serf. "Vivian, would you like to learn a ride?" Just as Vivian's thoughts drifted, Nalantar's voice reached her ears. "May I, my lord?" Vivian was taken aback. In this world, horses were precious commodities, akin to luxury cars in her past life. Even a workhorse was beyond the reach of commoners. In the Storm territory, aside from Nalantar, only Thomas and Quake could ride. Of course. Nalantar replied with a smile. "After dinner, I will begin teaching you." As a future sharpshooter, Nalantar deemed it essential for Vivian to learn to ride. After all, since she was not adept at close combat, mastering horseback riding would enhance her safety in the event of conflict. "Thank you, my lord." In Weiwei's heart, there was an abundance of sweetness. She held no particular obsession with learning to ride. However, the kindness of the lord filled her with an unprecedented warmth. As Thomas eagerly awaited her return to the castle, he exclaimed, "Welcome back, esteemed lord." Just as the warhorse came to a halt, Thomas promptly seized the reins. "Thomas, shortly Quake will bring several carts of fish meat. Please arrange for their storage and have the servants prepare 2 pots of meat soup, so that the servants and guards may enjoy a hearty meal." Nalantar instructed with satisfaction as he dismounted from the warhorse. "You are truly a benevolent and generous lord. I am certain they will feel fortunate for this." Thomas responded, "My lord, the bathwater is ready, and dinner has been prepared. You may dine at your convenience once you have freshened up." Following this, Nalantar indulged in a luxurious hot bath, and after enjoying his dinner, he began to teach Weiwei how to ride. The horse assigned for Weiwei's lessons was Nalantar's own modeled mare, named Xiaoa. While it may not compare to a true warhorse, it had undergone basic training and could comprehend simple commands given by a human. Thus, in the castle's courtyard, the guards looked on enviously as Weiwei received the lord's instruction. Of course, they were acutely aware that such privilege was beyond their reach. Not only was Weiwei a knighted lady, but the fact that she was learning to ride alongside the lord, receiving hands-on guidance, was something the lord would never bestow upon them. That on the following morning, before dawn broke, the serfs of the Storm territory set out with baskets in hand. Their early rising was not for labor, but rather to prepare for their venture to the neighboring Baron Kunt's domain. The previous night, each had received over 50 pounds of fish meat, ensuring that they need not worry about hunger for the coming months. However, the thrifty serfs also aimed to seize this opportunity to sell a portion of the fish in exchange for other essential supplies, particularly salt, which was crucial for preserving the fish. The journey from the Storm territory to Baron Kunt's domain was not far, requiring merely half a day's travel. By noon, the inhabitants of the Storm territory arrived at the town of White Salt in Baron Kunt's domain. Within Baron Kunt's castle, he was indulging in a lavish lunch. with a grand table adorned with honeyed bread, mushroom stew, freshly grilled fish, and a platter of fruits and vegetables, along with a rare delicacy, a whole piece of monster meat, worth over a gold coin. My lord, an astonishing event has transpired in the town. A servant, accompanied by a guard, reported just as Baron Cunt was savoring his meal. What is it? Reluctantly setting down the monster meat and wiping his greasy hands on his clothing. Cunt inquired impatiently, "My lord, there is an abundance of fish meat in the town. Large, white chunks, at least 1,000 pounds, all brought by those unfortunate souls from the storm territory." The guard, casting a furtive glance at the sumptuous spread before him, swallowed hard before responding. 1,000 pounds of fish meat. How did those unfortunate souls from the storm territory acquire such a bounty? Cunt exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the roasted fish on the table. A delicacy he could only occasionally enjoy due to the efforts of 2 servants he had trained in fishing. It is said to have been provided by their esteemed lord. That wretched place has a lord now, Cunt declared, his curiosity piqued. Let us go see. He abandoned his meal and strode purposefully towards the dining hall's exit. Chapter 23. New task. Cunt, riding his warhorse and accompanied by a contingent of guards, arrived at White Salt Town. Indeed, he beheld the filthy, odorous serfs from the storm territory, each carrying fish meat for sale. Upon seeing his arrival, the seller's expressions shifted dramatically. Although only in his early 20s, Baron Cunt was notorious for his sharp tongue and unyielding demeanor, his corpulent frame nearly overwhelming the warhorse beneath him. "From where did you procure this fish meat? Are there such enormous fish in the sea?" Cunt relished the sight of the serfs trembling before him, as he inquired from his elevated position. Returning to my lord, "This was lent to us by our esteemed lord." The serfs, aware of their inferior standing, responded with utmost respect. And how did your lord acquire such a plentiful supply of fish?" Cunt pressed for answers. The serf, Kinby, though visibly frightened, quickly shook his head in denial that I truly do not know. "Speak quickly. With so much fish meat, how could you not know?" A guard, disregarding the veracity of the response, cracked his whip menacingly in the my lord Cunt. "We truly do not know. It was our lord who instructed us to take it. When we arrived, the fish was already piled by the roadside." Kinby shrank back in fear. The guard, poised to strike again, was halted by Cunt's command. "Forget it. You may sell your wares. However, the production of salt and white salt has recently diminished, and for the time being, we cannot sell you any salt," Cunt declared nonchalantly, his chin held high. "What? No salt for us?" The serfs, including Kinby, tightened their expressions. They needed salt to preserve the fish, and without it, their catch would spoil quickly. Cunt, indifferent to their plight, continued, "Furthermore, with the recent scarcity of grains, any future purchases will incur a 2-fold tax increase." Having delivered his decree, Cunt mounted his beleaguered warhorse and returned to the castle. His motives were simple. He aimed to force the serfs to sell all their fish to him due to the lack of salt, allowing him to exploit them further with exorbitant taxes. Thus, even if he could not procure fish directly at that moment, he would still reap substantial profits. Baron Cunt's domain was the nearest to the storm territory. If they refused to sell, the fish would simply rot in their hands, leaving Cunt with little to fear. "Johnny, relay this. From now on, when those unfortunate souls arrive to sell fish, take it all. I plan to turn their fish into dried goods for sale in other areas of the countship," Cunt instructed casually as they traveled back to the castle. "Yes, my lord." Johnny, the captain of the guards, closely followed, then added, "My lord, should we send a few men to infiltrate the storm territory?" He understood that with such a large quantity of fish, Cunt would surely want to ascertain its source. And given that Cunt's domain also had a coastline, it represented a potential fortune. Right now, maintaining a low profile is paramount. We must avoid drawing too much attention from that lord. If more fish comes our way, we can investigate later. "Yes, my lord." The guards responded in unison, escorting Cunt back to the castle. "Village head, what shall we do now?" After Cunt's departure, several villagers from the wretched village approached Kinby. "Let us sell the fish first and exchange it for some grain." Kinby, his face marred with worry, conceded, realizing they could only trade the fish for food. Though the tax had doubled, the fish was already in transit, and by the time they returned, darkness would have fallen, leaving them vulnerable to spoilage under the sun's harsh rays. Time swiftly passed, and another day came to a close in the study of the Storm Territory's baronial castle. Nalante was reviewing the census painstakingly completed by Weiwei. This census had been executed strictly according to Nalante's instructions, meticulously documenting the population of the Storm Territory. The total number of inhabitants within the Storm Territory stood at 1,321, all serfs, with not a single commoner among them. However, Nalante was astonished to discover that many artisans among the serfs had emerged. There were 8 hunters, 5 carpenters, 3 stonemasons, 1 blacksmith, and 1 cook, for over 1,000 individuals to produce such a number of craftsmen. Regardless of their skill level, was joyous news for Nalante, especially with the presence of a cook among them. That it was noteworthy that stonemasons and blacksmiths were typically esteemed professions, rarely falling to the status of serfs and seldom venturing into the wretched lands. Of course, Nalante understood that they were all, without exception, exiled to the Storm Territory due to the presence of the wretched daughter in their families. The long-desired chef had finally appeared, yet he pondered when the second wretched daughter would manifest. Setting aside the census, Nalante couldn't help but recall the rewards for completing side quests. 2 days had passed without any news regarding the second wretched daughter. Ding! Although you have provided the serfs with sufficient food, their lack of salt poses a significant challenge for preserving the fish system side quest. Assist the serfs in resolving their salt issue. Quest reward. Secret technique of Chi. Another quest. Nalante was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement in his mind. Resolving the salt issue. Isn't the Storm Territory by the sea? Nalante found the situation rather peculiar. How could the seaside possibly lack salt? Even if the Stormlord had run out, it would be feasible to procure some from Baron Cunner's domain. Given its geographic advantage, salt should not be exorbitantly priced. However, the reward for this secret technique of fighting energy was indeed exceedingly generous. This task must be completed swiftly. Upon further reflection, Nalante deemed this mission exceptionally worthwhile. For the reward was simply too enticing. The fighting energy technique, as its name suggests, is a signature move exclusive to Title Knights. IT enables a Title Knight to unleash devastatingly powerful attacks through a unique circulation of vital energy. Yet, despite its formidable nature, acquiring this technique is an arduous endeavor. It is the ultimate secret weapon of every Title Knight. After all, in the age of cold weapons, victory was determined through the clash of blades. And a singular powerful move signified the dawn of triumph. The Bellic family lacked a fighting energy technique, as they were a newly established nobility, having only been elevated to baron for a few decades. Contemplating this, Nalante could no longer remain seated and promptly rose to make his way to the door. Exiting the study, he arrived at the grand hall on the first floor, just as Thomas rushed in from outside the castle. "My lord, Captain Quake reports that several serfs have arrived at the castle, seeking an audience with you." "Ah, I understand." Nalante was not surprised. This was likely concerning their request for salt. "I greet you, my lord." Upon reaching the courtyard, he instructed the guards to allow the serfs in, revealing the 2 village leaders, Kimbi Nyochuan and Peter Paichu. Yes, there was no civil officer. Nalante had previously instructed them to come directly to the castle for any matters of concern. "Rise. What brings you to the castle?" Nalante inquired, settling into a chair brought by a servant. "My lord, please forgive us for disturbing you, but we have no choice but to come to the castle." Kimbi Nyochuan spoke first. "Speak plainly. What is the matter?" Nalante waved his hand, wishing to avoid any unnecessary preamble. "Yes, my lord. Generosity has granted each of us 50 pounds of fish, but we lack sufficient salt to preserve it. We humbly request permission to go to the Blackrock domain to purchase salt. The serfs were the private property of the lord. Without orders, they could not leave the territory. The journey to Baron Cunner's domain was only half a day's travel, and they had previously conducted business there without issue. However, venturing into unfamiliar lord's territories could lead to misfortune if they were encountered by guards. They might be driven away or captured and returned to the Stormlord, who would then have to compensate the well-meaning neighboring noble, leading to an unfortunate fate for them. Chapter 24. Salt production. Why is it that salt cannot be procured from Baron Cunner's domain? Blackrock was merely a day's journey from Stormlord, and Nalante was curious as to why the serfs would seek a more distant option, even with triple taxation. Preserving fish would not require excessive salt. My lord, it is unavailable. Baron Cunter has recently refused to sell white salt. Kimby Nyochuan cautiously relayed the events of the previous day. He has doubled the tax on sales. Upon hearing this, Nalante's previously calm demeanor ignited with fury. This was truly an affront. That scoundrel. One day he shall learn why the flowers bloom so red. Typically, noble neighbors established amicable relations. After all, distant relatives are not as reliable as close neighbors. In times of danger, nobles could forge alliances for mutual protection. Now that Stormlord had a lord, Cunter dared to exploit them. This was an utter disrespect to his authority. My lord, please calm your anger. At that moment, Thomas approached with a cup of tea brewed from tulip powder. My lord, I have heard the noble gentleman at the Tulip Castle speak of Baron Cunter's notorious stinginess. He is miserly not only towards the serfs, but also towards fellow nobles. He recounted a tale of how Baron Darren from Tulip Domain had purchased white salt from Cunter, only to discover it was laced with sand upon return. The servant of Tulip Castle. Thomas had overheard numerous stories among the nobles and shared them with Nalante. Such a mean-spirited man. And nobles still go to him for white salt? If the reputation of fraudulent transactions among nobles spread, it would surely deter others from trading with him, my lord. It is unfortunate, but the Blackrock domain possesses 3 small elemental spirits that operate salt mines, leaving nearby nobles with no choice but to purchase white salt from him. After all, such elemental spirits are quite rare. It is said that Baron Cunter is the illegitimate son of the Black Iron Count. Although his territory is somewhat remote, he possesses 3 salt mine spirits, making him wealthier than many typical viscounts and illegitimate son of a count. Salt mine spirits. Suddenly, Nalante realized that this world seemingly lacked naturally occurring mineral deposits. Whether iron or gold, all were birthed by yellow spirits. Have you ever heard of anyone extracting salt from seawater? Nalante inquired suddenly. The others exchanged glances, and Thomas hesitated for a moment before responding. My lord, white salt is also considered a mineral, derived from yellow spirits. Although seawater is salty, it seems it cannot be transformed into salt. Thomas spoke softly, attempting to avoid undermining his lord's authority. This time, Nalante looked perplexed. In his past life, sea salt constituted the majority of the salt consumed by people. Yet in this world, despite the vast expanse of the ocean, people relied solely on salt mine spirits for their salt. Thomas, what is the market price of white salt per pound? In response, my lord, white salt is precious and sold not by weight, but in small packets, each equivalent to 100 grams. Each packet costs 10 copper coins. Unless one directly purchases from a territory like Baron Cunter's that possesses salt mines, the general price is 5 copper coins per packet, but that rate only applies to merchant caravans sent by nobles. Commoners cannot access such low prices. Thomas promptly replied, 0.10 coins for 100 grams. How exorbitant! Nalante found this hard to believe. In the next moment, he slapped the armrest of his chair and sprang to his feet. Thomas, go fetch a large pot for the cart. The larger, the better. Also bring a tablecloth and several wooden basins. Although the mineral wealth of this world was derived from spirits, Nalante reasoned that since seawater was salty, it must also contain salt. Thus, he wished to experiment. If seawater could indeed yield salt as in his previous life, he would make Baron Cunter weep in submission. Yes, my lord. Although Thomas was uncertain of his lord's intentions, he dutifully complied. Before long, 2 carts set off from the Baron's castle toward the village of Misfortune. Kimby Nyochuan, gather a few robust serfs. Nalante instructed Kimby at the entrance of Misfortune village. Soon, Kimby returned with several serfs at the seaside. In ancient times, there were 2 methods for producing sea salt. The first involved boiling seawater over a fire, while the second utilized salt flats for solar evaporation. Given that the beach was now occupied by fishmen, Nalante could only resort to the former method. Fortunately, this world lacked nothing but the absence of verdant hills and waters. Vast forests still awaited cultivation. He instructed several serfs to construct a simple fire pit, gather firewood, and fetch seawater, marking the commencement of salt production in this otherworldly realm. My lord, are you preparing to cook something? Should I fetch some fish from the village? Kimby Nyochuan timidly inquired, eyeing the empty pot filled only with seawater. Smack! Quake swiftly delivered a slap to Kinbi Nyochuan's head, annoyed that the Lord was engaged in significant matters while the dim-witted Nyochuan could think only of food. Although Quake was unaware of the specifics of his Lord's grand undertaking, he was certain it was not for mere sustenance. After receiving a reprimand, Kinbi Nyochuan remained silent, observing the seawater in the pot diminish as it boiled. "You lot, hold this cloth steady and filter the water from the iron pot into the wooden basin." As the seawater boiled down by a quarter, Nalante directed the group. Swiftly, they began filtering the seawater through the tablecloth. While the cloth was not silk, it was a fine linen that only nobles could afford, yielding satisfactory filtering results, soon producing a thick, brownish residue. Pour it back in and continue boiling. The filtered seawater returned to the pot, and this time it required a longer boiling duration, when the seawater thickened to a porridge-like consistency. Red and white crystals began to form around the edges of the iron pot. Is done. Now pour out all the water from the pot. At this moment, the water in the pot is what is commonly referred to as brine, which can be used to season tofu, but unfortunately, Nalante does not require it at present. As the brine is poured out, Kinbi Nyo Fun and the guards curiously observe the red and white crystals adhering to the pot. "My lord, what is this substance? Why does the formerly crystal-clear seawater yield such peculiarities upon boiling?" Kueku feels an immense sense of wonder. "This is salt." Nalante chuckles, unable to contain his joy. It is no wonder he is so elated. The moment the crystals began to form at the bottom of the pot, he realized that the seawater of this world could also produce salt. "What? This is salt?" Everyone's expressions turn peculiar. Although they do not typically consume the refined snow-white salt of the nobility, the colors of this salt are indeed strikingly unusual, verging on red if you don't believe it. "Try a taste." Ugh. Kueku and the others actually took some sea salt and placed it in their mouths, but the next moment they hurriedly began to spit it out. "My lord, it's incredibly salty, but far too bitter." Kueku and the others grimaced in distaste. Bitter is to be expected, for this is merely coarse salt. It requires further refinement. Nalante smiles as he looks at the group. Chapter 25. The coastal exclusion zone. The salt produced from boiling seawater cannot be used directly, as it contains numerous impurities and harmful elements that could cause severe harm to the human body if consumed over long periods. To transform this sea salt into edible salt, it must undergo further filtration and dilution. Nalante instructs Kinbi and the others to take the cart to fetch fresh water. Once the fresh water is obtained, they pour the sea salt into it. When the sea salt is redissolved in the fresh water, the filtration process can commence. Due to limited resources, Nalante can only employ the most rudimentary methods. He carves several holes in the bottom of a wooden basin, lines it with a cloth, and then layers it with sand and charcoal produced from the salt-making process to create a makeshift filter. After this operation, the filtered brine is returned to the iron pot for reboiling. When the water in the pot has completely evaporated, what remains at the bottom is the usable sea salt. "Ah, my lord, the salt has turned white." Kinbi Nyo Fun and Kueku stand agape at the transformed sea salt. At this point, the sea salt in the pot appears indistinguishable from the salt they typically consume, albeit not perfectly white, as the original red hue has vanished. Let us taste it again. This simple technique of refining coarse salt had been taught in a chemistry class back in Nalante's past life. Yet to Kinbi Nyo Fun and the others, it seemed nothing short of miraculous. Upon hearing the command, Kueku and the others eagerly approached the pot and dipped some white salt into their mouths. "Oh, it truly is salt, identical to what we purchased from Baron Kunt," Kinbi Nyo Fun exclaimed, leaping from the ground. "Shoo! Keep it down. This method of salt production is a unique skill of my lord. If anyone hears of it, you'll find yourself hanging in the square of May Village." Though Kueku was equally astonished, he could not help but deliver a light smack to Kinbi Nyo Fun upon witnessing his exuberance. After receiving the reprimand, Kinbi finally shrank his head in silence. Nalante merely smiled in silence. This was merely the first round of refinement if he wished to achieve the pristine white salt of his previous life. He would simply need to repeat the refining process. Of course, Nalante would not disclose this now. He fully agreed with Kueku's caution. The production of salt is not akin to fishing. Even if the method of lure fishing remains undisclosed, Powerful lords could still dispatch troops to drive away the fishmen and sea monsters for fishing. However, for salt production, even counts or kings without salt mine sprites would have no choice but to procure from elsewhere. Thus, salt is a genuine lucrative business, even more profitable than in his past life, as the extraction of sea salt from seawater is solely the domain of the Nayland family. Kimbinyo Fun, my lord here, you are to immediately go to the village and gather 20 serfs. They need not be strong or skilled in tillage, nor does it matter if they are male or female. But they must have other family members. Yes, my lord. Kimbinyofen understood the lord's intentions and promptly ran toward the village of Misfortune. Kue-ku, you are to dispatch someone to May village to find Peter and bring over 40 robust serfs. Surround the coastal area with a makeshift fence. From now on, this coastline shall be a forbidden zone of the Storm Territory. With each command issued by Nayland, the Storm Territory finally undertook its first significant action. Nayland's idea was simple: to designate the coastline as a restricted area, ensuring that no one but those he authorized could approach, thereby safeguarding the secrecy of the sea salt operation. As for those who would be engaged in the salt making, Nayland required them to have relatives for the same reason. At least with family members involved, the serfs would be more controllable. Moreover, the inhabitants of Misfortune Village were primarily exiles, with nowhere else to seek refuge but the Storm Territory, adding another layer of security to the confidentiality of the sea salt operation. Of course, this was merely a stopgap measure. If possible, Nayland would even consider constructing a large-scale salt production base with station guard for patrols to ensure the production of sea salt was foolproof. Once the orders were given, the serfs took their positions, and Nayland taught them once more how to produce salt before returning to the village of Misfortune. Kimbi Nyo Fon, I entrust the coastal matters to you. Inform the villagers that henceforth, without my permission, no one is allowed to approach the coastline. Any violator shall be hanged in May village. Naturally, the villagers could also oversee this, if anyone is caught harboring ill intentions. I shall reward them handsomely. Nayland's face bore an unprecedented sternness, causing Kimbi Nyo Fon to tremble in fear. Yes, my lord, Kimbi Nyo Fon cautiously replied that, in truth, Nayland was already prepared to protect the coastline at all costs. Just moments ago, he had appointed him as the captain of the salt-making and fishing teams. Although he had never heard of such a title before, it was a serious appointment from the lord, akin to the nobility conferring titles upon their vassals. More importantly, his position required little beyond maintaining order and managing the coastal salt production and fishing, which would earn him a monthly salary of 10 silver coins. This was comparable to what the guards received. Anyone who sought to undermine his good fortune would be risking Kimbi's life. The names of those serfs will be recorded later, and their salary shall be transferred to you for distribution. To ensure the horses run well, one must also feed them. Although he had recently purchased whale meat on credit for the serfs, Nayland could still afford to pay 30 copper coins daily, fostering a stronger sense of cohesion among the serfs. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this, Kimbi Nyo Fon felt the weight of responsibility increase, which also signified his growing importance to the lord. Not good, my lord. The daughter of Misfortune has appeared in the village. Just as Nayland finished giving his instructions, several villagers rushed out from May village, their faces stricken with terror, to report. The daughter of Misfortune? Upon hearing this, Kimbi Nyo Fon and the other villagers immediately grew anxious. Chapter 26. The daughter of Fortune, Shiri, daughter of Fortune. Shiri, half-awakened. Specialty, taming, special talent. Heart of communication, affinity, power. She is a tamer closely connected to nature. When she matures into an excellent beastmaster, any magical beast will willingly submit to her. This daughter of Fortune is still in a half-awakened state, her talents dormant and detectable by dark creatures. But she can use a potion to achieve initial awakening. The formula for the initial awakening potion: 1 portion of white jade flower, 1 portion of earth lotus grass, and 2 portions of white tulips. Such a daughter of Fortune possesses remarkable talents, and the formula is different. Nayland is somewhat astonished as he gazes at the girl brought forth by the villagers. Initially, he had assumed the second daughter, Misfortune, would also be related to combat. But to his surprise, she is a tamer. Nevertheless, he is particularly drawn to a line from the description: When she matures into an excellent beastmaster, any magical beast will willingly submit to her. Nalante perceives this girl named Shiree as a potential asset, believing she will be no less valuable than those in combat professions. My lord. Shall we prepare the pyre now? As Nalante silently scrutinizes Shiree, Kinbi speaks with a complex expression. Being a resident of Misfortune Village, Kinbi has witnessed the harrowing sight of loved ones being sent to the pyre, though he has always refused to believe that his daughter was forsaken by the gods. The arrival of dark creatures compels him to doubt this moment. The girl named Shiree is only 14 years old. However, since she has become a daughter of misfortune, she must follow the grim tradition of completing the execution as swiftly as possible to send misfortune back to the abyss. That will not be necessary. Kinbi, your primary task now is to guard the coast. The girl named Sherry, I will take her back to the castle for handling. Nalante shook his head. Yes, my lord. Kinbi sighed with relief. Sherry's death was inevitable, but not having to take action himself or witness it would make him feel somewhat better. Subsequently, Kinbi watched as the guards escorted Sherry onto the carriage. Heading towards the castle, my lord, you have returned. With ample manpower now, the safety of the castle must also be prioritized. Thus, whenever Nalante goes out, a team of guards must remain to protect the castle. Today, it was Vivian who stayed behind. Having seen Nalante return, she had opened the castle gates wide in anticipation of the lord's arrival. Ah, back at last. Nalante dismounted, feeling rather pleased that moment. Vivian glanced at Sherry in the carriage. Though her hands and feet were unbound, she noticed the golden inscriptions encircling Sherry's eyes. Vivian gasped, her heart inexplicably anxious for the girl. Vivian, take Sherry to the study and wait for me. Yes, my lord. Vivian, unsure if Sherry would be as fortunate as herself, led Sherry toward the inner castle with a complex heart. After the two women departed, Nalante proceeded to the storage room. Soon, he located the necessary materials for the potion required for Sherry's awakening. To prevent any leaks regarding the formula, he intended to handle this matter personally. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, esteemed lord. When Nalante entered the study with a teacup in hand, the previously oppressive atmosphere in the room was finally disrupted. Nalante sat directly at the desk, scrutinizing the fortunate girl who appeared to be merely 14, resembling a tiny doll. However, as Nalante assessed Sherry, she too was covertly observing him, a rare behavior among serfs. My lord, do you intend to burn me alive? To Nalante's astonishment, before he could utter a word, Sherry took the initiative to speak. My lord, could you refrain from burning me? Or perhaps you could hang me instead. Why opt for hanging over burning? Nalante found himself genuinely curious, surprised by the intriguing nature of this little girl. Meanwhile, Vivian felt concerned, as bargaining with the lord was a bold move, but she refrained from speaking out. Knowing it all depended on her master's wishes. It is because I fear pain, my lord. Sherry, seeing no signs of anger from Nalante, explained her reasoning. After a pause, she added, moreover, if I were to be burned, I would turn into a charred form, and I do not wish to become so ugly that even my mother would fail to recognize me. Ah, fear of pain and concerns about becoming ugly. These are indeed valid reasons. Nalante found the situation both amusing and perplexing that he couldn't help but notice that both Vivian and Sherry possessed remarkably fair and delicate skin, a rarity among serfs, who typically bore rough and darkened complexions from laboring under the sun and rain. Then, my lord, do you agree to my request to execute me by hanging? Seeing Nalante smile, Sherry presumed he had consented. Sherry, although hanging may be painless, your tongue will elongate, and it will protrude from your mouth. Unable to be retracted, Nalante, intrigued, decided to tease the little girl. Is that true? What should I do? Sherry immediately covered her mouth in alarm. Well, I do have a solution. By administering poison to you that way, it will be neither painful nor unsightly. Nalante pretended to ponder for a moment before proposing this to Sherry. Poison? Sherry contemplated the notion, having no prior knowledge of such a method of death. However, since it was suggested by the lord, she assumed it must be preferable to hanging. Thus, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, my lord. You are truly a benevolent lord. Nalante, taken aback by Sherry's reaction, was a loss for words, and no need to thank me. Simply drink this cup of tea. I will grant you another promise. This was death, yet this little girl was overjoyed merely at the thought of changing her method of demise. Nalante found her thought process fascinating. However, he only intended to amuse himself with the little one and, having completed his jest, presented her with the potion to avoid detection by others. Nalante concealed the prepared potion within a porcelain cup, disguising it as ordinary tea, which even Vivian did not suspect upon entering. Yet upon hearing Nalante's words, Vivian's eyes brightened. She immediately recalled the herbal concoction she had consumed in her bedroom that night. "Very well, my lord." Sherry did not hesitate, taking the porcelain cup, sniffing it, and then gulping it down. Moments after consuming the potion, Sherry began to sway unsteadily. "Vivian, assist her to the maid's quarters to rest, once she awakens." "You can explain everything to her?" "Yes, my lord." Vivian's face beamed with joy as she felt elated for Sherry. "This adorable and lively girl, my lord, you are indeed a kind and great lord," just as they were about to exit the room. Vivian suddenly exclaimed toward Nalante. Without waiting for a response, she joyfully departed. Nalante chuckled and shook his head. Even if it were not for the abilities of these girls, simply being able to heal them and prevent them from facing the pyre was a source of comfort. Chapter 27. Chef Rosso, what a coincidence. Sherry's mother is the cook. After Vivian had helped Sherry away, Nalante opened the population registry. Securing the fortunate girl under his wing was essential, and he planned to bestow favors upon Sherry's family as per his usual practice. However, he was taken aback to discover that Sherry's mother was the only cook within the storm territory. Knock, knock, knock. "My lord, the guards report that a female serf has arrived at the castle, claiming to be Sherry's mother. She is kneeling at the castle gate, requesting an audience with you." At that moment, Thomas's voice echoed from the entrance. Perfect timing. Nalante had initially intended to send someone to the village of Misfortune, but he was surprised that she had come herself. "Bring her to the first-floor hall." After instructing Thomas, Nalante rose and walked toward the study's exit. Serf Rose greets the esteemed lord. Shortly thereafter, Thomas led a woman in her 30s into the inner castle. Though she wore a worn linen dress, it was impeccably clean, a rarity among impoverished serfs. "Please rise." Nalante nodded. "Thomas, bring her a stool to sit on." "My lord, I dare not sit. I have come to beseech you to release Sherry." Rose was taken aback by Nalante's kind gesture, but did not feel bold enough to sit down. Hastily expressing her plea, "Since last night, Sherry has been inexplicably feverish. There are no physicians or priests in the storm territory. I, as her mother, had no choice but to risk entering the edge of the fire forest to gather herbs. To my shock, upon my return, I learned from the villagers that Sherry has become the daughter of Misfortune and has been taken to the castle by you, my lord, thus, in a state of panic. She rushed to the castle, kneeling at the gate to beseech the lord, my lord. I am aware that, given Sherry's current status, it is exceedingly presumptuous of me to make this request. However, my lord, she is my only daughter, the sole hope for my existence. I am willing to pay 10 gold coins for her release and guarantee that I will take Sherry to the Fire Prairie and never set foot in the duchy again. I implore you to graciously accept my plea." 10 gold coins. Nalante was momentarily taken aback. 10 gold coins represented an astronomical sum for a serf, and he had not anticipated that Rose possessed such wealth. "Rose, where do you hail from?" Although he knew she was a cook, it was unlikely that a cook could amass such riches. Piquing Nalante's interest in Rose's past, in response to the esteemed lord, "I previously ran a tavern in Tulip City, known as Rose's Tavern." Rose's Tavern in Tulip City? Nalanter's eyes widened, for at this moment he had unearthed a relatively profound memory from the original owner's recollections. A few years prior, the original owner was studying at the Noble Academy in Tulip City, where many noble offspring enjoyed dining and revelry at a place called the Rose Tavern. It was said that the tavern's cook was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also crafted dishes of exquisite flavor, even mastering the art of preparing beast meat. Many young nobles had even extended invitations to the proprietor of the Rose Tavern. Alas, all were met with refusal. Observing Rose's appearance now, though her beauty was somewhat concealed by her deliberate adornments, she could certainly be deemed a fair lady. Of course, Nalintor, as the scorned second son at that time, had never set foot in the Rose Tavern, which explained his initial failure to recognize her. "Is the Rose Tavern, located in the east of Tulip City, owned by you?" Nalintor inquired once more for confirmation. "Indeed, my lord," she replied. "This is 10 gold coins that I beseech you to show mercy and release Sherry. I swear to the gods that I shall take Sherry to the blazing grasslands and never return to the duchy henceforth." The blazing grasslands was not far from the storm territory, merely separated by the territory of Baron Cunt, but it was notorious for its perilous nature, rivaling that of the blazing forest. The plains were home to all manner of magical beasts and uncivilized barbarian tribes. There is not a single civilized settlement within the blazing grasslands, rendering it nearly a no-man's land. The daughter of misfortune would find it impossible to encounter any humans there, and thus could hardly bestow misfortune upon those around her. "No, Lady Rose," seeing her earnest expression, Nalintor shook his head with a smile. Lady Rose's complexion paled. She feared that Nalintor had rejected her plea at the tea that moment. However, his words came again. "I shall not burn Sherry alive. Nor will I require you to leave the storm territory. Lady Rose, while others may perceive Sherry as a harbinger of misfortune, I, Nalintor, blessed by the god of glory, believe that she will bring me good fortune. Therefore, I shall keep her within the castle." "What?" Rose was taken aback, for she had never heard of a daughter of misfortune being capable of bestowing luck. Yet, this young lord did not appear to be mocking her. And in disbelief, she asked, "Is this true, my lord?" "Indeed it is. Come, let me show you Sherry." Nalintor rose abruptly, leading Rose towards the hall's exit. "My lord." Soon, Nalintor brought Rose to the maid's quarters, where Vivian was still guarding Sherry. Upon seeing the sleeping Sherry, Rose felt relief wash over her, as the girl seemed unperturbed. However, when her gaze shifted to Vivian, she was once again struck dumb. "Greetings, Lady Rose," Vivian greeted her with a smile. Vivian was aware that she had been recognized, as she was not wearing her mask, and Rose had previously sought her skills in sewing dresses. "Hello, Vivian. I never expected to find you here," Rose exclaimed. In that moment, she finally believed the Lord's words. Perhaps Sherry truly need not face the stake, for the previous daughter of misfortune, Vivian, stood before her, clad in the attire of a castle maid. "Thank you, my lord, for sparing Sherry." Without hesitation, Rose knelt before Nalintor to express her gratitude. "Rise, Lady Rose. This is a revelation from the God of glory, and it is my duty as a lord." Nalintor nodded with a smile. Pausing before continuing, "Rose, while I will not take Sherry's life, she shall henceforth reside solely within the castle, and will not be able to reveal her identity for a considerable time. That my lord. Rose understands, as long as Sherry can live safely. I have no further desires. I shall bid farewell to Sherry and advise her to serve you well." Rose comprehended Nalintor's intent. Like Vivian, she would ensure that everyone believed Sherry had perished, thus securing her safety to know, "Rose, you may have misunderstood my meaning. I do not intend to prevent Sherry from seeing you. Rather, I have a better idea. I shall appoint you as the castle's head chef, thereby allowing you to see Sherry daily without fear of her identity being compromised. What say you, Lady Rose?" To become the castle's head chef and see Sherry every day, Rose's heart surged with joy, tears of gratitude brimming in her eyes. "Thank you, my lord. I am willing." Chapter 28. Flourishing development. The emergence of a second daughter of misfortune, coupled with acquiring a top-tier chef, brought great delight to Nalintor. Moreover, it was curious how Sherry, at such a tender age, had managed to consume the potion and sleep soundly until the dawn of the following day. Upon Sherry's awakening, Nalintor did not immediately test her talents or clarify her abilities. He recalled that during Vivian's awakening, the system had issued a task that led him to acquire a small sprite. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Nalintor decided to wait a few more days to see if the system would bestow another task upon him. Of course, he surmised that before the system would issue further side missions, he must first complete the task of assisting the villagers with their salt needs. That be, why midday the following day, Nalintor received a report from Quake, stating that the iron fish hooks and bait crafted by the blacksmith had been completed. Seizing the opportunity, Nalintor made his way back to the village of misfortune. Upon arriving at the seaside of the village of misfortune, Nalantar instructed Kenbi Nyochuan to gather 30 villagers once more, specifically requesting girls this time. These girls, possessing little physical strength and unable to farm, survived by foraging wild fruits and vegetables, leading lives fraught with hardship. Fishing, however, required relatively less strength. It primarily demanded patience and skill, making it an ideal task for them. This arrangement would not only make full use of the labor force in the village of Misfortune, but the daily wages from fishing would also provide the girls with income, thereby improving their quality of life. That, of course, for their safety, Nalantar prepared a hemp rope for each girl, tying one end to the fishing rod and the other to a stone behind them. This precaution would prevent the girls from being dragged into the sea by a large fish or having their rods pulled away. With all preparations complete, Nalantar personally instructed the girls on how to fish, and they quickly grasped the essence of using lures. Moreover, as the ocean in this world had yet to be depleted, they soon began to reel and fish after fish. Kenbi Nyochuan watched in admiration, eager to learn this skill himself. Kenbi Nyochuan, how much sea salt has been produced? With the fishing arrangement settled, Nalantar turned his attention to the matter of sea salt. Why, Lord, after continuous boiling yesterday afternoon and this morning, we have produced over 20 pounds. Very well. That is a commendable pace. Over 20 pounds of white salt in a day is no small feat, particularly with only one large iron pot at our disposal. Kenbi, you shall oversee the salt production and fishing tasks. I will take the 20 pounds of salt produced so far, while you may lend each villager 4 bags of the salt produced later for drying fish. Yes, my lord. Thank you for your generosity. Kenbi Nyochuan was instantly filled with gratitude. After a moment, he added, however, my lord, the wood we felled yesterday is nearly burnt out. Should I gather other villagers to begin chopping more trees? Ah, I had indeed overlooked that. Kenbi, there is no need for the village of Misfortune to concern itself with the timber. I shall assign that task to the villagers of May Village. Harvesting wood for salt production requires a considerable amount. But fortunately, the storm territory is not lacking in trees. In fact, there are so many that they occupy much of the territory space. Naturally, if we wish to scale up salt production, the sun-drying method for sea salt would be the most suitable. However, Nalantar currently lacked the necessary conditions for that endeavor. He would have to try again in the future. Having concluded matters concerning the village of Misfortune, Nalantar returned along the same route. Burdened with over 20 pounds of sea salt, as he passed through May Village, he instructed the guards to notify Peter, requesting the villagers to bring 2 pounds of grain to exchange for salt. To prevent the serfs from developing an entitlement mentality, a barter system was deemed essential. The second instance of credit from Misfortune Village was a reluctant measure, upon learning that their lord possessed salt at a price half that of the Kunta territory. The villagers erupted in joyous celebration and flocked to partake in the exchange. With 1 pound of wheat priced at 10 coins, they could now acquire 4 packets of salt, effectively costing them only 5 coins per packet. Delegating the salt exchange to the guards, Nalantar ordered Peter to identify 30 robust villagers, who would be exclusively tasked with timber cutting. Of course, remuneration would be provided, with each individual earning 20 copper coins per day. Currently, the wages of the residents of Storm Territory were categorized into 3 tiers. The upper echelon were castle servants, guards, and Kenbi the dung collector, each receiving 10 silver coins monthly, equivalent to approximately 1,000 units of currency from a previous life. The next tier comprised the villagers involved in boiling sea salt and timber cutting, earning 6 silver coins monthly. Lastly, the young women engaged in fishing received 10 copper coins daily, totaling 3 silver coins per month. While the wages of castle servants and guards appeared modest, their sustenance and necessities were provided by the castle, rendering their net earnings entirely surplus. Thus, over the ensuing days, the once maligned Storm Territory began to thrive. 10 days swiftly passed. During this period, the bounty along the coast of Storm Territory proved exceedingly gratifying. Nalantar's daily catch of sea fish reached 300 pounds, averaging about 10 pounds per girl each day. The yield of sea salt was even more remarkable. Initially, a large iron pot could produce around 20 pounds daily. However, 5 days later, Nalantar acquired an additional iron pot, doubling the output to 40 pounds per day. Consequently, the castle now boasted nearly 2,000 pounds of sun-dried salted fish and 300 pounds of edible salt. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, while one side gleams, the other remains shrouded in darkness. Nalante harbored some discontent during these days. He had yet to receive the anticipated system task concerning Shelley, and after resolving the salt assignment, he had waited in vain for 9 days. As if the system had vanished without a trace. This resulted in Nalante failing to acquire a small sprite during the last meteor night. He had even foolishly spent a bit of energy in a futile search. Regrettably, without the system's forecast, the likelihood of encountering a sprite was exceedingly low, leaving him with merely 3 energy points after his squandered attempt to alleviate the sting of his lost energy. Nalante turned to the lucky draw wheel for a chance at redemption. Perhaps as compensation for his plight, he won another enhancement fruit in this draw, further fortifying his body and saving him considerable training time. Other knights seeking to strengthen their physiques required arduous daily workouts, whereas after consuming the enhancement fruit, Nalante merely needed to meditate and absorb fire attribute combat aura to enhance his strength. As the next meteor shower approached, Nalante contemplated the system's reliability. Furthermore, where were the promised rewards for combat techniques? 9 days had passed without a hint. Standing in the open area outside the castle, his thoughts drifted. Suddenly, in a moment of frustration, Nalante unhesitatingly lashed out towards a guard with a whip. Of course, the benevolent and magnanimous lord did not intend to be cruel. This was not a deliberate expression of ire, but rather Nalante was engaged in a serious endeavor, training his troops. Before him stood a total of 27 guard from Storm territory, including Vivian and Quake among them. Chapter 29. Military training. The guard were currently undergoing training in military posture reminiscent of a bygone era. Nalante first prepared to impart the complete set of stances, marching, and turning techniques from his previous life of the guards to master. While these exercises may seem trivial, they undeniably serve as the finest means of unifying the troops and showcasing military discipline. Just comparing the grand parades of powerful nations from his past to the sparse displays of lesser states reveals the stark difference in individual combat effectiveness and execution. This distinction becomes even more pronounced in the age of cold weapons. Aside from the titled knights, individual strength appeared insignificant within the ranks, where only a tightly knit formation could unleash formidable combat power against adversaries, although conflicts among lesser nobles typically involved no more than 100 combatants. Akin to skirmishes with rural villagers, large-scale warfare would still ensue each autumn post-harvest, often mobilizing armies numbering in the tens of thousands. Beyond these conventional training exercises, Nalante devised an intense physical training regimen for the guards. At the forefront was weighted running that in recent days, rather than dispatching carts to transport the sun-dried fish and salt from Misfortune village, Nalante had instructed the guards to run back with the loads themselves. Each day, each guard was required to bear a minimum of 30 pounds while sprinting back from Misfortune village. Furthermore, they had to maintain their utmost speed during the burden run. The first to complete the training would receive a reward of white bread, a delicacy reserved solely for the lord, while the last would face a penalty of having their portion of whale meat reduced. As the guards raced, Nalante would ride alongside on his steed, lightning, ensuring their compliance. Anyone lagging would receive a swift lash from the lord, showcasing his stern and exacting nature. Initially, the guards privately deemed this training unnecessary, believing that success in battle relied solely on their swords. They felt that expending such energy would be better spent on mastering sword techniques under their lord's guidance, thus enabling them to dispatch foes more swiftly. However, a single remark from Nalante ultimately won their unwavering respect. He stated, "In war beyond combat, the most critical aspect is running. That if the enemy is weak, you must chase them down. Only by catching them can you slay and earn military merit. Conversely, if the enemy is formidable, you must flee, run faster than them, and you will save your life." This perspective struck the guards profoundly, even prompting Quake, the captain, to nod in agreement, exclaiming that their lord was indeed wise, having never seen true battle. He could discern the essence of warfare with such clarity that in combat, the duration of intense fighting is often fleeting, lasting merely minutes or tens of minutes. The majority of the time is spent in pursuit and evasion. Thus, the guards committed themselves to their runs with renewed vigor. Even without Nalante's whip, they gritted their teeth and sprinted with all their might, willing to collapse from exhaustion if necessary. All right, time's up. Rest. At Nail&T's command, the guards finally relaxed. Now all of you left turn. Crack, crack, crack. Lachi the mud, Larry the lackey, Hani the stone, is this the left side? How many times have I told you the arm with the cloth band is the left, and the one without is the right? Among the training exercises, Nail&T found the left turn particularly exasperating. These serfs had never grasped such a concept. A simple left turn could yield 4 variations. With them turning in every direction imaginable, in exasperation, Nail&T resorted to binding cloth strips to their left arms, which somewhat improved the situation, though a few guards still faltered. You fools, you will surely drive me, your lord, to an early grave. After receiving a lash, Lachi and his companions timidly corrected their direction, while Nail&T continued to grumble in despair. Now everyone, left turn, right turn, about turn, as the sounds of the whip echoed around the castle grounds. Accompanied by Nail&T's incessant complaints, noon soon approached. Why, lord? Lunch is ready. Thomas arrived with 2 servants in tow. Very well, let us feast. The guards lined up in 2 rows, accompanied by their respective captains, and proceeded to the riverbank to wash up before returning for their meal. Yes, my lord. At last, the guards felt a wave of relief as they followed Vivian and quaked towards the nearby stream. In the castle's courtyard, 3 long tables had been set up. After washing, the guards queued to receive their portions from the male servants. Once everyone was served, Nail&T sat at a long table reserved solely for himself and declared, "Everyone, let us eat. Long live our lord!" At the sound of a command, the guards erupted in cheer, then began to eat heartily. Although Nalintor was strict during training, he chose to have his lunch in the courtyard to better cultivate the relationship between lord and subjects. Initially, Steward Thomas opposed this decision, as it did not conform to the noble's code of conduct. After all, where would one find a noble dining in the open courtyard of the castle? Moreover, apart from the bread, the lunch consisted solely of whale meat soup, identical to that of the guards. Ultimately, unable to withstand the lord's insistence, Thomas acquiesced, thankful that the lord's dinner would still take place in the inner keep's dining hall. Naturally, the effect of Nalintor's actions was profound, moving the guards to a point of deep gratitude, so that whenever Nalintor, this magnanimous and benevolent lord, wielded his whip upon them, the guards felt only shame. Devoid of resentment, they lamented their own foolishness in failing to meet the lord's expectations. My lord, you have been in the territory for over 20 days now. In a week, it will be time for the civil officer to report to Tulip Castle on the state of the territory. Thomas quietly reminded him during the meal. Nalintor had received his fief and title by participating in a competition, and the Earl placed significant importance on this event to ensure that the younger sons could not engage in deceit. Not only had he dispatched a civil officer, but he also mandated that each civil officer must report to Tulip City every month, although this required considerable time for the civil officers to travel back and forth. It was the only way to ensure the authenticity of the younger son's results. After all, with monthly detailed statistics, the progress of the territory could be clearly discerned. This also prevented anyone from secretly relying on family connections to develop their lands. One could not simply possess 10 gold coins one month and suddenly amass 1,000 the next. Should a reasonable explanation fail to emerge, the Earl would swiftly deduce foul play and administer punishment. Very well, let us prepare the convoy. The stock of dried fish and salt in the castle has also been sufficiently gathered. Nalintor recalled this matter, and this time he intended to organize a convoy to sell the local specialties he had acquired during this period. Yes, my lord. Thomas responded respectfully to by the way, Thomas, have you dried the ambergris on the castle roof as I requested? As the convoy was about to set off, Nalintor suddenly remembered his most significant acquisition from the seaside. My lord, I was just about to report to you. This morning, a servant went up to check and said they caught a delightful fragrance, more intense and pleasant than perfume. It is indeed the ambergris you had me dry. Oh, the scent has appeared. It seems it is dried. Nalintor was overjoyed. While dried fish and salt could be profitable, what he anticipated even more was the ambergris, for perfume represented true windfall, although Nalintor had not acquired any more ambergris in recent days. The whales were still present offshore, continuing to chase the slippery flying fish. Nalintor knew that there must still be plenty of ambergris expelled by the whales in the sea, merely waiting to be washed ashore by the waves. The 2 pieces of ambergris he had obtained previously were already sufficient for his use for some time. Thomas, immediately take those 2 pieces of ambergris to the mill and grind them into powder. Remember, this substance is very precious, and there must be no loss. The ambergris was dried just in time for the convoy heading to Tulip City, and Nalanter intended to test whether he could indeed earn substantial profits. Yes, my lord. After finishing lunch, Nalanter instructed Quake to lead the guards in training, while he invited Vivian to accompany him into the inner keep. My lord, Sister Vivian, as the 2 entered the inner keep. The little girl Shelley dashed out from the kitchen. My lord. Where are you 2 headed? Shelley, having encountered numerous noble offspring at Ross Tavern, did not harbor the deep-seated fear of nobility that other serfs did. Of course, respect remained intact. I need volunteers to help me test some perfume. Shelley, you should come too. Nalanter found Shelley's lively demeanor amusing and refreshing. Yes, my lord. Shelley immediately beamed with delight, taking Vivian's hand and following Nalanter upstairs. The baronial castle had 4 main levels. The first level served as the dining hall and various multi-purpose rooms, while the second floor was reserved for guest rooms and activity spaces. The third floor comprised Nalanter's study, bedroom, and other private areas accessible only to Nalanter and Thomas. The fourth level housed various storerooms, utilized for storing the lord's wealth, including silverware and precious treasures, alongside a small treasury for gold and silver coins. Unfortunately, Nalanter possessed little wealth, and the fourth floor was currently barren. Thus, he had Thomas clear a well-lit storeroom to serve as his future laboratory for small inventions, leading Vivian and Shelley into the laboratory. They found only a few empty wooden racks and a long wooden table. My lord, there's nothing here. Where's the perfume? Shelley exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as she searched for the anticipated fragrance. Having seen perfume in Tulip City, she was eager for its arrival. Thomas will be bringing it soon, Nalanter replied with a smile. Hey, my lord, there's someone over there. After Nalanter's response, Shelley suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward a corner of the room. Someone? Nalanter was taken aback by Shelley's words. There was nothing but a wooden rack in that corner. My lord, someone said that you and Sister Vivian are dreadful monsters and want you to leave quickly. Before Nalanter could gather his thoughts, Shelley continued, her eyes wide with fear. Oh no, this castle can't be haunted. Nalanter felt a chill run down his spine. With the keen eyesight befitting a knight, he could discern nothing but an empty wooden rack. Clang! The next moment, Nalanter unsheathed his ever-present sword and advanced toward the corner. Shelley, where is this person you mentioned? Nalanter knew that while Shelley was lively, she would not dare to play tricks on her lord. My lord, it seems to be coming from behind the wooden rack. Shelley concentrated for a moment before providing her certainty. With that, Nalanter gripped his sword tightly while cautiously moving the wooden rack aside. Squeak! As Nalanter shifted the rack, a small black shadow darted out from the corner, squeaking in fright. Nalanter reacted swiftly, his sword slicing through the air before the small shadow could escape, cleaving it in two. Ah, it was just a mouse. My lord, how could I hear it speak? Am I a monster? Nalanter felt a sense of relief, though Shelley turned pale with fright, due to the absence of animals in the castle and her lack of outdoor excursions. Shelley was unaware of her own extraordinary ability. Fear not, Shelley. This is a gift bestowed upon you by your lord. Vivian reassured her, understanding Shelley's predicament, as for the notion that this gift was granted by their lord. Vivian believed that only the god of glory favored nobility. She and Shelley had gained this miraculous talent after consuming the potion their lord provided, and so she preferred to believe it was indeed the lord's blessing. Ah, a gift from my lord. Shelley stared wide-eyed, astonished. Indeed, Shelley. Do you recall the bowl of soup the lord gave you? That soup bestowed us with our talents. My gift is archery, while yours may very well be the ability to converse with small animals. Vivian affirmed with a indeed, my lord. Is what Sister Vivian said true? At this moment, Shelley recalled the bowl of tea and realized that the lord's act had a purpose. Concurrently, she remembered Vivian's prowess in archery and began to believe wholeheartedly. Yes, that's correct. Shelley, your gift is the ability to communicate with small animals. Tomorrow, I will take you outside the castle to meet other creatures. Nalanter had not anticipated that Vivian would possess such nurturing qualities. Yet he did not argue. If they were pleased to think so, that was all the better. Yea. Thank you, my lord. I can talk to small animals, Shelley exclaimed, her fear transformed into joy. She had always adored small creatures. And now the prospect of conversing with them filled her with delight, envisioning herself proudly walking down the street with her newfound companions. But my lord, Shelley will be loyal to you for all eternity. At last, the young girl knelt before Nalanter, her voice imbued with utmost sincerity as she pledged her oath. Chapter 31. The perfume, my lord. Here is the powder you requested, along with all the perfumes from the castle. Not long after, Thomas delivered the exquisitely ground ambergris, as fine as flour, along with 20 bottles of perfume. These fragrances were also provided as essential supplies by the esteemed count, for perfume is indeed a requisite adornment for the nobility. Naturally, these perfumes were of no extraordinary quality, merely commonplace items priced as silver coin each, affordable even for the moderately wealthy families within Tulip City. The bottles themselves were simple porcelain vessels, incomparable to those costing a gold coin or even 5. The high-end perfumes, in contrast, were encased in bottles that could be regarded as works of art, crafted from natural crystal and often adorned with gilded filigree and silver trim for embellishment. My lord, what is this powder? It resembles flour, yet why does it emit such a delightful fragrance? Nalanter uncorked the jar containing the ambergris, and instantly, an alluring musk filled the room. Surely, this is not flour. It is ambergris. Ambergris, my lord, is this the saliva of dragons? So, dragon saliva can transform into a fragrant powder. Shirley's eyes widened, her mind racing with this peculiar new knowledge. Unbeknownst to her, ambergris is derived from the stomachs of whales, and she genuinely believed it to be produced by dragons, given the rarity of such an intense fragrance in this world. Nalanter chose not to elaborate. He could hardly disclose that it originates from a whale's inability to digest squid shells, which then become lodged in its stomach. With a decisive pop, Nalanter seized a bottle of perfume and uncapped it. However, instead of the expected potent aroma wafting forth, it was subdued by the prevailing scent of the ambergris. Nalanter used his fingernail to scoop a small amount of the ambergris powder into the bottle, before recapping it and shaking it vigorously. Vivian and Shirley observed their lord's actions in silence, aware that he was concocting something remarkable using the dragon's saliva. After roughly a minute of shaking, Nalanter stepped out of the laboratory, knowing he needed to be in the corridor to discern the scent of the perfume after the addition of ambergris. With another pop, he opened the bottle, and this time, a refreshing fragrance enveloped him the moment the cap was removed. Wow, my lord, this perfume is astonishingly fragrant. It surpasses even the scent of dragon saliva. Standing behind Nalanter, Shirley, with her keen nose, immediately detected the aroma emanating from the bottle, her large, watery eyes widening in astonishment. At the same time, Vivian's eyes sparkled, her delicate nostrils inhaling the surrounding scent. The result was unexpectedly splendid. This was originally a simple jasmine perfume, whose scent Nalanter was already familiar with. Yet upon opening the bottle, he recognized its transformation. The once faint jasmine aroma was now more pure, enriched by the musk of the ambergris, creating an astonishingly harmonious blend. The current fragrance was not only delightful, but also imbued with a profound sense of intoxication. Nalanter could confidently assert that he had never encountered a perfume so exquisite. Not even on the day he was bestowed the title by the Count in Tulip Castle. It was well known that many noble ladies had attended the coronation ceremony that day, and unlike Nalanter, they were not impoverished. They were more than willing to splurge on perfumes priced in gold coins. Come, Vivian, Shirley, apply it to yourselves and take a stroll through the castle. Merely smelling the perfume from the bottle is insufficient. We must test its true effect on the skin. Yes, my lord, Shirley, brimming with eagerness, swiftly accepted the bottle from Nalanter. Sister Vivian, let me apply for you first. With practiced skill, Shirley dabbed the perfume behind Vivian's ears. And once finished, she impatiently applied some to herself as well. Having completed their task, the two made their way downstairs as instructed by Nalanter. The effect on the skin remained superb, following behind Vivian and Shirley. Nalanter inhaled the delightful fragrance wafting from the two girls, finally allowing a satisfied smile to grace his lips. This perfume, which was originally priced at a single silver coin per bottle, Nalanter now felt confident could be sold for at least 50 silver coins. After all, ambergris was a game-changer in perfumery. Perfumes enhanced with ambergris in his past life were considered the epitome of luxury. Of course, with better packaging, it could fetch prices in gold coins, though Nalanter currently lacked the means to produce such packaging. Subsequently, Nalanter chose not to accompany Vivian and Shirley downstairs, but instead returned to the laboratory to prepare the remaining 19 bottles of perfume. Meanwhile, Vivian and Shirley began to meander around the castle. What is that enchanting scent? It resembles the perfume I just delivered to my lord, but this fragrance is far superior. Even the finest perfumes within the Count's castle cannot compare. As Thomas, the steward, strolled through the corridor, he suddenly caught a whiff of an intoxicating aroma. Having served as a footman in Tulip Castle for several years, he immediately recognized that this perfume was extraordinary. His discerning judgment far surpassed that of Nalanter, the son of a rural baron. Vivian and Shirley traversed the corridor and stepped outside into the forecourt. As they approached the castle walls, the gentle fragrance wafted through the air. The guards on duty instantly caught wind of the scent. "Oh, this fragrance is divine." The moment the aroma reached them, the guards couldn't help but inhale deeply, their eyes drifting shut in blissful reverie. Ultimately, their gazes settled on Shirley and Vivian. "Captain Vivian, did you apply perfume? It smells absolutely delightful. Could you share where I might procure a bottle? Once I receive my wages at the end of the month, I would love to buy one." Although the guards held a healthy respect for Nalanter, they felt emboldened to inquire about Vivian, their captain. Moreover, this perfume was simply too alluring. It enveloped them in comfort, making even their pores feel rejuvenated. They thought to themselves that even if it were priced at 5 silver coins a bottle, it would be worth purchasing for a blissful night's sleep. After all, in this world, perfume was not exclusively a woman's domain. "This is my lord's perfume, and it is quite expensive." Shirley was the first to respond on behalf of Vivian, as such a fragrance was something she had never encountered among the offspring of the nobility, certainly beyond the guard's means. "Knowing it belongs to the lord, I fear it is truly out of my reach." The guard's expressions shifted to disappointment. Naturally, the items used by the lord were unattainable for them, and they could not help but cast envious glances at Vivian and Shirley, whose beauty put them at an undeniable advantage over the rough-hewn men. Chapter 32. The Art of Duels. That evening, within the dining hall of the Baron's castle, have the guards prepare. Tomorrow I shall inspect the entirety of the territories surrounding the fiery forest. "Yes, my lord." As the caravan destined for Tulip City would depart the day after tomorrow, it was imperative to dispatch a contingent of over 10 guards for protection. Thus, Nalanter resolved to complete the inspection he had left unfinished during his last visit. Should they encounter magical beasts in the fiery forest, having more personnel would undoubtedly enhance their odds. "My lord, the magical beast meat has been roasted to perfection." Once Quake had exited, Rose gracefully emerged from the kitchen, a tray bearing a golden, glistening piece of roasted magical beast meat in her hands. This was the very meat that had been obtained from Anthony's estate, which Nalanter had been reluctant to consume. As Rose approached, Nalanter found his gaze involuntarily widening. It was undeniable that Rose's Tavern had garnered a stellar reputation in Tulip City, and not merely due to the delectable food. Her presence was a significant factor as well. With each step she took, the tray seemed to sway, creating an impression that it might burst from the confines of her maid's attire, leaving Nalanter uncertain whether to focus on the roasted meat or elsewhere. Such a round piece of magical beast meat. No, it is truly large. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to divert his gaze, for even rabbits do not consume grass near their burrows. Nalanter had no desire to become like those debauched noble lords. "My lord, please enjoy." Rose, unaware of Nalanter's unusual behavior, had rediscovered the confidence and elegance she had possessed when she first opened the tavern after becoming the castle's head chef. Nalanter nodded, finally directing his attention to the magical beast meat. The unique aroma of the meat wafted invitingly to his nostrils, combined with its golden brown, delectable appearance, igniting an insatiable hunger within him. With knife and fork in hand, he swiftly cut a piece of the roasted meat and eagerly placed it in his mouth. Chomp! "Oh, is this the taste of beast meat? No wonder it costs a gold coin per pound." An explosion of flavor instantly envelopes my palate. The texture is smooth yet not greasy, with a unique blend of spices intertwining with a rich aroma of meat. Nalantar is certain that this is the most exquisite food he has ever tasted. Aside from the enhancement fruits, as the morsels are swallowed, the magical essence contained within the beast meat gradually nourishes his entire body, evoking a sensation of comfort akin to being immersed in a hot spring. Rose, this beast meat, is absolutely delectable. After savoring the flavors, Nalantar sincerely praised Rose, feeling immensely fortunate to have such a talented cook. After all, while the beast meat itself is delicious, Rose's culinary skills are equally vital. Being able to indulge in such gourmet delights daily makes his role as Lord feel all the more fulfilling. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. It is an honor to receive your praise. Rose respectfully curtsied to Nalantar, who felt grateful for her culinary talents, while she felt equally fortunate to have encountered a lord like him. Soon after, Nalantar swiftly continued devouring the beast meat. Just as he finished 1 pound of roasted beast meat, still craving more, Vivian suddenly arrived at the dining hall with Lilia in tow. Vivian, what brings you here? Nalantar recalled not having summoned Vivian, and noticing Lilia's red eyes behind her, he sensed something must have transpired. Why, lord? Lilia has made a grave mistake. She accidentally dropped a book into the basin while tidying your study. It turned out that Thomas had asked Lilia to clean Nalantar's study, and while wiping the bookshelf, she inadvertently knocked a book into the water. This had terrified Lilia, as books are quite valuable in this world, with even the cheapest costing 4 or 5 silver coins. Overwhelmed with fear, Lilia had immediately confided in her sister. Vivian, not daring to delay, promptly brought Lilia to admit her error. Which book was it? Nalantar was not particularly concerned about the books in his study. They were not his own, but rather remnants left by other nobles. He occasionally glanced at them, but most were autobiographies or knightly novels belonging to a certain nobleman, which did not pique Nalantar's interest. He wished to find historical texts or books on geography, but unfortunately, such works were scarce at my lord. It was this book. Lilia cautiously handed over the book. Nalantar picked it up and examined it. The biography of Baron Doak. It's no matter. Lilia, just make sure to dry the book later and prevent the pages from sticking together. Fortunately, as it was retrieved in time, the book had not sustained severe water damage, only the edges absorbing some moisture. Nalantar suspected that Baron Doak was one of those who had once held the title of Lord of Stormwind, as nobles often pen such biographies to showcase their great deeds, frequently making multiple copies to gift to fellow nobles. To Nalantar, this book was inconsequential, merely a tool to occupy shelf space. Yes, my lord. Thank you for your mercy, Lilia replied softly, and Vivian's worried expression finally eased significantly. As Nalantar prepared to hand the book back to Lilia, he suddenly noticed some faint writing beneath the cover. What is this? There's writing on the inside of the cover. Through the dampened cover, Nalantar discerned lines of small text, initially thinking he was mistaken, but soon realizing it was indeed writing. And he noticed the cover had a slightly raised section. Could there be a hidden compartment? Nalantar suddenly recalled that after completing the salt task, the system had yet to grant him his combat technique. The possibility grew stronger in his mind. In the next moment, he took a small knife used for cutting meat and carefully made a slit along the edge of the cover. Then he inserted his finger and gently pulled out a piece of parchment, roughly the size of the book. Flame, threefold slash. It's truly a combat technique. Nalantar's spirits soared as he read the text inscribed on the parchment. Not only was it a combat technique, but was also perfectly suited for his cultivation of fire attribute combat skills. Lilia, the book is yours. Just dry it off. Given that it was mealtime, Nalantar did not examine the parchment in detail, carefully tucking it into his robe and handing the book back to Lilia. By the way, Vivian, this bottle of perfume is for you. Use it together with Lilia. After handing over the book, Nalantar also presented Vivian with a perfume he had prepared earlier that afternoon. Such a delightful fragrance. While he was not accustomed to using it himself, would still allow him to enjoy its aroma when applied to Vivian and others. Moreover, the cost of this perfume was not high. As long as he had dragon saliva, it could be produced endlessly, and he was more than willing to share. Thank you, my lord. Gratitude shone in Vivian's eyes. Her lord not only forgave Lilia, but also gifted her a precious bottle of perfume. Such a lord was truly one of a kind. Rose, this is for you and Sherry. After Vivian left with Lilia, Nalanter produced another bottle. Thank you, my lord, Rose exclaimed, having caught a whiff of that enchanting perfume from Sherry earlier in the afternoon. And she was overjoyed to receive a bottle from her lord. Back when she operated a tavern in Tulip City, she was a frequent patron of the perfume shop. Chapter 33. The fire forest, every word of flame threefold slash, is clear to me. Yet why does it seem so profound when combined? In the back garden, Nalanter began practicing the techniques inscribed on the parchment. However, after half an hour of trying to comprehend the intricate flow of energy and movements, he found himself at a complete loss. Combat techniques are special skills that enable combat energy to unleash tremendous power in a short span, akin to air compression in his past life. When air is compressed to a certain extent, the moment it is released, it can generate immense force. Combat energy operates similarly, only in a more complex state within the human body. He decided to take his time. After all, combat techniques are closely guarded secrets of noble families, typically passed from father to son, with guidance provided during practice that it was rare for someone like him to practice directly from parchment. Flame threefold slash. First slash. Nalanter began to circulate his combat energy, slowly gathering it within his meridians. Then he swung his sword forward in a broad arc second slash. Without pausing after the first, Nalanter continued, as his combat technique consisted of 3 consecutive strikes. With a fierce shout, he executed a swift 360-degree spin, the momentum causing his sword to move even faster, the chilling gleam radiating around him. Third slash. After sweeping his sword in a circle, Nalanter raised it high above his head, then brought it down with tremendous force. Bang! This strike felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Even though Nalanter had yet to master the technique of compressing combat energy, the sword shattered the stone floor beneath him into fragments. Wow! The power of this combo increased with each strike, and if he could achieve combat energy compression on the final blow, any enemy caught unprepared would either be gravely injured or worse. Nalanter gazed at the shattered stone slabs, becoming increasingly invested in mastering this combat technique. Setting off, the following morning, 20 guards gathered at the Baroness Castle, slowly departing under Nalanter's command. Among the group was the mask-wearing little Sherry, who appeared even more playful and adorable with her disguise that "My lord, I just heard a bird say, 'Run, this group of monsters might attack us.'" Sherry, having not left the castle for a long time, could hardly contain her excitement and hopped down from the carriage to walk beside Nalanter's horse, whispering about the animal's secrets. Nalanter found it quite amusing to hear the world from an animal's perspective. Thus, the group continued through the wheat leaf village. They did not stop there today, as the rice planting had commenced and the serfs were already in the fields. After passing through Wheat Leaf Village, he saw vast tracts of arable land, where serfs were bent over in the muddy fields, planting seedlings. "Greetings, my lord." Several serfs approached, and, upon seeing Nalanter's entourage, quickly ran to the roadside and knelt in greeting. Just a simple act of borrowing whale meat and a low-price sale of salt had already elevated Nalanter to the status of a generous and benevolent lord in the hearts of the serfs. "Rise," Nalanter said with a warm smile. The serfs of this world, much like the impoverished folk of his past life, had modest demands. As long as they could make ends meet, they would be utterly compliant. After the serfs stood up, Nalanter gazed at the seedlings in the fields and queried, "Why are your seedlings spaced so wide apart? This must be at least a meter between them." "Correct, my lord," they replied. "The seedlings must be planted this way. Otherwise, the wheat will have empty husks, and in a few years, the land will no longer be arable." Empty husks in the wheat, is that not due to insufficient nutrients? Moreover, this spacing seems rather excessive. Nalanter struggled to comprehend their reasoning. However, in the next moment a thought struck him, and he continued, "Do you usually fertilize the fields?" "Fertilize? What is fertilizing?" A few serfs were at a loss for words. Stammering in response to Nalanter's inquiry that moment, Nalanter confirmed his suspicion. In this world, the presence of sprite insects had fundamentally altered people's lives compared to his previous existence. The recent dealings with salt and the current farming practices were similar. People of his former life were accustomed to enriching the soil, but in this realm, the existence of the sprites had rendered the notion of fertilization utterly inconceivable. to maintain soil fertility. The serfs could only reduce the number of crops planted in a given area, ensuring the land could be cultivated for years to come. Otherwise, if the soil's nutrients were exhausted all at once, it would take several years for that land to be ready for cultivation again. Vivian, once you finish the inspection, go find Peter and relay my orders. Instruct all serfs to plant the wheat densely, forbidding such ample spacing. Additionally, have him gather the stonemasons and carpenters from Wheatleaf Village. I have matters to discuss with them. The arable land of the Storm Territory was already scarce, with much of it claimed by forest. If farming continued in this manner, the serfs would forever be deprived of sufficient sustenance. As for fertilizer, the waste carelessly strewn about the streets would serve as the finest fertilizer. Thus, Nalante resolved to expedite the establishment of latrines. When the caravan returned, it ought to bring back a considerable amount of gold coins. Yes, my lord. Vivian promptly took out a small notebook to record Nalante's words. This was the advantage of having talent among his subordinates. Once orders were given, there was no need for the lord to remember them himself. The party continued onward, circumventing Doom Village, and headed directly towards the southwest, towards the fire forest, as its name suggests. The fire forest was so named because a majority of the trees therein bore vibrant red leaves year-round. Resembling a sea of flames from a distance, my lord. We are nearing the edge of the fire forest. It would be best for your subordinates to lead the way. Quake cautiously approached to offer his suggestion. In a safe zone, it was natural for the lord to ride at the forefront. But in areas fraught with danger, it was prudent for the guards to take the lead, ensuring that, should any mishap occur, someone would shield Nalante from harm. Indeed, better to err on the side of caution. I cannot allow my lord to perish within a month of assuming office. Nalante agreed. Subsequently, the party began to navigate the perimeter of the fiery forest. The path gradually narrowing, flanked by dense thickets, as they traversed this narrow trail. Everyone remained vigilant, with the guards gripping their sword hilts tightly. My lord, these little bees are quite amusing. Unlike those birds, they seem willing to heed my commands. At this moment, only Sherry, the young girl of the group, was thoroughly engrossed, having attracted a swarm of buzzing bees around her. Sherry, try communicating with them. Perhaps you might receive a hive of your own. The bee's willingness to follow Sherry was simply due to her current lack of sufficient innate power to control larger creatures. However, the gift of the fortunate girl could be enhanced through continuous practice. And upon reaching a certain threshold, she could awaken her abilities with a mid-level awakening potion recipe provided by the system. All right, my lord. Sherry's eyes sparkled with excitement. A hive of bees represented honey, a luxury in this world, exclusively reserved for the nobility. With that, Sherry began to focus intently on communicating with the bees, while the party delved deeper into the fire forest as time passed. Stop! After advancing for more than an hour, Nalante suddenly furrowed his brow and spoke. My lord, do you have any commands? I sense something watching us. Nalante scanned the surroundings. Since a few minutes prior, he had felt the keen awareness of being observed, a sensation enhanced by his knightly title. Could it be a monster? Quake gasped, quickly drawing his sword. It is unlikely. If a monster were hiding in the shadows, a bronze knight would find it difficult to perceive. Nalante shook his head slightly, then turned his gaze toward Sherry. Meanwhile, within the thicket to the left of Nalante's party, a shadow lurked behind a large tree, peering through the underbrush to observe them. Damn it, I've been discovered. I must report back quickly. The figure, aware of the risk of being spotted, began to retreat cautiously, attempting to minimize any noise. Buzzing at that moment, several bees flew over his head, yet he paid them no mind. It was common to encounter mosquitoes and insects in the forest. Once the buzzing faded, he had retreated over 10 meters, and just as he turned to flee southwest, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air. Whoosh! Thud! On my leg, a cry of agony escaped him as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain, an arrow embedded in his thigh. Quake, go bring him to me. Hearing the cries from the thicket, Nalante commanded. Soon, Quake and the guards dragged the individual from the woods. Who are you, and why have you trespassed into the Storm Territory? Nalante's brow furrowed upon seeing the man before him, fully armed and clad in leather armor, a sight uncharacteristic of an ordinary peasant or petty thief. This world was impoverished. Often, Even the subordinates of lords and knights could not afford leather armor and swords. With many resorting to farming implements and battled at my lord, I am a soldier of Baron Kunter. I accidentally wandered in here, and I beseech you to allow me to return. Baron Kunter will surely reward you for my release. The man, sweating profusely from the pain, immediately pleaded with Nalante. Wandered in. Nalante's expression remained impassive as he turned to Quake, saying, Quake, this matter is yours to handle. Such a tale might fool a 3-year-old. But it could not deceive Nalante. If he truly had wandered. Upon encountering Nalante, he would have promptly announced his identity, for mere inadvertence did not constitute a grave matter. However, he had been monitoring Nalante's party for several minutes, and upon being discovered, he had attempted to retreat deeper into the woods. If he had no ulterior motives, no one would believe him. Since he was unwilling to speak the truth, Nalante saw no reason not to employ some methods. Moreover, upon seeing this soldier, Nalante harbored numerous suspicions. The recent disappearances of the serfs were likely not solely due to monsters. Yes, my lord, Quake revealed a bloodthirsty grin as he dragged the man off into the nearby woods, where soon cries of anguish echoed. The howls did not last long, and Quake hurriedly emerged, stating, My lord, he has confessed. Indeed, he is a soldier under Baron Kunter, but he did not wander in by mistake, that he was sent here to keep watch. As there is a newly established camp belonging to Baron Kunter not far ahead in the buffer zone. Pausing briefly, Quake continued, he also confessed that the recently missing serfs were not taken by monsters, but had been captured by them. Just as I suspected, that scoundrel Kunter has the audacity to act. Nalante's suspicions were confirmed. He had not anticipated Baron Kunter's boldness in extending his reach into the Storm territory, a move that could incite conflict with the Tulip territory and the Black Iron Ridge. Moreover, now that the Storm territory belonged to him, Nalante would not tolerate any outsiders wreaking havoc on his domain. Did he mention what the purpose of the camp in the buffer zone is? My lord, he only mentioned that there's a Yellow Sprite within. Beyond that, he knows nothing. A Yellow Sprite. Does that not imply the presence of mineral resources? Nalante was taken aback. Yellow Sprites are the most precious of all sprites. And even the discovery of salt mine could yield substantial wealth. Ding. The Stormhold is your dominion, yet agents of Baron Kunt have ventured into your territory, infringing upon your interests. System side quest. Determine the location of the camp. Task reward. A new species of plant. At that moment, a long-awaited voice of the system resonated in Nalante's mind. Ah, the system has finally stirred, but the reward is merely a new species of plant. Nalante did not dwell on it for long. He knew he must investigate. Thus, he inquired of Quake, in which direction lies that camp? My lord, it is located 3 miles ahead within the border buffer zone. Very well. Let us set forth to investigate. Leave 2 guards to bind him to a tree and keep watch. Nalante commanded swiftly. Yes, my lord. Before long, the party commenced their journey, and after a brief span of 10 minutes, they arrived at the 3-mile boundary. However, at this juncture, Nalante did not encounter the camp, for the roads nearby were flanked by dense, towering trees, with only a massive boundary stone weighing several thousand pounds standing before them. Inscribed with the words Earl of Tulip, the camp must be hidden within the woods of this buffer zone. Nalante gazed toward the thicket beyond the boundary stone. As the name implies, the buffer zone is an uninhabited area reserved between the territories of nobles, established to prevent disputes arising among them. In name, the buffer zone does not belong to either party. It is owned by the liege lord to whom they are sworn. For instance, the buffer zone between the Earl of Tulip and the Earl of Black Iron belongs to the Duke's King. However, the buffer zone typically spans a narrow boundary line about 3 kilometers wide, and the liege lords possessing ownership do not truly manage or develop IT this juncture. The vassals have formed an unspoken rule to divide the buffer zone in half and develop their respective portions, with the sole stipulation that no camps or military forces may be established. Violating this rule would be deemed a breach of the unspoken agreement. Surely, how the bees scout the forest. The reason they were able to swiftly locate that cunt scout earlier was due to Shirley's bees. Nalante realized today the true utility of Shirley. Before becoming a formidable beast tamer, she could very well serve as an excellent scout. Of course, my lord. Shirley nodded enthusiastically and then murmured a few words to several bees, which promptly buzzed into the sky. The buffer zone was filled with dense woods, and searching manually would consume considerable time. However, for the bees, soaring a few dozen meters into the air would provide a clear view. Merely seconds passed before several bees returned. My lord, the bees inform me that there's a camp within the woods ahead. Excellent. Everyone, follow me. Let us proceed to investigate. Subsequently, under the guidance of the little bees, Nalante and his companions ventured into the forest. After walking for just 4 or 5 minutes, they broke through into a clearing where the once dense woods had been entirely felled, replaced by a camp established with wooden stakes. Though referred to as a camp, it resembled a rudimentary fortress, encircled by wooden walls made of towering logs standing 5 or 6 meters high. Not only could the walls accommodate foot traffic, but every 10 meters or so featured a towering arrow tower, for which a longbowman could be seen vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Clang, 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 as Nalante and his party appeared at the edge of the clearing. The guards atop the walls noticed their presence, and an urgent alarm bell rang throughout the camp. Chapter 35. Threat with the ringing of the bell, fully armed guards rushed to the wooden walls. Nalante estimated that along this segment of the wall alone, there were at least 20 fully armed guards. Such numbers suggested that the camp likely housed at least 40 to 50 guards. Nalante's expression grew serious, and his curiosity about what lay within the camp intensified. Typically, a baron could afford around 70 to 80 troops, and the wealthier among them might muster 100, but beyond that. It would be beyond the means of a baron, for under normal circumstances, a baron would oversee a population of over 10,000, making it exceedingly challenging to sustain 100 guards. Yet this cunt had stationed half of his forces within the buffer zone's camp, which undoubtedly hinted at something suspicious. "Who are you?" At that moment, a burly middle-aged man emerged from atop the wall. Clad in a suit of iron armor, he exuded an imposing presence. Nalante scrutinized him closely and discerned that this man was not only a knight but also possessed strength surpassing his own. Ranking as a mid-tier bronze knight, "I am the newly appointed Lord of Stormhold." "Who might you be?" Nalante stepped forward, feigning ignorance as he called out to the man atop the wooden wall. "Ah, the Lord of Stormhold. I am Sir Dilly, a vassal of Baron Cunt. My lord, you have trespassed into the territory of Baron Cunt. I kindly ask that you withdraw immediately." Upon hearing this, Dilly offered a feigned smile, his tone dripping with arrogance. "The territory of Baron Cunt? Sir Dilly, I recall this as a buffer zone. When did it become the domain of your Baron Cunt?" Nalante's expression darkened, realizing the other party was shamelessly attempting to distort the truth. Moreover, not only was this a buffer zone, but a substantial portion of it also belonged to my Stormhold. The journey from the boundary to this point had taken merely 4 or 5 minutes. Nalante had been calculating the distance, and they had only traversed 400 or 500 meters at most. Thus, it was evident that this Baron Cunt had not only violated the buffer zone by constructing a camp and stationing troops, but had also encroached upon the territory belonging to Nalante. "I apologize, my lord, but I do not comprehend your words. This territory belongs to Baron Cunt, and furthermore, Baron Cunt has issued orders forbidding anyone from approaching this camp, that I must insist that you vacate the premises swiftly, or you shall bear the consequences." Sir Dilly's countenance darkened upon hearing Nalante's words, his forced smile evaporating. With his declaration, the guards atop the walls raised their longbows. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing this, Quake and the others immediately reacted, drawing their swords to shield Nalante, while Vivian and the other guards swiftly prepared their bows to confront the wall. My lord, I advise you to remain a dutiful lord and enjoy your days while the dark creatures have yet to breach your castle. This buffer zone is beyond your reach. Moreover, we are deep within the dense firewood forest, where magical beasts frequently appear. Lingering here could be perilous for you. Noting that Nalante and his companions were not only unafraid, but also prepared to resist, Sir Dilly spoke once more. This time, his words had thoroughly exposed his insolence, as Sir Dilly deliberately flared his aura, the powerful radiance of a mid-tier bronze knight enveloping him. The atmosphere grew tense, and both sides stood poised for confrontation for over 10 seconds. Throughout this duration, Nalante's gaze remained unwavering, fixated upon the arrogant Dilly. "You are indeed correct. This place is unlike any other. after a span of 10 seconds. Nalante suddenly erupted into laughter, his mirth genuine. "Quake, Vivian, lower your weapons. We shall depart." With that, Nalante turned and led his 18 subordinates back the way they had come. Observing Nalante's retreat, Dilly broke into a hearty laugh. "Ah, I did not expect him to be merely a cowardly lord. A few words, and he flees. How convenient, Sir Dilly, your earlier provocation of him. Do you think it will result in any repercussions?" A guard captain beside Dilly cautiously inquired. "What repercussions could there be? The Baron has already sent word, advising us not to fret upon encountering this lord. Simply scaring him off will suffice. It is said he is merely a pitiful Baron's son." It turned out that a few days prior, upon learning of the new lord arrival in Stormhold, Kunt had already dispatched inquiries about the situation and discovered that Nalante was merely the son of a baron, which led to a sense of complacency that, I see. Sir Dilly was truly impressive just now. The guard captain promptly showered him with praise. He is but a lad yet to grow a beard. Do not forget, our camp boasts 50 guards, and even I could easily vanquish them alone. Indeed, Sir Dilly is a mid-tier bronze knight. Now, if you will excuse me, I must descend and remind the guards to remain vigilant, lest that lord from Stormhold attempt any underhanded schemes. By the way, when the guard who was on watch returns, give him 10 lashes. He must have been napping in the woods." With that, Dilly strode down from the wall. "How infuriating! My lord, we must promptly report this matter to the Earl. Surely, the Earl will seek an explanation from the Earl of Black Iron." Quake seethed as they made their way back, the arrogance of Dilly igniting resentment in every guard. "Quake, do you think it will be of any use to inform the Earl, considering that Dilly remains so brazen even after we discovered him? Such matters, according to the original owner's memories, would largely devolve into a protracted dispute. For the Fiery Forest has already become a border zone of the duchy. Apart from its impact on Nalante, the involved party, it bears little significant influence on the esteemed Count or the King. Even if the King were to ultimately issue a command for the Iron Count to intervene, it is likely they would seek excuses to procrastinate, as this place is exceedingly remote, unless both counts were to take the matter seriously and escalate the situation. Only then would the King genuinely take an interest. Furthermore, Nalante harbors certain ulterior motives, for the camp is situated within his buffer zone, implying that any potential benefits therein could rightfully belong to him. However, should the King or the Count become aware of this, he would be left as a mere spectator. But, my lord, they are infringing upon the rights of our stormed territory. Quake expressed his dissatisfaction. Ding! The task of locating the camp has been completed. The reward of a new plant species has been issued. Ding! Baron Kunter is resolutely attempting to encroach upon your interests and has even issued threats, thereby undermining your lordship's authority. You should deliver a sufficient blow to your adversary. System side quest. Destroy the camp within the buffer zone. Slay or expel the enemy. System rewards. 1 basic fighting technique manual. Information on 2 sprites. Information on 2 sprites. At that moment, Nalante heard the system's notification in his mind, and upon processing the sound, he nearly leapt from his spot. This reward was extraordinarily generous. The basic fighting technique manual did not particularly concern Nalante, but the information on the 2 sprites was indeed a scarce treasure for the development of his territory. The task issued by the system aligned perfectly with Nalante's current thoughts. He recalled clearly the earlier threats from Dilly, as well as the serfs they had abducted. More importantly, Nalante instinctively understood that the area Kunter was so eager to seize must harbor valuable resources, especially since it lay within his buffer zone. Even if the sprites belonged to Kunter, that would not suffice. Seeing Quake still brimming with indignation, Nalante suppressed his excitement and spoke. "Quake, do you not remember that protecting the rights of the territory does not necessarily require the Count's intervention?" "My lord, do you mean?" Quake's eyes widened in realization. "But didn't Sir Dilly state that this place is unlike others? This is the Fiery Forest, where magical beasts frequently roam. If one day they were to be wiped out, it would not be surprising." Nalante smiled faintly. Chapter 36. New Crops. Quake instantly grasped the meaning, his expression transforming into one of exhilaration. If his lord was willing to resolve this matter through force, he would naturally charge forward without hesitation. However, once the excitement faded, Quake considered the practical issues. But my lord, our numbers are far too few. That camp is exceedingly fortified, and merely the guards on the wooden walls number at least 40. Quake was not foolish. He understood the disparity in strength between their sides. With their few numbers, they were insufficient to besiege a camp comparable to a suggested fortress. My lord, should I shoot them from a distance at night? I could come every day and gradually diminish their strength. At that moment, Vivian, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Vivian's fury towards Dilly's threats against her lord was no less than Quake's. She simply lacked the eloquence to voice it. Now that she heard her lord's intent to eliminate the camp, she felt her archery skills would serve as an excellent means. Although there was a blank space of about 50 to 60 meters around the camp. It was no challenge for her marksmanship. No, Vivian, I intend to prepare for a decisive strike against them, so we must not alert them. Nalante shook his head. This matter requires careful planning. The caravan must depart tomorrow. Otherwise, we will miss the Count's summons. We shall address the camp after you return from the tulips. In the meantime, we must gather sufficient preparations. Now, we have one more task to complete, which is to investigate how many enemies are within the camp. Only then can I devise a strategy. Nalante knew he needed to return and prepare thoroughly. The few days of the caravan's journey would provide him with the necessary time. Understood, my lord. Following this, Nalante instructed Shelley to send bees towards the camp. Several bees quietly circled the area around Cunner's camp and quickly returned with information regarding the guards. According to Shelley's report, there were a total of 51 individuals dressed similarly to Quake and the others, indicating that there were still 51 fully armed guards within the camp. Additionally, there were 30 individuals without weapons, likely the mining serfs. The fact that there were more guards and miners only heightened Nalante's sense of the camp's value. After completing the reconnaissance, Quake had already recalled 2 guards from the captives, and the group continued down the road ahead. Due to the scarcity of serfs in Nalante's territory, there was only one road, which encircled the entire storm territory. They did not need to retrace their steps. They could simply follow the dirt road back to the castle. As for the captured guard, Nalante did not intend to spare him. Since he was now at odds with Cunter, he could not afford to release the guard back, so Quake handled it, digging a hole to bury him. This was the harsh reality of their world. My lord, the bees have informed me that their home is nearby. Can we go take a look? As they were about 5 or 6 li from the castle, Shelley suddenly approached Nalante, whispering her request. Oh, is it nearby? Of course we can. The presence of a beehive meant honey, and if they could bring some back, it would provide a continuous supply of honey in the future. Thank you, my lord. Shelley was overjoyed. She understood that the honey would undoubtedly belong to her lord, but what she cherished was directing these little creatures to play alongside her, so she was unconcerned. The beehive was not far from the road. Nalante brought only Vivian and 2 guards as he followed Shelley into the nearby wilderness. My lord, it's right there. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, Shelley excitedly pointed at a towering tree. Upon looking, they indeed found a beehive atop the large tree. This hive was one of the largest Nalante had ever seen, oval in shape, measuring at least a meter in height and around 70 to 80 centimeters in diameter. At that moment, the bees nearby seemed to have detected their approach, buzzing and circling in the air. My lord, please wait here while I go communicate with the bees. Shelley immediately spoke to Nalante. Be careful. Nalante nodded. They lacked Shelley's talent, and approaching now would surely result in a painful sting. Understood, my lord. Shelley was undeterred, slowly making her way towards the few bees ahead. My lord, there are some stones here. Please sit and rest. As Shelley began communicating with the bees, Vivian had already cleared a large stone for Nalante to sit on. Nalante, not one to refuse, approached the stone and sat down, today in preparation for magical beasts. He was fully armed. Although he had donned the engraved armor captured from the Headless Knight, it still weighed around 40 to 50 pounds, and the bumpy ride had exhausted him. This was precisely why ordinary individuals, no matter how strong, would avoid wearing iron armor. Firstly, the cost was exorbitant, and secondly, it was simply unmanageable. Iron armor was the exclusive domain of knights, and my lord, are you thirsty? Would you like to eat some wild fruits? Just as Nalante settled down, Vivian's eyes lit up as she scanned the surroundings. Then she inquired in a manner reminiscent of a considerate wife. "What wild fruits?" "My lord, it's this little tree. Although it appears quite tough, it is delicious with a sweet taste inside." Seeing Nalante's curiosity, Vivian hurried to a long, stick-like wild fruit. "Is this not sugar cane?" Nalante observed the little tree closely, exclaiming in surprise, although it was somewhat smaller. It was indeed the sugar cane from his previous life. "My lord, what is sugar cane? Do you recognize this wild fruit?" Vivian was taken aback. These wild fruits were only known to the villagers of their Misfortune village. Many girls in Misfortune village lacked the strength to farm and could only rummage through the weeds for edible food, even resorting to eating tree roots when starved. When she first arrived in Storm territory, Vivian's sewing skills had yet to manifest. Once, in a moment of extreme hunger, she had dug up tree roots to eat and inadvertently discovered that this little tree was incredibly delicious. Although it could not fully satiate her hunger, its sweet juice provided her with considerable strength. Nalante could no longer contain his excitement and directly approached the little tree. Its appearance was identical, with a purple skin, climbing like bamboo, and leaves sprouting at the top. In the next moment, Nalante drew his sword and severed the little tree at its base. He needed to taste its flavor to reach a final conclusion, as discovering sugarcane in this alternate world was truly unexpected. Crunch, crunch, so sweet, it truly is sugarcane. Do not be deceived by the seemingly unremarkable stature of the sugarcane. Its fragrance and sweetness are astonishingly delightful. Nalante is certain that this is indeed the sugarcane of another world. Haha! Vivian, you have done remarkably well. Nalante is filled with joy, for in his previous life, sugarcane was not only a delectable fruit, but also primarily utilized for sugar production. Coincidentally, in this realm, sugar remains an undiscovered entity, with the nobility relying solely on honey for sweetness. Chapter 37. The caravan departs. Do not find this astonishing that in the medieval western world of Earth, it was quite similar. During that era, sugar was absent, and honey was employed as a substitute. They would even specify in their wills the quantity of honey barrels they possessed as a testament to their wealth. It was only during the Crusades that they first encountered the existence of solid sugar in this world. Initially, sugar was immensely valuable, often regarded as a remedy for ailments such as coughs, fevers, and other maladies, and even during the time of the Black Death, sugar was used for treatment. You need not express your gratitude. My lord. Vivian, somewhat bewildered by Nalante's exuberance, perceived her discovery merely as a wild fruit insufficient to satisfy hunger. My lord, if you seek more, there should be plenty of these small trees of sugarcane in the surrounding woods, Vivian added. Are there many more? Vivian, lead me to them. Nalante's excitement grew. Under Vivian's guidance, Nalante began to search the nearby underbrush and indeed found several clusters of wild sugarcane. As they were wild, these sugar canes were somewhat scattered. However, according to Vivian, this was not the entirety of them, as many areas within the Storm territory bore the presence of sugarcane. Hearing this, Nalante nodded with a smile and ceased his exploration of the thicket. Currently, many of the sugar canes are not fully matured and will require at least a month to grow. However, he was not in a hurry, as he needed time to process these sugar canes upon returning to their original location. Sherry, the little girl, had nearly finished communicating with the bees and excitedly approached. My lord, look, this is the king of the bees. Sherry ran up to Nalante, opening her palm to reveal an enormous bee. The queen of the hive. Well done, Sherry. This is a double blessing, signifying that he will not only have sugar to consume, but also honey. Moreover, acquiring such a large hive of bees may prove beneficial in a few days when confronting the Quint camp. Subsequently, Nalante instructed 2 guards, with Sherry's assistance, to carefully lower the massive beehive. In this world, beekeeping techniques are virtually non-existent, and honey can only be procured from the wild. However, with Sherry's help, Nalante can now transport the entire hive to the castle without any reservations. The following morning, in the castle courtyard, 3 carts laden with goods awaited departure. This time, Nalante would send a total of 12 individuals alongside the caravan to Tulip City, in addition to Quake and his first guard squad. The other individual accompanying them would be the steward, Thomas. With Anthony deceased, Thomas was the only literate person familiar with Tulip Castle remaining. Thomas would report the development status of the territory to the Count on Anthony's behalf and provide an explanation for Anthony's demise. My lord, we shall take our leave now. During my absence, please take good care of your health. As the steward, Thomas was genuinely concerned about the castle's affairs. He would likely be away for around 10 days, and he felt quite reluctant to leave. Rest assured, Steward Thomas, you need only execute my instructions promptly. Faced with Thomas's earnest concern, Nalente felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, Thomas was not a beauty. Had it been a beautiful steward displaying such reluctance, he would have certainly offered a warm embrace. Yes, my lord. Oblivious to his disdain, Thomas responded with a note of reluctance. Quake, I entrust the safety of the caravan to you. Also, remember to purchase the items I instructed, especially the leather armor. After speaking with Thomas, Nalente turned his attention to the fully armed Quake. The leather armor was intended for Vivian's team, since they were likely to earn a considerable profit this time. He could not allow them to enter battle-clad in tattered garments. Yes, my lord. Quake assured him that he would ensure the safety of the caravan while also fulfilling the tasks assigned. Excellent. Then let us depart. I will await your return in the Storm territory to die in loyalty to my lord. Quake stood tall, his left hand bent and striking his chest with vigor, a universal military salute in this world. After completing the salute, Quake looked towards the caravan, raising his hand in command, and proclaimed, Everyone, let us set forth. After the caravan departed, Nalente made his way directly to the study. System, I wish to draw a lottery. Last night was the night of falling stars. However, without the system's prior notice, Nalente dared not use the search function again. After all, under normal circumstances, the probability of meteors birthing little spirits is exceedingly low. It would be considered fortunate for a barony to witness 2 little spirits in a year. If Nalente continued to attempt searching, the likelihood of his energy points go to waste would be 99%. However, while little spirits were temporarily unattainable, the lottery would not cease. Nalente was urgently in need of enhancing his strength to deal with matters concerning the buffer zone camp, as the grand wheel of fortune appeared. Nalente unhesitatingly pressed the start button. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained an intelligence fruit. The lottery quickly yielded results, and Nalente received a purple fruit resembling a plum. Remarkably, it was an intelligence fruit. Nonetheless, it was certainly superior to that wretched charm fruit. Although not entirely satisfied, Nalente accepted it, for it was at least an improvement over the previous charm fruit. As the fruit was extracted, a refreshing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Nalente to promptly consume it. Oh, the sensation brought on by this intelligence fruit was entirely different from that of the enhancement fruit. As the juices of the fruit slid down into his stomach, Nalente felt a jolt throughout his body, and his mind instantly became clear. If just a moment ago his thoughts were akin to a single-core processor, after consuming the intelligence fruit, he transformed into a dual-core processor. At this moment, his mind was not only sharper, but he also perceived the surrounding environment with newfound clarity. Was the effect truly this formidable? Initially, Nalente had not placed much importance on the intelligence fruit, believing his intellect did not require supplementation. Yet at this moment, all he could think was, truly delightful. The law of delightful aroma had been fulfilled, and Nalente suddenly recalled the incomprehensible secret technique, the triple slash of flames, that he had previously encountered. Thus, he retrieved the parchment. The intelligence fruit is indeed extraordinary. Enlightenment has dawned upon me. Great technique, here I come. In the castle hall, Vivian entered with several stonemasons and carpenters. My lord, I present to you this design. Without further ado, Nalente handed over a blueprint he had drawn the previous night. In this world, apart from castles, towns lack the concept of toilets. The stonemasons and carpenters carefully accepted the blueprint and began to examine it. What do you think? Can you construct this building? In response to my lord, according to your blueprint, constructing the building is feasible. However, partitioning it into smaller rooms and excavating a trench below may render it uninhabitable. One bolder stonemason cautiously replied, You need not concern yourselves with those details. Just ensure the quality of the construction. By the way, this toilet is to commence work immediately. Determine what materials are required and how many hands are needed, and consult with the captain of the guards. I wish to build 3 toilets in May village and 1 in Ian village. Understood, my lord. Subsequently, Nalante entrusted the management of the construction of toilets to Vivian. Simultaneously, he tasked Vivian with issuing his first decree. Effective tomorrow, all feces from serfs must no longer be carelessly discarded. Those who contravene this mandate shall receive a punishment of 10 lashes. And repeat offenders will be publicly hanged in the square, of course. Nalante also took into account the difficulties faced by the serfs before the toilets were completed, that he issued instructions allowing the serfs to dig a pit to bury the feces, allowing it to dry and ferment, so that it could be excavated for later use. Once he had conveyed these matters, Vivian convened the craftsmen in the courtyard to discuss the toilet construction, while Nalante retreated to the garden to continue his training in the art of combat. Chapter 38. A booming trade. 2 days passed swiftly, and Thomas and his companions had been away from the castle for 2 days. At dawn, they finally arrived at the territory of their first neighbor within the Tulip domain, known as the Black Rock territory. This baronial estate was renowned for its abundant black stones, and although it was somewhat remote, it had not fallen into disrepair like the Storm territory, for northward lay the lands of nobility. As the caravan entered the quaint town of Black Rock, the townsfolk curiously scrutinized the merchant party. Historically, merchant caravans had traveled from the north or west, but this time they hailed from the south, a region notorious for its misfortunes. Clatter, clatter! Not far within the castle, a fully armed contingent was spotted approaching the town, led by Baron Boris himself, who hurriedly commanded 30 soldiers. "Who are you?" Baron Boris inquired, scrutinizing the group before him. "Esteemed Baron Boris," Thomas replied, representing the face of Sir Nalante, "we are a merchant caravan from the Storm territory, dispatched by my lord Sir Nalante, here to sell local specialties in your domain." Although his tone was respectful, it held an air of dignity. Storm territory? Boris paused, then recollected. I recall some time ago. A party passed through en route to the Storm territory. I asked your lord one of the knights bestowed by the Count. He pondered how one might be assigned to the cursed Storm territory. The Count had recently conferred knighthoods upon 8 vassals' second sons, a tale well known to Boris, who had hoped such fortune might befall his own family, had he not been too young and lacking a suitable heir. Indeed, esteemed Baron Boris, my lord Nalante hails from the Belric family and is the second son of Baron Andrew. The Belric family? That explains it, Boris thought, recalling the enmity between Alding and the Belric family. A matter known to all vassals. Pray tell, what wares have you brought this time? Boris inquired, intrigued yet skeptical that a place as destitute as the Storm territory could hardly offer any specialties, observing the 3 carts brimming with goods. Boris darkly speculated whether Nalante had exploited all the serfs' grain. At this remark, Thomas finally smiled, as many townsfolk had gathered at a distance, just as he had intended. "Esteemed Baron, our caravan brings salt and rare dried fish." With that, Thomas commanded the soldiers to swiftly unveil the hides covering the carts. "Wow, so much salt!" exclaimed the townsfolk. "And dried fish, where did these come from? Aren't there sea monsters and fish folk by the coast? How many fish must have been needed to produce this much dried fish?" As the specialties were revealed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with townsfolk hiding in corners, their eyes fixated on the 3 carts. Particularly, the dried fish, which could fetch 30 copper coins per pound, was a luxury reserved for the nobility. Boris's pupils dilated, astonished that both the salt and dried fish exceeded his expectations. He had initially assumed they were merely surplus wheat extracted from the serfs. "Where did you procure this salt and dried fish?" Boris inquired, his curiosity piqued. These 2 specialties were not even available in his own Black Rock estate. The salt seemed plausible, likely sourced from a nearby barony. But the dried fish could only be produced by the wealthiest of nobles. "Esteemed Baron Boris," Thomas replied, "this salt is produced by our own little sprites in the Storm territory, and the dried fish was caught under the personal guidance of my lord Nalante along with the serfs." Nalante had already devised a response for this inquiry. Salt-producing sprites? How fortunate, Boris thought, harboring no doubts about the salt's origin, yet feeling envious of Nalante's luck. As for the dried fish, he refrained from probing further. Whatever methods had been employed to catch them, he knew that pressing for details would yield no answers. "And how much do you intend to sell this dried fish for?" "I doubt the common folk can afford it." Esteemed Baron Boris, the salt is priced at 7 copper coins per package, and the dried fish at 10 copper coins per pound. So inexpensive? Are you certain you haven't misspoken? While salted dried fish may lack the flavor of fresh sea fish, it typically commanded a price of 30 copper coins. Yet now, not only was the salt cheapened, but the dried fish was also reduced by a third. Boris pondered how Nalante intended to conduct business. Was he perhaps engaging in charity? Esteemed Baron, this is the price set by my lord, and henceforth, all sales will adhere to this standard. Very well. Since I am neighbors with Sir Nalante, you may proceed with your sales. With that, a disheartened Boris chose not to linger, promptly leading his soldiers back to the castle. My lord, shall we not purchase some? If they sell at such low prices, our salt from the Count's domain will hardly move. The captain of the soldiers cautiously inquired beside Boris. Previously, they had procured salt from the Count's barony, keeping a portion for castle use while selling the remainder to their vassals at 10 copper coins each. Purchase? That is a product from the cursed land. Do you dare consume it? Boris retorted. Furthermore, regarding salt sales, I would rather not engage in trade with that acerbic bastard, his offspring, unless absolutely necessary. Now that the Storm Territory offers salt to the vassals, it suits me just fine. I would rather forego a trifling profit than allow the Count to profit from my expense, as vassals of the same Count. Boris could not refuse the Storm Territory's caravan the right to trade in the town. However, the knowledge that the Storm Territory could produce salt brought a sense of satisfaction to Boris. In the past, when acquiring salt from the Count, not only had he mixed in considerable sand, but he also deliberately prolonged the stay of his caravan in White Salt Town, ensuring they spent more there. While the noblemen feared the taint of misfortune, the common folk were less concerned. The enticing offer of salt at 7 copper coins per package was sufficient to make them forget all reservations. Along with the 10 copper coins for dried fish, a delicacy they had never before tasted. Thus, once Boris departed, the townsfolk flocked towards Thomas. My lord, is it true that your salt is only 7 copper coins per package? A ragged serf timidly inquired. Indeed, the salt is priced at 7 copper coins per package, and the dried fish, is it truly 10 copper coins per pound? A reasonably well-dressed townsman asked. Correct, the dried fish is 10 copper coins per pound. If you wish to purchase, do so quickly. We shall only remain in Black Rock Town until noon before continuing our journey. Thomas replied, Then I shall take 2 packages of salt. I want some too. 3 packages of salt for me. I demand 5 packages of salt and a pound of dried fish. With the prices confirmed, a rush ensued as both serfs and townsfolk converged upon the caravan. Do not push. Form an orderly queue. One at a time. We have plenty of salt and dried fish to go around. Now it was Thomas and his companions who became busy. The soldiers, led by Quick, swiftly began to maintain order, while Thomas stood atop a cart, clutching a porcelain jar to collect payments and distribute goods. As the hustle and bustle continued, noon approached swiftly. Esteemed folks, the time has come. We must depart. Although the initial throng had dissipated, many villagers from nearby hamlets continued to arrive. However, with tasks at hand, Thomas and his party could not afford to linger, prompting them to cease sales. My lord, will your caravan return in the future? The townsfolk asked, retreating to the sidelines but eager to voice their concern that we shan't return. Our caravan will henceforth only travel to Tulip City and will not stop in Black Rock Town. Thomas stood on the cart, responding loudly. Chapter 39. How to Sing Conquest. Not coming. Why aren't you coming? We are all eager to purchase your salt. In an instant, the townsfolk who had just moments ago worn expressions of delight revealed their disappointment. Having acquired salt at a low price once, they naturally hoped for a second opportunity. Furthermore, they had discovered that the salt previously purchased from their lord was heavily adulterated with sand, whereas the salt procured from the Storm Territory was genuine, devoid of even a single grain of sand. Thus, it could be concluded that the salt bought for 7 copper coins was not merely 1 packet, but rather more than one. Observing the dejected faces of the townspeople, Thomas, however, wore a smile and continued, Although our caravan will not return, you may venture to the Storm Territory to make your purchases. Travel to the Storm Territory for salt. Setting aside the fact that it would require 2 days for a round trip, that place was also a cursed land of misfortune, for a mere 3 copper coins. No one was willing to undertake such a journey. After all, It simply wasn't worth it. Upon hearing these words, the townsfolk still did not display much surprise. Thomas had anticipated their reaction and proceeded to drop a bombshell. Our Lord has declared that if you journey to the storm territory, the price of salt will be even lower, at just 5 copper coins per packet. What? 5 copper coins per packet? At this, the townspeople finally exhibited astonishment, as this represented a price reduction of half. Indeed, it is 5 copper coins per packet, guaranteed to be free of sand. Furthermore, we at the storm territory impose no limits on the quantity of salt you may purchase. Thomas affirmed with a smile. Additionally, I can offer you a suggestion. Those of you with the means can establish a small trading caravan to procure goods from the storm territory. This way, you can buy a substantial amount of salt in one go and then return to sell it for 7 copper coins. Having said this, Thomas did not linger, and the caravan proceeded towards the outskirts of the town. The townsfolk left behind watched the caravan depart, their eyes glimmering with excitement. They had absorbed Thomas's suggestion. Though the profit was only 2 copper coins, it was undoubtedly a lucrative venture, for one can never be without salt. In this world, trade was predominantly the domain of the nobility, and the thought of engaging in a salt trade was something they had never dared to conceive before. 3,397. 3,398, 3,399, 4,000. Haha, we've made 40 silver coins on this trip. Thomas, seated in the cart, embraced a large ceramic jar, placing one gleaming copper coin after another into a wooden chest. When the final copper coin was added, a joyful laugh escaped him in Black Rock Town. They had sold over 400 packets of salt, in addition to more than 120 pounds of dried fish. The total cost of the goods sold amounted to less than 3 silver coins, yet they had garnered an income of 40 silver coins. It should be noted that this was merely the earnings of a single morning. If they could remain for an entire day, securing a gold coin would be well within reach, especially with many newly arrived subjects of the Black Rock territory continuously streaming this moment. Thomas could not help but feel profound admiration for his learned and wise lord, who had established such a profitable enterprise in a mere span of a month and a half. Thomas, steward. At that moment, Captain Quake spoke up. Why has our lord reduced the prices of salt and dried fish? Wouldn't we earn more if we sold them at their original prices, especially the salt? Since it is free of sand, those peasant farmers would surely not mind paying a higher price. Quake was pleased that the caravan was generating profit, yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for their lord. Seeing such fine salt sold at such a low price, Quake, this is the distinction between us and Lord Nallanter. Thomas smiled slightly. Then, with a solemn gaze directed towards the storm territory, he continued before we set off. I did inquire about this matter with my lord, and he informed me that we will have an abundance of salt and dried fish in the future. However, these goods can only be converted into money if sold. The nobility of the duchy is limited in number. If we only sell to them, we will never exhaust our supply and will earn but a meager sum. Conversely, selling to the common folk and serfs is an entirely different matter. Their numbers far exceed those of the nobility by tens of thousands. Even if each person buys a packet of salt, the amassed copper coins could likely fill the entire castle. If the price is set too high, the serfs will certainly be unable to afford it. Thus, we must lower the prices. Moreover, the Lord added that the most crucial aspect is to make Baron Cunt kneel while singing conquest. Kneel while singing conquest. How would one even sing the word conquest? Quake's eyes widened in disbelief. I don't know how to sing it either, but I imagine my lord will instruct him at the appropriate time. Thomas shook his head, retracting his gaze. As they continued, Thomas and his companions halted at each noble territory for half a day, replicating the sales model they had employed in Black Rock territory. Upon departing, they informed the townsfolk that they could now travel to the storm territory to purchase salt, emphasizing that the storm territory did not impose restrictions on peasant caravans. Consequently, after traversing just 5 noble territories, they managed to sell all of the more than 300 pounds of sea salt and over 2,000 pounds of dried fish that, in total, they garnered for gold coins along with 20 silver coins. Once the goods were sold out, the caravan's pace quickened as they approached the Burlick family territory. Quake dispatched a soldier to deliver some salt and dried fish to the Burlick territory. While the caravan continued towards Tulip City, which was merely a day's journey away. When Thomas and his companions were about to arrive at Tulip City in the near future, the storm territory was also bustling with activity. First, the construction of the town's toilets had commenced, with Nalanter summoning Vivian to enlist 100 sturdy serfs to begin work simultaneously. What do you think these toilets are for? Such fine stone buildings might be intended for the future civil officer to reside in. But there's only one civil officer, yet 3 toilets are being built. Could they be intended for selling beer? I saw that the stone houses in Baron Cun's territory were selling beer. Those that sell beer are taverns. This is a toilet. What does it matter? In any case, our Lord has set us to work and is paying us 30 copper coins in wages. We shall labor diligently. Indeed, Lord Nalanter is most generous. However, he seems to have no skill in farming, having us plant the wheat seedlings so densely that many of the crops may end up empty-husked. Sho! Do you wish to be hanged in the square for such audacity? How dare you speak ill of our generous Lord? Furthermore, our Lord has graciously lent us 50 pounds of meat, so that little bit of wasted wheat is nothing in comparison. Exactly. Tell me, could you have eaten meat every day before this? Chapter 40. The Wrath of Cunt. Initially, the serfs were rife with speculation regarding the purpose of the toilets. However, when the first toilet was completed, the serfs were astonished to discover that these facilities were built for their benefit. The serfs found it hard to imagine that such spacious and pristine stone buildings were intended to address a matter of filth, while feeling that their lord was frivolously spending money. The serfs made their way to the toilets with remarkable diligence each day. This was not merely due to the recent announcement prohibiting the indiscriminate disposal of waste, but rather because the serfs felt that aside from the opportunity to relieve themselves, they would likely never have a chance to associate with such a new stone structure in their lifetimes. Once all 3 toilets were constructed, Nalanter made a special inspection of Wheat Leaf Village and Misfortune Village. While ensuring the quality of the stone buildings, he also checked the condition of the roads. This time, there was indeed no foul odor wafting through the roads, indicating that even before the toilets were completed, the serfs had effectively observed his decree against the spilling of waste. Now, 5 days had passed, and the waste in the pits should have fermented adequately, with a phase of success in addressing sanitary conditions. It was time to proceed to the next step. Nalanter learned of the serfs' concerns through Peter Pibboot and Kimby Cowdung, who were worried that the densely planted wheat seedlings might lack sufficient nutrients. Thus, he commanded Peter and Kimby to use the waste that had been buried in the pits to irrigate the wheat fields. Although the 2 village heads did not comprehend the rationale, they regarded the Lord's orders as divine grace, and thus, without hesitation, they began to implement the directive with the subjects of the storm territory. Triple flame slash in the castle's back garden. Nalanter gathered and compressed his fighting energy within several special energy veins. This process of gathering and compressing lasted approximately 4 breaths. First, slash, boom. Nalanter's figure suddenly surged into motion, and with the execution of his first strike, a layer of ferocious flames enveloped his long sword. The flames blazed with an unparalleled intensity. This was no mere illusion, but a tangible manifestation born from the highly compressed fighting spirit, released in an instant, with the second strike, and then the third. The flames upon the sword danced ever more fervently, by the time Nalanter unleashed his third slash. The flames had reached their zenith, causing the surrounding air to distort. As he brought down the third strike, a stone block weighing several dozen pounds was violently cleaved by the sword. Bang! In an instant, the stone shattered into countless fragments, many of which were charred black. Ha ha! Delightful. Truly, everyone loves a grand move. If I had the fiery triple slash back then, the hellish hounds would surely not have had a second chance to attack me. Indeed, at this moment, Nalanter had successfully mastered the secret technique of the fiery triple slash. After consuming the intelligence fruit that day, the techniques inscribed on the parchment had become comprehensible to him. With days of relentless practice, he finally possessed his very first formidable move, even though Dilly was a mid-tier bronze knight. With the fighting spirit technique and Vivian by his side, he should be more than capable of handling him. Nalanter exhaled in relief, confident that he had grasped the solution to the greatest challenge posed by the Kuinte camp. Meanwhile, in the opulent and resplendent hall of Baron Kuinte's castle, a sense of curiosity arose. Strange, Why have those unfortunate souls yet to bring the fish and meat for sale? Kuinte pondered aloud. Seated upon a sofa crafted from snow fox pelts, lifting a silver goblet to sip a potion while furrowing his brow in contemplation. Although he had amassed considerable wealth through salt, Kuinte still harbored a longing for the fish and meat from storm territory. Given his substantial expenditures necessitating a correspondingly large income, that my lord, Captain Johnny seeks an audience in the courtyard. At that moment, a male servant arrived at the entrance of the hall. Let him in. Soon after, Captain Johnny was ushered into the hall by the servant. I greet you, my lord. Johnny, why have you returned instead of patrolling the town diligently? My lord, I have come to report urgent news that I learned of. What urgent news? Kuinte rarely encountered anything deemed urgent. Straightening his corpulent form in response, my lord, did not the castle's steward mention the reduced supply convoy for salt by the end of this month? Yes, that indeed was mentioned. Kuinte nodded. Typically, noble convoys arrived at Kuinte territory to procure salt once a month, just before the month's end. However, an unusual phenomenon had emerged a couple of days prior. The noble convoys from Tulip territory had decreased by more than half. Originally, Kuinte had not taken this to heart. Considering that his family was the sole producer of salt in the vicinity, perhaps some unforeseen circumstance had delayed them. But upon hearing Johnny's words, a sense of foreboding gripped him. My lord, I may have discerned the reason. Just now, in a tavern in the town, I overheard a steward from a convoy in Tulip territory discussing that the neighboring Storm territory also has salt for sale. Storm territory has begun producing salt. Did they not just recently come to us to sun-dry fish due to a salt shortage? Kuinte was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe my lord. That steward claimed as much, and moreover, the salt from Storm territory is being sold at a significantly lower price. Even commoners can purchase it for merely 7 copper coins per pack, if one travels directly to Storm territory. It would only cost 5 copper coins per pack. Captain Johnny replied cautiously. Could you have misheard? Kuinte's hand, which held the silver goblet, trembled involuntarily. My lord, I should not have misheard. I even treated that steward to a mug of beer. He mentioned that the salt from Storm territory is indeed sand-free. If not for the noble superstitions about misfortune, they likely would not come to us for purchases in the future. Bang! Damn it, selling at 5 copper coins per pack to commoners. And it's sand-free. Is that fool's son truly so desperate for money? How could he possibly profit from this? After repeated confirmations, Kuinte was compelled to believe it, especially since the number of nobles coming from Tulip territory to purchase salt had indeed halved. Realizing this, he smashed the silver goblet onto the ground, his face contorted in a rage. Salt is a specialty of my Kuinte territory. If Nalente continues to meddle, my profits will undoubtedly suffer gravely. Dispatch someone to investigate the matter and ascertain the whereabouts of that salt-producing sprite. The sale of salt in the vicinity must remain firmly in my grasp. Kuinte genuinely harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Nalente. As the saying goes, to sever someone's financial route is akin to slaying their kin, especially when Nalente had so ruthlessly disrupted the already meager livelihood of the miserly Baron Kuinte. Yes, my lord, Captain Johnny, upon receiving the command, bowed his head and exited the hall. Chapter 41. Report on Achievements Tulip Castle. This magnificent edifice was constructed on a hillside at the peak, having been shaped by generations of relentless effort. The summit had long been leveled, and the scale of Tulip Castle had expanded to at least 5 miles in length and width. Not only did it boast complete defensive facilities, but also featured numerous gardens and scenic views. At this moment, in the conference hall of Tulip Castle, the esteemed count sat upon a high dais, his iron throne perfectly accentuating his commanding presence. Alding, are there any sons of vassals yet to arrive? Below the count stood 7 men, all respectfully awaiting their turn to present reports. These individuals were the civil officials representing the vassal sons in a competition of achievements. However, Count Augustus distinctly remembered having conferred titles upon 8 vassal sons just last month. In response to the count, it is the son of the Barrack family, named Nalente Barrack. Alding's heart swelled with glee. Anthony was the one he had specifically dispatched to deal with Nalente, and this tardiness was undoubtedly intentional. Wow. Miss, that son is quite the audacity. The Count is waiting here, and yet his civil official is late. Meanwhile, beside the Count's throne, concealed behind a column, two young women were eavesdropping. One of them was Miss Stella, the flower of tulip. Today, Miss Stella wore a flowing white silk gown, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, and her azure eyes serene as calm waters. I could see this moment. Her demeanor exuded a languid allure, a state that no young man could possibly fathom. Had it not been for her father's insistence, Stella would rather not participate in such a tedious affair. Her devoted maid, Lena, was, however, greatly intrigued, immediately chattering away after listening to the reports. The barrack's son? Then let us commence. Count Augustus nodded upon receiving the response, opting not to elaborate further. Andrew Barrack was the most valiant among his vassals, and out of respect for him, Augustus planned to inquire further later. Yes, my lord. Alding discreetly revealed a smile before addressing the 7 civil officials below. You may begin reporting on the developments of the vassal sons from last month. My lord, I am the civil official for Sir Billy Ryan. Last month, Greenwood Territory collected 20,000 pounds of wheat in taxes from the serfs. After receiving the taxes, the Sir employed the local civilians and serfs to vigorously cultivate the wasteland. And after more than 10 days of toil, the arable land in Greenwood Territory has expanded by over 1,000 acres. My lord, I am the civil official for Sir Dean Kirby. Last month, Highland Territory collected 19,000 pounds of wheat in taxes. The Sir used this grain to procure cattle and sheep, and now the territory boasts 10 dairy cows and 30 sheep. One civil official after another reported on the achievements of the vassal sons. Count Augustus nodded in approval from his elevated position. Although this time the titles were conferred upon vassal sons, each of them had made some effort to develop their territories. The most remarkable among them was Greenwood Territory, which demonstrated a willingness to allocate tax revenues as rewards for the residents rather than oppressing the serfs. This indicated that the son understood the importance of empathy towards the people and recognized the fundamental principle necessary for territorial development. Miss, which of these sons do you think has developed the best? Lena, engrossed in the civil official's reports, immediately turned to her mistress. Miss, I believe that the son from Greenwood is the most impressive. He has managed to cultivate over 1,000 acres of arable land in just over a month. By autumn, his territory will surely yield a bountiful harvest. Lena, you seem quite concerned about the progress of these sons, do you not? In stark contrast to the excitement surrounding the personal maid, Stella appeared rather disinterested. She barely paid attention to the reports presented by the civil officials. To be frank, she looked down not only on the younger sons of the feudal lords, but even on some of the elder heirs. This was not a matter of her being haughty. Rather, it stemmed from her experiences at social gatherings over the past few years, where she encountered these noble scions. Most of them, despite being in their 20s, were nothing more than boastful individuals with lofty aspirations, yet they remained mere bronze knights. This only highlighted one point. These noble heirs dedicated more of their time to indulgence and pleasure rather than diligent training. Although Stella was a woman, she had achieved the rank of a silver initiate knight through rigorous training. Oh no. My lady Lena, the personal maid, blushed deeply at Stella's inquiry. Her excitement was due to the realization that the Count was, in fact, choosing a husband for his lady, as her devoted maid. This decision held significant implications for her own future. Do you have any other matters to report? After all the civil officials had finished their reports and submitted written records, the Count inquired in a deep voice. Given that the younger sons had only just arrived in the territory a month prior, there was likely little to report. My lord, Sir Dean has sent some small gifts for Miss Stella. Upon hearing the inquiry, the civil officials, aware that the meeting was drawing to a close, promptly retrieved the gifts prepared by the younger sons. For them, winning political merit was not the only path to success. The true avenue lay in winning the favor of the Lady of the Tulip. If they could make Miss Stella fall in love with them, concerns about a baronial title would be trivial. It was likely that even a viscountcy would be within reach. Thus, on the very first month of reporting, they had already prepared gifts to curry favor with Miss Stella. Very good. Inform the younger sons that I shall relay this to Stella. The Count nodded in satisfaction, pleased that these young men were not entirely foolish and understood his true intentions. After instructing a male servant to collect the gifts, the Count prepared to adjourn the meeting. My lord, There's a man outside claiming to be the steward of Stormwind Castle, requesting an audience. Just then, a soldier rushed in with an urgent report. The Lord of Stormwind? But Baron Dork has already perished. The Count was bewildered. The last appointment of the Lord of Stormwind occurred the previous year. And since the deaths of 4 successive lords, he had entirely given up on that cursed land. My lord. That steward claims his lord's name is Narrant Barrack. The soldier, unaware of the situation, could only relay the information as it was. Narrant Barrack? Allocated to Stormwind, the Count could hardly believe his ears. The civil officials present were equally taken aback. To ensure fairness in the competition, the allocation of territories to the younger sons was only revealed after their departure. Apart from Old Ding, no one else was privy to this information. Old Ding, what is the meaning of this? The Count furrowed his brows, directing a stern gaze at his brother. Why, lord, I recall now that Narrant was indeed assigned to Stormwind. This was due to an error made by one of my servants in recording the address. However, by the time I learned of it, Narrant had already set out. As a consequence, I have punished the errant servant with execution by hanging. Old Ding quickly adopted a fearful expression as he explained, after such a blunder, why did you not report it to me? The Count glared at his younger brother. Why, lord, I intended to inform you. But it coincided with the collection of the first half of the year's taxes, and I became too busy to remember. Old Ding, acknowledging his mistake, knelt on the ground, pleading for leniency. Humph, the Count frowned in annoyance. However, being a noble viscount and his own brother, he could not publicly disgrace him in front of so many others. Ultimately, suppressing his anger, he instructed the soldier, let that steward enter. Chapter 42. Impossible? Ah, my lady. Did you hear? That useless younger son has been assigned to the cursed land. How unfortunate for him. Lena, upon hearing the sensational news, rushed to report to her mistress. However, Stella, having grown bored, was engrossed in her training. It was only when Lena exclaimed that she emerged from her meditation. What useless younger son? My lady. The useless younger son refers to Narrant of the Barrack family. He is already 16 and has yet to advance to a bronze knight. He is considered the most inept among the noble academy of Tulip City. Lena quickly clarified, I can't believe he is so unfortunate as to be assigned to the cursed land. Assigned to the cursed land? Stella's interest was piqued. She was well aware of the notorious reputation of the cursed land and pricked up her ears to listen to the commotion in the hall. I am Thomas, the steward of Stormwind Castle. I have come to pay my respects to the Count. Thomas entered the conference hall, led by the soldier. Rise. What brings you to Tulip Castle, and where are the civil officials of Stormwind? The Count asked, frowning slightly at the sight of only Thomas before him. Answer, my lord. The civil official, Lord Anthony, has passed away. Thomas replied calmly. Passed away? This revelation caught the Count off guard, and Old Ding along with the other civil officials displayed expressions of shock. How could this happen? Anthony was a noble knight. After a brief moment, Old Ding finally regained his composure and immediately interrogated. Anthony was killed by dark creatures. Stormwind has recently suffered 2 incursions by these creatures. And during the second attack, the number reached 28. Among them were a hellhound, a headless knight, and several skeleton soldiers. 2 waves of dark creatures, with one wave reaching 28, and a second-tier hellhound and a headless knight. Truly, this cursed land lives up to its name. Everyone was astonished by Thomas's words. How unfortunate for Sir Narrant, Thomas remarked, and all present were left in a state of shock. 28 dark creatures possessed the power to raise a small town. Without at least 70 to 80 soldiers, it would be impossible to handle such a threat. Most importantly, the Hellhound and Headless Knight could only be confronted by those with the title of knight. Naturally, amidst their astonishment, the attendees also silently mourned for Narrant in the cursed land. If Narrant could survive the contest and endure for 3 years, they would consider it a defeat. And what about the casualties in Stormwind? How severe were they? The Count inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. To report, my lord, besides Sir Anthony, who was killed by the dark creatures, over 10 soldiers perished. However, there were no civilian casualties. This was a specific directive from Narrant, as it would be too implausible for not a single soldier to have died. Such minimal casualties. Yet, the Count remained astonished. This was not because he wished for the people of Stormwind to perish, but rather because he found it hard to believe that Nerint could have overcome such a formidable force with his limited military strength. Impossible. 28 dark creatures invaded, and how could the casualties be so low? Is it possible that the 4 previous barons, all possessing combat prowess, were less capable than this training wastrel Nerint? Olding immediately sensed a flaw in the narrative that 28 dark creatures that even the previous barons could not contend with. And yet I cannot believe a useless younger son could have survived, especially since Anthony, whom I dispatched, has perished. He suspected a conspiracy, theorizing that this dark creature invasion was fabricated to cover up Nerint's treachery against Anthony. Olding raises a valid point. Given that the previous barons perished, how could Nerint, without any combat prowess, possibly survive, especially with such minimal casualties? The skepticism was palpable among the civil officials. However, facing their doubts, Thomas remained unperturbed. No need for concern, my lord. Lord Nerint is already a titled knight, and during this dark creature invasion, it fortuitously occurred right at the castle gates. Lord Nerint took the lead, personally slaying the Hellhound and Headless Knight, thus allowing the soldiers to eliminate the remaining dark creatures under his command. My lord, we have brought the remains of the Headless Knight and Hellhound. They are in a carriage in the castle courtyard. I can have the soldiers bring them in. Nalanter had long anticipated that Olding would not easily overlook the matter of Anthony's demise. Thus he brought forth the remains of 2 second-tier dark creatures to quell the suspicions of the crowd. Bring in the corpses. The Count, too, was intrigued by the veracity of this affair. Moments later, having received the Count's permission, Quake and the others brought the 2 complete remains of the dark creatures into the conference room. To everyone's astonishment, it was indeed true. These were the remains of the Hellhound and the Headless Knight. Sir Nalanter is truly remarkable. How could anyone have previously deemed him a worthless individual? Perhaps it was merely luck. Did you not hear that these dark creatures fell at the castle gates? It is when dark creatures land that they are most easily dealt with, as the 2 imposing corpses appeared. Skepticism dissipated entirely. Even the Count above nodded in approval, clearly impressed by Nalanter's ability to eliminate these 2 second-tier dark beings. While luck played a role, the courage to confront second-tier dark creatures was a testament to his valor. Wow, Miss, has that useless second son truly become so formidable? He has slain so many dark creatures. Behind a pillar, Lena gasped in astonishment. For someone like her, who lived in the utmost safety within the Count's domain, dark creatures seemed akin to beings from another realm. However, those who had long enjoyed stability grew increasingly fearful of the dark beings. This second son possesses some skills. For what you just mentioned, he should have been promoted not long ago, Sidella remarked with keen interest. During her time at the academy, many noble scions had slain low-tier dark creatures like hellhounds, yet those nobles were either high-tier bronze knights or silver knights. A mere low-tier bronze knight had never been heard of. Nalanter is indeed commendable, living up to the legacy of Andrew, managing to deal with 2 second-tier dark creatures at such a young age. The murmurs below gradually subsided as the Count spoke in a solemn tone. Thank you, my Lord Count, for your praise that I shall certainly relay it to Lord Nalanter. Suddenly, the previously closed hall door was kicked open, and a burly man strode in, his fierce gaze fixed ahead, wielding a massive axe weighing several dozen pounds, a sight that was truly terrifying. Chapter 43. The Land of Fortune? This imposing figure was none other than Nalanter's less-than-ideal father, Baron Andrew. Clutching the colossal axe recently gifted to him by his younger son, Andrew surveyed the hall with a steely gaze. Soon, he locked onto Alding, who stood before the civil officials. Alding, how dare you frame my Nalanter? Today, I shall slay you. With a deafening roar, Andrew's high-tier silver knight's aura surged wildly, and he swiftly charged toward Alding. In mere moments, Andrew reached Alding, who was merely a low-tier silver knight, faced with the axe blade larger than his own head. Alding fled in terror to Andrew's massive axe struck the ground, shattering the ornate marble floor of the conference hall into splinters. Alding, you shall not escape today. Undeterred by his missed strike, Andrew continued his pursuit. My Lord Count, save me. Andrew has gone mad. Realizing he could not outrun Andrew, Alding changed direction, sprinting towards the platform. The Count, Observing Andrew's furious demeanor, felt a headache coming on. He had intended to calm his old comrade after the matter concluded, but he had arrived much sooner than expected. Alding, you had the audacity to frame my Nalanter. If you have the ability, do not hide. Andrew, please calm down. Alding had reached the Count's side, and at last, the Count spoke. "My Lord Count, I admit my guilt, but I must first slay this scoundrel Alding. I shall leave the consequences to you afterward." Andrew did not ascend the platform, but glared at Alding from its edge. "Andrew, has nothing happened to Nalanter yet? Please remain patient. I will provide you with an explanation shortly." The Count, feeling helpless, then turned to a servant at the side of the hall. "Why have you not offered Baron Andrew a seat?" "Umph." Upon hearing this, Andrew shot Alding a resentful glare before sheathing his axe and moving aside to sit down. Once Andrew was settled, the Count pondered for a moment and then spoke. "The Land of Misfortune is exceedingly perilous. Although Nalanter has evaded this crisis, should dark creatures appear again in the future, his life may be in jeopardy. That I have decided to select a new territory for Nalanter. Andrew, what do you think?" "Thank you, my Lord Count." Andrew's expression finally softened. "What?" This time, it was Thomas who was taken aback, never having imagined that his lord would indeed predict correctly. The Count would really grant him a new territory. "What is it, Steward Thomas? Do you have something to say?" The crowd looked at Thomas in confusion. "My Lord Count, it is as follows. Before departing, Lord Nalanter instructed me that he does not wish to change territories." "What? He does not wish to change territories? How could Nalanter say such a thing? Does he truly have an affinity for the Land of Misfortune?" Andrew immediately grew agitated. He knew his second son all too well. In the past, he had been timid and fearful, and although he had managed to slay 2 second-tier dark creatures this time, Andrew felt certain that remaining in the Land of Misfortune was not a choice his son would make. "My Lord Andrew," this was explicitly stated by Lord Nalanter. He said that while the Storm Territory may seem like the Land of Misfortune to others, to him it is a land of fortune, as he is a lord favored by the God of Glory. Puffed. As Thomas's words fell, everyone in the hall erupted in laughter. The Land of Misfortune has become a land of fortune. What then is their territory? A divine paradise? And that final remark, surely no noble would dare boast in such a manner to others. Even the usually stern Count struggled to suppress a smile. Miss, that second son is truly amusing. He dares to claim he is favored by the God of Glory." Lena, craning her neck to hear the words in the hall, burst into laughter, her joy evident. Sidella, whose expression had been previously unruffled, also wore a slight smile. "That in this world, while servants often extol their masters, no noble would dare proclaim themselves as favored by the God of Glory, for that would be utterly shameless." Andrew cast an annoyed glance at the civil officials, causing them to quickly suppress their laughter. He then took a deep breath to quell his rising anger and turned to Thomas. "Then tell me, how could the Storm Territory become a land of fortune? If you cannot provide sufficient reasoning, as his father, I shall take it upon myself today to agree to the Count's proposal to change territories." Naturally, Andrew could not believe the claim that the Land of Misfortune had transformed into a land of fortune. The crowd, too, looked intently at Thomas, eager to know how the Storm Territory could be considered lucky, perhaps due to the frequent dark creature invasions. "My Lord Andrew," after Lord Nalanter arrived at the Storm Territory, "he fortuitously acquired 2 little sprites," Thomas replied respectfully. "What? 2 little sprites within a month?" The onlookers, who had initially anticipated a spectacle, were momentarily taken aback. Moreover, they were a Purple Sprite and a Yellow Sprite. The Purple Sprite sought the swordwood forest as its habitat, while the Yellow Sprite produced salt. The Yellow Sprite was, of course, a fabrication by Nalanter, intended to conceal the truth of his salt extraction from a sea. Hiss! The swordwood forest and the salt mine. Everyone in the hall gasped in astonishment. This was indeed remarkable luck. Both salt and swordwood were commodities that would always find buyers. "Steward Thomas, is what you say true? Nalanter has obtained 2 little sprites, and they're the swordwood sprite and the salt mine sprite." Andrew's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, my Lord Andrew. Hence, Lord Nalanter stated he does not wish to change territories." Thomas nodded earnestly. Andrew ceased to speak, feeling fortunate indeed. Moreover, should Nalan change his territory now, it is highly probable that his 2 little sprites would be rendered useless. once a sprite has been employed. Its future product will remain identical. Whether the sprite can still function after relocating is a matter shrouded in uncertainty. For instance, the swordwood sprite, if you were to relocate it to a territory devoid of swordwood, it would become utterly superfluous to as for the salt mine sprite. The unpredictability is even greater. While the swordwood forest is visible, the presence of such trees on the territory is readily apparent. However, with salt mines, no one can assert with certainty that the sprite will still be able to conjure salt after the territory has been changed. Unless the sprite has yet to be utilized, it remains capable of random activation regardless of its location. Alas, Andrew sighed softly. He was at a loss as to whether to advise Nayland to change territories or remain in Stormhold. Chapter 44. The stingy Nayland? Andrew, if Nayland truly refuses to change territories, I can waive the taxes owed by Stormhold henceforth. The Earl, seated upon his iron throne, discerned Andrew's dilemma. As a vassal, he was naturally obliged to pay taxes to his liege. It was a duty. Beyond the payment of taxes, the liege also possessed the right to summon vassals to battle for 2 months each year without offering any remuneration during that period. Thomas, has Nayland truly made his decision? Indeed, my Lord Andrew. Lord Nayland has instructed me thus. Very well. Andrew nodded. Although his youngest son exhibited some timidity, he had begun to show courage, and perhaps as a father, he should let go, for no illustrious lord ever grew under the sheltering wing of another. All must forge their destinies through valor and strife. My Lord Earl, let us allow Nayland to remain in Stormhold. Andrew respectfully addressed the Earl. Agreed. I shall have someone draft the tax exemption for Nayland's subordinates shortly. The Earl nodded. Since the reports from the younger sons had concluded, the meeting was adjourned. My Lord, I possess a gift from Lord Nayland for Miss Stella. At that moment, Thomas suddenly noticed several servants carrying gifts ahead and was struck with a jolt. He had completely forgotten to remind his lord to prepare a gift for Miss Stella. After all, such matters were originally of a personal nature for Nayland, and as a steward, he could not interfere. Yet now, it was evident that the servants held 7 gifts, and if his master did not present one, he would surely be outdone by the other noble sons. Very well, simply hand it to the servants. The Earl nodded. Subsequently, Thomas produced a vial of perfume he had on hand and presented it to the servants. Upon receiving the perfume bottle, the servant's lips twitched. As a servant of Tulip Castle, he recognized the bottle as the ordinary perfume typically sprinkled in the hallways of the Earl's castle. The civil officials from other territories were taken aback by this. The Earl noted this as well, but said nothing. Once the servant accepted the perfume, the meeting had truly come to an end. My lord, according to Sherry's guidance, the 2 spies who recently infiltrated Stormhold have been captured within the castle of Stormhold. Vivian was reporting to Nayland. Is this the 6th one? Yes, my lord. This is indeed the 6th. Very well, confine them for now. Nayland nodded. Since 2 days prior, Quint had been dispatching spies to his territory. Fortunately, Nayland was aware that after the salt was taken, if Quint learned of the situation, he would undoubtedly send someone to investigate stealthily. Thus, he had earlier instructed Sherry to deploy bees daily along the border between Quint's territory and Stormhold, reporting back if anyone approached. Indeed, Nayland had managed to capture 6 spies. The convoy should now have reached Tulip City and should return no later than 5 days. The acquisition of salt was merely the beginning. Since you were so arrogant, do not blame me when you find yourself kneeling in submission. Nayland calculated the timing, strategizing on resolving the encampment matter. Although the convoy had not yet returned, he had already begun planning to dismantle the buffer zone encampment. My lord, I have dispatched the bees today. Not long after Vivian departed, Sherry darted into Nayland's study. This little girl now spent her days frolicking with the bees, thoroughly enjoying herself within the castle. The guards and servants, witnessing her play among the buzzing swarm, were left in a state of amusement. Excellent, Sherry. This evening, ask your mother to bake some extra white bread. You and Vivian shall indulge in it. Yes, thank you, my exceedingly generous and handsome lord. Although Sherry possessed such remarkable abilities, she remained, after all, a young girl. What do girls desire if not delicious food? Thus, Nayland often used white bread to win her favor. In recent days, aside from preventing enemy spies from infiltrating, Sherry had another vital task: to execute the first phase of the plan against Quint's encampment. The task was simple. Each day, Sherry was to send out 2 swarms of bees towards Quint's encampment, with the bees specifically targeting the guards stationed on the wooden walls, particularly the archers atop the towers. Quint's encampment resembled a small fortress, with wooden walls towering 5 to 6 meters high. Nalen's mere 25 soldiers could not afford a direct assault. Thus, he had to employ stealth to infiltrate, to ensure the guards remained unaware during the raid. The only solution was to eliminate the sentries on the walls. Hence, Sherry was tasked with sending bees to attack the guards. In recent days, the guard within Quint's encampment had been beset by misfortune, as an unexpected swarm of bees had taken to visiting the encampment daily. The moment they spotted a person, they would sting, particularly the guards atop the towers, each of whom had suffered at least once, some appearing battered and bruised. Sir Dilly, a knight of intermediate rank, upon learning of this, found himself at a loss in dealing with the bees and ultimately had to issue orders for the guards to temporarily take cover when the bees arrived. Simultaneously, Dilly had sent guards into the nearby woods in search of the hive, but had found nothing. However, he did not suspect that these bees were sent intentionally, as such a phenomenon was unheard of. He had never heard of anyone capable of commanding bees. In a picturesque garden of Tulip Castle, there stood a beautifully crafted small house made of pure white marble, constructed by the Earl for his only daughter, the flower of tulip, Miss Stella. "Wow, miss, what a beautiful shell!" exclaimed her maid, Lena. It was given by Sir Billy of Greenwood. In a lavish and exquisite hall, gifts presented to Stella by the younger sons were arranged upon a grand table. Stella showed little interest, engrossed in perusing a book, while her maid, Lena, eagerly unwrapped the splendid gift boxes. "That if you like them, they are yours," Stella replied without lifting her gaze from her book. "Miss, I cannot accept. Should Sir Billy find out, he would surely blame me." Lena immediately declined, yet her hands moved even quicker to open the gift boxes. As each box was unwrapped, beautiful colored crystals, fresh magical fruit, unique artisan bracelets, and other exquisite gifts were revealed upon the table. Is this a gift?" Upon unwrapping the 7th box, Lena expressed her confusion, recalling that the servant had mentioned there were 8 gifts. "There remains Lord Nalen's gift. Could this be from him?" "Miss, Lord Nalen is rather stingy." "I assent. The inscription within the boxes bore the handwritten notes of the younger sons, prompting Lena to quickly discern that the last remaining gift must belong to Nalen. How is he stingy?" Upon hearing Nalen's name, Stella exhibited a flicker of reaction. It was rare to find anyone, not just within the duchy, but perhaps across the entire continent, who regarded the Land of Misfortune as a place of good fortune. "Miss, look, this bottle of perfume is Lord Nalen's gift." Lena held the perfume bottle out before Stella, her face expressing indignation, comparing the gift from the other younger sons to this unwrapped offering. Lena had already branded Nalen as stingy. Chapter 45. The fragrance of wine fears not the depths of the alley. Lena, regardless of how one perceives it, this is still Lord Nalen's heartfelt gesture. "Should he learn of your words, I shall not come to your aid." Stella also smiled, for she had no intention of accepting the gifts presented by the second son, had it not been for her father's insistence. She would not have allowed them into her room at all. However, on the other hand, Nalen's actions were more of an insult than a gesture of goodwill. Clearly, he had little regard for her. "I am not afraid," Lena retorted angrily, her mouth twisting in displeasure. Though Lena served as Stella's maid, she too was of noble lineage, her father a genuine baronial lord. Thus, while she was merely a servant in Stella's presence, outside the confines of the Tulip Castle, she was a distinguished noble lady. Stella shook her head with a smile, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and resumed her reading, noticing her mistress's silence. Lena prepared to set down the perfume. However, as a girl, she instinctively removed the wooden cork before doing so. Pop! As the cork came off, a previously unknown fragrance enveloped her. "Oh!" Lena's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the perfume bottle in her hand. At that moment, Stella, seated on the sofa, also caught a whiff of the enchanting aroma and looked up in surprise. This perfume is so fragrant. I have never encountered anything like it, Lena exclaimed, her voice laced with astonishment as she presented the bottle to Stella. What kind of perfume is this? It truly smells delightful. Yet I had no idea jasmine perfume could possess such a scent. Stella marveled at the porcelain bottle, which likely cost less than 10 copper coins. As the daughter of a count, she was no stranger to the finer perfumes of the duchy, and she could confidently assert that the fragrance contained within this bottle rivaled those of the most luxurious brands. My lady, it seems I have misjudged Sir Nalente, but who would have thought that he would use such a humble vessel to contain such precious perfume? A flush of embarrassment colored Lena's cheeks, as she had not anticipated being so swiftly proven wrong. Truly, what an unusual second son. At this moment, Stella found herself puzzled by what kind of person Nalente truly was, that if he were any other noble-esque second son. Such a valuable perfume would undoubtedly be housed in an extravagant bottle, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Had Lena not unconsciously opened it, Nalente's miserly reputation would have been solidified, did I in truth. Nalente was entirely unaware of these unforeseen circumstances. He had forgotten entirely about sending gifts to Stella, having never laid eyes upon her, and thus had no knowledge of her beauty or lack thereof. When the caravan arrived, Nalente had merely instructed Thomas to deliver some gifts to his adoptive father, which included the ordinary battle axe of the Headless Horseman and some salted fish, as a form of compensation for occupying the original owner's body. Lena, go outside and see if Nalente's caravan has departed. If it hasn't, inquire whether they have more of this perfume. Stella inhaled deeply, savoring the alluring scent that captivated her, and thus commanded her devoted maid. Yes, my lady. At the foot of the castle, within the city of Tulip, passers-by curiously watched a peculiar merchant caravan. What made it peculiar? Because this caravan had set up a roadside stall directly in the East City Square of Tulip. Such an occurrence had never before transpired in the East City, where only prominent nobles resided. It was truly unprecedented for someone to engage in such a crude endeavor. This strange caravan was none other than Thomas and his companions, while salted fish and salt had been sold out on the road. The perfume concocted by Nalente remained unsold, priced at 50 silver coins. Only the nobles of East City could afford such luxury. The carriage halted, and the perfume was displayed on a wooden table borrowed from Tulip Castle. As Thomas, disregarding the dignity of the castle's steward, smiled at the nearby onlookers, beckoning, "Noble lords and ladies, come, come. The precious perfume produced by the Barrack family is available at a bargain. This jasmine-scented perfume, just a drop of which could fill an entire room with fragrance for a day, promised an even more delightful scent when applied to the skin." Thomas, ever polite, began to introduce the perfume. However, despite the crowd's interest, none stepped forward to investigate, and low chuckles could be heard among them. How amusing! Not only have they set up a roadside stall in East City Square, but they also sell such inexpensive perfume. Could they be from some rural territory, unaware that the East City is home to nobles? Indeed, that perfume bottle resembles the most ordinary ones used in banquet halls. You can find them for a silver coin a bottle in the southern part of the city, but if one were to wear it outside, they would be the laughingstock. Pop! However, amidst the laughter, Thomas sensed the issue and promptly opened a bottle of perfume. As the cap was removed, the fragrance instantly wafted through the air. The expressions of the previously mocking nobles froze. This is jasmine, but wait, there are other scents as well. Why is it so delightful? Suddenly, the nobles found themselves in disbelief, staring at the porcelain bottle in Thomas's hand. Ladies and gentlemen, this perfume is crafted by the Barrack family using a unique formula, and its scent is truly enchanting. But if you find it appealing, do come forward to sample it. Thomas seized the opportunity to extend his invitation. Yet even now, not a single noble lady stepped forward. Had this perfume been presented in a high-end fragrance shop, they would have rushed to purchase it. But here at a roadside stall, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, the noble ladies exchanged glances, hesitating to approach. It seemed that fulfilling the task assigned by his master was becoming increasingly unlikely. Observing the crowd's reaction, Thomas felt a chill of disappointment. He had previously suggested to his master that selling to a perfume shop would be the most suitable course of action, but his master had retorted, "A fine wine fears no deep alley. Such exquisite perfume should not enrich the shops." The crux of the matter was that his master intended to establish a brand of his own, with aspirations to produce and sell more perfumes in the future. However, Thomas understood that his master had underestimated the nobles' concern for their pride. Even the slightest possibility of ridicule would cause them to hesitate. Ladies and gentlemen, there are only 17 bottles of this exquisite scent remaining that if you wish to purchase, do not hesitate. Thomas, undeterred, continued to encourage them with a smile. The noble ladies maintained their eager gazes, yet remained rooted in place. Only 17 bottles? So few. Just then, a small, haughty voice emerged from the back of the crowd. As the voice rang out, the onlookers turned to see who had the audacity to disregard the potential for scorn. Purchasing perfume at a roadside stall. What a scandalous reputation that would bring. Ah, it's Miss Stella. Yet upon recognizing the newcomer, astonishment rippled through the crowd, their earlier amusement entirely evaporating. Who would dare mock Miss Stella? Even if she were to purchase a bottle for a silver coin, there would undoubtedly be those who would extol its virtues. We have seen Miss Stella. We have seen Miss Stella. The crowd quickly composed themselves, parting to make way for Stella, bowing in respectful greeting. Stella held her head high, her posture straight, as she gracefully navigated through the throng, nodding slightly to acknowledge those who bowed. Lena, with a proud demeanor, followed closely behind, having been the one to call out earlier, "We have seen Miss Stella." Thomas, recognizing the Count's daughter, stepped forward and bowed deeply to "This perfume is delightful. I wish to purchase some." Stella finally spoke for the first time. "It is an honor, Miss Stella," Thomas exclaimed, elated, as he had feared the day would end in disappointment. Unexpectedly, it had drawn the attention of the Count's daughter. "May I inquire how many bottles you wish to purchase?" "My lady intends to buy them all." "Thomas, how much is each bottle of this perfume?" As soon as Thomas finished speaking, Lena leaned in, taking charge of the negotiations as Stella, as personal maid. All of them?" Thomas was taken aback. "What is the matter, Thomas? Are you unwilling to sell?" Lena, filled with perplexity, inquired, "Miss Sidella, Lord Nalante instructed me before his departure that each individual is permitted to purchase only one bottle." Thomas, responding cautiously, observed Lena's eyes widening with a hint of rising ire. He swiftly altered his tone. "However, Miss Sidella, you shall certainly be the exception that I can set aside 7 bottles for you. Would that be agreeable?" Thomas felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of the repercussions should Miss Sidella refuse, as Lord Nalante had emphasized the importance of promoting the perfume for the forthcoming sales. Lena, still somewhat vexed, chastised Thomas for his apparent lack of discernment. Yet, her words were interrupted by Sidella, who smiled gently and nodded, uttering 2 words, "Very well. How much for each bottle of this exquisite perfume?" Sidella inquired softly. "Miss Sidella, it is 50 silver coins per bottle." Thomas replied, "50 silver coins? Is it truly so inexpensive?" Sidella exclaimed, her azure eyes blinking in surprise. "Such a delightful fragrance should not be so affordable." "Lena, please hand Thomas 7 gold coins," Sidella, not lacking in intelligence, quickly deduced the likely reason behind the low price upon observing the cheap bottles containing the perfume. She then directed Lena accordingly. Lena gazed at her mistress in disbelief, but under Sidella's steady gaze, she ultimately complied and produced the 7 gold coins. After transferring the coins to Thomas, Lena took possession of the 7 bottles, and the duo departed from the throng. "Thank you, Miss Sidella." Thomas expressed his utmost gratitude to the departing figure. Once Sidella had left, Thomas turned to the crowd. However, before he could finish his sentence, the assembly erupted into a cacophony of voices. "I want a bottle. Here's a gold coin. Me too. Here is a gold coin." In no time, Thomas found himself overwhelmed by the crowd, grateful that Quake and others remained by the table, preventing the precious perfume from being toppled or pilfered. 17 gold coins. Miss Sidella is truly a kind-hearted lady. Thomas mused, gazing at the gleaming coins in his hand. Thanks to Sidella's singular action, the price of the perfume had doubled, and it was swiftly snatched up. With Sidella's influence, Thomas was confident that when he next returned to Tulip City to sell perfume, the Dragon brand jasmine from Stormwind would undoubtedly be even more sought after. Unbeknownst to Nalante, who mistakenly believed that fine wine fears no alley, the perfume had nearly faced a lack of sales, casting a shadow over the nobility. Ultimately, it was the flower of Tulip City, which could potentially save him 30 years of struggle, that salvaged the situation that moment. A cart laden with sugarcane slowly entered the castle. My lord, what shall we do next? Vivian and Sherry gazed at their master, filled with anticipation. Extract the juice. Use the stone mill just completed by the mason to crush all this sugarcane and collect the juice, Nalante replied, carelessly munching on a piece of sugarcane while addressing the two beautiful maidens. Oh, and first, we must wash the sugarcane thoroughly. It had been 6 days since the convoy set out, and some of the rapidly growing sugarcane had already ripened, with the masons having just finished building the latrine. Nalante also instructed them to construct a large stone mill and a series of stoves by the castle's front yard. Indeed, he ordered a series of stoves, measuring at least 12 meters in length, capable of accommodating 8 large pots atop. This setup was inspired by the traditional methods of making brown sugar he had witnessed in his previous life as a child, during summer vacations at his grandmother's house. He would often linger near a rural brown sugar factory, motivated by a desire to sneak a taste of sugarcane. Thus, he was well acquainted with the process of brown sugar production. The term making sugar suggests that once you have the raw materials, the task is not particularly daunting. First, it involves extracting juice by crushing the thoroughly washed sugarcane, which has had its ends trimmed. After obtaining the juice, it is placed in the first large pot for cooking, where it must be stirred continuously to ensure even heating. Once it reaches a suitable state, it is ladled into the adjacent second pot for further cooking. This process is repeated, with the juice being transferred to subsequent pots, each time becoming increasingly viscous until it reaches the 8th pot, where the juice transforms into a syrupy consistency, ready to be poured into wooden containers to cool. Once completely cooled, it solidifies into sweet, delectable brown sugar. No doubt. The production of brown sugar is not overly complex. With Nalante beginning to give instructions, Vivian and the guards immediately sprang into action. After washing the sugarcane, they took it to be juiced, with the liquid flowing into wooden barrels as it was crushed by the stone mill. Once the juice was extracted, the guards were instructed to start the fire for cooking. Each guard tended to 2 large pots, wielding long spoons that matched their height, diligently stirring the contents. My lord, the sugarcane juice is diminishing rapidly. This hardly seems worthwhile, Sherry lamented, having devoured 2 large pieces of sugarcane herself. She had been eagerly anticipating the creation of a sweet delicacy named brown sugar, which was said to be as delightful as honey. However, now she felt it might be better to simply consume the sugarcane, which was already quite sweet and would not go to waste. Sherry, you may regret it now, but once the brown sugar is ready, I assure you, you will think differently. In this world, the concept of sugar was yet to be established, and Sherry naturally had no notion of what sugar was. However, Nalante was aware that in his previous life, some peculiar individuals used lollipops to entice young girls, and he did not believe Sherry could resist the allure of brown sugar. Furthermore, once brown sugar was produced, white sugar would not be far behind. With visions of making delicious dishes with brown sugar, Nalante felt his mouth watering in anticipation. My lord, the last pot of juice seems to have thickened. Do you think it is ready? Vivian inquired after supervising the guard for over half an hour. Let me see, Nalante exclaimed, rising swiftly from his chair and striding to the 8th pot. Yes, it appears nearly ready. Sherry, quickly bring over that wooden box. At this point, the juice in the 8th pot had thickened to a consistency comparable to cough syrup, prompting Nalante to instruct Sherry. Once Sherry huffed and puffed her way over with a wooden box resembling a drawer, Nalante directed the guards to ladle the syrup into it. After the syrup was added, he used a small spatula to smooth the surface before waiting for it to cool and solidify. As time passed, Nalante, along with Vivian and Sherry, remained vigilant beside the wooden box. My lord, is it ready yet? And why does the brown sugar appear yellow rather than red? Sherry, now devoid of her earlier regret, was captivated by the enticing aroma wafting from a box, her mouth watering in anticipation. Despite its name, brown sugar is not a deep red. Rather, it has a slight reddish hue intermingled with yellow. It should be about ready, Nalante declared, feeling the mixture and confirming that the brown sugar had completely solidified. He then used a spatula to cut the sugar into small pieces resembling gold bars. "Here you go, Vivian and Sherry. Each of you take one." With that, he handed each girl a piece of brown sugar. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord," Sherry and Vivian exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with delight at the small morsels in their hands. As they accepted the treats, Nalante took a piece for himself and, without hesitation, placed it in his mouth for a bite. "Oh yes, this is the flavor. Haha, my brown sugar is a success. The red sugar made from the original juice of sugarcane is incomparable to the inferior industrial brown sugar of previous lives." Upon tasting the red sugar, Nayland immediately found a sense of nostalgia from his childhood, rich and sweet. Vivian and Sherry, witnessing Nayland's enjoyment, could not help but swallow hard while holding the red sugar. "You two should try it as well," Nayland declared, and since they dared not eat until he had tasted it, he promptly instructed them. "Yes, sir." With his permission, the two women quickly followed Nayland's example and placed the red sugar into their mouths. Wow! The moment the red sugar touched their tongues, both Vivian and Sherry were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. "Sir, this is absolutely delicious." Sherry's expression was the most exaggerated, her already large eyes now resembling those of a startled snail. While Vivian continuously pursed her lips, savoring the sweetness. "Sherry, do you think the red sugar is better or the sugar cane?" Nayland asked with a smile, not at all surprised by their reactions. "Red sugar, sir." "Sherry prefers red sugar." Sherry responded without hesitation. "Ha, the best is yet to come. Sherry, go fetch your mother." "Certainly, sir." Upon hearing that there was more deliciousness to come, Sherry dashed off towards the inner fort without delay. After Sherry left, Nayland turned his attention to Vivian. "Vivian, please draft a decree notifying all villagers in Storm territory that during their leisure time, they may search for sugarcane in the thickets within the territory. Upon finding sugarcane, instruct the villagers to chop it down and bring it to the castle. For every 3 stalks, they will receive 1 copper coin as reward. Oh, and to ensure that some villagers can identify the sugarcane, take a few stalks for reference. The sugarcane is nearing maturity, and the process of making red sugar has been successful. It is now time for the harvest and large-scale production, with a population too small and limited arable land in Storm territory." Nayland, as a time traveler, understood that merely growing grain could satisfy hunger but would not lead to rapid wealth. To truly profit and develop the territory, reliance on trade and exporting goods to earn benefits from other noble lands was essential. He firmly believed that red sugar would undoubtedly become one of the pillar industries of the tulip territory. "Yes, sir." After giving his orders to Vivian, the exceptionally alluring chef, Rose, approached Nayland. Although Nayland had managed on his own in his previous life, he was not particularly knowledgeable about Western bread baking. However, he only needed to provide the idea, and Rose quickly grasped it. "Sir, do you mean to brush this red sugar and honey onto the bread while baking?" Rose asked, holding a piece of red sugar, her eyes filled with wonder. "Indeed, Rose, and not just for my white bread. The black bread for the servants and soldiers should also include this red sugar." Nayland nodded. He had only recently had the opportunity to taste honey bread, produced by the bees tamed by Sherry. Experts in his previous life advised limiting sweets due to the risk of obesity and various health issues. Yet in this world, there was no such worry, as most people could barely fill their stomachs, let alone become overweight. Moreover, sugar had the added benefit of enhancing one's happiness, so Nayland planned to occasionally treat his subordinates to such delicacies. "Yes, sir, I will go and try this immediately, praising your wisdom and generosity," Rose exclaimed and hurried towards the castle with several pieces of red sugar. Having tasted the flavor of red sugar, she was astounded by her lordess invention of something sweeter than honey. Eagerly, she looked forward to experimenting with the effects of red sugar in bread making, as her mind was brimming with new culinary inspirations after experiencing such sweetness. As the cheerful atmosphere filled the castle, Nayland's orders stirred the entire populace of Storm territory. The villagers had seen sugarcane to some extent before, though few had paid attention to the slender, short little trees. Most, some villagers from Misfortune Village knew that sugarcane was a tasty wild fruit. However, the situation was now different. Their lord had named this little tree sugarcane and offered a reward of 1 copper coin for every 3 stalks. Searching for sugarcane was not as labor-intensive as chopping wood or farming. So even children could contribute significantly. In no time, everyone with free time in the territory began to meander through the thickets and weeds. Chapter 48. The return of the caravan. Dinner time approached. As dusk gradually settled, the guards of Storm Territory Castle finally heard the long-awaited call. Two servants, led by Vivian, entered the courtyard carrying several wooden basins. Upon hearing the summons, aside from the 5 guards on duty who remained on the walls, the other 10 swiftly jogged to the food distribution area. The guards, acting with self-discipline, brought their wooden trays to the wooden table. A large chunk of black bread and a generous ladle of whale meat soup awaited them. Thanks to our Lord's generosity, smelling the rich aroma of the soup, even though their Lord was not present, guard Callie Nyoe sincerely offered his greetings. After finishing his salutations, Callie picked up his plate and prepared to leave. "Wait a moment, Callie." At that moment, Vivian, who was supervising the guards, called out to him. "Captain Vivian, do you have any instructions?" Callie asked curiously. "Tonight's dinner, in addition to regular black bread and whale meat, our Lord has specially granted you a piece of red sugar black bread." With that, Vivian took a piece of black bread the size of a child's fist from her basin and placed it onto Callie's tray. Red sugar black bread? Callie was a bit perplexed. But regardless, since it was an additional reward from the Lord, gratitude was all that was needed. "Thank you for your Lord's generosity." Callie expressed his thanks once more. He then walked to a nearby table with his wooden tray. Subsequently, other guards followed suit, bringing their trays to the table as they began to enjoy their delightful dinner. The guards did not immediately attempt to taste the small piece of red sugar bread. Instead, they soaked the large chunk of regular black bread in the whale meat soup. After all, regardless of its name, black bread was still black bread, and the fish soup was the most coveted delicacy for Callie and the other guards. As the fish soup and black bread filled their stomachs, Callie Nyoe contentedly rubbed his belly, revealing a satisfied smile. Happiness was so simple. With a kind and generous Lord, every meal allowed them to eat their fill. "Oh, there's still a small piece of red sugar bread left. I can't let this go to waste." Callie understood the value of food. Although he felt quite full, he still picked up the red sugar black bread. For him, it was merely a bite-sized morsel. Munch. In the next moment, without hesitation, Callie Nyoe stuffed the red sugar black bread into his mouth. As the bread entered, he instinctively stood up to wash his plate. However, at that moment, Callie Nyoe suddenly jolted, his eyes widening in shock. "Da!" he exclaimed. His outburst startled several nearby guards, who looked up in annoyance. "Callie Nyoe, did a cow step on your tail? Why the outburst? You scared us?" "No, it's just this bread." Callie, disregarding any sense of decorum, spat out the red sugar black bread, which still retained its recognizable shape, and stammered, at a loss for how to explain the bread's effect. "What's wrong with the bread? Did you bite into a pebble? That shouldn't happen. Since Lady Rose came to the castle, the black bread has become much tastier and should not contain any stones." The other guards were baffled. "No, it's just that it is unbelievably delicious." After a moment's struggle, Callie finally managed to articulate his thoughts. "Delicious. Can it be so good that it makes you shout?" "Callie, are you joking with us?" The other guard were skeptical. If Callie had eaten white bread, they might have believed him, as they had never tasted the noble's white bread. "I'm not lying to you. You'll understand once you try it. This red sugar bread is the best bread I've ever eaten." With that, Callie quickly returned the black bread to his mouth, this time opting to savor its intense sweetness without chewing. Is it really that good?" Seeing Callie Nyoe's expression, which did not seem fabricated, the other guard began to doubt their disbelief and subsequently took their own red sugar bread to taste. Wow. Oh. Shortly thereafter, a series of exclamations erupted in the castle's courtyard. The expressions of the guards, who had initially doubted the honey, were far more exaggerated than that of Carrie. For those who had never tasted honey, the sweetness was an entirely unfamiliar sensation. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had elapsed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Nalantur, as per his usual routine, completed his morning martial training in the back garden and was preparing to descend for lunch after freshening up, when Vivian hurriedly rushed up to him. "My lord, the convoy has returned." Vivian's face was alight with joy. She was aware of her lord's keen anticipation for the convoy's return, as it carried the hope of the Storm Territory's rise. And now it was time to await the results. Returned? Nalantur was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, my lord, the convoy is about 2 miles from the castle, Vivian affirmed with a nod. Vivian, go fetch Lightning to the courtyard. And Lilia, assist me in donning my attire. At this moment, Nalantar, having just bathed and refreshed, was clad only in a shirt and had yet to don his dignified silk robe. Yes, my lord, both Vivian and Lilia responded in unison. Under Lilia's attentive service, Nalantar swiftly donned his appropriate attire and made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the courtyard, he mounted Lightning and, accompanied by the guards, set forth from the castle to meet the convoy not far away. Nalantar could have chosen to wait inside the castle, but his eagerness to learn of the convoy's outcome was overwhelming. It was akin to having purchased a lottery ticket and yearning to know the result at once. Each passing minute felt agonizing. Gazing at the castle, standing a mile away, Thomas and Quick, among the guards, were filled with a sense of familiarity and reassurance. After nearly 10 days away from their territory, they had finally returned, having successfully fulfilled their lord's instructions and returned laden with goods. The 3 carriages had been filled to the brim upon departure, and they returned in the same manner. Additionally, 20 commoners clad in plain linen garments had joined the convoy, who were the families of Anthony's 5 guards. The lord has arrived. At that moment, Thomas and the others suddenly spotted a procession emerging from the castle, immediately realizing it was their lord come to welcome them. We pay our respects, my lord. We salute you, noble lord. As the formidable lord approached, leading the way, everyone within the convoy respectfully offered their greetings. Welcome back. Nalantar regarded the convoy, nodding at Thomas and Quick. Report, my lord. The first guard squad has successfully completed your assigned tasks, and the convoy suffered no losses during this expedition. Quick was the first to report to Nalantar. Well done, all of you. Nalantar nodded in satisfaction. My lord, I too have successfully completed all your tasks and sold all the goods. Following Quick, it was Thomas's turn. Very good, Thomas. At this moment, Nalantar felt a sense of relief as he finally received the answer to his first commercial venture. Now let us return to the castle. With a grand gesture, Nalantar led the convoy back toward the castle. Chapter 49. Nashia's gift. So, you mean to say that the salt and dried fish were sold out after passing through just 6 territories? In the hall on the first floor of the castle, Nalantar listened intently as Thomas recounted the detailed journey of the convoy, occasionally interjecting to inquire about specifics in order to make ample preparations for the forthcoming commercial development in the Storm Territory. Indeed, my lord, the salt and dried fish were sold out after traversing 6 territories. If we had not lingered for too short a time, we might have managed to sell out after passing through only 2 or 3 territories. Thomas replied, vigorously nodding while sipping the honey tea Nalantar had generously rewarded him with. In truth, even selling out after passing through 6 territories has exceeded my expectations, considering that dried fish is not a necessity. Nalantar nodded with a smile. He had surmised that while the territories beyond Storm might be somewhat better off than his own, they were not exceedingly affluent. However, he had evidently underestimated the fact that the demographics of those territories were not comprised solely of serfs. A significant number of ordinary commoners resided there as well. Although serfs had no purchasing power, it did not imply that commoners lacked it, thus allowing dried fish to sell as readily as salt. It was unfortunate that the nobles still harbored reservations about the Storm Territory's ill-fated reputation. Otherwise, with their purchasing power, dried fish and salt would surely have sold even more swiftly out of course. The nobles' temporary abstinence from purchasing had its advantages. This way, they could not interfere with his salt trade, allowing him to consistently sell at lower prices to the commoners, fostering a perception of affordability among them. Once this perception was established, the commoners would naturally organize trade caravans to visit the Storm Territory. As long as external merchants entered the Storm, its commercial landscape would gradually take form. Whether purchasing or selling goods, the arrival of trade caravans was vital for the Storm Territory's development. Thomas, please continue. Yes, my lord. Following your instructions, the convoy proceeded onward, dispatching a guard to deliver the gifts prepared for Lord Andrew, after which the convoy arrived at Tulip Castle. Thomas began elaborating on the next phase upon receiving his lord's command. My father actually chased Alting with an axe in front of the count. Nalantar's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected his predecessor's father to exhibit such boldness before a feudal lord. Nevertheless, it was evident that despite his shortcomings, Andrew cared deeply for his offspring. "Indeed, my lord." Fortunately, the count was not angered and even spoke to comfort Lord Andrew. Nallanter nodded. His adoptive father was a formidable warrior under the count's command, so it was only natural that the count would not impose harsh punishments. More importantly, from Thomas's detailed account, Nallanter discovered that his adoptive father did not seem to be the typical brute. One particular detail was worth noting. Although Andrew had fiercely pursued Alting, he refrained from following him onto the elevated platform where the count stood. This platform resembled the dragon platform of emperors in his previous life, where subjects were strictly forbidden from stepping unless granted permission. Andrew's restraint indicated his understanding of the count's boundaries. After reflecting on his adoptive father's demeanor, Nallanter recalled the count's compensation, feeling relieved that he had foreseen this, as his storm territory had nearly slipped through his fingers. Though this cursed land was fraught with peril, Nallanter truly did not wish to exchange it. It was not only remote, but also vast in expanse. The territories assigned to other younger sons were often divided into smaller baronial lands, either split in half or into 3 portions. While such territories ensured safety, their smaller size severely limited development potential. Furthermore, if luck were to falter, one might not even possess a castle. What kind of lord would one be without a castle? In contrast, his storm territory was the size of a baronial estate and had even received a tax exemption as compensation. Nallanter believed that in a few years, the count would surely regret this decision, for through the sale of goods, he had fully validated the viability of commerce that, of course, it would be of little consequence if the count regretted it later. At this moment, the decree regarding the storm territory's tax exemption was firmly in his grasp. This parchment bore but a few words. From this day forth, all taxes on the fief of Nallanter, the vassal lord of the storm territory, are hereby exempt. This decree is valid indefinitely. Signed, Bernard, Honorable Tulip, accompanied by the private seal of the count. This document held the same permanence as a royal edict in his previous life. It would remain effective unless the Tulip family were to cease to exist. My lord. After reporting to Lord Andrew within Tulip Castle, I led the convoy east of Tulip City, where we commenced the sale of perfumes. Thomas continued to recount the process of selling perfumes. Such events transpired. Despite the noble ladies catching a whiff of the perfume's fragrance, none approached to make a purchase. Nallanter found himself breaking into a cold sweat. Realizing that he had fallen victim to the pitfalls of conventional thinking, that he had never anticipated that, for the nobility of this world, maintaining their dignity often superseded all else, he had assumed he had devised a flawless strategy. For instance, he had specifically instructed Thomas not to disclose that the perfume originated from the storm territory, fearing that the tainted reputation of the Land of Misfortune would render the fragrance as unappreciated as salt or dried fish among the aristocrats. To his surprise, while he had successfully avoided the stigma of the Land of Misfortune, unforeseen complications had arisen. Fortunately, in a stroke of luck, the mysterious figure known as the Tulip Blossom managed to salvage the situation for him. Although for Sidella, it was merely an act of spontaneity, it served as an excellent endorsement for Nallanter's perfume. Much like in his previous life, to elevate an item to trend status, it required the endorsement of public figures. In the realm of tulips, Sidella was indeed a renowned figure of exceptional repute. More importantly, Sidella had priced the perfume at a full gold coin per bottle, a significant increase from the initial 50 silver coins. He resolved to repay this gesture of kindness from the Tulip Blossom in due time, silently etching this favor into his memory. Once the matter of the perfume was concluded, the conversation shifted to the mundane details of procuring supplies within the city. And from that point onward, there were no significant events to recount. At long last, Thomas produced a gift box from his cloak. My lord, this is a present from your sister, Miss Nasha, which she asked me to deliver to you upon our departure from Tulip City. Nasha. Nallanter was taken aback. The name was both familiar and foreign to him. Andrew had 3 offspring, 2 sons and a daughter, and Nasha was his younger sister by 2 years. Unlike Nallanter, Nasha possessed an exceptionally high talent for combat aura, surpassing even that of Nallanter's elder brother. She was likely studying at the Noble Academy in Tulip City. Taking the gift box, Nallanter opened it to reveal a fiery red crystal. It was none other than a flame crystal. Chapter 50. the flame crystal upon seeing the gift within the box. Nalante was struck with astonishment. The flame crystal, as its name suggests, was a gem imbued with a vast amount of fire attribute combat aura. Its form was strikingly unique, with sharp angles as if cut by precision instruments, featuring several facets reminiscent of the beautiful gems of his past life. Even more fascinating was its interior, which was semi-transparent, showcasing visible red flames that flickered and roared within. In this world, aside from the flame crystal, there existed ice crystals, gale crystals, and earth crystals, corresponding to the elemental forces of fire, water, wind, and earth. These four types of crystals were exceedingly rare, typically birthed only by yellow sprites under improbable circumstances. Their power was formidable, enabling title knights to rapidly absorb the combat aura contained within the crystals, equating the absorption of one crystal to an entire month of training, thus significantly accelerating a knight's cultivation speed. Given that Nalante practiced fire attribute combat aura, the flame crystal gifted by Nasha was perfectly suited for his absorption. In this world, strength symbolized everything. Often, the wealthier aristocrats cultivated at a quicker pace, owing to the availability of combat aura crystals and monster meat. Monster meat nourished the bodies of title knights, ensuring that even without rigorous training, prolonged consumption would lead to increasing physical robustness. The flame crystal allowed title knights to bypass the monotonous process of meditation, enabling them to advance while resting. This dual approach yielded remarkably potent results, though it was contingent upon the accumulation of sufficient gold coins. Monster meat was priced at a base rate of 1 gold coin per pound for low-tier beasts, and due to their scarcity and difficulty in subduing, they were often in limited supply. While the flame crystal was more reliably sourced, with several major nobles within the kingdom having access to such a precious resource, its rarity made it valuable. Each flame crystal was worth at least 10 gold coins, a price few lesser nobles could afford. Nalante, I hear you have successfully planted the seed of combat aura and become a title knight. Congratulations, my brother. Furthermore, I have heard from Father that you have been assigned to the Storm Territory, a place fraught with danger. This flame crystal is my gift to you. I hope you will soon achieve another breakthrough and become a source of pride for the Barrack family. And for me, your sister, signed, your beloved sister, Nasha. As Nalante picked up the letter from the gift box and read it, a complex array of emotions washed over him. To be honest, he had not felt a strong sense of belonging to the Barrack family, especially given that the spirit within him hailed from Earth. However, after hearing Thomas recount how Andrew had stormed into the meeting room to advocate for him in front of the Count, and now with this thoughtful gift from his sister, Nalante felt that perhaps he could find solace and a sense of belonging in this family, filled with love and affection. It was worth noting that the Barrack family was notoriously impoverished within the Tulip territory, and the flame crystal, valued at 10 gold coins, was likely beyond Nasha's means. The only plausible explanation was that Nasha had earned this flame crystal as a reward for her exemplary performance at the Noble Academy. Since you have shown such regard for me, I shall now protect you all. Nalante silently tucked away the letter and the flame crystal. Taking a deep breath, my lord, the merchant caravan has sold all its goods and acquired a total of 21 gold coins and 10 silver coins. After deducting the 14 gold coins and 30 silver coins spent on supplies, we are left with 6 gold coins and 80 silver coins. Shall I hand them directly to you, or deposit them in the treasury? Once Nalante had stored the gift away, Thomas spoke up at an opportune moment, already producing a small black pouch. Please record it in the ledger and deposit it in the treasury. Keeping money on my person serves no purpose, so it is best stored away. After Thomas finished his report, Nalante called for Quake to discuss the equipment purchases. The caravan had procured a total of 15 complete sets of defensive gear from Tulip City, including leather armor, helmets, round shields, and leather boots. After confirming the equipment was in order with Quake, Nalante immediately distributed 10 sets to the second squad of guards. As time passed, noon of the following day arrived. Upon the caravan's return, Nalante instructed the first squad to rest. After a day of recuperation, the first squad was finally revitalized. Now that the caravan had returned and the initial plan had borne fruit, it was time to address the matters within the buffer zone. The longer he delayed dealing with the issues in the buffer zone, the more Nalante felt he was incurring losses, although he was unaware of the exact nature of these matters. He sensed he was suffering significant losses. Moreover, through the repeated assaults of the bees over the past few days, the guards within the Quint camp had grown accustomed to the routine. Upon spotting bees, they would immediately duck behind the wooden walls, knowing the bees would depart in under 3 minutes. After so many occurrences, while the guards had briefly left their posts, no dangers had arisen within the camp, leading Nalante to surmise that the guards at the Quint camp had likely grown complacent. My lord. Just as Nalante was making his decision, Sherry rushed into the study. Sherry, what is it? My lord, I just dispatched bees as per routine to attack the camp of Baron Quint, and the returning bees informed me that there are now over 10 more guards and a cart in the camp. Sherry reported without delay. More than 10 additional guards and a cart? Nalante furrowed his brow, troubled by the timing of these developments. Yet in the next moment his expression shifted dramatically to My lord. What is it? Since the camp is mining resources, the sudden arrival of a small squad of guards and a cart must be to transport the extracted minerals. This deduction was not difficult to arrive at, but Nalante had not anticipated encountering this situation at such a critical juncture. Sherry, go find Vivian and Quake. I will wait for them in the hall on the first floor. Nalante instructed without hesitation, rising from his seat. Yes, my lord. Sherry replied quickly, darting downstairs. My lord, you called for us. Vivian and Quake soon arrived in the hall. Sherry just reported that there has been a change at the camp, and it is likely that Quint is preparing to transport the mine minerals. Nalante stated with a serious countenance, sharing his inference. Therefore, I have decided to head to the buffer zone immediately and address the situation at the camp accordingly. Yes, my lord. We vow to serve you loyally. Quake and Vivian displayed no signs of surprise at the words spoken. Indeed, the burly Quake even revealed a hint of excitement. In light of this, you are to instruct all the guards to don their equipment. We shall set forth in 10 minutes. Yes, my lord. Chapter 51. Pre-battle mobilization. With Nalanter's command issued, the entire castle sprang into action. Unlike their previous encounters with dark creatures, this time they were to mount an offensive against an enemy camp, necessitating thorough preparation. Ladders had been crafted in advance. The bees needed for tonight were to be gathered, and provisions of food and water had to be readied. Nalanter had originally intended to launch the attack at dawn, but with the emergence of unforeseen circumstances, they had to depart earlier and adapt as the situation unfolded. Before long, Nalanter's 25 guards were assembled in full armor in the courtyard. The Stormhold is the domain of Nalanter, and it is your home as well. Yet, some individuals brazenly rampage upon our territory, plundering our wealth within our buffer zone, and even abducting serfs from the Stormhold itself. What say you? How shall we respond to such vile brigands? Having donned his armor and helmet, Nalanter rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword, delivering the final motivational address to his guards before battle. Slay them. Quake immediately shouted in response. Slay them. Slay them. As Quake led the charge, the guards echoed his battle cry with fervor. Excellent. As your sovereign of the Stormhold, I shall lead you today to eradicate these shameless marauders and banish them from our lands forever. Kill, kill, kill. Now, everyone, mount the carriages. We shall depart. Nalanter was thoroughly satisfied, observing that the supplies had been efficiently loaded under Thomas's supervision, and thus he swiftly mounted his horse. Onward, let us depart. With the command issued, Vivian and Quake promptly ushered the guards onto the carriages. Shortly thereafter, Nalanter took the lead, driving 3 carriages out of the castle. Due to the urgency of the situation and the necessity to conserve the guards' stamina, the carriages were imperative as the group journeyed forth. After an hour's travel, they finally arrived at a location just a mile from the border. Having concealed the carriages and horses, Nalanter and his 29 companions proceeded on foot toward the boundary. Shelley, what is the situation within the camp? After more than 10 minutes of walking, Nalanter's party stealthily approached the outskirts of the camp's wooded perimeter, although Shelley herself did not partake in combat. Her bees were crucial for the night's endeavor. Thus her presence was indispensable. My lord, the bees have informed me that the individuals within the camp appear to be continuously loading items onto the carriages. Shelley replied. Then it must be so. They're transporting or... Are they not? Nalantar glanced up at the sky. 8 this hour. Twilight was settling in. If the convoy were to complete loading the ore and depart, it would bode ill for him. Ambushing was best executed under the veil of night. Launching an assault during daylight would leave them at a considerable disadvantage due to their smaller numbers. Should the enemy indeed transport the ore by day, Nalantar would be left with two choices. He could either change his target, perhaps laying in wait along the route the convoy would take upon its return to seize it, or he could allow the convoy to pass and maintain their ambush until midnight to strike at the camp itself. This was a difficult decision for Nalantar. Attacking the convoy, even if successful, would likely alert the enemy, complicating future efforts to capture the camp. However, if he allowed the convoy to transport the ore, he felt a sense of loss, as though he were incurring a significant deficit. Damn it! I can only take it one step at a time. May the great Lord of Glory bless us, and let us hope the convoy remains in the camp for the night. Nalantar silently prayed to the Lord of Glory. Meanwhile, within the cunt camp, Dilly was entertaining Johnny, who was responsible for transporting or back to the castle. Come, Johnny, have a drink. It is still early before nightfall. Although Johnny lacked noble status, he had earned Dilly's trust, prompting Dilly to regard him with favor. Thank you, Sir Dilly. Johnny accepted the offer. Yes, everything peaceful in the barony lately. I have been at the camp for over 2 months and know little of the situation in the territory. After sitting down, Dilly drained his tankard and inquired of Johnny. Sir Dilly, there have been no significant events in the Cunt territory recently. Lord Cunt's brother has been remarkably subdued of late. That is good to hear. With this newfound mineral wealth, perhaps in a year or two, opportunities will arise for our lord. Dilly nodded, excitement evident on his face. Count Blackiron had 2 offspring, the legitimate heir and the illegitimate son. Cunt. The two had long been embroiled in a covert struggle for power, especially following the death of Count Blackiron's first wife 3 years prior, which allowed Cunt's mother to ascend in status. Since that time, Cunt's standing had risen, and his ambitions had grown. He could not bear to remain in the shadows of his illegitimacy and aspired to inherit the title of Count Blackiron one day. However, the legitimate heir had the backing of numerous vassals due to his rightful claim, leaving Cunt's chances of success bleak despite the influence of his mother. Yet 2 months prior, Cunt had acquired a Yellow Sprite from Count Blackiron. This sprite had ignited Cunt's hopes of surpassing the legitimate heir, as it promised access to precious mineral resources. Should he mine for just a year or two, Cunt's power would undoubtedly surge. If he were to secure the title of heir, Dilly and the other vassals would surely be regarded as invaluable contributors, which explained Dilly's elation. Observing Dilly's excitement, Johnny could not help but smile knowingly. However, the next moment, he recalled something and remarked, "By the way, Sir Dilly, although there have been no major issues lately, a small nuisance has arisen, much to Lord Cunt's irritation." "Oh, what sort of nuisance?" Dilly's expression shifted. Curiosity piqued. "You may find it hard to believe, but the trouble originates from our neighbors in the Stormhold." "The Stormhold? How could this be? Do those unfortunate souls dare to trouble Lord Cunt?" Dilly was skeptical. The lord named Nalantar had been chased away after receiving a few threats outside his camp. He had initially been on guard for several days, yet no incidents had transpired since. If the lord of the Stormhold possessed even a modicum of backbone, he should have dispatched someone to stealthily shoot a few arrows. Yet not even a peep had been made. Truly, he was a pitiful lord consigned to a place of misfortune. Chapter 52. The Grass and the Lunatics? It is not that the unfortunate lord is particularly formidable. Rather, it is merely luck that favors him. Observing Dilly's expression, Johnny chuckled and elaborated. That unfortunate lord, for reasons unknown, has stumbled upon a stroke of fortune and acquired a salt mine sprite. Moreover, whether out of desperation or intention, he has begun selling salt directly to the commoners and serfs within the Tula barony at a meager price of 7 copper coins. Furthermore, he has boldly proclaimed that even those who purchase salt from his cursed land can acquire it for just 5 copper coins. And it is of the purest quality, free from impurities. Such a thing truly exists. Dilly was taken aback. Selling it for 5 copper coins to the commoners, and without impurities? Is he not foregoing profit? Indeed, the Baron was furious over this matter. However, curiously enough, I dispatched several serfs in recent days to infiltrate the stormhold and gather information, yet none have returned. It seems that the unfortunate lord has grown wary. Indeed, the stormhold is rarely traversed by travelers, and with just a couple of guards stationed by the roadside, any intruders would be easily detected and captured. Dilly chuckled, aware of the local circumstances far better than Johnny. It is true that the stormhold is often devoid of any passers-by, with only a single road leading in and out, making the identification of outsiders a simple task. That being said, my lord requires the location of that mind sprite. So we may destroy it appears. I will have to devise a plan. This matter can be addressed after you transport the Earl back. I can assist you by sending 2 guards who are familiar with the area. Then I am grateful to you, Sir Dilly. Ha ha, no need for thanks. It is all for the sake of our lord. Now, let us continue our revelry. After all, you shall need to return under the cover of night to avoid the eyes of the air. So we might as well drink up? Thus, within the camp, Dilly and Xiangni indulged in their libations, while Nalante and his companions continued their ambush outside the encampment. As time progressed, and darkness gradually enveloped the sky, Nalante's heart began to find a semblance of calm. Indeed, the esteemed Lord Rongguang has shown me favor, although the presence of this detachment of guards within the camp has heightened the difficulty of my assault. Should I succeed, the ore shall be mine. Even though the number of adversaries may swell to over 60 this evening, Nalante could not bear the thought of relinquishing that cartload of ore, which represented at least 10 days' worth of mining. Queek, Vivian, relay the order. Everyone shall commence consuming their rations, for this shall be the final sustenance before tonight's endeavor. Prior to the impending battle, it is unwise to allow the soldiers to feast excessively, for should they overindulge, their strength may become languid and feeble. Thus, under the cloak of night, Nalante had refrained from allowing the guards to partake of any food. But now, with darkness having fallen, there was no longer concern that the enemy might depart unexpectedly. Upon the issuance of his command, the guards immediately began to consume their dark bread and roasted salted fish. Subsequently, Nalante and his party awaited until midnight, just as he believed the events of the night would unfold according to his meticulous plan. When suddenly, Sherry spoke up beside him. "My lord, the individuals within the camp are stirring. It appears they are preparing to leave." "What? Departing at this late hour?" Nalante, who had been resting, was instantly jolted awake by Sherry's revelation. It was still far too early, well before the weary hours of dawn. Why would they suddenly be on the move? "Yes, my lord, they have begun to form ranks," Sherry affirmed with certainty. There was no alternative. "We must commence now." Nalante gritted his teeth. Sherry, summon the bees, instruct them to split into 2 groups and accompany Vivian and Queek respectively. "Yes, my lord." At her master's command, Sherry immediately began issuing orders to the queen bee nestled within her wooden box. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon, the queen began to flap her wings vigorously, producing a resonant sound. Bees are typically disoriented at night, relying predominantly on the sun for navigation. Nevertheless, apart from the sun, bees can also utilize the buzzing of their companions as guidance. As the queen's fluttering resonated, the previously dormant swarm of bees began to stir, following Sherry's directives to surround Vivian and Queek. "Vivian, my lord, I am here." Once the guard atop the walls were driven away, "You shall immediately lead the archery squad to raise the ladder, and, upon my signal with Queek, you shall swiftly breach the defenses and commence your free fire." "Understood, my lord," Vivian responded promptly, then began to quietly relay Nalante's orders. "Sir Dilly, I am most grateful for your hospitality, but the time has come for me to return to the castle." "Very well. Xiangni, take care on your journey, and convey my regards to the lord upon your return." Dilly nodded. "Indeed, let us meet again in 2 months," Xiangni replied, bowing respectfully. "Open the gate and allow the convoy to pass." Dilly instructed the guard stationed at the entrance without further ado. "Creak, creak," following the command. The guards at the gate promptly began to operate the winch. It must be said, for the safety of this encampment, Kinte had invested considerable resources, even commissioning skilled artisans to construct a gate capable of opening and closing in a vertical manner, thereby enhancing its efficacy against enemy assaults. The only means to open the gate required the concerted effort of several individuals to operate the winch. Bees, What the devil? Why are there bees at this hour? However, just as the gate opened halfway and Xiangni and his party prepared to depart, startled cries suddenly emanated from the wooden walls. Sir Dilly, what is happening? Xiangni and his 10 subordinates were taken aback, swiftly drawing their swords. How curious. Why are the bees active at night? Dilly pondered, somewhat perplexed. Yet this phenomenon had been recurring for over a week, so he did not dwell on it. Xiangni, there is no need for alarm. It is merely a swarm of bees nearby, which has been buzzing around the camp for several days. Alas, I have yet to locate their hive. Otherwise, I would have savored some honey. I see. Upon observing Dilly and the other guards remaining composed, Xiangni finally felt reassured enough to sheath his sword. Sir Dilly, I shall set forth now. The starlight above has been obscured. I wonder if rain is on the horizon, for I would detest being drenched like a drowned rat. Very well. After their exchange, Xiangni mounted the horse, a rare opportunity, and led his party toward the gate. Clop clop, Xiangni took the lead, swiftly arriving at the camp's entrance. Observing Xiangni's retreating figure, Dilly instructed his subordinates. Once the bees have departed, return immediately to your posts. Maintain your vigilance. With that, Dilly stifled a yawn and made his way towards his quarters, having endured the night without rest. Demise. Yet, just as he turned, an inexplicable shout erupted from the camp's entrance. What on earth? Xiangni, riding forth, had yet to acclimate to the surrounding darkness when a sudden gust of wind swept from the left, revealing a shadowy giant lunging toward him. The figure wielded a long sword enveloped in crimson energy, its brilliance unmistakable as it charged while uttering a baffling phrase. Thud! In the next moment, Captain Xiangni, bewildered by the meaning of Demise, felt a chill in his shoulder, as if all his strength had been siphoned away, causing him to tumble from his mount. Demise? Could it be that the person seeking my demise bears this name? How I resent it, for I have yet to ascend to nobility. And yet I find myself at death's door. Chapter 53. The fierce battle at the camp silence. The ambush came too suddenly, catching everyone off guard, and they were momentarily stunned by that inexplicable cry of Demise. After a prolonged moment of shock, everyone within the camp finally reacted, their faces paling as they shouted in unison. Enemy attack. It is an enemy attack. The scene, which had appeared to freeze, suddenly resumed as if a play had been unpaused, and the entire camp erupted into chaos, filled with roars and cries. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm bell at the center of the camp was frantically rung. Demise, witnessing their master strike first and deliver a lethal blow. Queek and the others finally regained their composure, raising their long swords and surging forth from the shadows of the walls, crashing into the 10 guards behind Xiangni, sending them sprawling, inspired by their lord's previously unheard battle cry. Queek and the others began to emulate him, shouting as they plunged into combat. Stab, stab, stab. As Queek and his companions swung their swords, several of Xiangni's guards fell before they could retaliate. What does Demise truly signify? After uttering that cry, it felt as though it imbued me with strength. After successfully dispatching an enemy, Queek realized that this battle cry, learned from his lord, was far more powerful than merely shouting kill, particularly seeing the dazed expressions on their foes. He felt an unprecedented surge of valor today. Nalante observed his subordinates mimicking him and wondered if he had inadvertently led them astray. However, he had no time to ponder further as he charged toward the guards of Quinte, who were preparing to turn the winch and close the gate. Do not panic. Stop them and close the gate again. Archers to the walls. The rest follow me. Dilly was no inept leader. All fatigue had evaporated, and he promptly issued commands to his flustered subordinates at the same time. He drew his sword and hastened toward the camp's entrance. Whoosh! Ah, not good. There are enemies on the wooden walls. They have archers in ambush. As Dilly advanced, the sound of bowstrings slicing through the air reached his ears, accompanied by the screams of his subordinates. What the hell? How could there be so many archers? Dilly gritted his teeth in frustration. Bewildered by the enemy's capabilities, their longbowmen possessed exceptional marksmanship, with nearly every arrow striking true. Such skill is rare. Only the wealthiest nobles can cultivate such a number of proficient longbowmen. Steady yourselves. Prioritize dealing with the enemy archers on the wooden walls. With the emergence of a longbowman, Dilly was compelled to reallocate his forces This mid-tier bronze knight, he was no longer intimidated by these ordinary arrows. However, the longbowman posed a significant threat to the guards within the camp. "Yes, my lord." Though caught off guard, Dilly remained remarkably composed, his words seemingly reassuring the guards like a calming balm. Upon hearing him, the captain of the guards within the camp responded promptly, rallying the majority of his men towards the wooden wall. "Kill! Eliminate these despicable ambushers!" the captain bellowed, leading the charge up the staircase of the wooden wall. Just then, a shrill arrow flew toward him with alarming speed. Startled, the captain instinctively dove to the ground. Though he evaded the attack, one of his men, unprepared, was struck squarely in the chest. With a sickening thud, the soldier clad in leather armor tumbled down the staircase. "You scoundrels! I shall slay you all." The captain, seasoned in the chaos of battle, felt his rage ignite, brandishing his long sword as he finally ascended the wooden wall. "Follow me into battle." Observing the enemy merely 4 to 5 meters away, the captain raised a small shield to protect his chest and charged forward. At such a close distance, the longbowmen were but lambs to the slaughter. However, as he advanced a mere 2 steps, a sudden, dense buzzing filled his ears. Bees! So many bees! The moment the buzzing reached him, the captain felt a sharp sting on his face. He had been stung by a bee. Unlike the 2 or 3 he had encountered days prior, these were countless, swarming in droves. In an instant, half of his face became engulfed in bees, and the guards trailing behind him emitted piercing cries, frantically swatting at the insects. The archers of Kunt did not let this rare opportunity slip away. Before the guards could fend off the bees, arrows rained down upon them, claiming their lives. "You are free to shoot here. I shall head to the Lord." With the bees aiding them, the enemy could no longer ascend the wooden wall. Vivian commanded, sprinting towards the main gate. "You wretched lord, how dare you ambush our camp?" Hearing the anguished cries echoing around him, Dilly had no time to mourn his fallen man. His primary target became Nalantar, the sole adversary in the assault possessing combat energy. He drew closer and recognized Nalantar's features. A surge of recognition washed over Dilly. Was this not the unfortunate lord he had mocked just moments ago while drinking? In that instant, Dilly's face contorted with fury. "Sir Dilly, it was you who stated that the fiery forest is perilous. Who knows when a monstrous beast might appear?" Nalantar, having dispatched 3 guards attempting to close the gate, smiled as he regarded Dilly. "Boy, today I will surely kill you." Dilly gritted his teeth, realizing he had misjudged the situation. With Johnny slain by the enemy, even if he were to eradicate this boy, he would inevitably face reprimand from Lord Kunt. I have the same words for you. Die. Now consumed by rage, Dilly ceased his words, channeling all his combat energy as he surged toward Nalantar. As he closed the distance to merely 2 sword lengths, Dilly roared, his long sword gleaming with combat energy as he swung it downward toward Nalantar. Nalantar, recognizing the disparity in their levels, could not afford to be careless. He too infused his longsword with combat energy, meeting Dilly's assault head-on without hesitation. Clang! The sound of metal colliding reverberated as their swords clashed violently, each pressing against the other. Indeed, Dilly was no ordinary mid-tier bronze knight. In a single blow, Nalantar discerned the significant gap in their strengths. His hands throbbed from the impact. During training at the castle, even when striking a stone with all his might, he had never felt such pain. Boy, it seems you are still too tender. You made a grave mistake today. Prepare to die. Dilly assessed Nalantar's capabilities, acknowledging that while he was stronger than an ordinary novice bronze knight, he was still no match for him. Chapter 54. The Slaying of Dilly with a Cold Smirk. Dilly's face transformed into a mask of bloodlust as he forcefully thrust his long sword against Nalantar. Nalantar found himself outmatched in strength, pushed backward by Dilly's force, before he could regain his footing. Dilly raised his sword high, ready to cleave downward. Nalantar had no time to think. He instinctively retreated while swinging his sword to parry Dilly's relentless assault. The air was filled with the cacophony of clashing metal. "Boy, let us see how far you can retreat." Despite Dilly's ferocious attacks, which indeed pressure Nalantar significantly, the combat techniques learned from Andrew allowed Nalantar to maintain an impenetrable defense that Dilly's fierce onslaught could not inflict any substantial harm upon him. Yet Dilly remained unfazed. He knew Nalantar was nearing a point of no escape. Clang! Finally, Nalantar's back met the wooden wall, and in a desperate attempt, he raised his sword to deflect Dilly's strike. However, cornered as he was, his chances of survival appeared grim. Haha, boy, your time has come. Dilly's expression turned fierce, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he channeled all his combat energy, lifting his long sword to reap the unfortunate lord before him. Is that so? Nalantar returned the smile. Dilly's heart raced at the sight. Whoosh! In the next moment, a whistling sound pierced the air behind him. Dilly had no time to ponder. He swiftly swung his sword backward to block. Bang! As he deflected, an arrow radiating with crimson light collided with his long sword, exploding upon impact. Another novice bronze knight. Dilly's expression grew grave. But do you think 2 novice bronze knights can deal with me? Ridiculous! I will slay you first, and then deal with her. Dilly resolved to finish this quickly. As Vivian readied her bow once more, he swung his sword with the intent to eliminate Nalantar. 2 novice knights would not suffice. What if a secret technique were to be unleashed? Just then, Nalantar's chilling voice reached Dilly's ears. Though powerful, secret techniques, like those in the games of my past life, require ample time to charge. Nalantar's strategy tonight was not to rely on Vivian's surprise attack to slay Dilly, but rather to allow her enough time to accumulate power. Secret technique? Dilly paused for a moment. Then his face fell in alarm. This is bad. Dilly abandoned his attack on Nalantar and began to retreat rapidly. Triple flame slash. First slash. But how could Nalantar afford him this opportunity with a fierce shout? His long sword, engulfed in blazing flames, swung towards Dilly with lethal intent. Realizing he could not escape, Dilly immediately slashed diagonally to block. Clang! With a resounding clash, Dilly narrowly deflected the first strike. Second slash, however, before he could breathe a sigh of relief. Nalantar's sword spun rapidly, launching a more formidable second strike. Damn! A combo secret technique. Dilly cursed under his breath, raising his sword once more to defend. Clang! Dilly managed to block the second strike, but this time, his complexion paled. The power of the second blow had more than doubled compared to the first. Third slash. No. I surrender. Clang! With the third strike unleashed, Dilly's arrogance and confidence crumbled, feeling the terrifying pressure from the accumulation of the secret technique. He knew he could not withstand this blow. He wished to plead for mercy, but how could Nalantar relent? As the long sword, engulfed in roaring flames, descended from above, it shattered Dilly's defensive long sword and continued unrelenting toward his face. Thud! Moments later, Dilly collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Phew! At last he was dead. Watching his greatest adversary fall, Nalantar felt his previously taut nerves relax slightly. Yet in the next moment, Nalantar could not help but retch. After all, this was the first time in either of his lives that he had taken a life. This was nothing like the last time he had slain a dark creature. The headless knight had turned to bone upon death, leaving no such gruesome sight. "My lord, are you all right?" Vivian rushed over anxiously upon seeing Nalantar's expression. "I am fine." "Vivian, go assist Quick and the others in dealing with the remaining foes." Narrant waved his hand. Fortunate that not many witnessed this scene at the moment. Otherwise, the dignity of his lordship would have been severely compromised. Due to the sudden assault, coupled with the presence of numerous skilled archers and a swarm of bees assisting them. Although Narrant's forces were outnumbered by more than half, they still maintained a faint upper hand. With the rejoining of Vivian and Narrant, the camp's guards quickly fell into disarray, and after a few more minutes of combat, all enemies within the encampment were completely annihilated. "My lord, the enemy has been entirely dealt with." As the last of the cunt guard succumbed, Quake promptly approached Narrant to report. "What are the casualties?" Narrant, having nearly exhausted his fighting spirit, was seated on a wooden barrel clad in armor, and upon hearing Quake's report, he immediately inquired with concern. "Reporting to my lord, thanks to the assistance of the bees. The casualties tonight are not severe. 5 guards sustained minor injuries, while 2 others are gravely wounded, and it remains uncertain if they will pull through." Quake replied softly. "Where are they?" Though he had anticipated such outcomes, and the absence of immediate fatalities could be deemed a significant victory, hearing this news left Narrant's feelings rather complex. Over by the wooden cabin, Quake swiftly led Narrant to the exterior of a wooden structure. The enemies, seeking refuge from their arrows, had retreated inside, and the two had engaged in combat, only to be beset by 5 foes simultaneously. Approaching the 2 guards lying on the wooden planks, Quake recounted the circumstances of their injuries. "My lord," one of the guards, still possessing a fragment of consciousness, greeted Narrant with great difficulty upon noticing his presence. "Do not move, just lie still. You have done well." Narrant looked at the injured guard. Offering words of comfort, "You lot, quickly apply cloth strips to staunch their wounds." The 2 severely wounded guard were covered in gashes inflicted by longswords, with the most critical wounds located on their abdomens and backs. The boarhide armor had been cleaved open, revealing fatal injuries, and torrents of blood continued to flow from within. "My lord, it is of no use. Such wounds are beyond salvation. Please grant your subordinate a swift end. And I request that my lord inform my family of my valor in battle." Upon hearing Narrant's words, the guard lying on the plank shook his head in refusal. "Do not give up. You must survive to tell your family of your loyalty and bravery." Narrant's heart was a tumult of emotions. However, he was resolute in his desire to save them. Soon, the guards procured cloth strips and, following Narrant's orders, pressed them firmly against the wounds of the 2 gravely injured guards. "My lord, even if we cauterize such extensive wounds with heated iron, it will likely do little to stem the bleeding. It may be kinder to grant them a swift end." As a seasoned soldier, Quake understood that such injuries were likely irreparable. Witnessing the suffering of his comrades, he suppressed his grief and gently urged Narrant. Chapter 55. Never give up? Ding! The system task to eradicate or expel the enemies from the camp has been completed. System rewards. Basic fighting chi technique and information on 2 small sprites have been dispatched. Ding! The 2 brave guards were injured while fighting for you. As the Lord, you must take action. System side quest. Treat the 2 severely injured soldiers and restore their health. Task reward. A potential crisis warning for the territory. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Narrant's mind that a potential crisis warning? That is a commendable reward. Another unearned task. Narrant felt a surge of joy. Treating the wounded was a certainty. Although he could not guarantee the survival of his subordinates, he would not abandon them easily. Narrant's expression turned grave as he addressed Quake. "No, Quake, I will not easily give up on any of you. I still wish to try. In this world, methods for treating sword injuries are exceedingly limited, especially for ordinary civilians. Aside from binding the wounds with cloth strips and herbs, the only primitive method for extensive injuries is to apply a hot iron directly, a practice that was quite prevalent in medieval Europe. Naturally, when wounds reach a certain severity, this method becomes futile, leaving the injured with little hope of survival. However, for Narrant, a time traveler, there were indeed more effective and less harmful methods for stemming the bleeding. Quake immediately procured needle and thread, and also hurried to boil several pots of water. Place the needle and thread into the boiling water. "Yes, my lord." Upon hearing Narrant's insistence, Quake no longer urged him otherwise. Instead, he felt touched by his lord's compassion for the guards and immediately set about fulfilling Narrant's commands. Before long, Quake returned to "My lord, the water is boiling, and we have found the thread, but there are no needleheads in the camp. As a camp, there is certainly water in iron pots, and thread could be torn from clothing." But despite searching diligently, Quake had been unable to find a needle head. "Damn it," Narrant muttered under his breath. At this critical juncture, the 2 gravely wounded guards could not wait for a return to the castle. "My lord, I have a fine needle here." At that moment, Vivian's voice chimed in. After the battle concluded, she had gone outside the camp to fetch sherry as per Narrant's instructions and had just overheard their conversation. Rushing over, "You have one? Splendid." Upon hearing Vivian's words, Narrant immediately expressed his delight. Vivian approached him and retrieved a small pendant from around her fair neck. This was a slender porcelain piece, quite inexpensive and typically used for holding perfume. It had been tied around Vivian's neck with a piece of twine, serving as a pendant. With a pop, Vivian removed the porcelain vial from her neck, uncorked it, and extracted a metal needle from within. Seeing the iron needle, Narrant looked surprised, prompting Vivian to shyly explain, "My lord, this is a fine needle my mother taught me to use for sewing clothes. I've kept it ever since coming to the Storm territory." "Thank you, Vivian." Narrant solemnly accepted the fine needle. With the needle and thread in hand, Narrant promptly handed them to Quake to boil, while he instructed the other guards to carry the two severely injured soldiers into the cabin. Though the guards were uncertain of their lord's intentions, they quickly complied with his orders. Before long, the two soldiers were laid upon the table inside the cabin, still connected to the wooden planks. Due to excessive blood loss, the guard who had retained a semblance of consciousness had now succumbed to unconsciousness. "Quake, is it ready?" Although Narrant knew that rushing would not hasten the boiling of water, he could not help but urge "My lord, it will be ready shortly." Quake diligently added more fuel to the fires and instructed his men to blow on the flames, intensifying the blaze. Fortunately, after a little over a minute, the first pot of water finally reached a boil. "Quick, remove their clothing." "Yes, my lord." The guards, not daring to delay, swiftly removed the injured soldiers' shirts, revealing a gash spanning over 10 centimeters on the abdomen, with the cloth strips removed. Blood began to flow freely once more. Suppressing his discomfort, Narrant quickly took a towel that had been boiled and began to wipe the soldier's wounds. "My lord, may I assist?" Quake, watching this scene from the side, was filled with a strange emotion. Nobles often prided themselves on their superiority. It was rare to see one take such initiative to treat the wounded, let alone show such concern for them. After all, the lives of commoners and soldiers were not deemed valuable. They could easily be replaced. In no need, your assistance would be of little help. Narrant remained focused on cleaning the guard's wounds, paying no heed to the blood that had already stained his hands. After wiping with 2 basins of hot water, he finally set down the cloth. "Vivian, needle and thread." "My lord, here you go." Vivian handed the already threaded needle to Narrant. The other guards, witnessing this moment, were taken aback. What is the lord planning to do? Could it be? At this juncture, the guards had begun to piece together what was happening, particularly as Narrant held the needle and thread in his hands. In the next moment, Narrant indeed raised his hand, placing the needle directly beside the wound. Plop. Subsequently, within the silent confines of the wooden cabin, the guards bore witness to the most outrageous spectacle of their lives. Their own master was, with an uncanny dexterity, stitching wounds on a human body as one would a garment. The guards had never fathomed that a human form could be treated in such a manner. Even after enduring a brutal clash between life and death, they could not suppress a shiver of dread in their eyes. This was far more terrifying than grappling with the enemy in mortal combat. They held their breaths, silently observing their master as he deftly wielded needle and thread upon the gaping wounds, while Vivian stood in a state of utter bewilderment, accustomed to sewing fabric, yet never having conceived that such tools could be employed on flesh. Narrant, however, was unperturbed by the reactions of his subordinates. There was another gravely injured guard awaiting his attention. With astonishing swiftness, he threaded the needle through the sides of the wound, drawing the flesh together. Narrant was no physician in his former life, and, at this moment, he was unconcerned with aesthetics, solely focused on achieving hemostasis, resulting in a haphazardly sewn wound that was grotesquely uneven after more than a minute of stitching. The abdominal wound of the guard was finally closed. "All right, remove the clothing from the other one." Having tied off the fine thread, Narrant immediately commenced treatment on the next. "Yes, my lord." The guards, roused from their stupor by Narrant's command, sprang into action. "Vivian, cleanse the needle and prepare another length of boiled thread." "Yes, my lord." Soon, Narrant began to tend to the second gravely injured guard. This guard's injury was located on his flank, although the wound was not as deep as that of the previous guard. It was considerably longer, extending from the side to the back. After cleaning the area around the wound, Narrant resumed his stitching. Minutes passed, and at last, the wound was closed. Though the stitches remained crooked, the bleeding had ceased. "My lord is magnificent." As the final knot was secured, the surrounding guards could no longer contain their exclamations of joy. They felt as though they had witnessed a miracle. Such severe wounds had always resulted in unrelenting blood loss. Yet under their master's care, it had been astonishingly halted with mere thread and needle. "There is no time for celebration. Continue supplying me with thread. I must close the other significant wounds." Although the most life-threatening injury had been addressed, Narrant was determined to enhance the survival chances of both men by stitching up the remaining injuries. After more than 10 minutes, the 8 or so wounds on the 2 guards were finally sewn shut, and beads of perspiration had begun to form on Narrant's forehead. Chapter 56. The treasure chest. Ha! Finally completed. My lord, please cleanse yourself. Vivian presented a clean towel. Good. Narrant nodded, accepting the towel to wash away the blood from his hands. As he cleaned, he instructed the guards to keep a vigilant watch over their comrades and to transfer them to the carriage when they departed. Narrant had done all he could. Now, it was a matter of fate. Stanching the blood was merely the first hurdle for the injured. The second was to avoid infection, a challenge in this world devoid of penicillin. Thus, their survival now hinged on the guards' resilience. Yes, my lord. The guards gazed at Narrant with admiration, responding with utmost respect. Having given his orders, Narrant exited the wooden cabin, inhaling the fresh air outside, and turned his attention to the carriage stationed at the camp's entrance. It was time to discover what mineral held such significance for Kunter that it warranted such clandestine transport back to the territory. With this thought, Narrant approached the carriage, which was tightly wrapped in leather. Vivian, open it, Narrant commanded. Yes, my lord. Vivian promptly summoned 2 guards to assist in untying the fastenings. With a rustle, the ropes were undone, and the leather was lifted. What? Just ordinary rocks. To his astonishment, the uncovered sight revealed nothing more than commonplace stones. Prompting Narrant to raise an eyebrow. No, these rocks must be concealing something. In an instant, his excitement surged. Remove these rocks. Yes, my lord. The guards eagerly climbed onto the carriage, swiftly unloading the stones. Within mere minutes, a significant portion of the stones had been cleared away. Revealing an important find, suddenly one of the guards exclaimed, My lord, there is a chest beneath these rocks. A chest? Quickly, dig it out. Narrant urged, a spark of joy lighting his voice. Before long, through the guard's efforts, the chest was unearthed from the pile of rocks and placed on the ground. The chest was not particularly large, measuring only about 20 to 30 centimeters in length and width. However, to Narrant's surprise, it was made of iron and bore a lock. Could it be a gold mine? Logically, ores were typically abundant, and the presence of only one chest indicated that this mine was extraordinarily precious. To avoid damaging the contents within the chest, Narrant opted not to force it open immediately. Instead, he directed a guard to search the body of the guard captain he had slain with a sword. Why, lord, I found these 2 items on the captain. Soon, the guard returned with a book and a key retrieved from the deceased Johnny. Basic chi techniques. This must be one of the rewards from the system. Although it was the most rudimentary form of cultivation technique, it could still be utilized to nurture extraordinary subordinates. After glancing at the book, Narrant deemed the reward quite beneficial. Subsequently, he tucked the basic chi techniques into his pocket, prioritizing the chest contents. Taking the key, he directly unlocked the iron clasp on the chest as the lid of the chest slowly opened. Narrant's eyes widened in disbelief. What the? It's flame crystals. Narrant's jaw nearly dropped. Within the iron chest lay a vivid array of fire-red flame crystals, stacked in layers, numbering at least dozens, and no wonder Kunter placed such immense importance on this location, transforming the camp into a fortress. This single mine was worth more than his 3 salt mines combined. Moreover, it would provide immeasurable assistance in cultivating Q. That moment, all of Narrant's doubts were dispelled. Kunter would risk conflict with the Tulip territory for this. Were he in Kunter's position, he too would be unable to resist such temptation. However, since he had crossed paths with me, misfortune awaited him. Could this be what is referred to in novels of my past life as the protagonist's fortune, specifically designed to seize the opportunities of the antagonist? Despite being incredulous about Kunter's sheer luck, Narrant was resolute in not allowing him to continue mining within his buffer zone. He carefully closed the chest, leaving Vivian to guard it, as he made his way back into the camp. The battle had concluded, and it was time to swiftly wrap up the remaining matters. My lord, you have arrived. Soon, Narrant found himself at the innermost part of the camp, where the entrance to the mine was located, alongside Kunter's Yellow Sprite. Yes, Narrant nodded. My lord, how shall we handle these miners? Quick inquired, gesturing toward the nearby wooden cabins. 2 small wooden cabins stood nearby, and to prevent the camp's secrets from leaking, over 30 miners have been locked inside. The interior was not only filthy and cramped, but also exuded a foul stench, clearly indicating that the miners lived in dire conditions. Bind them with ropes and transport them back. After a moment of contemplation, Narrant issued his command. Typically, Following the example of other lords, the most prudent course of action would be to leave no witnesses, especially since over 60 of Cunner's guards had perished here, along with a noble lord. However, Narrant could not bring himself to commit such ruthless acts. These defenseless miners were merely tools oppressed by Cunter, fundamentally different from Dilly and the other guards, who were his enemies. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing the order, Quick did not hesitate and promptly instructed several guards to fetch ropes, beginning to bind the miners together. Afterward, Narrant's gaze shifted to the entrance of the mine, where Yellow Sprite radiated a soft yellow glow. It was time to decide whether to release it or eradicate it. Nalante furrowed his brow slightly, caught in a moment of indecision. Upon his arrival, he had intended to eradicate the pixies within the camp, regardless of any mineral wealth it might harbor. After all, once a pixie recognizes its master, it will not betray them unless the master personally dissolves the contract. Capturing one would be futile, as it would only expose his identity. However, now faced with the fire crystal pixie, Nalante hesitated. Pixies capable of nurturing battle energy crystals are exceedingly rare, akin to a divine boon. To extinguish the life of such a creature would be tantamount to squandering a precious gift. Perhaps it would be best to spare it for now. Once the camp is thoroughly destroyed, I trust that Kunt will not be able to resume mining for some time. After much contemplation, Nalante resolved to refrain from harming the pixie, for this little creature might one day have the potential to become his ally. Quick, bind these miners and cast the pixie outside the camp. Then proceed with the plan to set fire to the entire encampment. Yes, my lord. With his orders delivered, Nalante made his way back towards the main gate. He had no intention of exploring the mine, as the battle energy crystal mine differed significantly from others. The concentration of crystals within was sparse and scattered, requiring extensive digging to uncover any. Nalante estimated that the 50 or so crystals he had acquired likely represented at least 2 months' worth of the camp's yield. Even if he were to venture inside now, it would be no different from entering an ordinary cave. Subsequently, the guards moved the pixie and miners out of the camp, collecting all enemy weapons and equipment before initiating the arson. This time, the guards did not spare even the mine, dismantling several wooden structures to ignite within as the flames rose higher, consuming the camp entirely. Nalante waved his hand grandly, leading his companions back, laden with their spoils. Chapter 57. Kuhn's grim tidings. The journey back was uneventful, albeit slowed by the 30 captured miners. While a delay was not overly concerning, Nalante couldn't help but feel uneasy as dark clouds gathered overhead, with flashes of lightning illuminating the distant horizon. In this backward world, being caught in the rain posed significant risks. A mere cold could lead to fatal consequences. Furthermore, there were injured members in the party, and exposure to rain could exacerbate their conditions. Throughout the journey, Nalante urged the group to quicken their pace, and fortunately, when they arrived outside the castle, the downpour had yet to arrive. The Lord has returned. Quickly, open the castle gates. Thomas, standing atop the castle walls, felt a wave of relief wash over him. With all the guards taken by the Lord, the castle's safety now rested in his hands and those of 3 male servants. Upon seeing the valiant and handsome figure of their lord approaching, Thomas could no longer contain his excitement and shouted down to the servants below. After calling out, he hurried down the stairs to fetch hot water and towels from within the castle. "My lord, you have returned." Thomas approached Nalante's horse with quick strides, presenting him with a warm towel. "Indeed, I have returned." Nalante dismounted, taking the towel to wipe his face vigorously, feeling considerably more refreshed. "Congratulations on your resounding victory." At this moment, the carts and over 30 serfs had already entered the castle, and Thomas, without needing to ponder, understood the extent of his lord's achievements that night. "Enough, Thomas. No need for flattery. We have 2 severely injured guards here, and many others are wounded. Hurry and fetch some herbs to tend to them." Nalante interjected with a smile, giving Thomas his orders. Also, inform Rose to prepare several pots of meat soup for the guards to consume later. "Yes, my lord," Thomas replied, not daring to delay, and promptly dashed toward the inner fortress with his servants. "Quake, see to it that these captives and weapons are properly arranged. After the soup is served, allow everyone except the guards on duty to rest early." Once Thomas had departed, Nalante began issuing commands to Vivian and Quake. It was already the early hours of the morning, and discussions regarding post-battle rewards and settlements could wait until the following day. Yes, my lord. Crack. As Nalante finished his ablutions and returned to his chamber, the rain, which had been brewing alongside the lightning, began to pour down in torrents. Thank you, glorious benefactor. Listening to the sound of raindrops, Nalante's lips curled into a slight smile. For the rainfall was precisely in accordance with his desires. He understood that despite his meticulous efforts, Kunt would always cast suspicion upon him. However, doubts aside, this heavy downpour would obliterate any remaining traces, such as wheel ruts, significantly reducing the risk of exposure. Within the castle of Baron Kunt, the once privileged noble now paced anxiously in the hall, his face betraying his worry. Crack, with the thunder and lightning rumbling outside. Kunt's unease deepened. Why haven't they returned yet? I arranged for the convoy's departure to be extremely discreet. There should be no room for mishaps. Kunt's concerns revolved around the convoy he had dispatched to collect the fire crystals. Ever since the Yellow Pixie had yielded a fire crystal mine several months prior, all his efforts had been directed towards it. He had not only sent personnel to construct a wooden camp rivaling a small fortress, but had also assigned a vassal and half his troops to guard it. After such a lengthy preparation, today was supposed to mark their first harvest. Yet now, with the convoy's return delayed by over 2 hours, he felt an unsettling anxiety. This represented nearly 2 months' worth of mining efforts. Fortunately, the mental connection with the fire crystal pixie still remained intact. Although he could not ascertain the pixie's exact condition from such a distance, it at least indicated that the camp had likely not encountered any issues. He had already dispatched several guards on horseback to investigate, trusting that news would soon arrive. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded at the hall's door. Come in. Soon after, a middle-aged man clad in a silk gown entered. He was none other than Kunt's castle steward. Rock, do you bring news? Kunt inquired eagerly upon seeing his steward. However, after posing the question, he noticed the steward's pale complexion and felt a sense of foreboding. My lord. The steward's voice trembled slightly. Speak, what has happened? Has my convoy returned? Kunt's expression darkened as he stepped forward, grasping the steward's collar and inquiring, My lord, the convoy has encountered an accident. The steward finally mustered the courage to speak. What exactly happened? My lord, the dispatched guards rode swiftly toward the buffer zone, but they did not encounter the convoy en route. When they finally reached the buffer zone, they discovered the camp had been reduced to ruins, and Captain Johnny lay dead at the entrance. What? The camp was also destroyed? How is this possible? Kunt exclaimed in disbelief, initially assuming the convoy had merely faced a mishap, only to learn that the entire camp had been obliterated. What of Dilly, that fool Dilly, and my 50 or so guards? My lord, Sir Dilly has perished in battle, and all the guard in the camp have also been killed, the steward replied candidly upon hearing this. Kunt staggered backward several steps. My lord, please take care of yourself. The guards have brought back your pixie. They found it outside the camp. The steward, fearing for Kunt's reaction, immediately presented the yellow pixie. Upon seeing the pixie, Kunt's anger remained unabated. It was a camp he had expended immense resources and manpower to establish, and the well-trained guards had been sourced from the count. Who did this? Who is responsible? Send someone to investigate. I must find this person and tear them apart. Kunt was baffled. Even a baron could not have breached his camp, yet it had been utterly annihilated. The following noon, Nalante awoke refreshed from the soft embrace of his bed. After the exhausting battle, he had slept soundly until now. Opening his eyes, he glanced toward the bedside where an iron chest lay. Rising, he opened the chest once more, revealing over 50 red fire crystals nestled within, their vibrant energy igniting Nalante's heart with joy. This treasure was worth 550 gold coins. Last night, Nalante meticulously counted and discovered that there were 55 pieces of blazing crystal within the wooden box. Just 2 days prior, he had received a single piece of blazing crystal from his beloved younger sister, and to his astonishment, he now possessed an entire box. With this, my path of cultivation is destined to soar. Ha ha! Nalante laughed heartily. As a traveler in this world, he understood well that in such an extraordinary realm, only by acquiring sufficient strength could one truly secure a stable existence. Chapter 58, Celebration and Rewards Upon Rising and Making His Way to the Courtyard. Nalante found Quake and others sorting through the spoils of war from the previous night, all of which were weapons and equipment obtained from the Cunt Guards. This time, there were 61 individuals among Cunt's men, including those who had come to transport or... However, during the battle, most of their weaponry had been rendered unusable, particularly the leather armor, which suffered the most damage. Ultimately, the tally revealed a modest recovery of usable equipment: 10 pieces of leather armor, 5 longbows, and over 20 long swords. These armaments could be considered valuable spoils, especially the standard leather armor, which cost 30 silver coins each in Tulip City, amounting to 3 gold coins for 10 pieces. The caravan returning from Tulip City had spent a significant portion of its funds on these items. The standard long swords were less expensive, with the cheaper ones costing around 7 or 8 silver coins, while the more exquisite ones topped out at 15 silver coins. Aside from the weapons and equipment, there were also 30 miners, all of whom had been imprisoned in the castle dungeon. Although Nalante had no immediate plans for the miners, they would have to remain confined until a more suitable arrangement could be made. Having grasped the situation, Nalante retreated to the rear garden to commence his training as he arrived in the garden. A mere thought caused the raging fighting spirit within the blazing crystal in his hand to surge into his body. If acquiring fighting spirit through meditation was akin to a dripping faucet, then training with the blazing crystal was akin to being doused by a fire hydrant. At noon, Nalante was roused from his training by the announcement that the celebratory luncheon he had ordered was ready. When he returned to the courtyard, 4 or 5 wooden tables had been neatly arranged, and the guards sat quietly at the long tables, awaiting him. The usual procedure for such a celebration involved gathering all the villagers to witness the proceedings and reward each soldier, allowing them to bask in the glory bestowed by their fellow citizens. Unfortunately, given the secretive nature of this attack, it could only take place within the confines of the castle. "Greetings, my lord," as Nalante arrived. The guards gazed at him with eager eyes. Nalante smiled as he approached the forefront. "Last night's battle was exceedingly fierce, yet allowed me to witness your valor. Today, I shall reward you for your bravery." With that, Thomas stepped beside Nalante, presenting him with a note. The note detailed the kill counts of each guard from the previous night, compiled by Quake and Vivian before leaving the camp. Surely, instead of immediately calling forth the guards, Nalante summoned the unassuming yet crucial contributor to this operation, that "My lord, I am here." Shirley was taken aback to be the first named, her previously lively demeanor now tinged with shyness in the spotlight. In this operation, the bees she dispatched had played a pivotal role. "Here, I reward you with 10 silver coins, 2 loaves of brown sugar bread, and additionally 2 bottles of jasmine perfume." Wow! 2 bottles of perfume. "Thank you, my lord. I vow my undying loyalty to you." Overjoyed, Shirley jumped with glee. The value of the perfume was well known, representing 2 gold coins. No wonder she was so thrilled. Had it not been forbidden, she might have been tempted to offer a kiss of gratitude. Next was Vivian, who had also displayed remarkable bravery in battle. Her reward consisted of 10 silver coins, a loaf of brown sugar bread, and a bottle of jasmine perfume. "Thank you, my lord. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you." Vivian's face shone with excitement, though her demeanor was more reserved than Shirley's. She respectfully approached Nalante, bowed, and returned to her place, happily clutching her gift. Next was Quake. "My lord, your subordinate is here. Your combat was exceedingly brave last night, and I reward you with 10 silver coins, along with a foundational manual for fighting spirit cultivation." Wow, a fighting spirit manual. The guards below were even more astonished than when Shirley was rewarded. This was a manual for cultivating fighting spirit. Only by acquiring fighting spirit could one completely transcend the status of a commoner or serf, which was the lifelong pursuit of the guards. Nobles, seeking to solidify their rule, greatly valued such manuals, and opportunities to obtain them were rare for guards unless they achieved significant feats. Although Quake had dreamed of obtaining a fighting spirit manual through military merit since becoming a guard, he knew that his achievement of slaying 7 enemies was insufficient to warrant such a reward. No, Quake, beyond sufficient merit, your loyalty to me is of utmost importance. During this time, I have witnessed your loyalty and valor. Thus, I present you with this foundational fighting spirit manual ahead of schedule. I hope that with greater ability, you can make even more significant contributions on my behalf. Nalente interrupted Quake's protest, having thoughtfully decided to grant him the fighting spirit cultivation manual. Firstly, he was severely lacking in martial strength. Other barons had 1 or 2 knighted vassals under their command, while he had none. However, his storm territory was more perilous than others, and as he amassed gold from valuable goods, the dangers would only multiply in the future. Not only would dark creatures pose a threat, but greedy lords would also cast their covetous eyes upon the storm territory. Thus, he needed to cultivate sufficient high-level combatants as soon as possible. Becoming a knight is not an overnight endeavor. By imparting the foundational fighting spirit manual to Quake now, he was planning for the future, as Quake's loyalty was beyond question. Additionally, he aimed to showcase his generosity, albeit somewhat shamelessly, for a ruler must sometimes engage in such displays. By offering Quake the manual today, he also instilled hope in the guards, unlike other nobles who offered mere illusions. Yes, my lord, Quake pledges his undying loyalty to you. After hearing Nalente's words, Quake no longer hesitated, respectfully kneeling before him, overwhelmed with emotion as he received his reward. Ah, and to all of you, although only Quake has received the fighting spirit cultivation manual this time, I assure you, he shall not be the last to obtain such a precious technique. Each of you has the opportunity. Once Quake returned to his place, Nalente addressed the guards below. Yes, my lord, we pledge our undying loyalty to you. The guard's eyes sparkled with hope, genuine hope. Excellent. Next is Lachi Lamy. You bravely felled 3 enemies in this battle. Here is your reward. 9 silver coins and 3 loaves of black-brown sugar bread. Yes, thank you, my lord. I pledge my undying loyalty to you. Hani sure to. You slain 2 enemies in this battle, displaying remarkable courage. Here are 6 silver coins and 2 loaves of brown sugar bread. Nalente calculated the rewards for the ordinary guards based on a standard of 3 silver coins and a loaf of brown sugar bread for each enemy head taken. Do not mistake Nalente for being stingy. Other noble lords often offered barely 20 silver coins as compensation for fallen guards, frequently less than the worth of a set of leather armor. In this world, commoners were plentiful, and nobles had grown accustomed to being miserly. As for the 2 severely injured guards who had not yet awakened, Nalente temporarily withheld their rewards, as future considerations would depend on their recovery. Should they be fortunate enough to survive, Nalente would grant them additional silver coins as compensation for their injuries. If they perished, he would still provide a sum as a form of compensation for their families. Now that the rewards have been distributed, it is time to commence the celebratory festivities. Today, there will be ample meat soup, and I have even prepared beer for you. With the rewards dispensed, Nalente waved to Thomas, who immediately began to serve the freshly prepared food. Furthermore, Thomas carefully rolled in a barrel of beer. This beer had been seized from Anthony's estate. However, Nalente held little fondness for the beer of this world, as its inferior brewing methods imparted a bitter taste. Thus, he preferred to drink flower tea or honey water over this beer. Beer! Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. However, the disapproval of Nalente does not imply that the guards share the same sentiment. Upon hearing that there was indeed beer available, they erupted into cheers. With each resounding cheer, the castle was engulfed in a euphoric celebration. Chapter 59. What breakfast is so delicious? Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had elapsed since the battle in the buffer zone. The castle had once again returned to its former state of tranquility. The guards resumed their rigorous training, now no longer needing Nalente's supervision, as Vivian and Quake had acquired training methods from him. Nalente, in turn, devoted more of his time to mastering his fighting spirit. As the recent encounter with Dilly had profoundly impressed upon him the impact of differing levels on combat effectiveness. With the absorption of the blazing crystal stones, his cultivation accelerated at an unprecedented rate. In the early morning hours at the northern edge of the storm territory bordering the tulip territory, a group of 30 to 40 individuals ventured deeper into the storm territory. This group bore no carts or weapons, consisting solely of commoners or serfs laden with various baskets. They were indeed the subjects of the Black Rock territory, since their last venture to procure low-priced salt and dried fish. The residents of Blackrock had remained fixated on the experience. Many had heeded Thomas's advice and had prepared for this journey over the past few days. Despite the perils of the doomed land, the allure of substantial profit compelled them to take the risk. As they ventured further into the doomed land, the group became increasingly vigilant, as if dark creatures could leap from the surrounding woods at any moment. This was not due to cowardice, but rather the notorious reputation of the doomed land. Fortunately, their journey was fraught with little danger, and after more than an hour of trekking, they finally beheld a castle perched upon a distant cliff. "We have finally arrived. I have heard that upon sighting the castle, if we proceed for another 10 minutes, we will reach the largest village in the doomed land," exclaimed a youth of about 17 or 18 to show. "Keep your voice down, Kier. There's a lord here now. He would certainly prefer us to refer to this place as the Storm Territory." At that moment, a middle-aged man passed behind the boy named Kier, admonishing him sternly if the Lord were to find out. Even if he does not punish you, he might refuse to sell us salt, making this trip utterly pointless. "Oh, Uncle Laurie, I understand," Kier replied, instinctively retracting his neck. "Let us quicken our pace. Once we reach the village and buy the salt, we shall leave immediately." The middle-aged man expressed his satisfaction and beckoned to the group behind him. Soon, the party hastened their steps, traversing the dirt path outside the castle, ultimately arriving at the entrance of May Village. However, upon reaching the village, the group was taken aback. "Uncle Laurie, the streets are astonishingly tidy." Standing outside May Village, the crowd found it hard to believe, as they had never encountered such pristine streets. There was no refuse, no litter, and certainly no unpleasant odors that they had come to expect. "We are merely here to purchase salt. Why concern ourselves with such details? Let's go inside and take a look." Although it was still early morning, a number of early risers were already walking along the road. Laurie led the group forward, only to be met with an even more astonishing sight. A large group of villagers from May Village was queuing in front of Stonehouse, as if something of significance awaited them inside. "Uncle Laurie, could that be a place selling breakfast? I haven't eaten anything since I woke up. Perhaps we should check it out?" They had prepared provisions, but upon entering the Storm Territory, they had been too apprehensive to stop and cook, thus skipping breakfast altogether. "All right, go see for yourself and inquire where we can buy the salt." Laurie did not object. Recognizing that it was their first time there, and they were unaware of whom to ask about purchasing salt, Kier, elated by this, quickly retrieved a few copper coins and dashed toward the stone house. Upon reaching the stone house, he dared not cause a commotion and obediently fell in line. With several individuals ahead of him, Kier decided to take this opportunity to inquire about the salt. He lightly tapped the shoulder of the person in front of him, a middle-aged man who turned, puzzled, to face him. "Excuse me, sir, are you here for breakfast? Is it really that delicious, given the long wait?" The man did not respond, his expression shifting before he shot Kier a disdainful glance and left the queue. Faced with such a reaction, Kier felt the people here were rather unfriendly. At least that was his impression. He believed his tone had been sufficiently cordial, yet the man not only failed to answer, but also regarded him with disdain. Why are the people from the doomed land so unfriendly? Kier scratched his head, but he was determined to fulfill Uncle Laurie's request. So he turned to the next person in line, who appeared to be a youth. Once more, Kier tapped the young man's shoulder. When the young man turned, Kier maintained his smile. "Excuse me, what kind of breakfast is being served inside? There seems to be quite a crowd, and I'm feeling a bit hungry." The youth regarded him with a peculiar expression, scrutinizing him up and down before silently walking away, casting a pitying glance back at Kier and muttering, "What a poor fellow." Kier blinked innocently, wondering why he was perceived as pitiable when he merely mentioned his hunger. Undeterred, he then turned to an elderly man, thinking that perhaps he would be more amiable and willing to answer his query. Kier reached out and gently tapped the old man's shoulder. "Young man, are you in such a hurry? Please, go ahead of me. I can wait a little longer." However, before Kier could even pose his question, the elder immediately yielded his spot, touched by the old man's kindness. Kier was about to explain that he was not in a hurry, but the elder continued, "All right, young man, someone is coming out now. You may enter first. Others are waiting behind you." With that, the elder gently nudged Kier forward. Realizing he had no choice, Kier expressed his gratitude and proceeded into the stone house, planning to inquire about the salt from the proprietor of the breakfast establishment. That lad truly has a knack for it. He has reached the front of the queue in no time. The distant onlookers marveled at how quickly Kier had entered the breakfast shop. Let us hope he doesn't overstep. Those two villagers seem to have left in a hurry. If he inadvertently offends them, this is their territory. Laurie chuckled, shaking his head, relieved to see that the earlier villagers appeared undisturbed. Hey, Kier is coming out. He looks somewhat off. Just as Laurie finished speaking, the group suddenly saw Kier exiting the stone house. His expression more dismal than if he had lost 10 copper coins. Could it be that he forgot his money? No, I just saw him take some out. The others exchanged curious glances, speculating the reason for his distress. Soon, Kier returned to the front of the queue. Kier, what happened? Were you not buying breakfast? Laurie inquired, concerned that something had gone amiss. Kier's face shifted from green to white in an instant, unsure of how to explain. He had entered the stone house with excitement, intending to procure breakfast, but upon stepping inside, he immediately sensed something was amiss due to the unpleasant odor. Without delving into further details, he had narrowly escaped from the place. Nearly fainting from the shock in that moment, he finally understood why the middle-aged man and the youth had regarded him with such strange expressions. Uncle Laurie, that place is a toilet. After stammering for a while, seeing the curious faces of the others, Kier reluctantly confessed that a toilet? What is a toilet? I have never heard of such a thing. The group was baffled. IT south the place for XXX, Kier explained. The crowd was left speechless, with black lines appearing on their foreheads. Ha! Ha! After the initial confusion, they erupted into uproarious laughter, continuing until Kier felt utterly embarrassed. Kier, are you serious? Such a brand new stone house is actually used for that purpose? Laurie, still incredulous, gazed at the village where nearly every house was a wooden hut with thatched roofs, while only this large, new stone structure was designated for such an unseemly function. Indeed, Uncle Laurie, Kerr felt a deep sense of frustration. Having just come from a place where he was treated like a fool, now questioning others about the deliciousness of their food, it was no wonder the streets here were so immaculate. This was the reason, Laurie sighed, reflecting on his 40-plus years of life, during which he had traversed numerous noble territories, yet had never encountered such an astonishing phenomenon. Chapter 60. The first merchant caravans trade. From which territory do you hail? Just as the conversation among the group was winding down, a voice inquired from behind them. They turned to see a young man adorned in luxurious attire, seated atop a magnificent white warhorse, flanked by guards and a carriage. Greetings, noble lord! Greetings, noble lord! Startled, Laurie and the others quickly bowed respectfully. Rise! I have heard that you have come to the storm territory to purchase salt. This young man was none other than Nalante, who had been informed by his guards of the arrival of such a sizable group from outside the castle. Without a moment's hesitation, Nalante deduced that they were indeed the merchants seeking salt, and promptly instructed Thomas to load the goods onto the carriage and rush to May Village. Yes, noble lord, we hail from the Black Rock territory, here to procure salt from the Storm territory. Laurie responded without delay, not daring to be remiss at since you are merchants, there is no need for apprehension. My Storm territory warmly welcomes your business. Nalante's smile grew more inviting as he reassured them. Regardless, these individuals were the first to venture into the Storm territory, and Nalante needed to instill in them a sense of security about conducting trade here. Retaining the caravan required not only sufficient profits, but also a stable trading environment. Yes, noble lord. Laurie discreetly glanced up at this amiable lord, having never encountered a noble so approachable before. Thomas, there are newcomers to our Storm territory. Please extend them a warm welcome. With that, Nalante chose to step aside, aware that his continued presence might make the commoners feel uneasy. After giving his instructions, he moved to a shaded area to observe the negotiations between Thomas and the merchant caravan. It is that esteemed gentleman from before. The moment Thomas appeared, Laurie and the other villagers from the Black Rock territory felt a surge of confidence, having previously engaged in trade with Thomas, which fostered a sense of trust towards him. Greetings, everyone. I am delighted to see you again. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Thomas, the steward of the Storm Territory Castle. It is a pleasure to see you again, Lord Thomas, upon hearing Thomas's courteous introduction. Bernie and the others immediately responded with respect that, I am curious, During your visit to purchase salt, did you not bring along any other goods to sell in the storm territory? Thomas inquired with a smile. Ah, Lord Thomas, I apologize, but we came in haste and were unaware of what the storm territory might lack, so we did not bring any goods. Laurie and the others displayed expressions of embarrassment. In truth, it was not that they were unaware, but rather concerned that the residents of the storm territory might be too impoverished to afford anything, leaving them to return with unsold goods, which would pose a significant inconvenience. Thomas, perceiving their hesitation, chose not to press the matter, instead saying, "Indeed, you have a point. However, after concluding the salt transaction, you might consider visiting May Village to inquire about the villagers' needs for your next visit. Though the population of the storm territory is just over 1,000, under the leadership of our Lord Nalante, they are not impoverished. In fact, they have been enjoying meat daily during this period." "Ah, meat every day?" At Thomas's words, gasps of astonishment erupted from Laurie's group, as even they, being commoners, could not afford such luxury. They found it hard to believe how the serfs of the storm territory managed to do so. Yet, observing Thomas's earnest demeanor, they harbored no doubts. After all, such matters could be clarified with a brief stroll around May Village post-transaction. Last time, Nalante had provided the serfs with enough fish and meat to last 3 to 4 months. Since then, the serfs have been assigned various jobs, earning considerable wages, and just in the past few days, while foraging for sugarcane in the woods, Nalante had distributed over 2,000 copper coins. It could be said that the residents of the storm territory were experiencing unprecedented prosperity. However, they currently lacked avenues for consumption. As for their safety, Nalante had prohibited them from venturing into Baron Cunner's territory. Now then, regarding your intent to sell goods in the storm territory, you may inquire around the town later. For now, let us commence with the trade for the salt you require. As I mentioned previously, since you have arrived at the storm territory, the price for salt is 5 copper coins per package, and dried fish remains at 10 copper coins per pound. How many pounds do you wish to acquire? Lord Thomas, we require 800 packages of salt along with 100 pounds of dried fish. Laurie and his companions, a collective of 7 or 8 individuals, had approached this venture with significant determination, essentially wagering a substantial portion of their fortunes on this endeavor. Very well, 800 packages of salt and 100 pounds of dried fish can be settled on the spot. The salt and fish are already in the carriage for your inspection. Once you verify everything is correct, we can proceed with the exchange. Thomas nodded. Thank you, Lord Thomas. Laurie and the others expressed their gratitude. Their initial apprehension about the quality of goods they were purchasing now alleviated by the opportunity to inspect them. Moreover, such an inspection was unheard of among other nobles. Often, inquiries would be met with the fierce glares of guards. The group hastily approached the carriage, peering into the baskets within, discovering the open packages of salt to be just as pristine as before, devoid of any impurities. Lord Thomas, both the salt and the dried fish are excellent. This is precisely what we wish to purchase, Laurie exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Splendid. I shall arrange for the goods to be weighed for you. The subsequent proceedings were much simpler, as Thomas and Laurie watched the salt being weighed and placed into the baskets brought by Bernie and the other serfs. While Laurie and Thomas were busy, Kerr found himself circling the carriage, his nose twitching as he caught a whiff of something enticing. What are you doing? At that moment, Vivian, standing nearby, could no longer contain her amusement and inquired. Kerr jumped, initially unperturbed by the sound of a woman's voice. However, upon noticing Vivian clad in leather armor with a bow slung across her back, he realized her identity as a guard and sheepishly replied, "Noble guard, I am not doing anything, just sensing a delightful aroma." "Aroma? You mean the brown sugar black bread?" Vivian stepped forward, lifting the lids off 2 wooden barrels at the back as the lids opened. A rich scent of brown sugar wafted forth, leaving Kerr momentarily stunned, as if enchanted, standing frozen in place. "It smells so good." After a moment of dazed inhalation, Kerr swallowed hard, swearing he had never encountered such a fragrant black bread. "Do you wish to try it? If so, it is 10 copper coins for one." Vivian, unfazed by his reaction, produced a piece of black bread the size of fist from the barrel. My goodness. That is rather expensive. Kerr's mouth watered, but the price of 10 copper coins instinctively shocked him. One must remember that ordinary black bread could be purchased for just 10 coppers, yielding at least half a pound. Yet the piece in the guard's hand was merely fist-sized. Do not find it exorbitant. You have caught a whiff of its aroma, have you not? This is far more delectable than white bread. Are you certain you do not wish to taste it? Vivian was keen to sell the bread for her lord, and, noticing Kerr's hesitation, encouraged him. Kerr found himself swayed by Vivian's words. The extraordinary scent was indeed enticing, and having missed breakfast, he was struggling to resist. With a furtive glance at Laurie, ensuring he was oblivious, Kerr swiftly produced all the 10 coppers he had on him. Then, with a hint of resolve, he declared, "Then I shall purchase one piece." Vivian smiled as she accepted the money and directly handed the brown sugar bread to Keir. In the distance, Nalante observed this scene, a smile also gracing his lips. His intention in loading the cart with brown sugar bread was to sell it to this group of individuals. Nalante firmly believed that no one in this world could resist the allure of brown sugar. Once one has tasted it, they would undoubtedly crave it again. As for why Nalante chose not to sell the brown sugar directly, but instead went through the trouble of crafting it into brown sugar black bread. It was simply because selling the brown sugar alone was prohibitively expensive. With such high prices, only the nobility could afford it. Yet, the nobles were apprehensive about the reputation of the cursed lands, creating a deadlock. Thus, Nalante wisely decided to turn the brown sugar into brown sugar black bread, simultaneously promoting the brown sugar while reaping profits. The black bread had an extended shelf life, making it suitable for long-distance trade. Once the brown sugar bread gained popularity, it would provide the caravans with yet another reason to visit the storm territory. Just as Nalante's thoughts drifted, a gasp echoed from nearby. The sound naturally came from Keir, who had just taken a bite of the brown sugar black bread and reacted as if he were a sentry, startled by a sudden noise. "Keir, what are you doing?" Laurie, engrossed with Thomas in counting the goods, was startled by Keir's exclamation that, "I am sorry, Uncle Laurie, I didn't mean to. This brown sugar bread is just too delicious." Keir held the brown sugar black bread, his head bowed in embarrassment. "Brown sugar black bread?" Laurie asked, puzzled. "How could black bread, which is eaten daily, be so astonishingly good?" "Laurie, I almost forgot to introduce you. Our storm territory possesses a unique brown sugar black bread, exceptionally delicious. One might say, even superior to white bread. I wonder if you might be interested in purchasing some for resale," Thomas remarked, observing Keir's dazed expression with a chuckle. "Unique in the entire duchy, better than white bread?" Laurie was at a loss for words in response to Thomas. How could black bread surpass white bread in taste? He, too, had tasted white bread as a commoner. Furthermore, there was no such thing as uniqueness. Even if the king of the duchy arrived, black bread would still be black bread. "This must be your nephew. You can ask him how it tastes." Thomas, aware of Bernie's thoughts, quickly added. Originally, he had intended to offer Laurie a couple of pieces of brown sugar black bread for free to taste before negotiating. But now that the young man had already tasted it, it seemed he could save those 2 pieces. "Keir, let me have a look at your brown sugar black bread." As the steward of the castle, Thomas was keen to offer the necessary respect, even if Laurie was skeptical about the black bread's distinctiveness. At the very least, he needed to sample it before feigning disinterest upon hearing his uncle's words. Keir dared not object and reluctantly handed over the black bread, from which he had taken a bite. Laurie accepted the black bread, smiled at Thomas, and brought it to his mouth. However, the next moment, the pretense of indifference vanished as Laurie froze in surprise. "What is this flavor? Is there truly such delicious black bread in the world?" Laurie's reaction was entirely anticipated by Thomas. Observing Laurie's expression, which was scarcely better than Keir's, Thomas spoke with a gentle smile. "So what do you think? Is our storm territory's brown sugar black bread not better than white bread?" "Thomas, my apologies. I've been somewhat rude." In that moment, Laurie truly understood that not a single word of Thomas's earlier statements was deceitful. The deliciousness of the brown sugar black bread exceeded even what the steward had claimed. "Thomas, may I inquire how many copper coins one piece of this brown sugar black bread costs?" As the proprietor of a general store, Laurie prided himself on being somewhat knowledgeable. Such brown sugar black bread, when taken back, would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit. However, the only variable at present was the price. If it were too high, few could afford it. "Uncle Laurie, this brown sugar black bread is 10 copper coins each." Kier spoke up first. 10 copper coins? Indeed, such delectable black bread commanded a hefty price that Laurie's eyes dimmed considerably. This price was at least tenfold that of ordinary black bread, making it difficult to sell, especially as he needed a profit, and at a markup. 10 coins is merely the retail price. If you wish to purchase, we start at 100 pieces of brown sugar black bread, and each piece will only cost 7 copper coins. Thomas interjected at the right moment. He had learned from his lord that the cost of producing brown sugar black bread was not high. 1 pound of brown sugar could yield over 1,000 pieces of fist-sized black bread. Thomas, is that true? Only 7 copper coins each. Hope sparkled in Laurie's eyes. Indeed, 7 copper coins each, if you sell them at 10 copper coins each. I am certain many will be eager to buy. Thank you, Thomas. We shall purchase 200 pieces of brown sugar black bread. Laurie did not hesitate. Although most serfs might not afford it, there were plenty of commoners in Black Rock territory who would surely be willing to buy this brown sugar black bread. Sweeter than honey. Chapter 62. The unicycle? Only 200 pieces purchased. The quantity of salt and dried fish was neither too much nor too little, but upon hearing that Laurie had only bought 200 pieces of brown sugar black bread, Thomas was somewhat surprised. The cart had brought 500 pieces of black bread, and it was such a delightful variety. Seeing Thomas's astonishment, Laurie, fearing the castle steward's displeasure, immediately explained, Thomas, I actually wanted to purchase more. But we have a limited number of people to carry the goods. If we buy too much, we won't be able to transport it back. However, after this trip, I am certain more serfs will be willing to accept our employment to come to the storm territory. And then we can buy even more goods. I see. Thomas observed the crowd, all carrying heavy loads, and realized that Laurie's words were not mere excuses. Subsequently, the two parties settled the payment, and Laurie handed Thomas a total of 64 silver coins. After the transaction, Thomas, wishing to start the territory off on the right foot, took Laurie and the others on a brief tour of May Village, inquiring what goods the villagers currently needed. The serfs, having some copper coins and not worrying about food for the time being, promptly listed their needs, such as linen cloth, straw sandals, pottery jars, and more. Laurie soon discovered that the storm territory was not as impoverished as many believed, resolving to bring more goods for sale next time. After completing the tour, Laurie led the heavily laden group back along the same path. My lord, this is the payment from the Black Rock Territory Merchant Group. Totaling 64 silver coins, they purchased 800 bags of salt, 100 pounds of dried fish, and 200 pieces of brown sugar black bread. After Laurie's departure, Thomas approached Nalante to report. Though it's a bit scant, it has still a good start. Nalante nodded, not begrudging the mere 64 silver coins. Selling to the common serfs was inherently about small profits and high turnover. He believed that, as the reputation spread, more merchant groups would flock to the storm territory to My Lord. Laurie mentioned that he originally wished to purchase more, but regrettably, he lacked sufficient hands for transport, which is why he could only buy these goods. Thomas recalled Laurie's earlier comments and explained, not enough hands, is it? Hearing this explanation, Nalante pondered thoughtfully. In this world, horses were incredibly precious. Only the nobility could afford to raise them, which posed a significant barrier to commoners forming merchant groups. After all, to load a cart, at least a dozen or 20 people were needed to carry the goods. Perhaps I can find a way to resolve this limitation. Not only could it generate income, but it would also greatly benefit trade in the storm territory. In the next instant, Nalante's eyes lit up. This limitation was also an opportunity for the storm territory. Thomas, go to the village and find 2 carpenters. I have a task for them. Yes, my lord. Shortly after returning to the castle, Thomas summoned the 2 most skilled carpenters from May Village. I am Rafu, Laurie. Honored to meet you, my lord. The 2 carpenters were brought into the hall just as Nalante finished sketching the blueprint. Here is a blueprint. See if you can create it. With that, Nalante handed the drawing to the 2 men. His artistic skills were admittedly lacking, but he only needed to convey the general shape. The dimensions would be something the 2 carpenters would figure out themselves. My lord. This vehicle should be feasible to construct, one carpenter remarked, albeit with a hint of trepidation. Speak frankly. I will not hold it against you. Nalante waved his hand dismissively. Yes, my lord, but this cart has only 1 wheel. It may topple over. Should I suggest crafting it with 2 wheels? The carpenter quietly proposed. although they were uncertain of the Lord's intended use for a one-wheeled cart. They were acutely aware that such a contraption would undoubtedly be impractical. Fortunately, the cart had yet to be constructed. Had it been completed and turned into a source of ridicule, the blame would surely not fall upon the noble lord, but rather upon the two of them. So this was the issue. Nalente understood and smiled as he elucidated. This is not meant to be hitched to a horse. You see these two handles and the two legs? This cart is designed for manual pushing, and with its legs, it will not tip over, even when stationary. What Nalente was describing was indeed a unicycle cart from his past life, a device with a rich history in Hua country. It was not only lightweight and agile, capable of traversing narrow paths, but also easily maneuverable by a single individual, making it ideally suited for this world. However, the two carpenters had likely never encountered such a design and could not fathom its utility. To ensure that the two would produce a superior unicycle cart, Nalente meticulously explained the details to them. Now, do you understand? We understand, my lord. After Nalente's thorough explanation, the two carpenters finally grasped his intent. Though they had yet to use such a cart, they could already envision the agile wooden vehicle traversing the fields. Their eyes sparkled with admiration for their lord. Despite their humble status, their craftsmanship shone through. They believed that if this cart could be constructed, it would certainly ignite excitement among all the serfs. Excellent. You shall return and begin crafting it as long as you produce a satisfactory result. There will be generous rewards. Yes, my lord. That night, atop the castle walls, Nalente leisurely sipped honey tea while gazing at the meteor shower streaking across the sky. Were it not for the dark creatures, such a celestial event occurring weekly would indeed be a rare and magnificent spectacle. The meteor shower would last a while longer. Perhaps it was time to draw a prize. Tonight marked another meteor shower, and the system rewards for the buffer zone camp would appear this evening. While it was indeed extraordinary for two tiny sprites to manifest during the same meteor shower, this was not a concern for Nalente. In fact, he would be even more delighted if he could summon 10 or 8 sprites at once. System, I wish to draw a prize. As he called out, the lottery panel materialized before him. Today's prizes are reminiscent of my first draw. This time, the panel displayed a strength fruit, an agility fruit, and an intelligence fruit. Nalente silently hoped for an agility fruit. During the 10 or so days that Thomas and others had traveled to Tulip City, he had indeed drawn another strength fruit. However, upon consuming it for the second time, he discovered that its effects had significantly diminished. Of course, the term diminished might not be entirely accurate. Rather, it could be said that as his physique improved, the fruit's benefits were no longer as pronounced. After consuming the first strength fruit, his physical condition had been elevated from below average to above average. Yet now, upon consuming the second fruit, he had become an extraordinary individual capable of 10-fold strength. Thus, the second fruit only enhanced his physical prowess by about 1-10th. To double his current physical attributes, he would require at least 10 strength fruits. Furthermore, Nalente speculated that as his fighting spirit level increased, he would need even more strength fruits in the future. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn an agility fruit. Just as Nalente was lost in thought, the system's notification echoed in his mind that, oh, my luck seems to be quite favorable. He exclaimed joyfully. Casting aside his distractions, he retrieved the agility fruit from the system panel and unhesitatingly placed it in his mouth. As the sweet warmth flowed into his stomach, Nalente immediately sensed a transformation within his body. He felt as if he had become lighter. Was this the sensation brought on by increased agility? Nalente was taken aback. He then stood up, confidently practicing his punches atop the castle wall. And after finishing his routine, he began to leap and bound, testing his newfound abilities. In the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. My agility has at least doubled from what it was before. If I could draw a few more in the future, I could not only excel in combat, but even eat faster than others. After assessing his enhanced agility, Nalente couldn't help but grin foolishly. The surrounding guards, witnessing their lord's exuberant antics, felt quite perplexed as they observed him jumping about, and then suddenly lost in a fit of laughter. Chapter 63. 2 Tiny Sprites, my lord. The meteor shower has concluded. Finally, observing her lord in such a state, Vivian approached cautiously, her concern evident. Nalante suddenly snapped back to reality, regaining his authoritative demeanor. Ahem. Vivian, please go to the stables and bring out 2 horses. My lord, are you planning to venture out? Vivian inquired curiously. Yes, tonight is another meteor night, and I just spotted a few meteors landing on our territory. It would be prudent to investigate. Nalante feigned nonchalance. Understood, my lord. Vivian did not hesitate, and quickly hurried down the castle wall. This moment. Nalante excitedly rubbed his hands together. And why, little sprites? I'm coming for you. I wonder what colors you will be. Having said that, Nalante activated the search function, tapping it twice in quick succession, as 2 points of energy were deducted from his remaining 3. The search radar soon displayed 2 small green dots. Confirming the positions of the 2 little beings, Nalante eagerly made his way down from the castle wall. Once Vivian brought the horses, Nalante swiftly mounted. Vivian, let us be off, disliking the slow pace of traveling with guards. Nalante opted to set out alone with Vivian, who had now learned to ride and was the most suitable companion. Yes, my lord. Upon receiving her instruction, Vivian swiftly mounted her horse, following Nalante as they rode towards the pitch-black expanse beyond the castle gates. The first sprite was not far. They would reach it after passing about a mile beyond Mai village. As they approached the meteor pit, Nalante feigned casualness, walking about and glancing around. Vivian, I believe one of the meteors fell in this direction. Please keep an eye out for the meteor pit. Yes, my lord, Vivian replied, immediately focusing her attention. Utilizing her keen observational skills, it wasn't long before Vivian's eyes brightened with excitement. Ah, my lord, I believe I found the meteor pit. Oh, where is it? Nalante inquired, his face lighting up with J-O-Y.my lord. It is right over there. Vivian pointed with her delicate finger toward an open space a dozen meters away. Let us go take a look. Nalante eagerly dismounted, leading Vivian toward the pit. I must say, my acting skills are unparalleled. I am only slightly inferior to that rather handsome individual. Nalante reassured himself as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the meteor pit.my lord. There truly are tiny sprites. Upon reaching the edge of the pit, Vivian's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth. Ha! Vivian, it seems you bring me good fortune. The last time we ventured out together, I acquired a sprite, and now it appears I shall gain a second. Nalante teased, It is your luck, my lord, blessed by the god of glory, although flattered by her lord's playful banter. Vivian couldn't help but feel a bit shy, her cheeks flushing as she retorted. Come, let us see what color the sprite is. With that, Nalante drew his sword and gently tapped the meteor's surface. With a crisp cracking sound, the meteor shattered. Indeed, it is a green sprite, quite delightful. Gazing at the little creature in the pit, Nalante felt a sense of mild disappointment, yet the presence of the green sprite still brought him some solace. In recent days, the serfs have been tirelessly harvesting sugarcane, yielding over 2,000 stalks daily, although this trend was beginning to wane. Nalante understood that the wild sugarcane was nearing depletion, necessitating the initiation of artificial cultivation. However, it would still be more than a month before planting for the next quarter could commence. Yet, with the green sprite at his side, the circumstances shifted dramatically. Within its sphere of influence, any plant could thrive irrespective of the season, significantly shortening its growth cycle. Thus, this green sprite appeared to be tailor-made for his sugarcane enterprise. Although an acre of sugarcane was not substantial, it would at least ensure a continuous production of brown sugar. As long as they weathered this season, there would be no shortage of sugarcane in the future. Without further ado, Nalante commenced the bonding process with the green sprite. Once the connection was established, he wasted no time and, accompanied by Vivian, set forth towards the fiery forest. The location of this second sprite was somewhat distant, on the outskirts of the fiery forest, not far from Doom Village. After riding for over half an hour, they finally arrived at the sprite's designated spot. Employing his previous strategy, Nalante soon accidentally stumbled upon the meteorite pit. Approaching the edge of the pit, as the meteorite's shell crumbled away, a blue sprite emerged. My lord, it's another blue sprite, Vivian exclaimed, her astonishment beyond words. I hope this one proves to be even more formidable than the last. Nalante was equally taken aback. It was indeed another blue sprite. The previous blue sprite had inadvertently bestowed upon him a sperm whale and ambergris, and he wondered what delightful surprise this new sprite might bring, given the perilous proximity to the fiery forest. Nalintor swiftly produced some tulip powder, allowing the little creature to complete the bonding process once more. Just as he was preparing to return with a sense of joy, the horses tethered nearby began to exhibit signs of agitation. Snorting and stamping, the two steeds twisted their heads in an attempt to break free from their reins. "This is not good. Vivian, quickly mount your horse. We must leave," although he was uncertain why Lightning and Blossom were behaving so unusually. Nalintor recognized the urgency of the situation and the necessity to vacate the area promptly. Mounting his warhorse, he and Vivian hastily retreated from the edge of the fiery forest, shortly after their departure. A shadowy figure darted from the dense thicket towards the meteorite pit they had just vacated, letting out a thunderous roar in the direction they had taken. T.S. a magical beast. Hearing the roar echo behind them, Nalintor felt a chill of dread. Encountering such a creature in the dead of night could spell disaster. Clearly, it was imperative for the serfs to clear the woods during the day to compress the forest's encroaching borders. The southwestern edge of storm territory bordered the fiery forest, and due to a lack of population, the forest had become increasingly dense over the years, steadily encroaching upon the lands of storm territory. Furthermore, unlike in his previous life, the forests of this world were far from safe. Thus, the existence of the fiery forest posed a significant security risk to storm territory, and my lord, the matters within the castle are becoming increasingly numerous, and 3 servants can no longer adequately serve you and manage the estate. Thomas quietly approached Nalintor the following morning in the castle dining hall, voicing his request. Ever since he had assumed the role of steward, Thomas had been troubled by the insufficiency of personnel within the castle. The it was not that he felt overworked alongside the other servants, but rather that he felt ashamed of his inability to provide his lord with a service that was both comprehensive and befitting of noble standards. Other noble baronial castles typically employed between 15 to 30 servants, yet their castle, including Vivian's sister Lilia, boasted only 3 servants. Moreover, nobles generally had personal male attendants to assist them. For instance, a noble's morning routine, washing, dressing, and preparing for outings, was typically managed by a male servant. Yet his lord lacked such an arrangement. Although Thomas had contemplated assigning a male servant to handle his lord's grooming and dressing, his suggestion had been declined. Thomas believed this was due to his lord's consideration for the servant's numerous duties, hence the temporary refusal. Now that the territory was gradually beginning to generate gold coins, Thomas felt it was imperative, as steward, to resolve this matter swiftly so that his lord could truly enjoy a noble lifestyle. Chapter 64. The Tricolor Chicken, Part 1. "Very well. You may proceed with this, Thomas," Nalintor responded without opposition. The number of servants in the castle was indeed inadequate. They not only needed to manage the castle and serve him, but also assist in delivering meals to the guards. Merely 3 or 4 individuals would certainly be overwhelmed with the workload. Of course, Thomas's notion of sparing the servants from attending to his grooming and dressing was entirely a product of his own imagination. The real reason was that Nalintor was simply unaccustomed to such arrangements, particularly with a grown man attending to his personal care. What kind of situation was that? Had it been a delicate young maid, one might wonder if Nalintor would have still refused and Thomas, "Please inform the residents that we need to recruit 5 additional guards." After finalizing the details and selecting a time for the recruitment, he instructed Thomas to take Quake along. "Yes, my lord." In recent days, although Nalintor appeared indifferent to the second incursion of dark creatures, he had merely internalized his anxiety. A mere 30 dark creatures could easily breach his dilapidated castle, with 170 of them. They could likely ransack the castle twice over. Regrettably, Vivian was the only one available, and she could only command 10 guards. Otherwise, Nalintor would have undoubtedly disregarded all caution and swiftly recruited a multitude of temporary guards, effectively galvanizing a citizen army. Alas, without the serendipitous favor of the goddess of fortune, recruitment would have to proceed in a steady and diligent manner. Furthermore, he encountered another challenge of his desire to expand the military. There simply weren't enough eligible young men. Storm Territory had a population of just over 1,000, and given that Doom Village was predominantly comprised of girls, finding suitable, sturdy young men to serve as guards proved exceptionally difficult. Nalantar was unwilling to settle for mediocrity. So continuing to recruit 5 guards had already reached the limits of the territory's population ratio, that if he wished to recruit more guards, he would have to devise an alternative strategy. A larger territory with a sparse population posed a dilemma. He hoped that in the future, the reputation of Storm Territory would spread, attracting desperate commoners seeking refuge. After a moment of contemplation, Nalantar finished his breakfast and resolved not to dwell on trivial concerns. There was, in fact, a straightforward solution to these issues: money. With sufficient funds, population would not be a problem. One could simply purchase it. With wealth, dark creatures would also pose little threat. He could forge elite soldiers. And even if the situation became dire, he could still afford to seek external assistance. After finishing his meal, Nalantar made his way to the front courtyard, where Vivian and the archers were already waiting. Let us depart. Having acquired 2 sprites the previous night, it was imperative to put them to use without delay. First on the agenda was the Green Sprite. Although its abilities were limited to enhancing crop yields, and its function appeared somewhat inferior to those of sprites of other colors, it had the advantage of being controllable. Nalantar could choose where to place it and what crops to cultivate. Thus, he decided to position the Green Sprite on the wasteland less than 500 meters from the castle. This area, once the most fertile land within the territory, had been designated for the cultivation of various fruits and vegetables for the castle's needs. Typically, these plots would be entrusted to the families of guards or castle servants, as they not only provided a certain yield for the castle, but were also exempt from heavy taxes. This was a common strategy employed by nobles to secure loyalty from their subordinates. Go forth, little one, work diligently, and if ever you transform into a grand sprite, I shall bestow upon you a splendid name. Nalantar gently extracted the Green Sprite from his bosom and placed it upon the ground. Migu, Migu. Whether the little creature understood the concept of naming was uncertain, but it joyfully circled around Nalantar twice. In this world, sprites could indeed be named, yet most nobles prefer to do so only after the sprite had undergone its transformation. They believed that such timing would inspire the sprites to strive earnestly for their evolution. Nalantar, however, found this line of thinking rather peculiar. Was the process of a sprite's transformation truly so trivial that it could be motivated merely by the promise of a name? Upon further contemplation, it becomes evident that the pervasive class distinctions are omnipresent. The nobility has long been accustomed to categorizing everything into hierarchies, and their treatment of the little sprites is no exception. As for him, naming has always been his Achilles heel, so he might as well adhere to local customs. Once the Green Sprite had taken possession of the surrounding acre of land, a faint, mist-like green luminescence began to emerge from the soil. These luminous orbs were the reason the crops remained resilient against pests and indifferent to the extremes of heat and cold, thereby enhancing their yield, confirming that the Green Sprite encountered no further issues. Nalantar continued onward with his entourage. Their journey led them through Wheat Leaf Village, and after more than an hour of traversing the earthen path, they were nearing Misfortune Village. However, the second Blue Sprite nestled in his arms remained unresponsive. Little one, do not emulate your elder brother and venture into the sea, Nalantar murmured, genuinely apprehensive of these little creatures, had it not been for the appearance of a sperm whale during their last excursion. The precious sprite, worth over 100 gold coins, would have been lost to him. Reluctantly, Nalantar pressed on with the Blue Sprite, and it was only after they had walked over a mile past Misfortune Village that the sprite finally reacted. Isn't this the vicinity where I found you last night? Nalantar mused, astonished to find himself back at the same spot after such a convoluted journey. The roar of the beast from the previous night echoed vividly in his memory. Nevertheless, as this was the location chosen by the little sprite, Nalantar felt powerless to alter its course. Go forth, little one. Once placed upon the ground, the Blue Sprite advanced several hundred meters before halting by a sizable lake. Fortunately, while it was somewhat remote, once the nearby woods were cleared in a few days, concerns over ferocious beasts would dissipate. As Nalantar reflected on this, the Blue Sprite emanated ripples of azure light, causing the surrounding vegetation to visibly flourish into a more vibrant green. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As the transformation of the flora completed, a chorus of calls resonated from the sky. 3 colored chickens. My lord, it is indeed 3 colored chickens. The soldiers and Vivian stood in astonishment as the Blue Sprite's effects attracted a flock of avian creatures from the fiery forest. As they drew closer, everyone quickly recognized the birds, their distinctive appearances making them unmistakable. As the name suggests, three-colored chickens sport feathers of three different colors. Unlike the ordinary domesticated fowl that the nobility typically consumed, which bore a flavor neither exceptional nor dreadful, in stark contrast, the three-colored chicken is a culinary delicacy of the highest order. Not only is its meat tender and delectable, but its eggs are also notably large and nutritious. In the past, acquiring three-colored chickens required arduous hunts in the forest, with a single bird fetching as much as 50 silver coins. Chapter 65. Three-Colored Chickens, Part 2. Indeed, they are three-colored chickens. What a stroke of fortune! Nalante had not anticipated such an impressive display of efficacy from the Blue Sprite, free from errors this time. Wait, according to the original owner's memories, it was noted that a group of three-colored chickens must invariably be accompanied by a beast leader. The exquisite taste and nourishment of the three-colored chickens stem from the presence of magical beasts within their ranks. Often, magical beasts prefer to avoid cohabitation with ordinary wildlife due to their burgeoning intellect, akin to how the nobility shuns mingling with the common folk or serfs. However, there are exceptions among certain social animals. And the three-colored chickens exemplify this. Within their ranks, one or more magical roosters serve as leaders. These magical roosters are easily identifiable. The stronger they are, the more vibrant their plumage becomes. For instance, a first-tier magical rooster possesses feathers of 4 colors, thus becoming a 4-colored chicken, while a second-tier rooster boasts 5 colors, earning the title of 5-colored chicken. At that moment, the sizable flock of dozens of 3-colored chickens had descended upon the lake, circling once before landing beside the sprite. Nalante's gaze began to scan rapidly. Found it! A rooster with 4 feather colors, a first-tier magical 4-colored rooster. He quickly spotted a unique specimen among the flock, adorned with an extra hue of green in its otherwise black, yellow, and red plumage. But the excitement did not end there. In the next moment, he discerned 2 more magical chickens among the flock. One of them was even a second-tier, 5-colored chicken. Nalante's eyes widened in disbelief. To find 3 magical combat chickens within a single flock of 3-colored chickens was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Now I need not worry about procuring eggs. Though the 3-colored chickens are renowned for their delectable meat, their eggs are equally nutritious. However, nature is often fair in its distribution. The quantity of eggs produced by 3-colored chickens is relatively low, and their reproductive rate is rather slow. A flock of 50 to 60 3-colored chickens would yield merely a dozen eggs per week, a quantity dwarfed by that of just 3 or 4 ordinary hens. Nevertheless, a noble who once fortuitously acquired a flock of these chickens discovered that the egg-laying capacity was directly correlated to the number of magical roosters present. For every additional magical rooster, the egg production could double, with the rooster's tier level also influencing the quantity of eggs produced. Thus, under equivalent conditions, Nalante's flock of 3-colored chickens could potentially yield 4 times the number of eggs compared to others. Vivian, let us count together and ascertain the total number of these 3-colored chickens. After the initial thrill, Nalante felt compelled to confirm the size of the flock. Each 3-colored chicken was worth 50 silver coins, representing a significant fortune. Yes, my lord. Subsequently, Nalante and the soldiers began to meticulously tally the chickens. Despite the dense congregation making it somewhat challenging to count, the combined efforts of many yielded results. Ultimately, they confirmed that there were 58 3-colored chickens in total, among which 3 were magical roosters. With the number of 3-colored chickens verified, Nalante promptly summoned Kenbin Yoshuan to recruit 2 serfs to oversee the flock, ensuring their safety. Additionally, he would need to establish a system for collecting the chickens' eggs. If left unchecked, the birds would cease laying eggs once a certain quantity was reached, waiting until the current batch hatched. Of course, in the beginning, they could not overtly collect the eggs, for the 4-colored and 5-colored chickens were indeed magical beasts and combatants within the flock, that a careless approach could potentially lead to fatalities among the serfs. Generally, gathering eggs from 3-colored chickens is best done at night, as they are avian creatures and, aside from a few exceptions, most birds possess poor vision after dusk. Even as magical beasts, the 4-colored and 5-colored chickens did not significantly enhance their night vision. Having emphasized the necessity of carefully selecting the serfs to monitor the 3-colored chickens, Nalante had another vital task to assign: the clearing of the surrounding woods, given that magical beasts had been sighted in the vicinity the previous night. It was imperative to take precautions for both territorial security and the safety of the newly acquired 3-colored chickens. They would redirect the woodcutting efforts to this area, gradually encroaching upon the boundaries of the fiery forest. However, even during daylight, the act of cutting down trees in the fiery forest posed dangers. Thus, Nalante planned to station Vivian and Shelley outside the fiery forest simultaneously, Shelley for early warning and Vivian to deal with ordinary beasts. If magical beasts did appear, only he, the Lord, could confront them personally on the return journey. Nalante envisioned the delightful prospect of expanding his culinary repertoire. Truth be told, after daily subsisting on the monotonous bread of this world, he could not help but reminisce about the delectable cream cakes of his past life, with eggs soon to be available and sugar extraction on his agenda in the coming days. The arrival of cream cakes was not far off. As the party retraced their steps, they once again passed through Wheat Leaf Village. However, upon reaching the village, Nalante observed a throng of people gathered in front of the latrine. Strange, it is not morning, and yet it is nearly noon. Why are there so many people here? Upon reflecting on this, Nalante issued a command to Vivian, and before long, the dispatch guards returned after inquiring about the situation. It turned out that Nalante had previously instructed all the serfs to experiment with fertilization, and now, over 10 days had passed, initially worried that the seedlings might wither due to a lack of nourishment. The serfs discovered that not only had the seedlings not turned yellow, but they had also grown increasingly robust, flourishing even more than when they were sparse. Consequently, the serfs began to grasp the benefits of fertilization. However, this realization led to a problem. The serfs. Grain was the most precious commodity, and now something existed that could enhance the growth of their crops. What was once casually discarded filth suddenly became invaluable in their eyes. Even more amusingly, the serfs were concerned that these natural fertilizers would be taken by others. So every morning after visiting the stone house, they would return to collect the natural fertilizers with wooden buckets. Once gathered, they would bury them in pits for fermentation. As for the term fermentation, it was a concept that Nalante had conveyed to Peter the Boot, although the serfs did not fully understand its implications. They were adept at imitation, diligently following the previous instructions to bury the materials for a few days to ferment. After hearing about this, Nalante found it both amusing and perplexing, and he asked the guards why the serfs didn't simply resolve the matter at home, instead of going through the extra steps at the stone house and then spending time queuing to collect. The guards informed him that the serfs were reluctant to miss the opportunity for close interaction with the new stone house, so they insisted on coming every morning for the experience. Ultimately, Nalante could only shake his head and return to the castle. Chapter 66. The scope has shrunk. Greetings, my lord. Upon returning to the castle, Nalante found Quake leading 10 guards in a formation drill. After several days of training, the guards had undergone a remarkable transformation in both appearance and demeanor. Before the training, although the guards wore leather armor and wielded long swords, their attire was askew, and their movements were chaotic, resembling rustic bandits. However, after the training, all of them donned their leather armor and helmets neatly, standing tall and steady as a rock. Nalante felt that they had at least achieved 1/5 of the stature of the armies of his former world. Of course, this was merely Nalante's personal opinion, and it was uncertain if there was an element of self-aggrandizement in it. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the guards' training had progressed swiftly, primarily because they exhibited absolute obedience to Nalante's commands. His words were as effective as a royal decree. Therefore, as long as the guards strived to excel, they were guaranteed to avoid laziness, which accounted for the impressive training results. Very well, continue to maintain this momentum. In a few days, when the merchant caravan heads to Tulip City again, I will arrange for them to procure surcoats for you, emblazoned with our Storm Territory's own emblem. The surcoat, akin to the outer garment worn by the Crusaders of the medieval era, was typically sleeveless and extended to cover the lower body. The base colors were predominantly red, white, or blue, adorned with various symbols or emblems. For instance, The renowned Order of the Red Cross Knights featured a white surcoat with a large red cross emblazoned upon it. Such surcoats were also fashionable in this fantastical world. However, they were often exclusive to the high nobility. After all, lesser nobles found it challenging to maintain even a few ordinary guards, and many of their guards wore tattered and outdated leather armor, rendering them incapable of affording such extravagant items. In contrast, the great nobles, in a bid to symbolize their wealth and power, would custom-make surcoats for all their guards, serving both aesthetic purposes and indicating the guard status within their territories. Quake and his companions had previously possessed surcoats, but upon being assigned to Nalante, they were no longer under the Earl's command, and thus their surcoats were reclaimed as a time traveler. Nalante was determined not to be miserly like those lesser nobles. Settling for mediocrity, he planned to adhere to the highest standards. Even with a small number of guards, quality could not be compromised. Besides fostering unity among them, it also represented a small obsession of his soul's sojourn. "Thank you, my lord, for your generosity." Upon hearing this, the guard's eyes lit up, particularly Quake and his companions. The difference between donning a surcoat and not was akin to wearing a military uniform versus being without one. In any world, the desire for beauty is universal. Haha, we are finally back. I thought this journey to Storm Territory would be perilous, but now it seems it was not as dangerous as rumored. Outside Black Rock Town, Lori, after a long trek, finally returned laden with goods, visibly relieved and brimming with excitement. The successful delivery of goods signified a guaranteed profit at Lori's general store. "Have you returned from the Land of Misfortune?" Just then, a patrolling guard in the town spotted their group. Lori, accompanied by dozens of serfs, had departed Black Rock Territory, a matter he had previously reported to the civil officer, and word had spread within Black Rock Territory. "Yes, Captain IBI, we just returned from Storm Territory," Lori replied respectfully. "How is it? Did you encounter any dangers in the Land of Misfortune?" The captain of the guards, IBI, who had previously seen Thomas selling salt, was now addressing Lori. Even IBI harbored fears regarding the Land of Misfortune, and seeing Lori and the others return swiftly and in good spirits was quite surprising. "Captain IBI, we did not encounter any dangers. Perhaps peril only arises during meteor shower nights." Lori candidly expressed his true feelings. "Captain IBI, we also purchased some dried fish from Storm Territory. Please have a taste." Saying this, Lori quickly retrieved 11 pieces of salted dried fish from a serf's back. Ensuring each guard received one. After a moment's thought, he also pulled out 2 pieces of brown sugar dark bread from a basket carried by Kel. "Captain IBI, this is a specialty just produced by Storm Territory. Priced at 7 coppers per small piece, known as brown sugar dark bread. It is exceptionally delicious, and these 2 pieces are a tribute for you." "Oh, I will accept this. Lori's general store, tomorrow during my patrol. I will inform every village of your return with the salt news." IBI was very pleased with Lori's thoughtfulness and cheerfully accepted the offerings. "Thank you, Captain IBI." Lori expressed his gratitude and then led his group into the town. After Lori departed, IBI gazed at the items he had received. He had seen salted fish before, but what intrigued him most was the small piece of dark bread. This Storm Territory was indeed peculiar. While salt was so inexpensive, this dark bread was so costly. How could such a shrewd merchant like Lori be willing to purchase it? However, it did seem quite fragrant. Contemplating this, IBI picked up the brown sugar dark bread and brought it to his mouth. Crunch! Ah! IBI was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise. This was not because his teeth had been shattered by the dark bread, but rather, upon biting into the edge of the dark bread, he tasted the sweetness of the brown sugar, which astonished him. "Captain, what is the matter?" The guards behind IBI were startled and rushed forward to inquire. "This brown sugar dark bread." "Well, never mind, we must return to the castle immediately." IBI felt it pointless to explain to his subordinates, as they had never experienced the sweetness of honey, and with a wave of his hand, he hurriedly led everyone back toward the castle. Soon, IBI rushed back to Black Rock Castle. "IBI, why have you returned in such a hurry? Is something amiss in the territory?" Boris, who was having lunch, was informed by a servant that IBI had urgent matters to report, leaving him somewhat puzzled. "And why, Lord, it is not a matter concerning the territory, but rather this, IBI promptly produced the intact piece of brown sugar dark bread. Dark bread? What is so special about it? Boris raised an eyebrow in confusion. That my lord, this is called brown sugar dark bread. Brought back by Laurie's General Store from Storm Territory. Its taste is sweeter than honey. IBI could not keep the suspense and revealed the reason without hesitation. Last year after campaign, he had the fortune of receiving a jar of honey as a reward. And when he first tasted honey, he believed it to be the sweetest thing in the world. Yet today he realized that his perspective had been too narrow. Chapter 67. Departure tomorrow. Sweeter than honey. IBI. Are you certain? Boris's gaze fixed intently on his captain of guard. If IBI were not his most trusted confidant, he might have thought IBI was merely trying to amuse him, the Lord, aside from a few fruits. Honey was arguably the sweetest thing known. Now IBI was seriously presenting a piece of dark bread and claiming it was sweeter than honey. Either IBI hadn't fully awakened, or perhaps it was time to consider a new captain of guards. My lord, I would never dare to deceive. I only reported after tasting the flavor myself. IBI promptly produced another piece of black bread, a portion of which he had already bitten into. Really? This revelation left Boris somewhat skeptical. If IBI is not deceiving me, then Stormridge is bound to strike it rich this time. Boris mused, his thoughts swirling in a tempest of possibilities. The last time, the salt and dried fish had already astonished him about Stormridge. And now, out of the blue, there was a piece of black bread sweeter than honey. Reflecting on the impending depletion of the black rocks in his territory, Boris felt that he was indeed in a place of misfortune. My lord, according to the shopkeeper Laurie, this brown sugar black bread costs merely 7 copper coins each. IBI delivered another bombshell. His motive for reporting the brown sugar black bread was quite straightforward. As a subordinate, it was his duty to inform his lord of any valuable discoveries, regardless of their utility. Carl, fetch me a bowl of hot water. In light of this revelation, Boris gritted his teeth and made a bold decision. Yes, my lord. Following the command, a nearby male servant quickly brought forth a bowl of steaming water. Boris then submerged the black bread directly into the hot water. After a brief soak of over 10 seconds, he retrieved the brown sugar black bread. With a squelch, in the astonished gazes of his subordinates and servants, Baron Boris tasted the black bread for the first time, and from the land of misfortune. No less. In the next moment, Boris's eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed sweeter than honey. Despite having been soaked in hot water, the sweetness of the black bread was still on par with honey. Stormridge, Narrant Barrick. In the blink of an eye, Boris blurted out, his eyes sparkling with newfound ambition. IBI, what is your command, my lord? Immediately dispatch a messenger to Stormridge with a visit notice, stating that I, Boris, shall pay a visit to Sir Narrant the day after tomorrow. Boris commanded, My lord, you intend to go to that land of misfortune the day after tomorrow. IBI was taken aback by his lord's statement. After all, it was indeed a place of ill fate. Not the day after tomorrow. We shall depart right after breakfast tomorrow and arrive at Stormridge the day after. Boris corrected IBI's misunderstanding. Yes, my lord. With the confirmation, IBI dared not voice any further objections and promptly sought out the steward for an official visit notice. By the way, ensure the messenger maintains a respectful demeanor, Boris added just as IBI was exiting the dining hall. Yes, my lord. Narrant, unaware that his brown sugar black bread had inadvertently caught the attention of the first neighbor within Tulip territory, was currently busy in a laboratory on the 4th floor of his castle. On the table before him lay 52 bottles of perfume. Among them, 50 were of ordinary jasmine scent, while the remaining 2 were lavender and rose scents. Both of these fragrances were priced around 50 silver coins, 4 times higher than that of jasmine, marking the threshold at which perfumes became a staple among the nobility. The success of jasmine perfume had propelled Narrant further along the path of perfumery, prompting him to experiment with other fragrances to see if he could enhance their quality using ambergris. As he added ambergris to 2 new perfume bottles, Narrant began to gently shake them. My lord, is it ready? Sherry and Vivian, eagerly craning their necks, awaited the outcome. The 2 women had taken to wearing perfume daily, reveling in its delightful aroma. Their anticipation for the new fragrance was palpable, especially as they were to be the first to try it. IT should be ready. Come, let us proceed to the corridor. Narrant, equally eager to witness the effects of the high-priced perfume infused with ambergris, immediately took one of the lavender perfume bottles and stepped toward the door. Pop! Upon stepping outside, Narrant opened the bottle cork under the expectant gazes of Sherry and Vivian. Wow, it smells amazing, even better than jasmine. The moment Sherry caught a whiff of the fragrance, she jumped up in excitement. The perfume, priced at 50 silver coins, was inherently richer and more delightful than jasmine. With the infusion of ambergris, the aroma's richness had elevated its quality significantly, instantly invigorating those who inhaled it. This scent was so enchanting that merely inhaling it could lead one to dream. Narrant couldn't help but close his eyes, taking in several deep breaths, being a soul from another world. The mention of perfume immediately conjured images of beautiful women in his mind. This lavender perfume, with its striking characteristics and captivating fragrance, transported him to a realm surrounded by blooming flowers. Sherry, Vivian, try applying it on yourselves to test its effects. In the next moment, Narrant handed the perfume to the two women. They, unable to contain their eagerness, quickly took the perfume and applied it to their skin. Wow, I absolutely adore this scent, as the perfume enveloped them. Sherry and Vivian were immediately filled with satisfaction. The lavender aroma was indeed far more exquisite than the jasmine. Sherry, since you adore these perfumes so much, work hard, and when you manage to communicate with a little bird, I shall reward you with a bottle of this perfume. The success of the lavender perfume delighted Narrant, and without hesitation, he made a promise to Sherry. Really, my lord, I will certainly put in my best effort. Sherry, have I ever deceived you? Narrant reassured her, then turned his gaze to Vivian. And you, Vivian, once you master the double shot technique, I shall also reward you with a bottle of this perfume. Yes, thank you. My lord. The two women grinned from ear to ear at this moment. All right, you may go. Those who have applied the lavender scent must wait until tomorrow to try the other rose perfume. Seeing how easily the two could be pleased, Narrant felt even more satisfied and promptly ushered them downstairs. He finally understood why the homebody of his previous life enjoyed simulation games. The sense of accomplishment was truly gratifying. Watching two beautiful young women grow under his guidance. What could be more delightful than that? Chapter 68. The tricolor eggs, my lord. The village chief of Misfortune Village, Kimbi Nyotsuin, seeks an audience with you. The following morning, as Narrant practiced his combat skills and the triple flame slash in the garden, Thomas entered to report, "It seems the tricolor chickens have laid eggs. I saw Kimbi Nyotsuin holding several eggs." Tricolor chicken eggs? So soon? Narrant was taken aback and paused his training, having initially thought that the tricolor chickens had just settled in and would take a few days to lay eggs. Moreover, even if they had laid eggs, given the recent migration of the tricolor chickens, the four-color and five-color chickens would undoubtedly possess heightened vigilance, necessitating a wait of several days before he could devise a way to acquire the eggs. Bring him in. Narrant, feeling a hint of anticipation for the tricolor chicken eggs, promptly instructed and headed toward the front of the castle. Kimbi Nyotsuin, I have the honor to meet you, my lord. Soon, Kimbi was brought into the castle hall, carefully carrying a wicker basket containing 6 tricolor chicken eggs. The eggs of the tricolor chickens were easily identifiable. Although their shells were yellowish-white, the presence of the 4-color and 5-color chickens, which were magical beasts, caused a faint iridescent glow to shimmer on the shells. Indeed, upon confirmation, Narrant couldn't help but feel elated. It seemed today would be a day for fried eggs. Kimbi Nyotsuin, how did you manage to acquire these tricolor chicken eggs? Narrant was curious about this detail. Why, lord. This morning, following your instructions, I selected 2 girls to watch over the tricolor chickens. When we arrived at the lakeside, we discovered several freshly laid tricolor chicken eggs. Thus, I stealthily submerged into the water and gradually swam to the henhouse by the riverbank to retrieve the eggs. Kimbi Nyotsuin replied, laden with flattery. Kimbi Nyotsuin, you truly are a talent. Narrant was amused by Kimbi's ingenuity. Although the 4-color and 5-color chickens were magical beasts, they were still relatively low tier and retained many traits characteristic of ordinary chickens. Hence, the tricolor chickens would not swim or frolic in the water. Allowing Kimbi to retrieve the eggs without fear of detection. My lord, I feared that if I left the eggs there, other wild beasts might snatch them away. So I decided to dive in and bring them to you." Kimbi Nyoten added, seeing that his lord was in good spirits. "You did well, Kimbi Nyoten." Narrant commended the man, then turned to Thomas. "Thomas, reward Kimbi Nyotsuen with 2 pieces of brown sugar black bread." Although Kimbi Nyofen has indulged in flattery to a suspicious extent, one cannot help but acknowledge that the object of his obsequiousness is none other than himself. Hence, it is only fitting that he is rewarded in a moment of exuberance, a heartfelt thanks to Lord Xie for the generous bestowal. Although the nature of brown sugar black bread remains a mystery to him, Kimbi Nyofen is thoroughly content to have pleased his lord to be by the way. Has the logging in the fire forest commenced? Yesterday, Nalantur issued orders that all timber for salt production would be harvested from the outskirts of the fire forest, and today marks the initiation of this endeavor to ensure the safety of the serfs. Nalantur has also dispatched Vivian and Shelley to oversee the operation. My lord, the harvesting has already begun. 30 villagers from May village are engaged in felling trees. Ah, splendid. You may return now. Keep a watchful eye on the salt fields and the girls fishing. Nalantur nodded approvingly. Yes, my lord. Kimbi Nyofen respectfully exited the hall, subsequently receiving 2 pieces of brown sugar black bread from Thomas. Kimbi village chief, this brown sugar black bread costs 7 copper coins each. So do take care not to misplace them. Since brown sugar black bread had not yet been sold within the territory, Thomas felt it necessary to issue this caution to avoid any mishaps on Kimbi Nyofen's part. What, such a small piece of black bread demands 7 copper coins? Kimbi Nyofen exclaimed in astonishment. Although the aroma of the black bread was delightful, the price seemed exorbitant to him, a clear indication of how poverty had stifled his imagination. Thank you, my lord, for this generous gift. He quickly added with genuine gratitude that in truth, receiving a reward was secondary. What Kimbi Nyofen truly yearned for was to frequently present himself before his lord, lest he be forgotten. Thomas, take the colorful eggs to the kitchen and ask Rose to prepare 2 poached eggs for me. And do not touch the other colorful eggs. I have other plans for them. Yes, my lord. By the way, I have already disseminated the news regarding the selection of castle servants, and the selection is scheduled for this afternoon. That I wonder if you will wish to partake in the process personally. Although the selection of servants is typically the responsibility of the steward, Thomas, being a most diligent steward, felt compelled to confirm his lord's preferences that it is not uncommon for noble lords to personally select servants who meet their aesthetic standards. As for the noble's willingness to endure such trouble, well, that remains an unspoken reason and own need for that. You may handle the selection yourself. Nalantur, unaware of Thomas's cautious considerations, promptly declined, placing his trust in the steward's abilities. Yes, my lord, Thomas acknowledged and swiftly exited the hall. The arrival of these eggs is indeed timely. With them, I can create a cream cake to savor. Most importantly, tomorrow marks Vivian's birthday, my fortunate girl. She must experience the essence of a birthday celebration. After Thomas's departure, Nalantur found himself deep in thought. He was particularly attentive to his fortunate girl. From the population register, he had learned that Vivian's birthday is tomorrow. Initially, he contemplated what small gift might bring joy to his lucky girl. But now that he had eggs, the matter became simpler than a cream cake, an essential delicacy for birthdays in his previous life. Nalantur was determined to recreate it in this alternate world, adding a touch of luxury to his noble existence in his former life. In pursuit of a female colleague who adored sweets, he had painstakingly learned the process of cream cake making online, hoping to exchange sincerity for love. Though he ultimately discovered that sincerity holds little value, the skill of cake making remained etched in his memory. Without delay, he resolved to procure white sugar today. With white sugar in hand, he could send someone to purchase milk, allowing him to craft cream by tomorrow. With this thought, Nalantur made his way towards the hall's exit. The existence of brown sugar, while shattering the notion that solid sugar did not exist in this world, was intended by Nalantur to be a low-end commodity, accessible to all, including serfs and commoners. In contrast, white sugar was reserved for the true nobility. Chapter 69. White sugar. White sugar, in fact, is derived from brown sugar. Historically, it was the crystalline layer that formed atop brown sugar, hence its ancient designation as sugar frosting. As sugar refinement techniques evolved, various methods emerged to transform brown sugar into white sugar. This process essentially involves decolorization, stripping the pigments from brown sugar to yield pure, translucent white sugar. Thanks to the brown sugar factory adjacent to his grandmother's home, Nallantar had learned a crude method for decolorization using charcoal. The procedure bears resemblance to the extraction of coarse salt. Nallantar first instructed Thomas to procure a large basin, into which he poured hot water before adding the brown sugar. After thoroughly stirring to dissolve the brown sugar, the charcoal made its entrance. He then introduced the charcoal into the brown sugar water, stirring continuously. Once he felt it was adequately mixed, he poured the brown sugar solution into a makeshift filter to separate the charcoal from the sugar water. Why is there still a hint of red? Observing the filtered sugar water, Nallantar realized that this initial attempt had been unsuccessful. However, he was not disheartened. The reason for the failure was quite simple. Insufficient charcoal had been added. The purpose of introducing charcoal into the brown sugar water was to utilize its adsorptive properties to remove the pigments present, and charcoal also has the ability to absorb formaldehyde in his previous life. Due to advanced technology, people often employed activated charcoal, which possesses 5 times the adsorption capacity of regular charcoal. Yet Nallantar lacked access to activated charcoal and was unfamiliar with its use, so he resorted to the simpler method of adding more charcoal. Consequently, he continued to incorporate charcoal into the filtered brown sugar water and stirred once more. When he felt it was adequately mixed, he again poured the brown sugar solution into the filter. Nallantar then fixed his gaze intently on the filter's outlet. As nearly transparent droplets of liquid began to flow from the bottom. A smile broke across Nallantar's face. Success! My cream cake, my jam, my golden coins are beckoning to me. Nallantar's exuberance left Thomas, who was assisting him, somewhat bewildered. He could not comprehend the unfolding events. All he had witnessed was his master introducing several pounds of brown sugar into water, followed by the addition of several pounds of charcoal. Ultimately, what had once been an appealing brown sugar solution had transformed into ordinary water. Thomas felt that, witnessing this scene, his master ought to be irate. After all, a pound of brown sugar represented dozens of silver coins. Had it all been for naught? My lord, why has the brown sugar vanished in such a manner? Thomas felt compelled to clarify the situation, lest he forget the lesson for the future. It would be imperative to instruct the servants on how to store brown sugar. For if it were to disappear, he would feel remiss as the castle steward. It has not vanished. Rather, it has transformed into something far more delectable and wondrous, for the sake of maintaining confidentiality regarding the white sugar. Nallantar had summoned only Thomas to assist him. Observing Thomas's pained expression, Nallantar chuckled. Something more wondrous and delectable? Thomas remained perplexed. Indeed, although the color of the brown sugar water has changed, it remains sweet. Do you not agree that white sugar is far more visually appealing than brown sugar? Unable to judge, Thomas was accustomed to brown sugar, as he was acutely aware of its value. All right, Thomas, now take this sugar water to Rose for steaming, allowing her to evaporate the excess moisture. You will understand soon enough. Nallantar, fully aware of Thomas's thoughts, was unperturbed by the steward's musings. After all, both brown and white sugar had previously been foreign concepts to Nallantar. Once again invented a unique delicacy. Baron Kunt's castle was visited that day by a mysterious messenger. Why was he deemed mysterious? Because he was cloaked entirely in a voluminous cape. Such a figure would typically be associated with a church priest, yet this individual donned a black cloak and bore no ecclesiastical insignia. Thus he was certainly no priest. I am Demise, sent by Viscount Alding to meet with Baron Kunt. The cloaked man was ushered into the castle hall, and once all the servants had been dismissed, he removed his hood, revealing his true visage, and presented an exquisite noble insignia. Alding, the younger brother of the Tulip Count. I wonder what business he has with me. Kunter cast a curious glance at the exquisite badge. He had never crossed paths with Lord Alding, and he was well aware that many nobles secretly mocked him due to his usual conduct. Thus, it was exceedingly rare for anyone to approach him for contact. My lord, here is a handwritten letter from Viscount Alding. You shall understand after perusing it. Demise promptly presented a letter. Kunter, maintaining a stoic expression, accepted the letter, noting that the wax seal remained intact. He tore open the letter's mouth and withdrew the parchment within. As he read, a peculiar expression began to manifest on Cunter's face. Does the Viscount Alding require assistance in dealing with a mere baron's illegitimate son, a knight? To such an extent, the contents of the letter were straightforward. Viscount Alding sought Cunter's help in discreetly eliminating the unfortunate lord of the neighboring accursed land. Furthermore, Alding promised several enticing rewards, such as a minimum of 10 merchant caravans visiting Cunter's domain to purchase salt within the next year, along with a cash reward of 30 gold coins that my lord. While the lord of the Storm Territory holds merely the title of knight and is relatively easy to deal with, his father is one of the most capable vassals of the Earl. Thus, our Viscount cannot act directly and wishes to enlist your assistance, Demise explained. Yet, on what grounds do you expect me to confront a noble lord based solely on such empty promises? Do you believe I would acquiesce? Cunter squinted, directing a gaze toward Demise. Although the letter was penned by Alding himself, it lacked a signature or seal. Cunter was not so naive as to overlook the potential consequences should the other party later deny their agreement. My lord, for the sake of prudence, it is impossible to draft a formal contract for such matters. However, to express his sincerity, Viscount Alding has already sent me with 10 gold coins, Demise declared, presenting the 10 gleaming gold coins before Cunter. A flicker of a smile finally graced Cunter's face. 30 gold coins was no trifling sum. Selling salt would require thousands of pounds. Moreover, the merchant caravans promised by Alding would undoubtedly yield him a profit of 1 or 2 gold coins each time they purchased. Thus, upon completion of this transaction, he stood to gain at least 50 gold coins. Of course, these financial incentives were not the most critical factor. Cunter had already intended to deal with the unfortunate lord of the Storm Territory. Chapter 70. Discovery of the magical beast. Although the investigation into the buffer zone camp had yet to uncover the mastermind behind the events, that unfortunate lord remained among the 3 primary suspects. The first of these was his elder brother, who held the rights of succession to the earldom. However, there is currently no evidence to suggest that the eldest son had orchestrated the entire affair. The second suspect was the Tulip family, as Cunter's encroachment upon the buffer zone directly harmed their interests. The Tulip family possessed sufficient capability to silently raze his camp to the ground. Yet evidence remained elusive. The third suspect, of course, was the unfortunate lord of the Storm Territory, who was in direct conflict with Cunter's camp. Previously, Dilly had sent word that the existence of the camp had been discovered by that unfortunate lord. Nevertheless, this lord was too weak, ranking as the least suspicious among the 3. However, this did not deter Cunter from preparing to exact revenge. After all, he had a fire of anger that had yet to ignite, and it was quite fitting to vent his frustrations upon the neighboring unfortunate lord. In truth, he had already been making preparations for this endeavor, and even if Alding had not sent the gold coins today, he would still have taken action in that case. Return and inform your lord Alding to await good news. Within half a month, a joyful message shall surely arrive, Cunter declared, accepting the 10 gold coins and addressing Demise. Thank you, Baron Cunter. Having resolved the matter of the sugar, Nalenter returned to the garden to cultivate his fighting spirit. Following the consumption of a speed-enhancing fruit 2 days prior, his strength had significantly increased. By midday, Nalenter, in high spirits, arrived at the dining hall, where 2 exquisite poached eggs awaited him on the table. Truly, the eggs of the 3-colored chicken were remarkable. As soon as Nalenter took his seat, a rich aroma wafted towards him. Without hesitation, he seized his knife and fork and began to eat. The egg whites were delightfully tender, while the yolk was soft and fragrant, instantly whetting Nalenter's appetite. My lord, do you find the poached egg satisfactory? Rose inquired, standing nearby, observing Nalenter revel in the meal. Turning his head slowly, Nalenter gazed at his talented and stunning chef, exclaiming, "Indeed, they are exquisite. I am thoroughly pleased." Chef Rose, upon seeing the slight dip of her neckline, he barely refrained from uttering something inappropriate, grateful for his quick reflexes. Your satisfaction is the greatest wish of Rose. Rose, blissfully unaware of her own allure, beamed with a satisfied smile upon hearing his response. May I be blessed. A rabbit does not consume the grass near its burrow. I aspire to be a just and upright lord, primarily because I am still too young. It must be said that after days of indulgent living within the castle, Rose had regained her former charm, and coupled with her youthful advantage, her simple smile could be likened to an irresistible temptation for Nalanter, who was still in his adolescence. Promptly, Nalanter diverted his gaze, unwilling to gaze upon the enchanting chef further, fearing that he might inadvertently disrupt the sanctity of his pure superior subordinate relationship with Sherry. Thereafter, Nalanter focused on devouring his meal. That my lord, there has been a situation in the firewood forest. Just as Nalanter was nearing the end of his lunch, Vivian rushed in, flanked by Thomas. What situation? Nalanter's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon hearing this. As Vivian and Sherry were responsible for guarding the firewood forest today, and their return indicated they had encountered danger beyond their capabilities. My lord, it is a magical beast. Sherry reported that her bees discovered a magical beast in the firewood forest. Merely a 10-minute journey from the forest's edge. Vivian promptly responded, adding, for safety's sake, we have temporarily halted the serfs from cutting down trees. It was indeed a magical beast. Nalanter was not entirely surprised. He had encountered one on that fateful night with Vivian, suggesting that a creature might be lurking nearby. As of now, he could not ascertain the beast's rank, but he hoped it was not of a higher tier, for he was ill-equipped to contend with such a foe. Thomas, go and instruct Quake to gather 10 soldiers to accompany me. Nalanter quickly commanded Thomas. While Thomas went to inform Quake, Nalanter proceeded to his armory with Vivian's assistance, swiftly donning his armor and helmet before fully equipping himself in the courtyard at my lord. Upon reaching the courtyard, Quake awaited with 10 fully armed soldiers that a magical beast has appeared at the edge of the firewood forest. Nalanter solemnly addressed his soldiers that, a magical beast. The soldiers' expressions shifted slightly at the news. The appearance of this beast could pose a threat to the safety of the storm territory, so I require you to accompany me to investigate. Tell me, what should we do if we encounter a magical beast? Kill. Quake was the first to respond. Kill. The soldiers echoed immediately. Louder! I did not hear you! Nalanter demanded. Kill it! Slay this magical beast! Quake shouted with all his might. Kill it! Slay this magical beast! The soldiers finally roared in unison. Excellent! Now, let us set forth and follow my commands. Nalanter nodded in satisfaction. Though the soldiers had experienced 2 battles, particularly the fierce conflict within the buffer zone camp, the fearsome reputation of magical beasts rivaled that of headless horsemen or hellhounds, if not exceeding it. Magical beasts possessed the capability to cast various strange spells, and countless cases indicated that ordinary individuals were no match for such extraordinary beings. With 10 soldiers, they exited the castle and headed straight for the firewood forest. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the forest's edge. My lord, you have finally arrived, Sherry exclaimed, bouncing over to Nalanter, her face devoid of fear. Has the beast departed? My lord, it remains, and I believe I've discovered a second magical beast. Shirley revealed her pristine little incisors and uttered a remark that nearly caused Nalanter to tumble from his mouth. What? There's a second one. Shirley, are you certain? My lord, the bees are terrified of the magical beasts, so they surely wouldn't be mistaken. However, it seems the 2 beasts are not of the same kind. Shirley nodded emphatically. Chapter 71. The Battle of Magical Beasts. Damn it. Did I inadvertently poke the nest of magical beasts? Nalanter couldn't help but curse aloud that he realized that ever since the night before last when he had been startled by the roar of a magical beast, he had encountered 3 different types of magical beasts in a short span of time. Of course, he was quite pleased with the appearances of the 4-colored and 5-colored chickens, as these avian creatures were herbivorous and insectivorous, generally not inclined to attack humans. However, the 2 beasts lurking in the forest were likely a different story, especially the one that had roared menacingly at him and Vivian that night. It was surely a ferocious magical beast. Buzzing, just as Nalanter was lost in thought, a small swarm of bees emerged from the woods, swiftly surrounding Shirley with their buzzing. After conversing with a few of the bees, Shirley displayed a look of astonishment. My lord, the bees say that the 2 magical beasts are fighting. They're fighting? Nalanter was taken aback. Indeed, my lord, the bees said the battle is quite fierce, Shirley replied, nodding her small head. Yes, that's so. Could it be that the great Lord Glory is watching over me? I hope they fight with great intensity to spare me the trouble of intervening, Nalante exclaimed with delight, then turned to Shirley. Shirley, instruct the bees to guide us. Let us venture into the fiery forest to witness this. Initially, upon hearing that there were two magical beasts, Nalante had no intention of bringing his guards deeper into the woods, as it was far too perilous. However, now that the beasts were engaged in combat, he felt compelled to take a look. After all, should an opportunity arise for him to reap the benefits, he would not mind taking advantage of it. This was indeed the best chance to resolve the magical beast crisis. Subsequently, Nalante entrusted his steed to a serf and, accompanied by 20 guards, began to delve deeper into the forest, thanks to the bees leading the way. Their progress was swift, and they encountered no dangers along the route. Roar, roar. As they ventured 2 or 3 miles into the fiery forest, the group suddenly heard distant roars of magical beasts echoing through the trees. Halt! Nalante immediately commanded the group to stop. Surely, how much further until we reach the beasts? My lord, the bees say it's not far. Just a short distance more, and we shall arrive. That is just over a mile. Nalante calculated, then turned to Vivian and Quake. You two stay here with the guards and wait. I will go in alone to take a look. My lord, that is far too dangerous. My lord. Allow me to accompany you, Vivian and Quake immediately urged, as it was rare for a noble to venture into peril personally. The usual practice for nobles in such situations will be to send 1 or 2 guards to ascertain the circumstances first. No, magical beasts are not like other wild animals. If too many people go, they will surely be alarmed. Nalante shook his head, and seeing that the two were about to protest again, he firmly declared, This is an order. Yes, my lord. Thus, Vivian and Quake reluctantly acquiesced. Surely, use the bees to monitor the situation ahead. If there is danger, remember to retreat. Understood, my lord. After giving his instructions, Nalante did not linger, grasping his long sword as he followed the bees toward the source of the magical beast roars. Before long, the roars grew louder, accompanied by tremors in the ground. Nalante crouched low, carefully approaching a large tree, parting the leaves to glimpse the battlefield ahead. Boom! At that moment, he witnessed a burst of sparks erupting from the clearing before him. Goodness, the battle between these magical beasts is indeed fantastical. They can even breathe fire. Fortunately, there are no high-level magical beasts. In the center of the clearing, 2 beasts were locked in a fierce struggle, a massive red lizard and a large grayish-white wolf. The gigantic red lizard measured at least 6 or 7 meters in length, likely a first-tier fire-breathing lizard from the protagonist's memories. The grayish-white wolf was also the size of a water buffalo, capable of unleashing wind blades that resembled crescent moons from its mouth, presumably a first-tier wind blade wolf. The battle had reached a fever pitch. With a thunderous roar, the fire-breathing lizard gathered a fireball the size of a bowl in its mouth, then shot it towards the wind blade wolf with a swift whoosh. The wind blade wolf, seeing this, leaped to evade the fireball, simultaneously unleashing a wind blade from its mouth. Clang! The wind blade struck the lizard's back, but its thick scales absorbed the blow, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, and the wind blade merely shattered a few scales. Roar, realizing that its attack had been ineffective, the wind blade wolf's eyes gleamed with determination as it shifted tactics, abandoning magic to directly pounce at the fire-breathing lizard with its sharp claws. However, the fire-breathing lizard did not attempt to evade the wolf's assault. Instead, it stood its ground and swiftly turned to prepare for defense. Yet, being a massive creature, it was not as agile as the swift wolf. Before it had fully turned, the wind blade wolf had already lunged at its side. Swish, swish, with 2 glimmers of cold light. The fire-breathing lizard's neck was marked with 2 deep claw marks. After landing a successful strike, the wind blade wolf immediately leaped back. Roar! In pain, the fire-breathing lizard retaliated with another fireball aimed at the wind blade wolf. Boom! However, this fireball met the same fate as the last, as the wind blade wolf, with its nimble form, avoided it effortlessly, the fireball crashing into the ground and exploding. How curious! Despite the enormous size of the lizard, it remained stationary, allowing the wind blade wolf to assault it. Even if it couldn't win, wouldn't fleeing be a better option? Watching the battle between the 2 magical beasts, Nalante was perplexed. The fire-breathing lizard, Measuring 6 to 7 meters, standing upright, was still over 1.5 meters tall, yet it chose to remain passive, allowing the wind-blade wolf to dominate the fight. The wind-blade wolf was merely the size of an average cow, and if the fire-breathing lizard charged, the wolf would likely be sent sprawling. Wind-blade wolves are pack hunters, capable of taking on larger magical beasts like fire-breathing lizards only when in a group. This particular wind-blade wolf appeared aged and was acting alone, likely driven out of its pack, wandering the edges of the fiery forest. In a one-on-one scenario, the fire-breathing lizard should have been more than capable of sending the wolf fleeing. Yet, despite his confusion, Nalante eagerly anticipated that both magical beasts would inflict grievous harm upon one another. So he continued to patiently observe. The wind-blade wolf, displaying remarkable cunning, took advantage of the fire-breathing lizard's immobility, circling around it. Whenever the lizard let its guard down, the wolf would pounce, leaving a few claw marks on the lizard's vulnerable spots. As time passed, the fire-breathing lizard was now bleeding profusely. Yet it showed no inclination to move, desperately trying to fend off the wind-blade wolf. Just as Nalante prepared to take advantage of the situation when the fire-breathing lizard succumbed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chirp, chirp! Suddenly, faint cries echoed through the clearing. When Nalante focused his gaze, he spotted a small fire-breathing lizard, approximately 1/2 meter in size, emerging from beneath the larger one. Perhaps sensing its mother's peril, it opened its mouth and charged toward the wind-blade wolf. Roar! The wind-blade wolf, noticing the small lizard rushing at it, promptly seized it in its jaws and, with a flick of its head, sent the tiny creature flying. The small fire-breathing lizard was hurled in Nalante's direction, and he watched intently as it tumbled across the ground, rolling several times. Although it could still move and emit weak cries, it was unable to rise again. So that was it. It was attempting to protect its young. Nalante furrowed his brow, finally comprehending why the fire-breathing lizard had been so passively enduring the assault. It had a nest of tiny fire-breathing lizards beneath it. Chapter 72. Slaying the wind-blade wolf. Seeing its offspring flung away by the wind-blade wolf, the fire-breathing lizard finally grew frantic. Roar! It let out an enraged roar, launching 2 fireballs at the wind-blade wolf. Unfortunately, the cunning wolf nimbly avoided the attacks with a series of agile leaps. Then, the wind-blade wolf leaped back to the spot where it had just thrown the small lizard, still lying helplessly on the ground. This old wolf is truly insidious, Nalante thought. Unnerved by the wolf's intelligence and cunning, it was clear that the wolf intended to use the small lizard to distract the mother fire-breathing lizard, thus creating an opportunity to deliver a final blow. Roar! However, it must be said that although the wind-blade wolf's attack is treacherous, it is undeniably effective. Upon witnessing the wind-blade wolf once again targeting her young, the mother fire lizard could no longer linger in place. Disregarding all else, she charged forward. The moment she left her original position, 4 more small lizards beneath her belly became visible. Not a glint of cunning flashed in the wind-blade wolf's eyes. As the mother fire lizard was about to collide with it, the wind-blade wolf unleashed a sharp gust aimed directly at the 4 little lizards. Panicked, the mother fire lizard halted her advance just in time, swiftly turning to use her head to block the incoming wind blade. The wind blade struck her unprotected neck, creating a deep gash that caused blood to spray forth. But this was not the end. As the wind blade pierced her neck, the wind blade wolf closed the distance, raising its sharp claws without hesitation to strike at the mother fire lizard's throat. With a series of swift movements, several cold flashes crossed the scene. With a mournful howl, new bloodstains marked the mother fire lizard's neck. Meanwhile, the wind-blade wolf grew increasingly exhilarated, sensing the mother fire lizard on the verge of collapse and intensifying its attacks. Faced with such circumstances, the severely wounded mother fire lizard could only cast a sorrowful glance over her young. Damn! Unable to contain himself, Nalante, who had been hiding behind a large tree observing the battle, cursed under his breath, unwilling to watch the mother fire lizard perish before his eyes. Had it not been for the presence of the small lizards, he might have welcomed this outcome. But seeing the mother fire lizard's gaze and her willingness to endure torture for the sake of her offspring, he knew it was time for him to intervene. With a clang, Nalante swiftly rose, the sound of his sword being drawn resonating in the air. Die. Channeling his fighting spirit, he struck decisively at the back of the Wind Blade Wolf. The Wind Blade Wolf, engrossed in its confrontation with the Mother Fire Lizard and on the cusp of victory, was caught off guard by Nalante's sudden assault, especially given Nalante's astonishing agility. Unprepared, the wolf was struck solidly from behind, and with a muffled thud, a spray of blood erupted. Yet the Wind Blade Wolf, being a magical beast, did not succumb easily. While a strike like that would have severed a mere beast in two, it merely left a deep wound on the Wind Blade Wolf. After the ambush, the wolf leapt agilely 2 meters away, turning to bare its teeth at Nalante, its eyes filled with malice. Indeed, magical beasts are no easy foes. To think that such a full-force strike would only result in a deep cut. Noticing the wolf's vengeful glare, Nalante grew somewhat cautious. He could not afford to let it escape today, for it would spell trouble in the future. With this in mind, Nalante readied himself to charge once more, ensuring the Wind Blade Wolf could not flee. Fortunately, the Wind Blade Wolf was equally unwilling to abandon such a favorable situation, especially with the Mother Fire Lizard lying on the ground. If it could eliminate this human, it could feast upon the fire lizard's flesh and blood. As a fellow magical beast, the meat of the fire lizard would be a substantial boon for it. And the fate of the Mother Fire Lizard was crucial for the wolf's potential ascension to a second-tier magical beast. With a fierce roar, the Wind Blade Wolf was the first to launch an attack, conjuring a wind blade while lunging toward Nalante. This is splendid. Nalante, rather than being alarmed, felt a surge of excitement. With one arm raised in defense and the other wielding his sword, he stood ready. The wind blade struck first, colliding squarely against the small shield on Nalante's left wrist. The shield shattered instantly, forcing him to take a step back with a grunt. However, he quickly regained his footing. "You think you can outpace me?" Nalante smirked slightly as he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the Wind Blade Wolf's pounce. The wolf, astonished at its missed strike, momentarily displayed disbelief. Despite its age, it had never expected a human to evade such a close-range assault. Before the Wind Blade Wolf could ponder further, it heard Nalante's furious shout, "Die!" Simultaneously, the sound of a sword slicing through the air reached its ears. "Die!" Nalante raised his sword high, thrusting without hesitation at the wolf's head. Sensing the impending threat, the Wind Blade Wolf rapidly twisted and raised its paw to claw at the side of Nalante. Yet, its speed was insufficient to match that of the human. The glimmering red sword descended upon it. The sword pierced through the back of the Wind Blade Wolf's head, driving deep into its neck and emerging from the other side. The wolf halted mid-pounce, its raised paw frozen in the air, as if all strength had been siphoned from its body, and it slowly crumpled to the ground, lying in a pool of its blood. The Wind Blade Wolf did not immediately succumb. It gazed at Nalante with a look of bitterness and resentment, baring its teeth in defiance. "Still showing your teeth? Rest easy." Nalante kicked the wolf's head before extracting his sword. As he withdrew the blade, even more blood gushed forth, and the wolf's eyes gradually dimmed until it fell silent. Phew! The ordeal is over. Agility truly is a remarkable asset. Observing the Wind Blade Wolf's demise, Nalante exhaled deeply. He then turned his attention to the Mother Fire Lizard, who, already battered and bruised, could no longer withstand the final onslaught and now lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Surrounded by her terrified offspring. Chapter 73. To kill or spare, my lord. My lord. At that moment, voices from afar reached Nalante's ears. It was Queek, Vivian, and others. They must have received word from the bees and rushed over upon learning of the confrontation with the magical beast. "I'm over here," Nalante called out to them, and soon the guards gathered around. "Wow, is this a magical beast? It's so large and terrifying," Sherry exclaimed as she emerged from the group, her eyes wide at the sight of the Wind Blade Wolf and the giant lizard. The guards gasped in awe, drawing their swords and aiming their bows at the still-breathing fire lizard. "My lord, are you all right?" Vivian inquired with concern upon noticing the blood on Nalante. "I'm fine." "Step back. This is a fire lizard, and it can shoot fireballs." Nalante nodded at Vivian and gestured for his men to disperse. despite the fact that the fire lizard had repeatedly missed its fireballs against the wind blade wolf. He knew his subordinates would not be as fortunate. One misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Growling lowly, the mother fire lizard emitted a menacing hiss, sensing the hostility from the guards. However, she was at her last breath. And aside from threatening with her roar, she had no other means left. My lord, it is very angry. We should back away. At that moment, Sherry stood beside Nalante, acting as a translator. Although Sherry's abilities were not yet sufficient to tame animals larger than bees, she could communicate with magical beasts. Nalante nodded in response, his gaze fixed intently on the enormous form of the fire lizard as he deliberated. The fire lizard had become trapped on the butcher's block, and while the thought of killing it for its meat was tempting, he found it difficult to commit to that course of action, especially with the 5 little fire lizards nearby, crying out incessantly. Sherry, ask it if it is willing to submit to me. Ultimately, Nalante decided it was time to alter his strategy, that if there was a possibility of taming such a large magical beast as a mount, it would be a significant asset to him. This approach aligned more closely with Nalante's intentions and current interests than ruthlessly slaying my lord. Isn't that a bit risky? Queek interjected, approaching Nalante with a word of caution. While taming magical beasts as mounts was not unheard of among nobles, it required considerable strength as a backing. Otherwise, if a sentient magical beast turned against them, it could prove perilous, especially with a mature magical beast. The potential for unforeseen consequences was immense. Queek, let us first observe Sherry's communication with it. Nalante gestured to Quick not to worry. In truth, what he truly valued were the 5 young fire lizards. After all, the little creatures had only recently hatched, and if he could nurture them as he had in his previous life, he believed it was indeed feasible. While Nalante conversed with Quick, Shelley was already engaged in communication with a mother fire lizard. Upon hearing Shelley's words, the mother fire lizard's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly surprised that a human could converse with it. Growl. The mother fire lizard began to low growl in response to Shelley. After a brief exchange with the mother fire lizard, Shelley's eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. My lord, the mother fire lizard says it might not survive, but she wishes to entrust her little ones to you, hoping you will not harm her offspring. The mother fire lizard was aware of her own condition, and, given the communication through Shelley, coupled with Nalante's recent act of kindness, she understood that entrusting her 5 children to him was the most suitable course of action. Shelley, tell her that I will certainly not harm her children, and as for her injuries, we may be able to treat them. However, she must submit to me, Nalante exclaimed with delight. Indeed, communication made all the difference. Had there been no means to converse, the mother fire lizard would likely have been reluctant to accept treatment before her demise. Growl. Shelley resumed her dialogue with the fire lizard. My lord, the fire lizard says she is not concerned about herself, as long as you can ensure the safety of her children. Then tell her that I agree to her request, but I will still attempt to heal her, so she must not attack us. Upon hearing this, Shelley relayed a few more words to the fire lizard. My lord, she has agreed. Soon, Shelley concluded her discussion with the mother fire lizard. Excellent. Nalante nodded, knowing he had to try, and the outcome would depend on the mother fire lizard's fate. Vivian, hand me one of your arrows, and quick, pass me that bundle of rope you have. Nalante swiftly instructed. He had observed the battle between the fire lizard and the wind blade wolf for the most part, and he understood that the fire lizard's most severe injuries were primarily due to excessive bleeding from numerous wounds. Under normal circumstances, the fire lizard would not survive, as it would be unable to staunch the bleeding. However, with Nalante present, halting the blood flow would be relatively manageable. Soon, the arrow and rope were in Nalante's hands, and he proceeded to the neck of the mother fire lizard, using the arrow to address the deepest wound. Thud. With a firm press, the arrow pierced the lizard's skin. One must admit, magical beasts are indeed formidable. Despite exerting all his strength, Nalante still felt a sense of resistance. He could confidently assert that if Quick or any ordinary soldier attempted to strike the fire lizard's vulnerable spot with a long sword, it would only result in a small wound at best. After creating a small hole, Nalante disregarded whether the fire lizard felt pain, promptly inserting his finger into the wound to push the rope inside. Subsequently, in order to conserve his energy, Nalante activated his fighting spirit. significantly accelerating the process of puncturing the fire lizard's body. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Nalante finally finished stitching the various wounds around the fire lizard's neck. Phew, that was truly exhausting. He exhaled deeply. Stitching the fire lizard was less akin to sewing and more like piercing a hide. Without the aid of his fighting spirit, it would have taken him a considerable amount of time to complete. Quick, you and the others take the wind-blade wolf outside the forest, then bring the cart back. Although Nalante had staunched the blood flow of the mother fire lizard due to the significant blood loss, she remained unable to move, and it was uncertain whether she could survive this ordeal. Therefore, to transport her, a cart was necessary for the wind-blade wolf. Despite its considerable size, it was manageable for a dozen or so soldiers to carry it. Yes, my lord. Quick promptly led the soldiers to carry out the orders that "My lord, do you think the mother fire lizard will survive?" At this moment, the mother fire lizard was becoming increasingly drowsy, and the little fire lizards sensed their mother's weakness, crying out in distress. Seeing this, Shelley approached Nalante. Her eyes slightly reddened. If one were unable to comprehend the speech of magical beasts, they could easily regard them as emotionless wild creatures. However, Shelley had already established a connection with them and understood their language. At this moment, she felt a surge of compassion for the fire lizard. "Shelley, do not fret. With your lord's healing, I am certain the large fire lizard will be safe." In an effort to prevent the little girl from becoming too sorrowful, Nalante offered reassurances, even though he himself felt uncertain. "My lord, you are truly a benevolent noble," Shelley exclaimed. Her spirits lifted, and she quickly broke into a smile. Chapter 74. The differences between humans following this. Nalante and his companions began to wait. They were deep within the forest, devoid of proper pathways. It took Quick and the others half an hour to return with the cart. Once the cart arrived, Nalante and his companions worked together to place the mother fire lizard onto it before retracing their steps out of the fiery forest. Upon exiting, the serfs had once again immersed themselves in logging activities. In order to facilitate better communication with the fire lizard, Nalante brought Shelley along, while leaving Vivian to guard against ordinary beasts. As for the warning system, Shelley left a small swarm of bees. Should danger arise, they would fly directly to Vivian. Although Vivian could not communicate with the bees, the prior arrangement would allow her to understand their warning signals. During the return journey, Nalante rode at the forefront on a tall steed, with 2 carts carrying the formidable magical beast following behind. What is that? Such a large lizard. As the procession approached the outskirts of May Village, serfs began to appear along the roadside. When the serfs laid eyes on the immense and terrifying creature atop the cart, they were instantly struck with fear, their faces paling as they fled in the opposite direction. Eventually, upon realizing that the magical beast on the cart seemed immobile and that their lord and soldiers were guarding it, they gradually calmed down. What lizard is that? With such a size, it must be a magical beast. Behind the lizard beast is another creature the size of cow. Heavens, 2 magical beasts. To slay them, our lord must be exceptionally powerful. After the initial panic, the serfs could not resist gathering at a distance to gawk in astonishment. Although everyone had heard tales of the might of magical beasts and feared them, very few had actually witnessed one firsthand. Most of those who had seen magical beasts were already long gone, having met their end within the beast bellies. Did you just realize how formidable our lord is? Last month, during the dark creature invasion, he personally vanquished the Headless Knight and the Hellhound. I believe that even if 4 or 5 more such magical beasts appeared, our lord would still prevail. Hearing the whispers of the serfs nearby, a faint smile appeared on Nalante's face, pleased that his recent achievements had not gone unnoticed by the serfs. Our lord is majestic. Our lord is truly handsome. I heard that this afternoon, the steward is recruiting servants in the territory. I also wish to become a maid in the castle, hoping to see our lord every day. You just want to see our lord daily? I suspect you're more interested in the generous salary of being a maid. I like our lord, and I also like the generous salary. Don't get your hopes up. The steward has already stated that only unmarried young women will be recruited. And you are already 40. What if our lord prefers someone like me? At that moment, Nalante overheard 2 female voices, and upon following the sound, he nearly tumbled off his steed. "How dare you slander me? Madam, Beware that I may have the soldiers hang you. The woman who aspires to become a maid is already in her 40s or 50s, an age that could easily be that of his mother. To avoid hearing such terrifying words again, Nalente hastened his horse's pace, leading the group swiftly through May Village. Since the fire-breathing lizard is alive, Nalente naturally cannot take it to the castle. Not to mention its enormous size, which leaves no space within the castle. He must also consider safety, as it is indeed his stronghold. Having only interacted with the fire-breathing lizard for less than half a day, even if it were willing to submit, he could not fully trust it. Outside the castle lies an abandoned horse farm, once used by nobles for raising horses, but now desolate due to the cursed land. However, the stable still stands intact. Arriving at the stable, he temporarily settled the fire-breathing lizard there and instructed Sherry to communicate with it, urging it not to wander. Once his instructions were conveyed, Nalente led the group back to the castle. As for the fire-breathing lizard, there were bees keeping watch, so it should not pose much of a problem. And why, Lord, you have returned. Ah, is this a magical beast? What a magnificent sight upon the return of the convoy to the castle. The station guards and servants erupted in excitement. Thomas, upon hearing the commotion, rushed to the front courtyard, only to be startled by the enormous corpse of the wind-blade wolf atop the carriage. Steward Thomas, my lord has tamed a fire-breathing lizard, and it is currently housed in the horse farm, Sherry exclaimed, stepping forward to boast about her master's remarkable achievements. Indeed, my lord is magnificent. Such an accomplishment necessitates sending someone to publicize it across the territory. Thomas immediately suggested, never mind, they likely saw it on the way back. Nalente replied dismissively. With only 2 villages and a little over 1,000 people in his domain, he could not be bothered to create such a spectacle. Other territories with 10 or 8 villages would warrant proper promotion. Yes, my lord. Seeing that Nalente was uninterested, Thomas dropped the subject and paused before saying, my lord, shall we proceed to select servants from May Village now? Originally scheduled for the afternoon, the selection had been postponed due to the sudden emergence of the magical beast, prompting Nalente's departure from the castle. To go ahead, take Quake with you. Nalente waved his hand. Yes, my lord. With permission granted, Thomas promptly prepared to set off. At that moment, Nalente suddenly recalled the earlier conversation between the 2 matrons and added to Thomas, Thomas, the maid should be younger, preferably maidens. Nalente had no desire to invite wolves into the fold, allowing an old cow to eye his tender grass. Thomas was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded respectfully, yes, my lord. After Thomas departed, Nalente sought out Rose, as the castle's head chef. She would undoubtedly be the most adept at handling the wind-blade wolf. Wow, my lord is magnificent. You actually slayed such a large magical beast. Upon seeing the size of the wind-blade wolf, Rose instinctively placed her hands over her heart in astonishment. It must be said that mother and daughter share a remarkable similarity. Although Rose often displayed utmost respect and understood the etiquette of propriety in his presence, her expressions occasionally mirrored Sherry's perfectly. However, unlike Sherry's youthful charm, Rose's mature demeanor carried a hint of allure. Chef Rose, do you have any experience dealing with magical beasts? If so, I shall leave this task to you. It is worth noting that the praises exchanged between people can vary greatly. Earlier, the commendations from the 2 matrons had frightened Nalente into retreat, yet now, upon hearing Rose's accolades, he felt utterly pleased, experiencing immense satisfaction within that. My lord, I know how to handle magical beasts, but I will need a few guards to assist. Rose replied without delay. That can be arranged. Nalente entrusted the task of processing the magical beast's meat to Rose, allowing her to direct several guards in the slaughter. Having handed over the magical beast to Rose, Nalente instructed the servants to prepare hot water and enjoyed a refreshing bath. When he returned to the front courtyard feeling revitalized, eager to see how the wind-blade wolf was being processed, he heard a gasp from that direction. What is this? It appears to be a gem. A guard, while cutting into the wind-blade wolf's head, suddenly discovered a crystalline stone inside that resembled green amber. Quick, let me see. Rose urged the guard immediately. The guard, not daring to hesitate, promptly handed the crystal to Rose. This is not a gem. It is a magical beast crystal. My lord is truly remarkable. I have heard that only the strongest can obtain magical beast crystals from the bodies of slain beasts, after receiving the crystal and wiping off the blood. Rose exclaimed in surprise. Magical beast crystal? Chapter 75. Magical beast crystal, my lord. Upon hearing the voice, Rose noticed Nalante's arrival and hurried over, cradling the magical beast crystal. Congratulations, my lord. The god of glory favors you. I just obtained a magical beast crystal from the wind-blade wolf. Rose reached Nalante and carefully presented the pigeon egg-sized magical beast crystal to him. Indeed, how fortunate. This is a wind attribute magical beast crystal. Nalante remarked as he accepted the translucent crystal, which resembled green jade. He had not expected to receive such a treasure upon his first slaying of a magical beast, as its name implies. A magical beast crystal is essentially a core within a magical beast that stores energy. The ability of magical beasts to utilize spells hinges upon the presence of these crystals. However, in most cases, one does not obtain magical beast crystals after slaying a beast, as a fierce battle must precede the kill. During the course of battle, if the energy within the magical beast crystal is depleted, it will vanish upon the beast's death. This is why Rose mentioned that only the strongest can retrieve magical beast crystals, as they can defeat a magical beast in just a few moves, leaving the creature with energy still intact. Of course, the fact that the wind-blade wolf retained a magical beast crystal was not solely due to Nalante's prowess. Instead, the wind-blade wolf, although having expended some energy in its fight with the fire-breathing lizard, had rarely used its abilities, thus conserving a significant amount of energy. Nalante's timely intervention in swiftly dispatching the wind-blade wolf allowed him to seize this opportunity. This expedition to eliminate the magical beast was certainly worthwhile. The wind-blade wolf weighed at least 300 pounds. Now, with the addition of this magical beast crystal, he had gained an extra 10 gold coins. The energy stored within the magical beast crystal can also be utilized by humans, as long as their attributes correspond. Title Knights can absorb it. Moreover, due to the crystal's exceptionally pure energy, the absorption speed for Title Knights is 10 times faster than that of absorbing fighting spirit crystals. Often, people do not use magical beast crystals for cultivation. Instead, they are employed as recovery treasures. For instance, without using secret techniques, Nalante can maintain his combat duration for about half an hour. After that time, once his fighting spirit is depleted, he must meditate to replenish it. However, the recovery speed during meditation is exceedingly slow, making it a case of battling for half an hour and recharging for half a day. Even using a flame crystal would still require 1 to 2 hours to in life and death battles. Enemies do not afford you hours of recovery time. Every moment can determine survival. In contrast, magical beast crystals are different due to their concentrated energy, akin to providing Title Knights with fast charging, allowing for the kind of quick recharge depicted in past mobile phone advertisements. 1 minute of charging for half an hour of combat. Thus, magical beast crystals become a vital lifeline for Title Knights. And the larger the crystal, the more valuable it is, as it signifies a greater energy reserve within. Ding! The system has detected an energy crystal, which can be exchanged for 1 energy point. Would the host like to exchange it? What? Energy points can be exchanged. Just as Nalante's excitement began to fade, the system's voice echoed in his mind. He had always believed that energy points could only be obtained through completing main quests. The previous night, he had been troubled, as he had only 1 energy point left after searching for 2 small sprites. He wondered what he would do if, during this period, the system rewarded him with news of several more sprites. Unexpectedly, the issue was resolved at this moment. System, then let's proceed with the exchange. Given the size of this magical beast crystal, it could be sold for about 10 gold coins, compared to the hundreds of gold coins for a single small sprite. Nalante certainly knew how to make the better choice. Furthermore, while this item could indeed save his life, it was of the wind attribute, while he practiced fire attribute fighting spirit, hardly useful for his own preservation. Ding! Exchange successful. Energy point 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first energy point exchange. The functions for lucky draws and direct exchanges for basic 3 attribute fruits have now been unlocked. System, is it still possible to play like this? Nalante's eyes nearly bulged out. In the next moment, he directly activated the lottery function of the system, although several days remained until the next free lottery. The draw button was already displaying the option to draw again, with a small note beneath indicating that each draw consumed 1 energy point. Additionally, at the very bottom of the system panel, there were specified enhancement fruits, agility fruits, and intelligence fruits available for exchange, though this exchange was limited to once every half month, and the price for the intelligence fruit was a staggering 5 energy points for just one. This, too expensive. The only fruits I can afford at the moment are the enhancement and agility fruits, as both require only 1 energy point, while the intelligence fruit costs 5, equivalent to 50 gold coins. This exchange is certainly profitable for Nail and Tay, as the effects of the kiwi fruit are remarkably potent. Although, with the enhancement of his physique, he would need to continuously stack kiwis to achieve significant breakthroughs. It at least provided him with a shortcut to becoming stronger. With this thought, Nail and Tay closed the system panel like a T that moment. Rose still stood before him, and he discreetly clenched his palm to prevent Rose from discovering the disappearance of the beast crystal. Next, Nail and Tay observed the guards handling the corpses of the wind blade wolves in the courtyard. As dusk approached, Nail and Tay took Sherry to the stable to check on the condition of the fire lizard, which remained sprawled on the ground, unable to stand, though it had not yet succumbed. Personally feeding a few fire lizards with whale meat, Nail and Tay then returned to the castle. Upon his return, Thomas and Quake had already completed the recruitment of servants and guards. After accepting the oaths of loyalty from 5 new guards, Nail and Tay personally distributed weapons and equipment to them as for the castle's servants. Thomas had recruited a total of 12, 6 male and 6 female. Thus, with the 3 existing servants, the castle now boasted a total of 15. These servants were entering the castle for the first time and appeared timid within its walls. However, after a few days of training by Thomas, they would likely become competent castle servants. After receiving the greetings and oaths of loyalty from the new servants and guards, Nail and Tay eagerly made his way to the dining hall. Tonight, there would be fresh beast meat to enjoy. This delicacy cost 1 gold coin per pound and was often a rare find, with many minor nobles unwilling to indulge. The wind blade wolf he had slain yielded 200 pounds of fresh beast meat, along with dozens of pounds of entrails, all of which had been cleaned and cut into strips, then salted. It is worth noting that the entrails of magical beasts are also quite valuable, as they possess similar strengthening properties, so they were not discarded after cleaning. Upon entering the dining hall, Nail and Tay found that Rose had prepared 2 pounds of beast meat, half of which was grilled and the other half simmered into a soup. Nail and Tay, suppressing his salivation, sat at the long table and began to feast. Since his last experience with the beast meat confiscated from Anthony, he had been unable to forget this extraordinary delicacy. As he devoured the meat, not only did he savor the incredibly rich and tender flavor, but he could also feel a warm current coursing through his body, a sensation best described with 2 words: exhilarating. After half an hour, he had completely polished off the 2 pounds of beast meat. There was no doubt that a knight's appetite was formidable. He would need to be frugal in the future. Such magical beasts were not available every day until he became stronger. Sated, Nail and Tay let out a contented burp. This meal cost him 2 gold coins, equivalent to 20,000 in his previous life. My lord, there is a guard outside the castle on horseback, claiming to be a messenger from Baron Boris of the Black Rock territory. Just as Nail and Tay's thoughts began to drift, Quake arrived in the dining hall, accompanied by a servant to report. Chapter 76. Boris's messenger, a messenger from Baron Boris of the Black Rock territory? Nail and Tay found it somewhat puzzling, as he didn't believe he was particularly acquainted with this baron. However, since a messenger had been dispatched, it was only proper to receive him. Bring him to the hall. Nail and Tay instructed. Yes, my lord. Quake quickly exited the dining hall, and Nail and Tay rose to head toward the hall. Greetings, Sir Nail and Tay. I humbly present myself as the messenger of Baron Boris, sent to deliver a cordial invitation. Soon, Quake returned with Boris's messenger to the hall. The messenger's weapons had been removed, and upon seeing Nail and Tay, he bowed deeply in reverence, presenting a finely crafted invitation card, reminiscent of a greeting card from his past life. An invitation? Nail and Tay paused, understanding the significance of such a card. It was customary among nobles to send an invitation prior to a visit, ensuring that both parties maintained proper etiquette upon arrival. However, Nalente wondered why Baron Boris would suddenly wish to visit him. As Nalente pondered, Thomas took the invitation and passed it to Nalente. Without further thought, Nalente opened the card to read its contents. The message was vague and overly courteous, stating that Nalente had become the new lord of the Storm Territory, and that Boris, as the lord of the Blackrock Territory and a vassal of the Tulip family, had come to visit Nalente, his new neighbor, to foster goodwill and promote mutual development between their territories. Furthermore, it specified that Boris would arrive the next day. Having finished reading the invitation, Nalente found no useful information. He did not believe a single word of the letter. The notion of fostering goodwill was absurd. It had been nearly a month and a half since he had taken up residence here. And if Boris truly had such intentions, he should have visited long ago. Moreover, given that this was a cursed land, nobles would be eager to avoid it. There was little chance any noble would dare visit him in the near future. What struck him as particularly strange was that Boris's messenger had only just arrived tonight. Yet Boris himself was scheduled to arrive the very next morning. Such timing rendered the invitation almost meaningless. I have read the invitation. Does Baron Boris have any further instructions for you? Nalente inquired of the messenger. Esteemed Sir Nalente, my lord has no additional instructions. The messenger replied promptly and respectfully. Very well. Please inform Baron Boris that it would be my honor to host him in the Storm Territory. I warmly welcome his arrival and shall await him tomorrow. Yes, Sir Nalente, I shall convey your message faithfully. Indeed. Nalente nodded and turned to Thomas. Thomas, please escort him below to have some food and rest for a while. Following this, Thomas led the messenger away from the hall. However, since Boris was arriving the next day, the messenger did not stay overnight. He merely had a light meal before promptly returning. My lord, Baron Boris's sudden visit likely has some underlying reason. After the messenger departed, Thomas returned to the hall to confer with Nalente. Indeed, his visit is rather unexpected. Nevertheless, it is a formal visit, and, as a fellow vassal of the Earl, we must receive him properly. Nalente had begun to form some suspicions, though he was not yet entirely certain. The commoner named Lori from the general store had only recently returned with a caravan, and now Baron Boris was making an abrupt visit. Nalente suspected this was likely related to the matter of the brown sugar and black bread. Yes, my lord. I shall issue orders at once to begin preparations. Thomas promptly responded, Go ahead. Nalen nodded slightly, contemplating that if Boris had indeed come for the brown sugar, it would align perfectly with his intentions. After all, he had just produced a batch of white sugar and was pondering how to persuade the nobleman to accept the white sugar from the Storm Territory. Perhaps Boris could serve as a breakthrough. Subsequently, the servants and guards of the entire castle busied themselves. With nobles visiting, it was imperative to prepare adequately. Failing to do so would tarnish Nalen's reputation. In this aristocratic world, status often dictated interactions, prompting Thomas to exercise utmost caution. Fortunately, the servant ranks had recently expanded, providing just enough manpower. Meanwhile, the guards, under the guidance of Quick and Vivian, began to clean the leather armor and swords soiled from their training. The following morning, when Nalen awoke and descended to the castle's lower levels, the entire castle had undergone a transformation. A long red carpet stretched from the castle corridor to the grand entrance. Colorful banners adorned both the interior and exterior, all acquired from the last caravan returning from Tulip City. Good morning, my lord. As Nalen walked through the corridor, the servants appeared rejuvenated, all donned in fresh linen uniforms. Have you seen Shirley? Today, with Boris's visit, the felling of trees in the fire forest had been temporarily halted, and neither Vivian nor Shirley had left the castle. In response, my lord, Shirley is playing with the bees at the side of the castle. Very well. Then you may go about your duties. Nalen nodded and made his way towards the side of the castle. In the open space beside the castle stood a few fruit trees, and a beehive had been established there. Upon Nalen's arrival, he indeed found Shirley interacting with the bees. My lord, you've come. Upon seeing Nalen, Shirley immediately beamed and ran towards him. Shirley, I have a task for you. Nalen smiled as the little girl bounced excitedly in front of him. My lord, what task is it? I need you and Vivian to go to the Cunt Territory and fetch some milk. It was somewhat pitiful. Despite possessing the world's unique white sugar, Nayland found himself unable to procure milk, as the storm territory had no dairy cows. "All right, my lord," upon hearing she could go to the cunt territory. Shirley's face lit up with joy. "Good. Now go find Vivian and go together, and use your bees to scout the way. Avoid attracting the attention of the cunt guards." "Yes, my lord," Shirley replied, bidding farewell to Nayland before dashing off to find Vivian. Chapter 77. Shirley's Little Gray. After Shirley and Vivian set out, Nayland decided to check on the two severely injured guards at this point. Both guards had seemed to have passed the critical phase. Although they were running a low fever, they had regained consciousness and, with the servant's assistance, could manage to eat. After encouraging the still weak guards for a moment, Nayland intended to return to the inner castle, only to encounter Thomas. "Why, lord, I just prepared some whale jerky for the fire lizards in the stable. I heard you sent Shirley to the cunt territory for milk. Should we wait for her return before feeding them?" "No need to wait. I will take it to them." Nayland had indeed forgotten about that detail. Beasts were not like ordinary livestock. While they were docile around him and Shirley, they could pose a danger to others. Just a few of the half-meter-long fire lizards could be quite formidable. He also wished to check on the mother fire lizard's condition, so he personally took the cart filled with jerky to the stable. Roar! Upon entering the stable, the fire lizard let out a low growl, but Nayland could discern that it bore no hostility. It was more of a greeting. "It seems you have survived." Yesterday, the mother fire lizard had been on the brink of death, and though it still could not stand, its ability to produce low growls indicated a recovery. One could not help but admire the resilience of these magical creatures, unlike the two guards who had suffered similar injuries. Their recovery was remarkable. "Come, it's time to eat." Nayland approached the mother fire lizard and gently stroked it. The five little fire lizards still hid behind their mother, peeking out with a hint of trepidation. Nayland's encounter with the windblade wolf had left a lasting impression on them. He chuckled softly and began to feed the fire lizards with the whale jerky, since the mother fire lizard could only move its mouth. Nayland took it upon himself to feed her. The little fire lizards, however, needed no encouragement. They eagerly scrambled for the food tossed on the ground. In total, the 6 fire lizards consumed over 50 pounds of whale meat in one sitting, a quantity that barely satisfied the appetite of the mother fire lizard that, if allowed to eat freely, she could easily consume hundreds of pounds on her own. Nevertheless, this daily expenditure of 50 pounds of meat would become a considerable burden for Nayland. He resolved to subdue the mother fire lizard thoroughly as soon as possible, allowing her to seek her own food in the fire forest, which would significantly alleviate his responsibilities. With this thought in mind, Nayland gestured to the mother fire lizard, indicating he would take the little ones out for a stroll and return them afterward. He used hand signals to convey his intentions, hoping the mother fire lizard would understand. Roar! As Nayland finished speaking, the fire lizard emitted a low growl. Uncertain if it comprehended his meaning, he beckoned to the 5 little fire lizards, preparing to lead them out of the stable. However, the little lizards were reluctant to follow him initially. Eventually, the mother fire lizard growled again, prompting the little ones to timidly trail behind him, but Nayland's plan was straightforward. Although the mother fire lizard had shown signs of submission, to prevent any regression, it was best to bond with the little fire lizards and tame them. This, in turn, would ensure the mother lizard remained docile. He led the little fire lizards to a grassy area outside the stable, sat down, and began to gently hold and pet each timid little lizard. The little fire lizards resembled newborn puppies, albeit with a reluctance to engage, rolling their eyes helplessly as Nayland playfully interacted with them. However, one should not assume the little creatures were entirely docile. Their amiability was solely directed towards Nayland. While Nayland entertained the little lizards, Carrie, with her cowtail, was so captivated that she attempted to inch closer for a better look at the magical beastlings. Yet, in the next moment, one of the little fire lizards, measuring only half a meter in length, opened its mouth wide, revealing serrated fangs as it hissed at Carrie. Startled, Carrie quickly retreated and fell to the ground. After Nayland intervened, the little fire lizard quieted down. After spending over half an hour interacting with the little fire lizards on the grassy lawn, Nayland returned them to the stable, back in the castle. Uncertain of when boars would arrive, Nayland, with time to spare, began his training. After practicing for more than 2 hours, he was roused by a bright voice. "Why, lord, I am back." Shirley bounced into the back garden. Did you bring back the milk? Nayland slowly opened his eyes at her words. Yes, my lord. I purchased 2 barrels of milk, and the cunt guards did not notice a thing. Shirley beamed, though her hands remained behind her back as she spoke. Shirley, are you hiding something from me? Nayland intentionally cast a sidelong glance and inquired, Oh, my lord, you noticed. You truly are a wise lord. Shirley's face lit up with a smile, and she finally revealed her hands, presenting them to her chest. My lord, look, this is a little bird I found on my way to the cunt territory. A peckish little gray sparrow nestled in her palms, unafraid even in the presence of Nayland. So, you have acquired yet another pet. Nayland chuckled, bemused by how this little girl, who was supposed to be a future beast tamer, took such pride in having merely a small sparrow submit to her. Yes, my lord, it's very clever. I even named it on the way. It's called Little Gray. Shirley, unfazed by her appearance, radiated joy. Little Gray, this is my lord Nayland. You should greet him. As she spoke, Shirley gently poked the little sparrow's head with her finger. Chirp, chirp, chirp. To Nayland T's astonishment, this drab little sparrow was indeed incomparable to the likes of bees or other insects. Upon hearing Sherry's command, it immediately chirped a few times towards him. If this were in a previous life, he could have set up a fortune-telling booth beneath the overpass. He mused with a chuckle, My lord, Sherry can now communicate with the little birds. Remember that perfume you promised her last time? Nayland T replied with a hint of annoyance. Let us first finish an important task together, and I'll give you the perfume when the next caravan returns. With that, Nayland T led Sherry towards the inner fortress. Chapter 78. Cream. Meanwhile, at the border of the storm territory, a party of over 50 was making its way slowly, with a luxurious carriage drawn by 2 splendid horses standing out prominently among the group. My lord, we have entered the storm territory. This group consisted of Baron Boris and others who were scheduled to visit Nayland T's castle today. Tell the guards to remain vigilant. Upon hearing the report, Boris leaned out of the carriage window to survey his surroundings. Noticing the dense thickets of trees on either side, he couldn't help but issue a command. Truth be told, had it not been for the enticing presence that drew him to the storm territory, he would have absolutely preferred to avoid this infamous land of misfortune. Although the appearance of dark creatures typically occurred on meteor nights, nobles never took unnecessary risks. Just the mere mention of a cursed land sent shivers down his spine. For this visit, he had brought along a substantial number of elite guards to instill a sense of security. Yes, my lord. The party continued deeper into the storm territory. My lord, what brings you here? Are you here for the egg bread you asked me to prepare this morning? It's already baked. In the castle kitchen, Chef Rose was directing 2 young maids as they handled various ingredients. Today, with nobles visiting, her workload was particularly heavy. Fortunately, the castle had recently hired additional servants, significantly alleviating her burden. Upon seeing Nayland T and Sherry enter, Rose was taken aback, as it was rare for the noble lord to venture into the kitchen. Is the cake ready? What Rose referred to as egg bread was essentially a cake from his previous life, which Nayland T had instructed her to make, as she was quite skilled at it. However, Rose, I did not come to the kitchen for the cake, but rather to personally create a dish. Nayland T's gaze shifted subtly as he diverted his attention from her poised figure. My lord, what would you like to make? Please tell me, and I will prepare it immediately. Rose replied, her curiosity piqued. I'm afraid this dish requires my own hands. Nayland T chuckled, shaking his head, upon hearing this. Rose's fair, enchanting face flushed crimson. Naturally, she was not angry. Rather, she wondered if she had done something amiss that displeased her lord. After all, she considered herself an exceptionally talented cook, capable of expertly preparing even monster meat. Now, with Nayland T expressing the desire to take matters into his own hands, it seemed to imply a lack of faith in her culinary abilities. Rose, do not overthink it. You will understand once I complete the dish. Seeing the look of distress on Rose's lovely face, Nayland T immediately offered reassurance. Sherry is here too. We wouldn't want her to think I'm bullying her mother. Mother, my lord's words surely hold wisdom. Please do not worry. However, it was evident that Nayland T was thinking too much. Ever since Sherry had acquired her innate abilities through the awakening potion, and having witnessed the creation of perfume and brown sugar, she had come to regard Nayland T as an idol, not doubting his intentions in the slightest. "Yes, my lord," Rose replied respectfully, suppressing her feelings of grievance for the moment. "Rose, although I will be preparing the ingredients myself, you must assist me. Once you observe the entire process, this task will eventually be entrusted to you." Nalente did not linger on pleasantries and immediately began issuing instructions. Making a cream cake is relatively simple, provided one masters the technique. However, given that this world lacked the specialized tools from his previous life for creating cream cakes, Nalente was uncertain whether he could achieve the same level of quality in one attempt. He instructed Rose to gather various containers and mixing tools before starting with the first step. Separating the egg yolks from the whites, Nalente cracked 7 or 8 eggs into a bowl and began separating the egg mixture. Sherry couldn't help but swallow hard. Rose, too, grew increasingly curious. She had never before witnessed a dish requiring such separation of egg mixtures, nor had she seen so many eggs used at once. This was the total of 3 colorful eggs from yesterday and today combined. "Rose, remember, the egg whites need to be beaten with sugar, adding the sugar gradually while mixing until the egg whites are separated." Nalente began the actual process of making the cream, explaining each step to Rose as he worked. Rose was thoroughly focused on listening to Nalente's instructions, as these techniques were entirely new to her and beyond her previous knowledge. "You must whisk rapidly, otherwise the egg whites and sugar will not froth properly. Once the egg whites and sugar are well beaten, we will then work on the egg yolks and milk." As the steps progressed, approximately 20 minutes later, a fluffy, snow-white cream appeared in the small bowl. "My lord, what should we do next? Is it time to cook?" The entire process of making cream involved constant mixing and whisking. Nalente clapped his hands together, seemingly finishing the mixing stage. Rose immediately inquired, "Ate tea that moment?" She had forgotten her previous feelings of grievance, her eyes now filled with anticipation, eager to see what delight her lord would unveil. For in that instant, she caught a whiff of an intriguing aroma emanating from the large bowl of white substance. A scent mingled with a hint of milkiness and sweetness. "Cook?" Nalente wiped his hands clean with a cloth, momentarily taken aback by her question before smiling. "Rose, the cream is complete. It does not require cooking." "Doesn't it need to be cooked?" Rose asked incredulously, recalling that the eggs added earlier were raw. "Will it taste good?" "Huh? You find it hard to believe? Just taste it, and you will see." Nalente shook his head, remembering his own surprise upon first learning how to make cream. He too had been astonished that it did not require baking like a cake, but merely involved mixing various ingredients. "Yes, my lord." "Then I shall taste it." Rose was also curious about the flavor of this creation that utilized so many eggs, sugar, and milk, so she quickly fetched a bowl and spoon to sample it. "Sherry, you should try it too." Nalente turned to the little girl standing nearby. Typically, at the mention of food, this little one would be the quickest to react, but today she seemed unusually still. "Is it really okay to eat?" Sherry blinked her big eyes, hesitant to make a move. "You need not eat if you don't wish to, but later you may regret it." Nalente chuckled, half amused, half concerned that this little girl might become captivated by the flavor and never forget it. "My lord, then I shall take a bite." Remembering her lord's remarkable talents, Sherry decided to indulge, despite the presence of raw eggs in the cream. She grabbed a bowl and spoon, and soon both mother and daughter scooped a small portion of the cream into their bowls. They exchanged glances, summoning their courage to taste the cream together. Chapter 79. Boris's gift silence. As the mother and daughter placed the cream in their mouths, time in the kitchen seemed to freeze. Both remained motionless, suspended in that moment of tasting. Witnessing this scene, Nalente smiled, realizing that even in this otherworldly realm, his expertise in cream making had not diminished, as this was the result of a month's dedication. Rather than interrupting their moment, he set down the small bowl of cream nearby and found a chair to sit on. After a significant pause, it was Rose who first snapped back to reality. "My lord, I see my error." Her immediate reaction was to rush to Nalente's side, bowing deeply in apology without hesitation. Nalente had not anticipated such a strong response from her. He quickly intervened. "Rose, no need for such formality. Stand straight and speak to me." "My lord, I was unaware that you could create such a wondrous dish. I foolishly thought I could replicate it. Please, punish me." Rosie's words were imbued with sincerity. As an exceptional chef, upon tasting the luscious cream, she immediately recognized it as a delicacy of the highest caliber. Having studied the culinary arts since her youth, she had always prided herself on her skills. And just moments ago, she had even found herself quietly mocking the adults in her mind. Now, however, a twinge of embarrassment coursed through her. There was no need for punishment. The cream was something she had discovered in a rare book, long since lost to time, rendering it truly unique. Not even the head chef of the Earl's castle could replicate it. Nalante held a high opinion of this talented chef and was reluctant to undermine her confidence. Thus he waved his hand in reassurance that in a world that once lacked even white sugar, it was only natural that no one could create cream. Surely, do you find it delicious? To divert the conversation from this topic, Nalante turned his gaze toward Shirley, who was similarly engrossed in her task, vigorously scooping the cream from her bowl. This moment, Shirley's mouth was smeared with cream, and after devouring her portion, she stealthily took a small spoonful from her mother's bowl. Caught in the act, Shirley quickly swallowed the cream in her mouth, lowering her head as she admitted, "Sir, it's delicious. This is the best food I've ever tasted." She wiped her mouth and added, after a brief pause, "Even better than brown sugar. At this rate, this little girl will hardly escape my grasp in the future. Rosie, I have a task for you. Spread this cream onto the egg bread." Since the cream had been made, the subsequent steps did not require Nalante's direct involvement. He entrusted the next phase to Rosie, whose skills he greatly trusted. "Sir, the guards report that a procession has appeared on the road outside the castle." Thomas hastily entered the kitchen to inform Nalante, "Is it finally here?" The sight of a luxurious carriage among the procession left no room for doubt. It was surely his neighbor arriving. "Thomas, give the order to prepare for the guests." "Yes, my lord." Immediately, the servants and guards of the castle sprang into action. Following Thomas's instructions, the servants positioned themselves throughout the castle corridors, although many of them had only been recruited the day before. Merely standing still as decoration posed no risk. Meanwhile, the guards were stationed throughout the courtyard, impeccably dressed and fully armed, with a small contingent standing on either side of the red carpet, marking the reception with the highest standards. As Nalante, accompanied by Thomas and others, approached the castle gates, Boris's convoy had already reached a distance of 500 or 600 meters from the castle. Boris is indeed quite wealthy. Nalante marveled as he discerned the opulent carriage in the distance. The luxurious carriage, crafted from black wood with copper trim and adorned with intricate copper reliefs, glided forward, drawn by two magnificent steeds. What truly astonished Nalante, however, was the sight of 8 knights leading Boris's entourage of over 50 men. Clad in leather and chainmail armor, wielding long spears, and carrying oval-shaped shields on their backs, these knights presented a formidable sight. The cost of equipping just these 8 knights could rival that of Nalante's 25 guards. As Nalante contemplated this, the procession finally reached the base of a gentle slope. Upon arrival, the majority of Boris's guards received orders to halt. The 8 knights then moved from their original position at the front to the rear of the carriage as it approached the castle gates. The lavish carriage came to a steady stop at the entrance, and a hearty laugh emanated from within. Esteemed Lord Nalante, I hope my arrival does not inconvenience you," as the voice rang out. A slightly plump young man emerged from the carriage a local tycoon. Nalante had inquired about Boris's background from Thomas the previous day and was aware that Boris was relatively young, dressed in a purple silk suit adorned with floral patterns and sporting a jeweled sword at his waist. His rotund figure indeed resembled that of a stereotypical nouveau riche. "Lord Boris, you jest. It is my honor to host you in the storm territory." As the saying goes, a lavish carriage is carried by men. And seeing Boris's amicable demeanor, Nalante endeavored to display his hospitality. That moment, Thomas directed 2 servants to present Boris with fresh water and towels. After washing his face, Boris approached Nalante. "Baron Boris, welcome to my castle." The 2 men nodded to each other in greeting. "It is an honor, Sir Nalante. I have come uninvited and brought a few small gifts as a token of my esteem." While it is true that nobility in this world places great importance on appearances, certain expressions of goodwill are quite straightforward, such as gift-giving. With a grand gesture, Boris summoned 2 supply carts that had been brought forward. The carts were filled to the brim with cows, sheep, and several small sacks. Sir Nalante, knowing that you have recently arrived in the storm territory and likely Haven Tea had the chance to procure livestock, I have brought you 3 dairy cows, 5 sheep, and some vegetable seeds. I hope you will find them to your liking. Boris introduced the contents of the carts. Chapter 80. The reception ceremony to do not underestimate the significance of gifting cows, sheep, and vegetable seeds. In this world, such offerings are considered substantial gifts among lesser nobility. Often, even the exchange of several beautiful servants pales in comparison to the value of these large livestock. Thank you, Lord Boris, after your long journey. Let us enter the castle and continue our conversation. Nalante was taken aback by the weighty gifts of cows and sheep. Naturally, he also speculated that Boris's intentions for this visit were likely considerable. Then I shall impose upon you, Boris, pleased by the evident delight on Nalante's face, felt a surge of satisfaction. Although Nalante had produced salt and brown sugar bread since arriving in the storm territory, he was still merely the second son of a baron, with relatively limited experience. Thus, the likelihood of successfully presenting his upcoming requests had greatly increased. Consequently, the 2 nobles, each with their own thoughts, stepped merrily along the red carpet toward the castle. As they walked, Boris's gaze occasionally lingered on the mottled stone walls, the gray-black bricks, covered in moss, and the dilapidated, insecure castle gates matched the ominous reputation he had heard. This castle had been breached 4 times, earning it the moniker the Lord's Graveyard among certain nobles, a title that was indeed well-deserved. Salute! However, just as Boris was about to pass through the castle gates, a loud call suddenly echoed from within. Clang! Before Boris could react, a series of sword unsheathing sounds rang out ahead. The sight before him left Boris somewhat astonished. .10 guards stood in 2 neat rows, facing each other, perfectly aligned along the sides of the red carpet. Their drawn swords pointed skyward, crossing in front of the carpet. Remarkably, although he had never witnessed such a peculiar display, the sight of the guards standing resolutely like rocks, their eyes fixed ahead, gave Boris the impression that they were more formidable than the 8 knights he had painstakingly trained. Yet the spectacle was far from over. As he continued to walk side by side with Nalante, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Whenever the 2 approached a pair of guards, the guards would synchronously lower their swords and bring them to their faces, clearing the path along the red carpet. Their movements were crisp and clean, instilling an unprecedented sense of ceremony. Faced with this unparalleled welcome, Boris felt a thrill of excitement rise within him and couldn't help but inquire. Lord Nalante, how have you trained these guards? And what is this welcoming ceremony? You flatter me, Lord Boris. Out of sheer boredom, while staying in the territory, I concocted a few military salutes for the guards. And as for their training, it consists mainly of having them stand in place and synchronize their movements. Nalante humbly replied, that's so. Boris rolled his eyes, for he could scarcely believe that training a regiment to execute such synchronized maneuvers could be so effortless. Setting aside the matter of combat prowess, at the very least, their appearance did not pale in comparison to his elite cavalry. However, the methods employed in training the guards were, in fact, closely guarded secrets among the nobility. And so he refrained from further inquiry to avoid any semblance of rudeness. Under Thomas's guidance, the 2 men made their way directly to the castle's grand hall, due to a lack of funds for decoration and renovation. The interior of Nayland Castle appeared exceedingly austere. Only a few antiquated brass candlesticks and some inexpensive wooden wall hangings adorned the hall, barely alleviating its starkness. Fortunately, Boris was already well aware of Nayland's circumstances prior to his arrival and had come with specific intentions. Thus he paid little heed to the surroundings. Lord Boris, please take a seat. Nayland gestured courteously towards an elongated sofa. Thank you. Boris nodded and naturally settled onto the seat. However, as he did so, he suddenly noticed something unusual. And upon lowering his gaze, he was taken aback. Is this the hide of a wolf beast? He exclaimed in astonishment. It was quite surprising to find a cushion made of magical beast fur in such a humble hall, akin to discovering a rare treasure in a chicken coop. Please do not take offense, Lord Boris. Just a few days ago, I happened to slay a windblade wolf, so I thought to use its hide as a cushion. Nayland chuckled, explaining the peculiar sight. Given the hall's extreme simplicity, the wooden sofa had no finer embellishments, not even a decent goose down cushion. Ultimately, Thomas had sought permission and worked through the night to clean and dry the wind-blade wolf's hide for use as a cushion. Not anticipating that it would be immediately noticed by Boris. One must commend the keen insight of the seasoned nobility. At least in matters of enjoyment, it was something Boris could not rival. "You slayed a wind-blade wolf?" Boris expressed his surprise. Nayland, a mere novice bronze knight, had managed to vanquish a magical beast. Such valor was indeed remarkable. However, upon further reflection, he realized that such feats occasionally occurred within noble circles. Provided one was willing to sacrifice a few subordinates, for lower-tier magical beasts were not overly formidable. Thus, he swiftly redirected his focus to the implications of the wind-blade wolf's demise. "Lord Nayland, does this imply that your castle possesses a considerable amount of magical beast meat?" "Indeed, I have acquired some magical beast meat," Nayland replied, somewhat perplexed. "That is splendid." Boris's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Lord Nayland, I hope you do not mind, but I am not particularly fond of training, and I have a penchant for gourmet food. Consequently, I often send people to procure magical beast meat. However, these creatures typically reside in the wild, making them difficult to hunt, and acquiring them is even more challenging. Therefore, I wonder if you might be willing to sell some of that magical beast meat to me." "Of course, I shall gladly pay you 1 gold coin per pound." At last, Nayland understood why Boris, a dignified mid-tier bronze knight, had not yet shed his pudgy appearance. It was evidently due to his culinary indulgences. However, selling magical beast meat posed a dilemma for Nayland as a transmigrator. His own appreciation for fine food was on par with Boris's, and considering the benefits derived from consuming magical beast meat, he intended to store it for gradual consumption. Yet, having received a gift of dairy cows and sheep from Boris, he found it difficult to refuse. After some contemplation, Nayland said, "Lord Boris, the quantity of magical beast meat I have acquired is not substantial, and I had not planned to sell it. However, since you're interested in purchasing, I can part with 30 pounds. "Thank you, Lord Nayland," Boris exclaimed, overjoyed, finding even that amount sufficient for his needs, allowing him to enjoy it for over 3 months. Moreover, this unexpected boon reminded him of his purpose for visiting, prompting him to seize the opportunity. He glanced at the tea on the table, which exuded a delicate honey fragrance. After taking a sip, Boris remarked to Nayland, "Tulip honey tea, still as fragrant and delightful as ever. By the way, Lord Nayland, I heard a rather peculiar piece of news regarding the storm territory just the other day. Though I cannot ascertain its veracity." "Oh, what intriguing news do you have, Lord Boris? Please do share." Nayland maintained an impassive demeanor. MY guards reported that a few commoners for Blackrock territory formed a trading party to procure goods in storm territory and apparently returned with a food item called brown sugar black bread. I hear this brown sugar black bread is priced at merely 7 copper coins per piece, yet its sweetness surpasses that of honey. I wonder if there is any truth to this? Ah, the brown sugar black bread. Indeed, such a thing exists. It is a specialty of my storm territory, and it is indeed sweeter than honey. Nayland chuckled, recognizing that Boris had come specifically for the brown sugar black bread. However, he had to admit that Boris's acting skills were quite commendable, befitting of a noble. "Is it truly so?" Boris exclaimed in astonishment. "Lord Nayland, such a marvelous brown sugar black bread must be quite a rarity." Boris, being astute, refrained from inquiring about the bread's production process and instead focused on the matter of its availability, for his intent in coming was to secure the sales rights to the brown sugar black bread. Actually, the process of making brown sugar black bread is quite similar to that of ordinary black bread, Nayland replied, observing Boris's performance with a smile. "It can be made just like ordinary black bread." Boris was momentarily taken aback, for such a sweet bread should surely require intricate and complex procedures to achieve its delightful flavor. Yet, Nayland's demeanor suggested that crafting brown sugar black bread was indeed uncomplicated. "Lord Boris, the preparation of brown sugar black bread is indeed straightforward. However, it necessitates the addition of a seasoning called brown sugar, which raises the production costs, hence the price of 7 copper coins per piece." Nayland nodded with a smile. Nayland did not hesitate to divulge the existence of brown sugar, as he had already devised a plan to promote white sugar upon confirming Boris's intentions. Additionally, he had recently discovered with delight that sugarcane only flourished within the confines of storm territory. This was likely due to the miraculous system at play, as sugarcane was a new species reward designated by the system, thus making it unique to storm territory. This meant that as long as he maintained strict control over the dissemination of sugarcane, it would be impossible for others to acquire it. Moreover, transforming sugarcane into sugar would require the laborious process of boiling down the sugar, a task Nayland had assigned to the families of his guards. Having issued strict confidentiality orders and demarcated the sugar boiling area as a restricted zone, prohibiting anyone from entering without his permission, in a few days, Nayland planned to construct a small courtyard to further secure the secrecy of the operation. With these precautions in place, he believed that the confidentiality of the brown sugar could be maintained, allowing him to remain unconcerned even if outsiders became aware of its existence. Upon hearing Nayland's words, Boris elevated the perceived value of brown sugar black bread even further in his mind that a sufficient supply would correlate to greater profits, prompting him to express his intentions without delay. Lord Nayland, I must confess that my purpose in coming here is to make a request. I hope you will consider selling me all of your brown sugar black bread. Furthermore, I am eager to establish a long-term partnership with you. He wishes to secure the exclusive distribution rights. Nayland felt a wave of astonishment at Boris's keen instinct. Brown sugar black bread was inherently a product that would sell itself if he were to acquire the entire supply. It would effectively grant him a monopoly over its distribution. Although the term exclusive distributor did not exist in this world, that was precisely what Boris implied. Lord Nayland, to speak candidly, if you were to sell the brown sugar black bread independently, it would only be available within tulip territory for a limited time. Our agate duchy comprises 6 count territories, and tulip territory is but one of them. Restricting sales solely to tulip territory would result in significant losses. Moreover, my BlackRock family has established a long-distance trading fleet over several decades. If Sir Nayland entrusts me with the sale of the black bread, I could swiftly distribute it to the other count territories within the duchy. Such a delicacy as brown sugar black bread, if promoted promptly, will surely sell continuously. You, Lord Nayland, will be relieved of the burden of assembling a large trading fleet and can focus on producing the brown sugar black bread and collecting your profits. I can guarantee that I will sell at least 5,000 pieces of brown sugar black bread for you every 2 months. Chapter 82. White sugar and white bread before Boris's arrival. He had meticulously crafted his rhetoric, firmly believing that as long as Nayland was not foolish, he would be able to discern the advantageous nature of their prospective arrangement, a circumstance that would yield mutual benefits for both of them. In this medieval backdrop, establishing a trade caravan was no simple feat, particularly a long-distance one, which necessitated sufficient manpower, resources, and a network of connections for support. The perils faced by such caravans often stemmed not only from the wilderness and its monstrous inhabitants, but also from the avaricious gaze of noble lords eager to exploit any opportunity for profit. Thus, the prospect of Nayland selling his brown sugar and dark bread solely on his own was limited to circulating within the confines of the tulip territory, given the purchasing power there. Selling a mere 1,000 or 2,000 units of brown sugar and dark bread in a month would be the utmost he could achieve. Were Nayland not a time traveler, he might have been swayed by Boris's elaborate discourse, as it indeed presented an enticing opportunity for passive income. However, Nayland was not inclined to amass wealth through brown sugar and dark bread. Rather, his ambition lay in drawing attention to the Land of Misfortune. His true strategy for profit revolved around white sugar. Thus, in the face of Boris's confident gaze, Nayland smiled and shook his head, saying, "My Lord Boris, I must regretfully decline your proposal." To Boris's astonishment, the confidence that had graced his visage abruptly faltered. "Lord Nayland, if you still wish to sell brown sugar and dark bread yourself, you might consider granting me the rights to sell beyond the borders of the tulip territory." Boris, undeterred, continued to press his case. "My lord, lunch is ready. Shall we commence the meal now?" At that moment, Thomas, standing at the entrance of the hall, approached Nayland with a swift whisper following the servantess report. "Let the dishes be served." Nayland commanded, then turned to Boris, suggesting, "Perhaps we should proceed to the dining room, and after our meal, we can continue our discussion." "Very well, Lord Nayland," Boris acknowledged, recognizing the need for patience, and followed Nalantar to the dining room. Upon their arrival, they took their seats as guests. The lunch spread before them was modest, comprising only 5 dishes. However, the portions were decidedly generous. Initially disheartened by Nalantar's rejection, Boris found little appetite, especially in such a dismal locale. Yet his spirits lifted upon witnessing the array of food laid out before him. Not only were there fresh sea fish and white bread, but there also lay before him a substantial piece of golden brown roasted beast meat, weighing perhaps a pound or more. Moreover, his gaze was drawn to a roasted chicken, and he inquired, "Lord Nalantar, is this a 3-colored chicken?" The distinction between a 3-colored chicken and ordinary poultry remains apparent even after cooking. As the former emits a unique, tantalizing aroma, a local magnate, Boris had indulged in 3-colored chicken on several occasions. Priced at over 50 silver coins each, its cost was primarily due to the lack of any physical enhancement properties. Yet in terms of flavor, it rivaled that of beast meat. Thus, 3-colored chicken was indeed a rarity among the nobility, and he was taken aback to find it available at Nalantar's table. "Lord Boris, you truly are well informed. Just a few days ago, I fortuitously acquired a Blue Sprite, which attracted a flock of 3-colored chickens," Nalantar replied with a smile. Boris was at a loss for words to express his current feelings. If memory served correctly, Nalantar had recently obtained a salt mine sprite, which had enabled him to sell white salt. Could it be a stroke of luck? Boris couldn't help but wonder if this was the result of the Barrack family's backing. For acquiring 2 sprites within a month was an unprecedented stroke of fortune.